Falkenberg's Legion, Jerry Pournelle, contains the CoDominium years and the Mercenary. Author's notes. This book is the first of 4 novels, the next 3 being Prince of Sparta, Go Tell the Spartans, and Prince of Mercenaries. When I finished reading the series, I remembered a reviewer's comment about H. Beam Piper's classic book, Space Viking. First you read it for the story, then you read it for the characters, then you read it to see how a civilization dies, then you read it to see how a civilization is born. This is a ripping good yarn. Unlike many writers who do military science fiction, Jerry Pournelle has been there, done that. The battle scenes have the ring of authenticity. The details of conventional and unconventional warfare are presented well and realistically. This is not a great literary classic that will be taught in English lit classes, but the characters are well thought out and well written for an action-adventure novel. By the way, did anyone else catch the similarities between Skilly and Two Knife, and Modesty Blaze and Willie Garvin in the Modesty Blaze stories by Peter O'Donnell? The fall of the CoDominium, and what is left of a stagnant Terran civilization, is written in a manner that is disturbingly dark and realistic. This is a world that might have been. Jerry Pournelle's vision of military adventures in the twilight of empire owes much to history. The notorious Stadium Massacre on Hadley is based on the Nike riots in Byzantium. If you want a really good description of what happened in Byzantium, read David Drake's intro to his book, Caught in the Crossfire. That's one of the best descriptions I've run across. In his novel, Jerry fleshes out the bare facts with some political analysis which sheds some light on what may have led to the riots in Byzantium. I've always been suspicious of the official historical accounts. Finally, this series shows how a civilization can rise out of the ashes of a dying one. The fears, hopes, actions, and motivations of the characters are well fleshed out. They aren't two-dimensional cardboard figures. Even the antagonists have good reasons for what they do. These are people who literally have their world dying about them. All in all, I recommend this series. It's a great read. Chronology. 1969, Neil Armstrong sets foot on Earth's moon. 1990, 2000 series of treaties between US and Soviet Union creates the CoDominium. Military research and development outlawed. 1995, nationalist movements intensify. 1996, French Foreign Legion forms the basic element of the CoDominium armed services. 2004, Alderson Drive perfected at Caltech. 2081, Alderson Drive exploratory ships leave the solar system. 2010, 100 CoDominium intelligence services engage in serious effort to suppress all research into technologies with military applications. They are aided by zero-growth organizations. Most scientific research ceases. 2010, Uninhabitable planets discovered. DOE. Commercial exploitation begins. 2020, first interstellar colonies are founded. The CoDominium Space Navy and Marines are created, absorbing the original CoDominium armed services. 2020, Great Exodus period of colonization begins. First colonists are dissidents, malcontents, and voluntary adventurers. 2030, Sergei Lermontov is born in Moscow. 2040, Bureau of Relocations begins mass out-system shipment of involuntary colonists. 2043, John Christian Falkenberg II is born in Rome, Italy. 2060, nationalistic revival movements continue. Prologue. An oily, acrid smell assaulted him, and the noise was incessant. Hundreds of thousands had passed through the spaceport. Their odor floated through the embarkation hall to blend with the yammer of the current victims crammed into the enclosure. The room was long and narrow. White-painted concrete walls shut out bright Florida sunshine, but the walls were dingy with film and dirt that had been smeared about and not removed by the Bureau of Relocation's convict laborers. Cold luminescent panels glowed brightly above. The smell and sounds and glare blended with his own fears. He didn't belong here, but no one would listen. No one wanted to. Anything he said was lost in the brutal totality of shouted orders, growls of surly trustee guards in their wire pen, running the full length of the long hall, screaming children, the buzz of frightened humanity. They marched onward, toward the ship that would take them out of the solar system and toward an unknown fate. A few colonists blustered and argued. Some suppressed rage until it might be of use. Most were ashen-faced, shuffling forward without visible emotion beyond fear. There were red lines painted on the concrete floor, and the colonists stayed carefully inside them. Even the children had learned to cooperate with Burlock's guards. The colonists had a sameness about them, shabbily dressed in welfare-issue clothing mixed with finery cast off by taxpayers and gleaned from reclamation stores or by begging or from a welfare district. John Christian Falkenberg knew he didn't look much like a typical colonist. He was a gangling youth, already at 15 approaching 6 feet in height, and thin, because he hadn't yet filled out to his latest spurt of growth. No one would take him for a man, no matter how hard he tried to act like one. A forelock of sand-colored hair fell across his forehead and threatened to blind him, and he automatically brushed it aside with a nervous gesture. His bearing and posture set him apart from the others, as did his almost comically serious expression. His clothing was also unusual. It was new, and fit well, and obviously not reclaimed. He wore a brocaded tunic of real wool and cotton, bright flared trousers, a new belt, and a tooled leather purse at his left hip. His clothes had cost more than his father could afford, but they did him little good here. Still he stood straight and tall, his lips set in defiance. John stalked forward to keep his place in the long line. His bag, regulation space duffel without tags, lay in front of him and he kicked it forward rather than stoop to pick it up. He thought it would look undignified to bend over, and his dignity was all he had left. Ahead of him was a family of 5, 3 screaming children and their apathetic parents. Or possibly, he thought, not parents. Citizen families were never very stable. Burlock agents often farmed out their quotas, and their superiors were seldom concerned about the precise identities of those scooped up. The disorderly crowds moved inexorably toward the end of the room. Each line terminated at a wire cage containing a plastisteel desk. Each family group moved into a cage. The doors were closed, and their interviews began. The board trustee placement officers hardly listened to their clients, and the colonists did not know what to say to them. Most knew nothing about Earth's out-system worlds. A few had heard that Tanith was hot, Fulton's world cold, and Sparta a hard place to live, but free. Some understood that Hadley had a good climate and was under the benign protection of American Express and the Colonial Office. For those sentenced to transportation without confinement, knowing that little could make a lot of difference to their futures. Most didn't know and were shipped off to labor. Hungry mining and agricultural worlds, or the hell of Tanith, where their lot would be hard labor, no matter what their sentences might read. The 15-year-old boy, he liked to consider himself a man, but he knew many of his emotions were boyish, no matter how hard he tried to control them, had almost reached the interview cage. He felt despair. Once past the interview, he'd be packed into a Burlock transportation ship. John turned again toward the gray uniformed guard, standing casually behind the large mesh protective screen. I keep trying to tell you there's been a mistake. I shouldn't. Shut up, the guard answered. He motioned threateningly with the bell-shaped muzzle of his sonic stunner. It's a mistake for everybody, right? Nobody belongs here. Tell the interview officer, Sonny. John's lip curled, and he wanted to attack the guard, to make him listen. He fought to control the rising flush of hatred. Damn you, The guard raised the weapon. The citizen family in front of John huddled together, shoving forward to get away from this mad kid who could get them all tingled. John subsided and sullenly shuffled forward in the line. Tri-V commentators said the stunners were painless, but John wasn't eager to have it tried on him. The Tri-V people said a lot of things. They said most colonists were volunteers, and they said transportees were treated with dignity by the Bureau of Relocation. No one believed them. No one believed anything the government told them. They did not believe in the friendship among nations that had created the CoDominium, or in the election figures, or... He reached the interview cage. The trustee wore the same uniform as the guards, but his gray coveralls had numbers stenciled across back and chest. There were wide gaps between the man's jaggedly pointed teeth, and the teeth showed yellow stains when he smiled. He smiled often, but there was no warmth in the expression. "What you got for me?" the trustee asked. "Boy dressed like you can afford anything he wants. Where you want to go, boy?" "I'm not a colonist," John insisted. His anger rose. The trustee was no more than a prisoner himself. What right had he to speak this way? "I demand to speak with a CoDominium officer." "One of those, huh?" The trustee's grin vanished. "10th for you." He pushed a button and the door on the opposite side of the cage opened. "Get on," he snapped, "for I call the guards." His finger poised menacingly over the small console on his desk. John took papers out of an inner pocket of his tunic. "I have an appointment to CoDominium Navy service," he said. "I was ordered to report to Canaveral Embarkation Station for transport by Bureau-locked ship to Luna Base." "Get moving, huh?" The trustee stopped himself and the grin reappeared. "Let me see that." He held out a grimy hand. "No, I'll see." John was more sure of himself now. "I'll show them to any CD officer, but you won't get your hands on them. Now call an officer." "Sure." The trustee didn't move. "Cost you 10 credits. "What?" 10 credits. $50 if you ain't got CD credits. "Don't give me that look, kid. You don't pay. You go on the Tannis ship. Maybe they'll put things straight there. Maybe they won't, but you'll be late reporting. Best you slip me something." John held out a $20 piece. "That all you got?" the trustee demanded. Okay. Have to do." He punched a code into the phone, and a minute later, a petty officer in blue CoDominium Space Navy coveralls came into the cage. "What you need, Smiley?" "Got one of yours. New MIDI. Got himself mixed up with the colonists." The trustee laughed as John struggled to control himself. The petty officer eyed Smiley with distaste. "Your orders, sir," he said. John handed him the papers, afraid that he would never see them again. The Navy man glanced through them. "John Christian Falkenberg." "Yes." "Thank you, sir." He turned to the trustee. "Gimme." "Wuna, chia, I know ye." "Oh, he can afford it." "Want me to call the Marines, Smiley?" "Jesus, you hard-nosed." The trustee took the coin from his pocket and handed it over. "This way, please, sir," the Navy man said. He bent to pick up John's duffel. "And here's your money, sir." "Thanks. You keep it." The petty officer nodded. "Thank you, sir." "Smiley, you bite one of our people again and I'll have the Marines look you up when you're off duty." "Let's go, sir." John followed the spacer out of the cubicle. The petty officer was twice his age, and no one had ever called John sir before. It gave John Falkenberg a sense of belonging, a sense of having found something he had searched for all his life. Even the street gangs had been closed to him, and friends he had grown up with had always seemed part of someone else's life, not his own. Now in seconds he seemed to have found. Found what, he wondered. They went through narrow whitewashed corridors, then into the bright Florida sunshine. A narrow gangway led to the forward end of an enormous winged landing ship that floated at the end of a long pier crowded with colonists and cursing guards. The petty officer spoke briefly to the Marine sentries at the officers' gangway, then carefully saluted the officer at the head of the boarding gangway. John wanted to do the same, but he knew that you didn't salute in civilian clothing. His father had made him read books on military history and the customs of the service as soon as he decided to find John an appointment to the academy. Babble from the colonists filled the air until they were inside the ship. As the hatch closed behind him, The last sounds he heard were the curses of the guards. "If you please, sir." "This way." The petty officer led him through a maze of steel corridors, airtight bulkheads, ladders, pipes, wire races, and other unfamiliar sights. Although the CD Navy operated it, most of the ship belonged to Burlock, and she stank. There were no viewports, and John was lost after several turns in the corridors. The petty officer led on at a brisk pace, until he came to a door that seemed no different from any other. He pressed a button on a panel outside it. "Come in," the panel answered. The compartment held 8 tables, but only 3 men, all seated at a single booth. In contrast to the gray steel corridors outside, the compartment was almost cheerful, with paintings on the walls, padded furniture, and what seemed like carpets. The CoDominium seal hung from the far wall, American eagle and Soviet sickle and hammer, red, white and blue, white stars and red stars. The 3 men held drinks and seemed relaxed. All wore civilian clothing not much different from John's, except that the older man wore a more conservative tunic. The others seemed about John's age, perhaps a year older, no more. "One of ours, sir," the petty officer announced. "New Mitty got lost with the colonists." One of the younger men laughed, but the older cut him off with a curt wave. "All right, coxswain. Thank you. Come in, we don't bite." "Thank you, sir," John said. He shuffled uncertainly in the doorway, wondering who these men were. Probably CD officers, he decided. The petty officer wouldn't act that way toward anyone else. Frightened as he was, his analytical mind continued to work, and his eyes darted around the compartment. Definitely CD officers, he decided. Going back up to Luna Base after leave, or perhaps a duty tour in normal gravity. Naturally, they'd worn civilian clothing. Wearing the CD uniform off-duty Earthside was an invitation to be murdered. "Lieutenant Hartman, at your service," the older man introduced himself. "And Midshipman Rolnikov and Bates. Your orders, please." "John Christian Falkenberg, sir," John said. "Midshipman, or I guess I'm a midshipman, but I'm not sure. I haven't been sworn in or anything." All 3 men laughed at that. "You will be, mister," Hartman said. He took John's orders. "But you're one of the damned all the same, swearing in or no." He examined the plastic sheet, comparing John's face to the photograph, then reading the bottom lines. He whistled. "Grand Senator Martin Grant. .to. Appointed by the Navy's friend, no less. With him to bat for you. I wouldn't be surprised to see you outrank me in a few years." "Senator Grant is a former student of my father's," John said. "I see." Hartman returned the orders and motioned John to sit with them. Then he turned to one of the other midshipmen. "As to you, Mr. Bates, I fail to see the humor. What is so funny about one of your brother officers becoming lost among the colonists?" "You have never been lost." Bates squirmed uncomfortably. His voice was high-pitched, and John realized that Bates was no older than himself. "Why didn't he show the guards his taxpayer status card?" Bates demanded. "They would have taken him to an officer, wouldn't they?" Hartman shrugged. "I didn't have one," John said. Show." Hartman seemed to withdraw, although he didn't actually move. "Well," he said, "we don't usually get officers from citizen families." "We are not citizens," John said quickly. "My father is a CoDominium University professor, and I was born in Rome." "Ah," Hartman said. "Did you live there long?" "No, sir. Father prefers to be a visiting faculty member. We have lived in many university towns." The lie came easily now, and John thought that Professor Falkenberg probably believed it after telling it so many times. John knew better. He had seen his father desperate to gain tenure, but always making too many enemies. He is too blunt and too honest. One explanation. He is a revolving SOB and can't get along with anyone. That's another. I've lived with the situation so long I don't care anymore. But it would have been nice to have a home, I think. Hartman relaxed slightly, Well, whatever the reason, Mr. Falkenberg, you would have done better to arrange to be born a United States taxpayer or Soviet Party member. Unfortunately, you, like me, are doomed to remain in the lower ranks of the officer corps. There was a trace of accent to Hartman's voice, but John couldn't place it exactly. German, certainly. There were many Germans in the CD fighting services. This was not the usual German, though. John had lived in Heidelberg long enough to learn many shades of the German speech. East German? Possibly. He realized the others were waiting for him to say something. I thought there was equality within the CD services. Hartman shrugged. In theory, yes. In practice, the generals and admirals, even the captains who command ships, always seem to be Americans or Soviets. It is not the preference of the officer corps, mister. We have no countries of origin among ourselves and no politics. Ever. The fleet is our fatherland, and our only fatherland. He glanced at his glass. Mr. Bates, we need more to drink, and a glass for our new comrade. Hop it. Oh, yes. Aye, sir. The pudgy middy left the compartment, passing the unattended bar in the corner on his way. He returned a moment later with a full bottle of American whiskey and an empty glass. Hartman poured the glass full and pushed it toward John. The Navy will teach you many things, Mr. Midshipman John Christian Falkenberg. One of them is to drink. We all drink too much. Another thing we will teach you is why we do. But before you learn why, you must learn to do it. He lifted the glass. When John raised his and took only a sip, Hartman frowned. More, he said. The tone made it an order. John drank half the whiskey. He had been drinking beer for years, but his father did not often let him drink spirits. It did not taste good, and it burned his throat and stomach. Now, why have you joined our noble band of brothers? Hartman asked. His voice carried a warning. He used bantering words, but under that was a more serious mood. Perhaps he was not mocking the service at all when he called it a band of brothers. John hoped he was not. He had never had brothers. He had never had friends or a home, and his father was a harsh schoolmaster, teaching him many things, but never giving him any affection or friendship. Honesty, Hartman warned. I will tell you a secret, the secret of the fleet. We do not lie to our own. He looked at the other two midshipmen, and they nodded. Rolnikov slightly amused, Bates serious as if in church. Out there, Hartman said. Out there they lie, and they cheat, and they use each other. With us, this is not true. We are used, yes. But we know that we are used, and we are honest with each other. That is why the men are loyal to us, and why we are loyal to the fleet. And that's significant, John thought, because Hartman had glanced at the CoDominium banner on the wall, but he said nothing about the CD at all. Only the fleet. I'm here because my father wanted me out of the house and was able to get an appointment for me, John blurted. You will find another reason, or you will not stay with us, Hartman said. Drink up. Yes, sir. The proper response is, aye, sir. Aye, sir. John drained his glass. Hartman smiled. Very good. He refilled his glass, then the others. What is the mission of the CoDominium Navy, Mr. Falkenberg? Sir? To carry out the will of the Grand Senate. No. It is to exist, and by existing, to keep some measure of peace and order in this corner of the galaxy. To buy enough time for men to get far enough away from Earth that when the damned fools kill themselves, they will not have killed the human race. And that is our only mission. Underman. Sir? Midshipman Rolnikov spoke quietly and urgently. Lieutenant, sir, should you drink so much? Yes. I should, Hartman replied. I thank you for your concern, Mr. Rolnikov. But as you see, I am, at present, a passenger. The service has no regulation against drinking. None at all, Mr. Falkenberg. There is a strong prohibition against being unfit for one's duties, but none against drinking. And I have no duties at the moment. He raised his glass. Save one. To speak to you, Mr. Falkenberg, and to tell you the truth, so that you will either run from us or be damned with us for the rest of your life, for we never lie to our own. He fell silent for a moment, and Falkenberg wondered just how drunk Hartman was. The officer seemed to be considering his words more carefully than his father ever had when he was drinking. What do you know of the history of the CoDominium Navy, Mr. Falkenberg? Hartman demanded. Probably more than you, John thought. Father's lecture on the growth of the CoDominium was famous. It began with detente. That collapsed, but was revived, and soon there was a web of formal treaties between the United States and the Soviet Union. The treaties did not end the basic enmity between these great powers, but their common interest was greater than their differences, for it was obviously better that there be only two great powers than for there to be. No. Hartman did not want to hear Professor Falkenberg's lecture. Very little, sir. We were created out of the French Foreign Legion, Hartman said. A legion of strangers, to fight for an artificial alliance of nations that hate each other. How can a man give his soul and life to that, Mr. Falkenberg? What heart has an alliance? What power to inspire men's loyalty? I don't know, sir. Nor do they. Hartman waved at the other middies, who were carefully leaning back in their seats, acting as if they were listening, as if they were not listening. John couldn't tell. Perhaps they thought Hartman was crazy drunk. Yet, it had been a good question. I don't know, John repeated. Ah, but no one knows, for there is no answer. Men cannot die for an alliance, yet we do fight, and we do die. At the Senate's orders, Midshipman Rolnikov said quietly, But we do not love the Senate, Hartman said. Do you love the Grand Senate, Mr. Rolnikov? Do you, Mr. Bates? We know what the Grand Senate is. Corrupt politicians who lie to each other and who use us to gather wealth for themselves, power for their own factions. If they can. They do not use us as much as they once did. Drink, gentlemen. Drink. Nice swallow. The whiskey had taken its effect, and John's head buzzed. He felt sweat break out at his temples and in his armpits, and his stomach rebelled, but he lifted the glass and drank again, in unison with Rolnikov and Bates, and it was more meaningful than the communion cup had ever been. He tried to ask himself why, but there was only emotion, no thought. He belonged here with this man, with these men, and he was a man with them. As if he had read John's thoughts, Lieutenant Hartman put his arms out, across the shoulders of the three boys, two on his left, John alone on his right, and he lowered his voice to speak to all of them. No, Wad. We are here because the fleet is our only fatherland, and our brothers in the service are our only family. And if the fleet should ever demand our lives, we give them as men because we have no other place to go. Nyai, Cantano, Tori. Part 1. The CoDominium Years. Princeton, New Jersey, United States of America. The student lounge was noisy as usual. Students in bright tunics sipped coffee, paid for by their taxpayer parents, and spoke of the rights of man and the citizen. Others pretended to read while looking to see if anyone interesting had come in. In one corner, three young men and a girl, she detested being called a young lady, sat playing bridge. They were typical students, children of taxpayers, well dressed in the latest fashions of subdued colors. Their teeth were straight, their complexions were good. Two of the boys wore contact lenses. The girl, in keeping with fashion, wore large brightly colored glasses with small jewels at the hinges. The remains of their afternoon snack probably contained as many calories as the average citizen would have for the day. 3 no trump, made 4. That's game and rubber, Donald Etheridge said. He scribbled for a moment on the score sheet. Let's see. I owe $22.50. Moishi, you owe 11 and a quarter. Richie gets $9, and Bonnie wins the rest. You always win, Richard Larkin said accusingly. Bonnie Dalrymple smiled. Comes of clean living. You? Donald smirked. Don't you just wish, Richie said. He glanced at his watch. Getting on for class time. Visiting lecturer today. Moishi Ellison frowned. Who? Chap named Falkenberg, Larkin said. Professor at the CD University in Rome. Going to lecture on problems of the CoDominium. Today it's military leadership. Oh, I know him, Bonnie Dalrymple said. Is he interesting? Moisha asked. I've got a lot to do this afternoon. He's dense, Bonnie said. She grinned at the blank looks. Packs a lot into what he says. Makes every paragraph count. I think you better come listen. What did you take from him? Richard Larkin asked. Oh, I wasn't old enough to take his classes. Actually, I didn't know Professor Falkenberg very well. I used to be friends with his son, John Christian Falkenberg III. It was when Daddy was stationed at the embassy in Rome. Johnny Falkenberg and I wandered all over the city. He knew everything about it. It was really fun. The Capitoline Hill with the statues, and up there is the Tarpeian Rock where they threw traitors off. It's not so high, really. And we'd go to the Via Flaminia. We used to tramp down that, and Johnny sang this old Roman marching song. When you go by the Via Flaminia, by the Legion's road from Rome. Fun date. Wasn't really dating. He was about 14, and I was 12. We were just kids out playing around. But we had fun, really. I guess I was studious then. What? Huh, you still are. You aced me in that last test, Moishi Ellison said. Well, if you'd work more instead of running around with that girl. Ellison winked, and the others laughed. They got up and walked together toward the lecture hall. The smog was bad outside, but it always was, so they didn't notice. So how do you know about old man Falkenberg's lectures? Bonnie laughed. Johnny used to take me to his house. Usually there wasn't anyone there but this old black housekeeper. But sometimes the professor would come home early, and when he did, he'd ask where we'd been. Then he'd tell us all about it. All about it, wherever we'd been. No. Actually, it was interesting. Rome was nice then. There were a lot of old buildings I guess they've let fall down now, and the professor knew about all of them. But he wasn't as interesting as when Johnny told me. I guess I had quite a crush on him. Bonnie laughed. That's what's wrong with her, Richie said. She's never got over her youthful affair with, what was his name? John Christian Falkenberg IV. Moishi Ellison let the name roll off his tongue. Third, Bonnie said. And maybe you're right. They reached Smith Hall and went up the marble stairs to the lecture theater. Professor Falkenberg was tall and thin, with a surprisingly deep voice that carried authority. Hasn't changed a bit, Bonnie thought. He could read the phone book and make it sound important. Falkenberg nodded to the students. Good afternoon. I am pleased to see that there are still a few students in the United States who are interested in history. I wish to examine the origins of the CoDominium. To do that, we will have to look at just what happened to the United States and the Soviet Union, whose uneasy alliance has produced our modern world. Friends in the Second World War, enemies in the Cold War. How did it happen that these two divided the world between them? There are many aspects to this problem. One is the decline of military power in both nations. That in itself has many facets. Today we will discuss military leadership both as a general case and in the specifics of the powers at the time of interest. I begin with a few brief paragraphs by Joseph Maxwell Cameron, a writer of the last century, who said, in his Anatomy of Military Merit, Professor Falkenberg opened his pocket computer and touched a key, then began to read. Armies are controlled by the actions of two classes of men in authority that are distinct on the surface by levels of rank, but whose significant difference is in the sources of their authority. One class acts on the authority vested in it by the sovereign power. The other acts by authority derived of appointment by the first. This is not a chance relationship, but one directed by a natural ruling principle. The commissioned officer acts in the name of sovereign power and, or, by order of its commissioned superiors to himself. The non-commissioned officer exercises equally valid and at times absolute authority, but he holds it from the commissioned officer who appointed him and who can at his discretion remove the office. Few controlling principles are as little understood in current times as these that define the relationships of commissioned and non-commissioned ranks to each other, the government, and to the ordinary soldier. Promotion given as reward, rank seen as caste, and pay as incentive in the profession, occupation, or career in arms are the villains that cloud the issues. A private soldier can prove himself of equal value to a general officer, in fact, has often done so, and always by being the soldier who knew his business, whatever his immediate motivation. A hierarchy of ranks invented to increase prestige and pay can rob a military body of much of its power while enjoying general approval of what are considered benefits. One of the sure signs of a military system in decay is the appearance of an excess ratio of persons in designated authority over the numbers of those who serve to follow. The optimum ratio may vary a little according to current armaments, but with little else. Because of its specific roles and purposes, an army has an optimum design and structure of control mechanisms, instrumentation, and appendages. It is at best simple, devoted to the smooth and graceful application of power, to motion and impact. In almost totally industrial and technocratic time, however, the existence of a natural pattern tends to be forgotten as normal members and appendages are tortured and distorted to conform to the caprices of machines. Military monstrosities, analogous to anencephalic and three-legged children, are born and nursed toward ultimate impotence. They are quite horribly obvious, except to minds bemused by the magic of technology. Falkenberg closed his computer and smiled thinly. Those words were written shortly before the United States acquired, in what was supposed to be peacetime, approximately twice as many general officers as it had employed during the conflict known as the Second World War, despite having a much smaller military establishment. Nor was this all. The ratio of officers to men began to creep upward, inexorably, and since the optimum ratio is perhaps 5%, and some elite organizations have done with less, it should be no surprise that as the United States military establishment moved toward one officer for each dozen men, and one general officer for each 1,500, the effectiveness of the system declined accordingly. Military managers are easy enough to come by. Real leaders are rare. You were right about the density, Moishe Ellison said. Bonnie giggled. He hasn't changed much, that's for sure. And you only heard him at home? Wonder his kid didn't go nuts. Whatever happened to him anyway? He got in some kind of trouble, Bonnie said. And no wonder. Richie chuckled. I don't know what it was, Bonnie said. But the next thing I knew, Johnny was off to the CoDominium Academy. We used to write, but when he graduated and was sent off on a ship, well, you sound like you miss him, Moishe said. Yeah, hey, you never get that tone of voice when you talk about me, Richie said. That'll be the day, Moishe said. You ever hear from him? Bonnie shook her head. Doin' day. Angela Niles fought for wakefulness. It seemed to take a long time. At one level she knew she was dreaming, but it was still real. The crowded alleys of high Shanghai, thousands of men and women in blue canvas clothing, not quite uniforms, but so alike they looked like blue ants. They were shouting, screaming words she could not understand, but what they intended was clear enough. The blue ants were coming to kill her. She ran, and suddenly she wasn't alone. There were blue and gold uniforms, a different blue CoDominium blue, and the tiny squad of CoDominium troops clustered around. They pulled her away from the mob, then turned, fired a volley, then another, and the blue ants screamed and halted for a moment. Fall back. The Navy lieutenant spoke calmly. First squad, fall back toward the harbor. CUNY. Sir? Cousin Harold. How did Cousin Harold get here? But he was here, in the uniform of a Navy middy. Can you fly that boat? No, sir. The coxswain was killed. Yes, sir, I know. Right. All right, midshipman. Fall back with the first squad. Halt while we're still in sight and take defensive positions. Signal when you're ready. We'll hold here. Miss, you go with him. Miss, you go with him. But yes, but Harold, what are you doing here? Who is this? What? No time, Angie. Let's go. They ran, and now it was certainly a dream, because she couldn't move. Her legs wouldn't work. She tried to run and couldn't. Try to remember, a voice said. Whose? What happened then? Running. A Marine was holding her arm. Suddenly, he stopped. His eyes grew very wide, and he stood, stock still, in the middle of the street. A long, thin steel rod grew out of his chest, and blood came out of his mouth, and he crumpled, slowly, slowly. Come on, Angie, run, damn it! Run, dear. Then they were at the end of the block, and turned the corner, and she could see the harbor, not far away, with the long, slender shape of the landing craft, and 3 sailors at the landing with guns, and the turret on top swivel. Harold touched his sleeve and spoke rapidly into the communicator cart. There was more gunfire, and more people screaming. Then the CoDominium lieutenant and his party came running down the street. Almost there, Harold said. Get her into the ship, the lieutenant said. Sir, you can fly the damn thing. You get her on the ship. He was very young, that lieutenant, no more than a boy. He looked so thin and so very young. No older than Harold. 3 minutes, he said. 3 minutes, Cuny, and run like hell. Harold grinned. You know it. Ready? Go for it. And the lieutenant took her hand and ran with her, pulling her along, and the turret guns fired over their heads, and there was more shooting, and noise everywhere. Something exploded close to them, and one of the dockside sailors went down. The lieutenant shouted into his sleeve mic, Mortars! Run for it, Cuny! Now! And dragged her on, to the boarding port, threw her into the cabin. Soundboard ship! Recorded bugle notes blared into the bright afternoon. The lieutenant ran forward, and moments later there were rumbles. Something exploded outside the hatchway, and a swarm of angry bees came through the open hatch, whipped past her, and clattered against the bulkheads. There was another explosion. We're hulled, a sailor shouted. The engine sounds were louder now. She ran to the hatchway to look out, and shouted for Harold. She couldn't see anyone. Clear the hatch, someone shouted. There were whirs, and the hatchway began to close. She felt motion as the ship began to move. Harold! Harold! And there was Harold. Only he was an old man, and his face was melting. And then he was gone, and there was another man. And the ship began to fade, and she was in a white room in bed, a hospital room. And the men beside the bed were a doctor in a white coat and a CoDominium Navy commander. Very thin. She knew them both. How? Who were they? Lermontov. That was his name. How did she know that? Did you ever see Midshipman Cuny again? Commander Lermontov asked. No. I never saw him after we left him at the corner on the street of 3 Moons. Her throat was dry, and her left arm hurt. She couldn't move it, and when she looked, she saw that it was strapped to a board, and there was an IV inserted at the elbow. And she remembered. Pentothal, something like that. They wanted to question her. What had she told them? I've told you everything, she said. 3 times, and whatever I said when I was drugged. Why do we have to go over this again? Your uncle has demanded thorough investigation, Commander Lermontov said. And that he will have. He used his stylus on the screen of his pocket computer. So, you last saw Midshipman Cuny at corner, where he was ordered by Lieutenant Falkenberg to hold for 3 minutes before retreating. Ah! Actually, Harold volunteered. Yes, thank you. How long after that order was given did ship begin to move? I don't know. Doctor says you believe was less than 3 minutes. How does he know? I don't know, the white-coated man said. I can only try to construct events from your memories. Based on what we heard, I conclude that you don't really know. But you suspect that Falkenberg took off as soon as he got you to the ship. What does he say? Angela asked. You already know that, Dr. Wittgenstein said. He told me Harold was hit by mortar fire before we got to the boat. But you don't believe him. I don't know what to believe, she said. Boat lifted, Lermontov said. It had not enough fuel to go to orbit and was damaged. Angela shuddered. More damage than... I was shocked when we landed and I could look. It was amazing that it would fly. Pournelle-class boat is designed to take damage. So, Falkenberg landed boat at offshore island. What happened there? Nothing. It was perfectly safe there. The people were Thai, no Chinese. Very friendly. It was nice there, safe and peaceful. So we waited 3 weeks until the Navy could send another ship down with a repair crew. Then I was taken to Government House and John, Lieutenant Falkenberg, was sent to his ship. Nothing happened. No sign. Something happened, Lermontov said. She frowned at his tone. What do you mean? Doctor, Miss Niles, you are a month pregnant. Oh, you do not seem surprised. You took no precautions? She felt herself blushing. Miss Niles, I have daughter nearly your age, Lermontov said. You took no precautions? She tried to sound casual. I wasn't thinking about that at the time. Nor, apparently, was Lieutenant, Lermontov said. In this era of disease, you were perhaps foolhardy. Angela shrugged. Actually, there were no precautions to take. On Navy ship, there will always be kits, Lermontov said. But you are in fact correct. Medical cabinet was damaged along with much other equipment. Commander, I fail to see how my condition is relevant. Your uncle will not fail to see, Lermontov said. Foolhardy young Falkenberg sacrifices promising midshipman grandson of Grand Senator in order to save himself, then seduces Grand Senator's niece. Lermontov stared pointedly at her midriff. Evidence will be unmistakable in few weeks. Oh, do you... I guess Uncle Adrian would see it that way. At least you're safe, Dr. Wittgenstein said. That ought to make him grateful. Angela shook her head. I'm afraid he won't be, not very. He doesn't like my mother much, and Harold was special. A niece is not a grandson, Doctor. He'd have gladly traded me for Harold. She shrugged. I think he'd planned for Harold to become Grand Admiral one day. So, what will you do now? Lermontov asked. About... She rubbed her belly. It takes getting used to. Does Lieutenant Falkenberg know? Not unless you told him, Dr. Wittgenstein said. But I didn't know. You mean he won't learn unless I tell him? Lermontov nodded. I was told you are intelligent. What is that supposed to mean? I think I need not explain. What will Lieutenant Falkenberg do if he learns? She blushed again. I suppose he'd marry me if I wanted him to. Is my prediction also, Lermontov said. Under other circumstances would be good thing for young man's career. Marriage to Bronson family. Now it would be ruin for both of us, Angela said. What should I do? You don't have to be pregnant, Dr. Wittgenstein said. Damn you, I was waiting for that. Why didn't, while I was still under, while you had me out, why didn't you just do it then, and I'd never have known? But no, you had to wake me up and tell me. You want us to make decision for you, Lermontov said. When she didn't answer, he turned to Wittgenstein. Doctor, prepare operating room. Wait. She felt tears welling up in her eyes. What is it? What is what? Wittgenstein said. A girl. Commander, I wanted to see John Falkenberg. I cannot prevent, Lermontov said. But I ask you do not. Not until you have decided what you will do. He is not stupid. Do you know him? She asked. That's a strange thing to ask, isn't it? Do you know the father of my unborn daughter? We had 3 weeks. A lifetime. I think I know him. But do I? I... Oh, damn. Lermontov's expression softened. He was considered promising young officer. Well regarded. He shrugged. Pity no one sees Midshipman Cuny die. Now I do not know what we can do for Falkenberg. And I can't help. I can only make it worse, she said. Oh, damn. What should I do? Get rid of it, Lermontov said. Then, in 2 years, when Senator has forgotten, you will meet again. He'll never forget, and we'll never meet again. Lermontov was going to speak, but she cut him off. You can't be sure, and I can't be sure, she said. The only thing that is sure is that we can kill my daughter. Fetus, Wittgenstein said. Not. I've studied embryology, Angela said. You don't need to tell me the details. She was silent for a long time. Then she brushed the tears from her eyes and looked directly at Lermontov. Commander, can you get me passage to Churchill? Yes. But why Churchill? I have relatives there. My branch of the family didn't get the big money, but we're not broke, you know. I'll get by. If you do this, I cannot permit you to see Falkenberg again. You couldn't stop me if I demanded it, and you know it, she said. But maybe it's better this way. Tell him. The words caught in her throat, and she felt the tears welling up again. Tell him I thank him for saving my life, and I wish him well. The young man marched stiffly into the compartment and saluted. Lieutenant Falkenberg reporting to Commander Lermontov as ordered, sortie extraordinaire. The thin man behind the desk returned the salute. Thank you. Have a seat. Sir? I said, sit down. Aye, sir. Falkenberg sat stiffly. You believe I am calling you in for punishment? Falkenberg fingered the dispatch case under his left arm. I have orders. I know, Lermontov interrupted. Not orders I wish to issue, but there is nothing to be done. So I'm leaving the fleet? No. Only Navy, Lermontov said. Unless you prefer to leave fleet entirely. The older man leaned forward and examined Falkenberg minutely. I could not blame you if you did, but I hope you will not. I have arranged to transfer you to Marines, as lieutenant with seniority and brevet captain. Also, I have sent message to Senator Grant recommending that he obtain Grand Senate confirmation of Order of Merit, First Class, for you. I expect that will ensure permanent promotion to Marine Captain. Lermontov sighed. If we had better communications, if I could speak to Grant directly, perhaps none of this will be necessary. Perhaps. I do not gauge well the politics of Grand Senate. No. Falkenberg glanced at his dispatch case. Clearly I don't either, sir. This is obvious, Lermontov said. Yet, you did right. Losing one squad of landing party to save others is difficult, but we are all satisfied there was nothing else to be done. He shrugged. It is unfortunate that squad you lose is commanded by Bronson grandson, but you cannot know this. He was a good troop, Falkenberg said. And actually, I did know his connection to... Lermontov held up a hand, cutting him off. He glanced involuntarily around the room, then eyed Falkenberg narrowly. You will never admit that to anyone else, he said. That your actions caused this young man to be killed is regrettable, but justified, and perhaps Bronson will forget. But if Grand Senator Bronson is reminded that you knew of his interest in Midshipman Cuny, it will be much more serious. He will never forget that. I suggest you avoid Senator in future. Wow. Yes, sir. Only... Sir, I've asked about Miss Niles, and no one seems to know where she is. She requested that she be sent to Churchill, where she has money and relatives. She left 2 days ago on message boat to rendezvous with ship bound for Churchill. Oh, I'd have thought. Did she have a message for me? She says she is very grateful that you have saved her life. I see. He was silent for a moment. Sir, What is my assignment? Lermontov smiled thinly. You have several choices. As usual, there is no end of trouble which must be attended to. Crofton's Encyclopedia of Contemporary History and Social Issues, first edition. The Exodus, the era of exploration following the development of the Alderson Drive, was predictably followed by a wave of colonization. The initial colonists tended to be both wealthy and discontented with Earth's civilization. Many were motivated by religion, both the more traditional religions and the secular religion that grew out of what was known in the 20th century as the ecology movement, or the Greens. Many of the early colonists were quite sophisticated and had good reason to expect success in establishing their cultures on new planets. Unfortunately, they did not reckon with the intense pressures on the governments of Earth. 2064 AD. The bright future she sang of was already stiffened in blood, but Catherine Malcolm didn't know that, any more than she knew that the sun was orange-red and too bright, or that the gravity was too low. She had lived all of her 16 standard years on Ararat, and although her grandfather often spoke of Earth, humanity's birthplace was no home to her. Earth was a place of machines and concrete roads and automobiles and great cities, a place where people crowded together far from the land. When she thought of Earth at all, it seemed an ugly place, hardly fit for people to live on. Mostly she wondered how Earth would smell, with all those people huddled together. Certainly it must be different from Ararat. She inhaled deeply, filling her lungs with the pleasing smell of newly turned soil. The land here was good. It felt right beneath her feet, dark and crumbly, moist enough to take hold of the seeds and nurture them, but not wet and full of clods. Good land, perfect land for the late-season crop she was planting. She walked steadily behind the plow, using a long whip to guide the oxen. She flicked the whip near the leaders, but never close enough to touch them. There was no need for that. Horace and Star knew what she wanted. The whip guided them and assured them that she was watching, but they knew the spiral path as well as she did. The plow turned the soil inward, so that the center of the field would be higher than the edges. That helped to drain the field and made it easier to harvest 2 crops each year. The early harvest was already gathered into the stone barn. Wheat and corn, genetically adapted for Ararat, and in another part of the barn were Ararat's native breadfruit melons, full of sugar and ready to begin fermentation. It had been a good year, with more than enough for the family to eat. There would be a surplus to sell in town, and Catherine's mother had promised to buy a bolt of printed cloth for a new dress that Catherine could wear for Emil. At the moment, though, she wore coveralls and high boots, and she was glad enough that Emil couldn't see her. He should know that she could plow as straight a furrow as any man, and that she could ride as well as her brother. But knowing it and seeing her here on the fields were two different things entirely, and she was glad that he couldn't see her just now. She laughed at herself when she thought this, but that didn't stop the thoughts. She twitched the whip to move the oxen slightly outward, then frowned imperceptibly. The second pair in the string had never pulled a wagon across the plains, and Catherine thought that she could no longer put off their training. Emil would not want to live with Catherine's grandfather. A man wanted land of his own, even though there were more than 1,000 hectares in the Malcolm station. The land here was taken. If she and Emil were to have land of their own, they would have to move westward toward the other sea, where the satellite pictures showed good land. We could go, she thought, go so far that the convicts will never find us, and the city will be a place to see once in a lifetime. It would be exciting, although she would hate to leave this valley. The field she plowed lay among low hills. A small stream meandered along one edge. Most of the crops and trees that she could see had come from Earth as seeds, and they had few predators. Most crop eaters left earth plants alone, especially if the fields were bordered with spearmints and marigolds, to give off odors that even earth insects detested. She thought of what she would need if they struck west to found a new settlement. Seeds they would have, and a mare and stallion, and 2 pairs of oxen, chickens and swine. Her grandfather was rich by local standards. There would be her father's blacksmithing tools, which Emil could learn to use. They would need a television. Those were rare. A television, and solar cells, and a generator for the windmill. Such manufactured goods had to be bought in the city, and that took money. The second crop would be needed this year, and a large one next spring as well, and they would have to keep all the money they earned. She thrust that thought away, but her hand strayed toward the big sheath knife she wore on her belt. We will manage, she thought. We will find the money. Children should not go without education. Television was not for entertainment. The programs relayed by the satellites gave weather reports and taught farming, ecology, engineering, metalwork, all the skills needed to live on Ararat. They also taught reading and mathematics. Most of Catherine's neighbors despised television and wouldn't have it in their houses, but their children had to learn from others who watched the screen. And yet, Catherine thought, there is cause for concern. First it is television, then light industry. Soon, there is more. Mines are opened. Larger factories are built, and around them grow cities. She thought of Ararat covered with cities and concrete, the animals replaced by tractors and automobiles. The small villages grown into cities. People packed together the way they were in Harmony and Garrison. Streams dammed and lakes dirty with sewage. And she shuddered. Not in my time, or my grandchildren's. And perhaps we will be smarter than they were on Earth, and it will never happen here. We know better now. We know how to live with the land. Her grandfather had been a volunteer colonist, an engineer with enough money to bring tools and equipment to Ararat, and he was trying to show others how to live with technology. He had a windmill for electricity. It furnished power for the television and the radio. He had radio communications with Dennisburg, 40 kilometers away, and although the neighbors said they despised all technology, they were not too proud to ask Amos Malcolm to send messages for them. The Malcolm farm had running water and an efficient system for converting sewage to fertilizer. To Amos, technology was something to be used so long as it did not use you, and he tried to teach his neighbors that. The phone buzzed to interrupt her thoughts, and Catherine halted the team. The phone was in the center of the plowed land, where it was plugged into a portable solar reflector that kept its batteries charged. There were very few radio phones in the valley. They cost a great deal and could only be bought in Harmony. Even her grandfather Amos couldn't manufacture the phone's microcircuits, although he often muttered about buying the proper tools and making something that would be as good. After all, he was fond of saying, we do not need the very latest, only something that will do. 9 years so. Before she reached the phone, she heard the gunshots. They sounded far away, but they came from the direction of her home. She looked toward the hill that hid the ranch from her, and a red trail streaked skyward. It exploded in a cloud of bright smoke. Amos had sent up a distress rocket. God, no! Catherine screamed. She ran for the phone, but she dropped it in her haste. She scrabbled it up from the freshly plowed dirt and shouted into it. Yes! Go straight to the village, child, her grandfather's voice told her. He sounded very old and tired. Do not come home. Go quickly. Grandfather, do as I say. The neighbors will come, and you cannot help. But, Catherine, he spoke urgently, but there were centuries in the voice. They are here, many of them. Who? She demanded. Convicts. They claim to be sheriffs, executing a writ for collection of taxes. I will not pay. My house is strong, Catherine, and the neighbors will come. The convicts will not get in, and if they kill me now, it is no great matter. And mother! Catherine shouted. They will not take her alive, Amos Malcolm said. We have talked of this, and you know what I will do. Please, do not make my whole life meaningless by letting them get you as well. Go to the village, and God go with you. I must fight now. There were more sounds of firing in the distance. The phone was silent. Then there were rifle shots, plus the harsh stammer of a machine gun. Amos had good defenses for his stone ranch house. Catherine heard grenades, sharp explosions, but not loud, and she prayed that she would not hear the final explosion that meant Amos had set off the dynamite under his house. He had often sworn that before he would let anyone take his home, he would blow it and them to hell. Catherine ran back to unhitch the oxen. They would be safe enough. The sounds of firing would keep them from going home until the next day, and here on the plains, there were no animals large enough to be a threat to healthy oxen. None except men. She left the team standing beside the plow, their eyes puzzled because the sun was high and the field was not yet plowed, and she ran to the shade trees by the creek. A horse and dog waited patiently there. The dog jumped up playfully, but he sank onto the ground, cringed as he sensed her mood. Catherine hurled the saddle onto the horse and rumbled with the leather straps. Her hands were moving so quickly that even familiar motions were difficult, and she was clumsy in her haste. She tied the phone and solar reflector in place behind the saddle and mounted. There was a rifle in the saddle scabbard, and she took it out and fingered it longingly. Then she hesitated. The guns were still firing. She still heard her grandfather's machine gun and more grenades, and that meant that Amos was alive. I should help, she thought. I should go. Emil will be there. He was to plow the field next to our boundary, and he will have heard. He will be there. She turned the horse toward the ranch. One rider can do no good, she realized. But though she knew that, she knew she must go to her home before it was too late. They would have a good chance, Emil and her grandfather. The house was strong, made of good stone, low to the ground, much of it buried in the earth, sod roof above waterproof plastic. It would withstand raiders. It had before, many times, but there were very many rifles firing now, and she could not remember that large a raid before. Not here, and not anywhere. The phone buzzed again. Yes, she shouted. What is happening? Ride, girl, ride. Do not disobey my last command. You are all I have. The voice broke off before Amos said more, and Catherine held the silent phone and stared at it. All I have, Amos had said. Her mother and her brother were dead then. She screamed words of hatred and rode toward the sound of the guns. As she crossed over the creek, she heard mortars firing, then louder explosions. 200 riders converged on the Malcolm Ranch. They rode hard, their horses drenched in sweat, and they came by families, some with their women, all with their oldest boys. Brown dogs ran ahead of them. Their panting tongues hung out between bared fangs as the dogs sensed the anger their masters projected. As goal, the families of riders saw each other. They waved and kicked their horses into an even faster pace. The riders approached the final rise before the Malcolm Ranch and slowed to a trot. There were no sounds from over the hill. Shouted commands sent the dogs ahead. When the loping brown forms went over the hill without halting, the riders kicked their horses back to the gallop and rode on. He didn't use the dynamite, George Woodrow said. I heard explosions, but not Amos's magazines. His neighbors didn't answer. They rode down the hill toward the ranch house. There was the smell of explosives in the air, mixed with the bright copper smell of fresh blood. The dogs loped among dead men who lay around the stone house. The big front door stood open, and more dead lay in front of that. A girl in blood-stained coveralls and muddy boots sat in the dirt by the open door. She cradled a boy's head in her arms. She rocked gently, not aware of the motion, and her eyes were dry and bright. My God! George Woodrow shouted. He dismounted and knelt beside her. His hand reached out toward the boy, but he couldn't touch him. Catherine, they're all dead, Catherine said. Grandfather, mother, my brother, and Emil. They're all dead. She spoke calmly, telling George Woodrow of his son's death as she might tell him that there would be a dance at the church next Saturday. George looked at his dead son and the girl who would have borne his grandchildren. Then he stood and leaned his face against his saddle. He remained that way for a long time. Gradually he became aware that others were talking. Caught them all outside except Amos, Harry Seton said. He kept his voice low, hoping that Catherine and George Woodrow wouldn't hear. I think Amos shot Janine after they'd grabbed her. How in hell did anyone sneak up on old Amos? Found a dog with an arrow in him back there, Wanlu said. Crossbow bolt. Perhaps that is how. I still don't understand it, Seton insisted. Go after them. Catherine stood beside her dead fiancé. Ride! We will ride, Wanlu said. When it is time. Ride now, Catherine demanded. No, gee. Harry Seton shook his head sadly. Do you think this was the only place raided today? A dozen more. Most did not even fight. There are hundreds more raiders and they will have joined together by now. We cannot ride until there are more of us. Yeah. Han. And then what? George Woodrow asked. His voice was bitter. By the time there are enough of us, they will be in the hills again. He looked helplessly at the line of high foothills just at the horizon. God, what? Do not blaspheme. The voice was strident. Roger Dornan wore dark clothing, and his face was lean and narrow. He looks like an undertaker, Catherine thought. The ways of the Lord are not to be questioned, Dornan intoned. We don't need that talk, Brother Dornan, Catherine said. We need revenge. I thought we had men here. George, will you ride with me to hunt your son's murderer? Put your trust in the Lord, Dornan said. Lay this burden on his shoulders. I cannot allow you to ride, Wanlu said. You and George would be killed, and for what? You gain no revenge by throwing yourself at their guns. He motioned, and two of his sons went to hold Catherine's horse. Another took George Woodrow's mount and led it away. We need all our farmers, Wanlu said. And what would become of George's other children? And his wife with the unborn child? You cannot go. Got a live one, a rider called. Two men lifted a still figure from the ground. They carried him over to where the others had gathered around Catherine and George Woodrow, then dropped him into the dirt. Wanlu knelt and felt for the pulse. Then he seized the raider's hair and lifted the head. Methodically he slapped the face. His fingers left vivid red marks on the too white flesh. Smack, smack! Forehand, backhand, methodically, and the raider's head rocked with each blow. He's about gone, Harry Seton said. All the more reason he should be awakened, Wanlu said. He ignored the spreading bloodstains on the raider's leather jacket and turned him face down into the dirt. He seized an arm and twisted violently. The raider grunted. The raider was no older than 20. He had a short, scraggly beard, not well developed. He wore dark trousers and a leather jacket and soft leather boots, much like Catherine's. There were marks on his fingers, discolorations where rings had been, and his left earlobe was torn. They stripped their own dead and wounded, Woodrow grunted. What all did they get? The windmill generator, Harry Seton reported. And all the livestock, and some of the electronics. The phone's gone too. Wonder why Amos didn't blow the place. Shape charge penetrated the wall, one of the riders said. Killed Amos at his gun. Lego, stop! The young raider moaned. That hurts. He is coming awake, Wanlu told them. But he will not last long. Pity, George Woodrow said. He bent down and slapped the boy's face. Wake up, damn you. I want you to feel the rope around your neck. Harry, get a rope. You must not, Brother Dornan said. Vengeance is the Lord's. We'll just help the Lord out a bit, Woodrow said. Get a rope. Yeah, Seton said. I guess, Catherine. Get it. Give it to me. I want to put it around his neck. She looked down at the raider. Why? She demanded. Why? Why? For a moment the boy's eyes met hers. Why not? 3 men dug graves on the knoll above the valley. Catherine came up the hill silently, and they did not see her at first. When they did, they stopped working, but she said nothing, and after a while they dug again. Their shovels bit into the rich soil. "You're digging too many graves," Catherine said. "Fill one in." "But, my grandfather will not be buried here," Catherine said. The men stopped digging. They looked at the girl in her blood-stained coveralls, then glanced out at the horizon where the rest of the commandos had gone. There was dust out there. The riders were coming home. They wouldn't have caught the raiders before they went into the hills. One of the grave diggers made a silent decision. Next spring he would take his family and find new lands. It would be better than this. But he wondered if the convicts would not follow wherever he went. When men work the earth, others will come to kill and steal. "Where?" he asked finally. "Bury Amos in his doorway," Catherine said. "That is a terrible thing, to bury a man in his own door. He will not rest." "I don't want him to rest," Catherine said. "I want him to walk. I want him to walk and remind us all of what Earth has done to us. Bivul. Hear this. All hands brace for re-entry. Hear this." "Seat straps, Lieutenant," Sergeant Cernan said. "Right." I pulled the shoulder straps down into place and latched them, then looked out at Ararat. The planet had a bleak look, not like Earth. There were few clouds and lots of desert. There were also heavy jungle forests near the equator. The only cultivated lands I could see were on a narrow strip at the northern edge of a nearly landlocked sea. South of the sea was another continent. It looked dry and dusty, desert land where men had left no mark in passing, if anyone had ever been there at all. Northward and westward from the cultivated strip were hills and forests, high desert plateaus, high mountains, and ragged canyons. There were streaks through the forests and across the hills, narrow roads not much more than tracks. When the troopship got lower, I could see villages and towns, and every one of them had walls or a stockade and ditch. They looked like tiny fortresses. The ship circled until it had lost enough speed to make a landing approach. Then it ran eastward, and we could see the city. My briefing folio said it was the only city on Ararat. It stood on a high bluff above the sea, and it seemed huddled in on itself. It looked like a medieval walled town, but it was made of modern concrete and adobe with plastic waterproofing, and other materials medieval craftsmen probably wouldn't have used if they'd had them. As the ship passed over the city at 2,000 meters, it became obvious that there were really two cities run together, with only a wall between them. Neither was very large. The oldest part of the city, Harmony, showed little evidence of planning. There were little narrow streets running at all angles, and the public squares were randomly placed. The northern part, Garrison, was smaller, but it had streets at precise right angles, and a big public plaza stood opposite the square fort at the northern edge. All the buildings were low, with only a couple more than 2 stories high. The roofs were red tile, and the walls were whitewashed. Harmony reminded me of towns I'd seen in Mexico. Bright sun shone off the bay below the city bluff. Garrison was a harsher place, all right angles, neat and orderly, but everything strictly functional. There was a square fortress at its northern edge. My new home. I was a very junior lieutenant of CoDominium Marines, only 3 months out of the academy and green as grass. It was academy practice to commission the top 30 graduates in each class. The rest went out as cadets and midshipmen for more training. I was proud of the bars on my epaulettes, but I was also a bit scared. I'd never been with troops before, and I'd never had any friends from the working classes, so I didn't know much about the kind of people who enlist in the Line Marines. I knew plenty of stories, of course. Men join to get away from their wives, or because some judge gives them a chance to enlist before passing sentence. Others are recruited out of Bureau of Relocation ships. Most come from citizen classes, and my family's always been taxpayer. It was just as well for me that my father was a taxpayer. I grew up in the American Southwest, where things haven't changed so much since the CoDominium. We still think we're free men. When my father died, Mom and I tried to run the ranch the way he had, as if it still belonged to us. It did, on paper, but we didn't have his contacts in the bureaucracy. We didn't understand all the regulations and labor restrictions, and we didn't know who to bribe when we broke the rules. When we got in real trouble, I tried to keep the government people from taking possession, and that wasn't too good an idea. The judge was an old friend of my father's and offered to get me into the academy. U.S. courts don't have jurisdiction over CoDominium officers. I didn't have a lot of choices, and CD Fleet Service looked pretty good just then. I'd not only get out of trouble, I'd leave Earth. Mom was getting married again, so she'd be all right. The government had the ranch, and we'd never get it back. I was young enough to think soldiering was a romantic idea, and Judge Hamilton made it pretty clear I was going to have to do something. Look, Hal, he told me, your dad should have left. There's no place for people like us. They want people who want security, who'll obey the rules. People who like the welfare state, not ornery cusses like you and your father. Even if I can get you off this time, you'll get in trouble again. You're going to have to leave, and you'll be better off as a CD officer than as a colonist. No. Was Garavan. He was right. I wondered why he stayed. Same reason my father did, I suppose. Getting older, used to his home, not ready to go make a new start somewhere else. I hadn't said anything, but he must have guessed what I was thinking. I can still do some good here. I'm a judge for life. They can't take that away from me without damn good reasons, and I can still help lads like you. There's nothing here for you, Hal. The future's out there. New worlds, new ones found every year. Serve out a hitch in the fleet service. See what's out there and decide where you want your lads to grow up. Someplace free. Ooh, and I couldn't think of anything else to do, so I let him get me into the academy. It had been all right there. The fleet has its own brotherhood. I'd been a loner most of my life, not because I wanted to be. God knows I would have liked to have friends. But because I didn't fit in anywhere. The academy was different. It's hard to say how. One thing, though, there aren't any incompetents whining to have the world take care of them. Not that we didn't look out for each other. If a classmate's soft on math, you help him, and if somebody has trouble with electronics, I did. A sharper classmate sits up nights boning up with him. But if after all that he can't cut it, he's out. There's more to it than that, though. I can't explain the fleet's sense of brotherhood, but it's real enough, and it was what I'd been looking for all my life. I was there 2.5 years, and we worked all the time, cramming everything from weapons maintenance to basic science to civil engineering and road construction. I finished 7th in the class and got my commission. After a month's leave to say goodbye to my mother and my girl. Only I didn't really have a girl. I just liked to pretend I did. I was on an Olympic Lines passenger ship headed for another star system. And now I'm here, I thought. I looked down at the planet, trying to spot places I'd seen on the maps in our briefing kit. I was also listening to the troopers in the compartment. The instructors at the academy had told us that officers could learn a lot by listening to the men, and I hadn't had much opportunity to listen to these. 3 weeks before I'd been on the passenger ship, and now I was at the end of nowhere on an ancient troop carrier, with a detachment commander who'd kept us training so hard, there'd been no time for talk or anything else. There were only a few viewports in the compartment, and those were taken by officers and senior enlisted men. Behind me, Sergeant Cernan was describing what he saw. A number of younger Marines, recruits mostly, were crowded around him. The older troopers were catching naps in their seats. Not much outside the city walls, Cernan said. Trees, look like scrub oaks, and I think those others are olives. There's palms too. Must be from Earth. Never saw palm trees that didn't come from Earth. Hey, Sarge, can you see the fort? Corporal Roth asked. Yeah, looks like any CD post. You'll be right at home. Sure we will, Roth said. Sure. Christ, why us? Your birthday present, Cernan said. Just be damn glad you'll be leaving someday. Think of them poor bastards back aft in the can. The ship circled the harbor, then glided in on its stubby wings to settle into the chop outside the breakwater. The waves were 2 meters high and more, and the ship rolled badly. One of the new recruits was sick. His seatmate handed him a plastic bag. "Hey, Dietz," Rolf called. "Want some fried bacon? A little salt pork?" He grinned. "Maybe some sow belly." "Sergeant Cernan." "Sir." The captain didn't say anything else. He sat forward, a dozen rows in front of me, and I hadn't expected him to be listening. But I wasn't surprised. I'd learned in the past 3 weeks that not much went on without Captain John Christian Falkenberg finding out. "Behind me," Cernan said, very tight-lipped. "Rough. One more word out of you." Dietz's buddy found another bag. No one else kidded the sick recruits. Soon the shuttle moved into the inner harbor, where there were no waves, and everyone felt better. A lone tugboat came alongside and eased the spacecraft toward a concrete pier. There was no other traffic in the harbor except for a few small fishing boats. A Navy officer came into the compartment and looked around until he found Falkenberg. "Sir, the governor requests that you turn your men out under arms to assist in the prisoner formation." Falkenberg turned toward the Navy man and raised an eyebrow. Then he nodded. "Sergeant Major." "Sir," Ogilvy shouted from the rear of the compartment. "Personal weapons for all troops, rifles and cartridge belts, and bayonets, Sergeant Major. Bayonets by all means." "Sir." "Oh." There was a bustle of activity as Sergeant Major Ogilvy and his weapons sergeants unlocked the arms chest and began passing out rifles. "What about our other gear?" Falkenberg asked. "You'll have to make arrangements with the garrison," the ship's officer said. "Right, that's all then." "Yes, that's all, Major." I grinned as the Navy men left the compartment. To the Navy, there's only one captain aboard ship, and that's the skipper. Marine captains in transit get a very temporary and utterly meaningless promotion to major for the duration of the voyage. Falkenberg went to the forward hatchway. "Lieutenant Slater, a moment, please." "Sir." I went forward to join him. I hadn't really noticed the low gravity until I stood up, but now it was obvious. It was only 85% Earth standard, and on the trip out, Falkenberg had insisted the Navy skipper keep the outer rim of the old troopship at 110% spin gravity for as much of the trip as possible. The Navy hadn't liked it, but they'd done it, and Falkenberg had trained us in the high-gravity areas. Now we felt as if we could float away with no trouble. I didn't know much about Falkenberg. The service list showed he'd had Navy experience, then transferred to Fleet Marines. Now he was with a line outfit. Moving around like that, 2 transfers, should have meant he was being run out, but then there was his rank. He also had a military cross, but the list hadn't said what it was for. It did tell me he'd gone into the academy at 15 and left as a midshipman. I first saw him at BGO Transfer Station, which is an airless rock the fleet keeps as a repair base and supply depot. It's convenient to several important star systems, but there's nothing there. I'd been on my way from graduation to Crucis Sector Headquarters, with assignment to the Fleet Marine. I was proud of that. Of the 3 Marine branches, Fleet is supposed to be the technical elite. Garrison outfits are mostly for riot suppression. The Line Marines get the dirty jobs left over. Line troops say theirs is the real elite, and they certainly do more than their share of the actual fighting when things are tough. I didn't know if we'd be fighting on Ararat. I didn't even know why we were sent here. I just knew that Falkenberg had authority to change orders for all unassigned officers, and I'd been yanked off my comfortable berth. First class, damn it! To report to him at BTO. If he knew what was up, he wasn't telling the junior officers. Falkenberg wasn't a lot older than I was. I was a few weeks past my 21st birthday, and he was maybe 5 years older. A captain with the military cross. He must have had something going for him. Influence, possibly. But if that was it, why was he with the Line Marines and not on staff at headquarters? I couldn't ask him. He didn't talk very much. He wasn't unfriendly, but he seemed cold and distant and didn't encourage anyone to get close to him. Falkenberg was tall, but he didn't reach my height, which is 193 centimeters according to my ID card. We called it 6'4" where I grew up. Falkenberg was maybe 2 inches shorter. His eyes were indeterminate in color, sometimes gray and sometimes green, depending on the light, and they seemed very bright when he looked at you. He had short hair the color of sand and no mustache. Most officers grow them after they make captain, but he hadn't. His uniforms always fit perfect. I thought I cut a good military figure, but I found myself studying the way Falkenberg dressed. I also studied his mannerisms, wondering if I could copy any of them. I wasn't sure I liked him or that I really wanted to imitate him, but I told myself that anybody who could make captain before he was 30 was worth at least a bit of study. There are plenty of 40-year-old lieutenants in the service. He didn't look big or particularly strong, but I knew better. I'm no 44-kilo weakling, but he threw me easily in unarmed combat practice, and that was in 100% gravity. He was grinning when I joined him at the forward hatchway. Ever think, Lieutenant, that every military generation since World War I has thought theirs would be the last to carry bayonets? He waved toward where Ogilvy was still passing out rifles. No, sir, I never did. You do, Falkenberg said. My old man was a CoDominium university professor, and he thought I ought to learn military history. Think about it. A weapon originally designed to convert a musket into a pike, and it's still around when we're going to war in starships. Yes, sir. Because it's useful, Lieutenant, as you'll find out someday. The grin faded, and Falkenberg lowered his voice. I didn't call you up here to discuss military history, of course. I want the men to see us in conference. Give them something to worry about. They know they're going ashore armed. Yes, sir. Tell me, Harlan Slater, what do they call you? Howell, sir. We had been aboard ship for 21 days, and this was the first time Falkenberg had asked. It says a lot about him. Your senior lieutenant, Falkenberg said. Yes, sir. Which wasn't saying much. The other lieutenants had all been classmates at the academy, and I outranked them only because I'd graduated higher in the class. You'll collect the other officers and stay here at the gangway while we go through this prisoner formation. Then bring up the rear as we take the troops up the hill to the fort. I doubt there's transport, so we'll have to march. Yes, sir. You don't understand. If you don't understand something, ask about it. Have you noticed our troopers, Mr. Slater? Frankly, Captain, I haven't had enough experience to make any kind of judgment, I said. We have a lot of recruits. Yes. I'm not worried about them. Nor about the regulars I brought with me to BDO. But for the rest, we've got the scrapings out of half the guardhouses in the sector. I doubt they'll desert during their first hours ashore, but I'm going to make damn sure. Their gear will stay aboard this ship, and we'll march them up in formation. By dark, I'll have turned this command over to Colonel Harrington, and it will be his worry. But until then, I'm responsible, and I'll see that every man gets to the fort. I see. Yes, sir. And that's why he's a captain at his age, on independent assignment at that. Efficient. I wanted to be like that, or thought I did. I wasn't quite sure what I really wanted. The CD Armed Services wasn't my idea, but now that I was in it, I wanted to do it right if I could. I had my doubts about some of the things the CoDominium did. I was glad that I hadn't been assigned to one of the regiments that puts down riots on Earth. But I didn't know what ought to replace the CD and the Grand Senate either. After all, we did keep the peace, and that has to be worth a lot. They're opening the gangway, Falkenberg said. Sergeant Major. Sir. Column of 4s in company order, please. Sir. Tut. Ogilvy began shouting orders. The troops marched down the gangway and onto the concrete pier below. I went out onto the gangway to watch. It was hot outside, and within minutes I was sweating. The sun seemed red-orange and very bright. After the smells of the troop ship, with men confined with too little water for adequate washing, the planetary smells were a relief. Ararat had a peculiar odor, slightly sweet, like flowers, with an undertone of wet vegetation. All that was mixed with the stronger smells of a salt sea in the harbor. There were few buildings down at sea level. The city wall stood high above the harbor at the top of its bluff. Down on the level strip, just above the sea, were piers and warehouses, but the streets were wide, and there were large spaces between buildings. My first alien world. It didn't seem all that strange. I looked for something exotic, like sea creatures or strange plants, but there weren't any visible from the gangway. I told myself all that would come later. There was one larger structure at sea level. It was 2 stories high, with no windows facing us. It had big gates in the center of the wall facing the ship, with a guard tower at each of its corners. It looked like a prison, and I knew that was what it had to be, but there seemed no point in that. The whole planet was a prison. There was a squad of local militiamen on the pier. They wore drab coveralls, which made quite a contrast to the blue and scarlet undress of the CoDominium Marines marching down the pier. Falkenberg talked with the locals for a moment, and then Sergeant Major Ogilvy shouted orders, and the Marines formed up in a double line that stretched up the dock to the aft gangway. The line went from the gangway to the big gates in the prison building. Ogilvy shouted more orders, and the Marines fixed bayonets. They did it well. You'd never have known most of them were recruits. Even in the cramped quarters of the troop carrier, Falkenberg had drilled them into a smart-looking unit. The cost had been high. There were 28 suicides among the recruits, and another 100 had been washed out and sent back among the convicts. They told us at the academy that the only way to make a good Marine is to work him in training until he can have some pride in surviving it. And God knows Falkenberg must have believed that. It had seemed reasonable enough back in the lecture theater at Luna Base. One morning we had 4 suicides, and one had been an old line regular, not a recruit at all. I'd been duty officer when the troops found the body. It had been cut down from where he'd hanged himself to a light fixture, and the rope was missing. I tried to find the rope and even paraded all the men in that compartment, but nobody was saying anything. Later, Sergeant Major Ogilvy came to me in confidence. "You'll never find the rope, Lieutenant," he said. Cut up in a dozen pieces by now." That man had won the military medal. The rope he hanged himself with. "That's lucky, sir. They'll keep the pieces." You know. All of which convinced me I had a lot to learn about line Marines. The forward companionway opened, and the convicts came out. Officially, they were all convicts, or families of transportees who had voluntarily accompanied a convict. But when we'd gone recruiting in the prison section of the ship, we found a number of prisoners who'd never been convicted of anything at all. They'd been scooped up in one of Bureau of Relocation's periodic sweeps and put on the involuntary colonist list. The prisoners were ragged and unwashed. Most wore burlap coveralls. Some carried pathetically small bundles, everything they owned. They milled around in confusion in the bright sunlight until ship's petty officers screamed at them, and they shuffled down the gangway and along the pier. They tended to huddle together, shrinking away from the bayonets of the lines of troops on either side. Eventually, they were herded through the big square gates of the prison building. I wondered what would happen to them in there. There were more men than women, but there were plenty of women and girls. There were also far more children than I liked to see in that condition. I didn't like this. I hadn't joined the CoDominium Armed Services for this kind of duty. "Heavy price, isn't it?" a voice said behind me. It was Dean Knowles. He'd been a classmate at the academy. He was a short chap, not much above the minimum height for a commission, and had features so fine that he was almost pretty. I had reason to know that women liked him, and Dean liked them. He should have graduated second in the class, but he'd accumulated so many demerits for sneaking off bounds to see his girlfriends that he was dropped 25 places in class rank, which was why I outranked him and would until one of us was promoted above the other. I figured he'd make captain before I did. "Heavy price for what?" I asked. "For clean air and lower population and all the other goodies they have back on Earth." Sometimes I wonder if it's worth it. But what choices do we have? I asked. None. Zero. Nothing else to do. Ship out the surplus and let them make their own way somewhere. In the long run, it's not only all to the good, it's all there is. But the run doesn't look so long when you're watching the results. Look out. Here comes Louis. Danielle. Louis Bonnyman, another classmate, joined us. Louis had finished a genuine 24th in class rank. He was part French-Canadian, although he'd been raised in the U.S. most of his life. Louis was a fanatic CD loyalist and didn't like to hear any of us question CD policy, although, like the rest of us in the service, it didn't really matter what the policies were. No politics in the fleet was beaten into our heads at the academy. And later, the instructors made it clear that what that really translated to us was, the fleet is our fatherland. We could question anything the Grand Senate did, as long as we stood by our comrades and obeyed orders. We stood there watching as the colonists were herded into the prison building. It took nearly an hour to get all 2,000 of them inside. Finally, the gates were closed. Ogilvy gave more orders and the Marines scabbarded their bayonets, then formed into a column of 8 and marched down the road. Well, fellow musketeers, I said, here we go. We're to follow up the hill, and there's apparently no transport. What about my ordnance? Dean asked. I shrugged. Apparently arrangements will be made. In any event, it's John Christian Falkenberg's problem. Ours not to reason why. Ours but to watch for deserters, Louis Bonnyman said. And we best get at it. Is your sidearm loaded? Oh, come on, Louis, Dean said. Notice, Louis said. See how Falkenberg has formed up the troops. Recall that their baggage is still aboard. You may not like Falkenberg, Dean, but you will admit that he is thorough. As it happens, Louis is right, I said. Falkenberg did say something about deserters, but he didn't think there'd be any. There you are, Louis said. He takes no chances, that one. Except with us, Dean Knowles said. What do you mean by that? Louis let the smile fade and lifted an eyebrow at Dean. Oh, nothing, Dean said. Not much Falkenberg could do about it anyway. But I don't suppose you chaps know what the local garrison commander asked for? No, of course not, Louis said. How did you find out? I asked. Simple. When you want to know something military, talk to the sergeants. Well? Louis demanded. Dean grinned. Come on, we'll get too far behind. Looks as if we really will march all the way up the hill, doesn't it? Not even transport for officers. Shameful. Damn your eyes, Dean. I said. Knowles shrugged. Well, the governor asked for a full regiment and a destroyer. Instead of a regiment and a warship, he got us. Might be interesting if he really needed a regiment, eh? Coming, fellows? Diodal. I've a head like a concertina, and I think I'm going to die, and I'm here in the clink for a thunderin' drink, and blacken the corporal's eye. Picturesque, Louis said. They sing well, don't they? Shut up and walk, Dean told him. It's bloody hot. I didn't find it so bad. It was hot. No question about that, and undress blues were never designed for route marches on hot planets. Still, it could have been worse. We might have turned out in body armor. There was no problem with the troops. They marched and sang like regulars, even if half of them were recruits, and the rest were guardhouse cases. If any of them had ideas of running, they never showed them. With another man's cloak underneath of my head, and a beautiful view of the yard. It's 30 days fine, with bread and no wine. For drunk and resistin' the guard. Mad drunk and resistin' the guard? Curious, Louis said. Half of them have never seen a guardhouse. I expect they'll find out soon enough, Dean said. Lord love us, will you look at that? He gestured at a row of cheap adobe houses along the riverbank. There wasn't much doubt about what they sold. The girls were dressed for hot weather, and they sat on the windowsills and waved at the troopers going by. I thought Arare was full of holy joes, Louis Bonnyman said. Well, we will have no difficulty finding any troopers who run, not for the first night anyway. Ah, well, the harbor area was just north of a wide river that fanned into a delta east of the city. The road was just inland from the harbor, with the city a high bluff to our right as we marched inland. It seemed a long way before we got to the turnoff to the city gate. There were facilities for servicing the space shuttle, and some riverboat docks and warehouses, but it seemed to me there wasn't a lot of activity, and I wondered why. As far as I could remember, there weren't any railroads on Ararat, nor many highways, and I couldn't remember seeing any airfields either. After a kilometer of marching inland, we turned sharply right and followed another road up the bluff. There was a rabbit warren of crumbling houses and alleys along the bluff, then a clear area in front of the high city wall. Militiamen in drab coveralls manned a guardhouse at the city gate. Other militiamen patrolled the wall. Inside the gate was Harmony, another warren of houses and shops, not a lot different from those outside, but a little better kept up. The main road had clear area for 30 meters on each side, and beyond that was chaos. Market stalls, houses, tailor shops, electronics shops, a smithy with hand bellows and forge, a shop that wound electric motors, and another that sold solar cells, pottery with kick, wheel where a woman shaped cups from clay, a silversmith, a scissors grinder. The variety was overwhelming, and so was the contrast of modern and the kinds of things you might see in frontierland. There were anachronisms everywhere, but I was used to them. The military services were shot through with contrasts. Part of it was the state of development out in the colonies. Many of them had no industrial base, and some didn't want any to begin with. If you didn't bring it with you, you wouldn't have it. There was another reason, too. CoDominium Intelligence licensed all scientific research and tried to suppress anything that could have military value. The US-Soviet alliance was on top and wasn't about to let any new discoveries upset the balance. They couldn't stop everything, but they didn't have to, so long as the Grand Senate controlled everyone's R&D budget and could tinker with the patent laws. We all knew it couldn't last, but we didn't want to think about that. Back on Earth, the US and Soviet governments hated each other. The only thing they hated more was the idea that someone else, like the Chinese or Japanese or United Emirates, would get strong enough to tell them what to do. The fleet guards an uneasy peace built on an uneasy alliance. The people of Harmony came in all races and colors, and I heard a dozen languages shouted from shop to shop. Everyone either worked outside his house or had market stalls there. When we marched past, people stopped work and waved at us. One old man came out of a tailor shop and took off his broad-brimmed hat. "God bless you, soldiers," he shouted. "We love you." "Now, that's what we joined up for," Dean said. "Not to herd a bunch of losers halfway across the galaxy." 20 parsecs isn't halfway across the galaxy, I told him. He made faces at me. "I wonder why they're all so glad to see us," Louis asked. "And they look hungry. How does one become so thin in an agricultural paradise?" "Incredible," Dean said. "Louis, you really must learn to pay attention to important details, such as reading the station roster of the garrison here." "And when could I have done that?" Bonnyman demanded. "Falkenberg had us working 12 hours a day." "So you used the other 12, Dean said. "And what, oh brilliant one, didst thou learn from the station roster?" I asked. "That the garrison commander is over 70, and he has one 63-year-old major on his staff, as well as a 62-year-old captain. Also, the youngest Marine officer on Ararat is over 60, and the only junior officers are militia." "Ah, a retirement post," Bonnyman said. "So why did they ask for a regiment?" "Don't be silly, Louis," Dean said. "Because they've run into something they can't handle with their militia and their superannuated officers, of course." "Meaning we'll have to," I said. "Only, of course, we didn't have a regiment. Only less than 1,000 Marines, 3 junior officers, a captain with the military cross, and nothing. Unless the local militia were capable of something. The heroes have arrived." "Yes, nice, isn't it?" Dean said. "I expect the women will be friendly." "And is that all you ever think about?" Louis demanded. What else is there? Marching in the sun? A younger townman in dark clerical clothing stood at his table under the awning of a sidewalk cafe. He raised a hand in a gesture of blessing. There were more cheers from a group of children. Nice to be loved, Dean said. Despite the way he said it, Dean meant that. It was nice to be loved. I remembered my last visit to Earth. There were a lot of places where seedy officers didn't dare go without a squad of troopers. Out here the people wanted us. The paladins, I thought, and I laughed at myself because I could imagine what Dean and Louis would say if I'd said that aloud. But I wondered if they didn't think it too. They don't seem to have much transport, Louis said. Unless you count those. Dean pointed to a watering trough where 5 horses were tied. There were also 2 camels, and an animal that looked like a clumsy combination of camel, moose, and mule, with big splayed feet and silly antlers. That had to be an alien beast. The first thing I was certain was native to this planet. I wondered what they called it, and how it had been domesticated. There was almost no motor transport, a few pickup trucks, and 1 old ground effects car with no top. Everything else was animal transport. There were wagons, and men on horseback, and 2 women dressed in coveralls and mounted on mules. Bonnyman shook his head. Looks as if they stirred up a brew from the American Wild West, medieval Paris, and threw in scenes from the Arabian Nights. We all laughed, but Louis wasn't far wrong. Ararat was discovered soon after the first private exploration ships went out from Earth. It was an inhabitable planet, and although there are a number of those in the regions near Earth, they aren't all that common. A survey team was sent to find out what riches could be taken. There weren't any. Earth crops would grow and men could live on the planet, but no one was going to invest money in agriculture. Shipping foodstuffs through interstellar space is a simple way of going bankrupt, unless there are nearby markets with valuable minerals and no agriculture. This planet had no nearby market at all. The American Express Company owned settlement rights through discovery. Amex sold the planet to a combine of churches. The World Federation of Churches named it Ararat and advertised it as a place of refuge for the unwanted of Earth. They began to raise money for its development. And since this was before the Bureau of Relocation began involuntary colonies, they had a lot of help. Charity, tithes, government grants, all helped, and then the church groups hit on the idea of a lottery. Prizes were free transportation to Ararat for winners and their families. And there were plenty of people willing to trade Earth for a place where there was free land, plenty to eat, hard work, no government harassment, and no pollution. The World Federation of Churches sold tens of millions of one-credit lottery tickets. They soon had enough money to charter ships and sent people out. There was plenty of room for colonists, even though the inhabitable portion of Ararat is comparatively small. The planet has a higher mean temperature than Earth, and the regions near the equator are far too hot for men to live in. At the very poles it is too cold. The southern hemisphere is nearly all water. Even so, there is plenty of land in the North Temperate Zone. The delta area where Harmony was founded was chosen as the best of the lot. It had a climate like the Mediterranean region of Earth. Rainfall was erratic, but the colony thrived. The churches had very little money, but the planet didn't need heavy industry. Animals were shipped instead of tractors, on the theory that horses and oxen can make other horses and oxen, but tractors make only oil refineries and smog. Industry wasn't wanted. Ararat was to be a place where each man could prune his own vineyard and sit in the shade of his fig tree. Some of the Federation of Churches governing board actively hated industrial technology, and none loved it, and there was no need anyway. The planet could easily support far more than the 1/2 to 3/4 of a million people the churches sent out as colonists. Then the disaster struck. A survey ship found thorium and other valuable metals in the asteroid belt of Ararat's system. It wasn't a disaster for everyone, of course. American Express was happy enough, and so was Kennecott Metals after they bought mining rights. but for the church groups it was disaster enough. The miners came, and with them came trouble. The only convenient place for the miners to go for recreation was Ararat, and the kinds of establishments asteroid miners liked weren't what the Federation of Churches had in mind. The Holy Joes and the Goddams shouted at each other and petitioned the Grand Senate for help, while the madams and gamblers and distillers set up for business. That wasn't the worst of it. The Federation of Churches' petition to the CoDominium Grand Senate ended up in the CD bureaucracy, and an official in Bureau of Corrections noticed that a lot of empty ships were going from Earth to Ararat. They came back full of refined thorium, but they went out deadhead. And Bucharest had plenty of prisoners they didn't know what to do with. It cost money to keep them. Why not, Bucharest reasoned, send the prisoners to Ararat and turn them loose? Earth would be free of them. It was humane. Better yet, the churches could hardly object to setting captives free. The Bucharest official got a promotion, and Ararat got over 500,000 criminals and convicts, most of whom had never lived outside a city. They knew nothing of farming, and they drifted to Harmony, where they tried to live as best they could. The result was predictable. Harmony soon had the highest crime rate in the history of man. The situation was intolerable for Kennecott metals. Miners wouldn't work without planet leave, but they didn't dare go to Harmony. Their union demanded that someone do something, and Kennecott appealed to the Grand Senate. A regiment of CoDominium Marines was sent to Ararat. They couldn't stay long, but they didn't have to. They built walls around the city of Harmony, and for good measure they built the town of Garrison adjacent to it. Then the Marines put all the convicts outside the walls. It wasn't intended to be a permanent solution. A CoDominium governor was appointed over the objections of the World Federation of Churches. The Colonial Bureau began preparations for sending a government team of judges and police and technicians and industrial development specialists so that Ararat could support the streams of people Bucharest had sent. Before they arrived, Kennecott found an even more valuable source of thorium in a system nearer to Earth. The Ararat mines were put into reserve, and there was no longer any reason for the CoDominium Grand Senate to be interested in Ararat. The Marine garrison pulled out, leaving a cadre to help train colonial militia to defend the walls of Harmony Garrison. "What are you so moody about?" Dean asked. "Just remembering what was in the briefing they gave us." "You aren't the only one who studies up," I said. "And what have you concluded?" "Not a lot. I wonder how the people here like living in a prison. It's got to be that way. Convicts outside and citizens inside. Marvelous." "Perhaps they have a city jail," Louis said. "That would be a prison within a prison." "Funny," Dean said. We walked along in silence, listening to the tramp of the boots ahead of us, until we came to another wall. There were guards at that gate, too. We passed through into the smaller city of Garrison. And why couldn't they have had transportation for officers? Louis Bonnyman said. "There are trucks here." There weren't many, but there were more than in Harmony. Most of the vehicles were surplus military ground effects, troop carriers. There were also more wagons. "March or die, Louis. March or die." Dean grinned. Louis said something under his breath. March or die was a slogan of the old French Foreign Legion, and the Line Marines were direct descendants of the Legion, with a lot of their tradition. Bonnyman couldn't stand the idea that he wasn't living up to the service's standards. Commands rattled down the ranks of marching men. "Look like Marines, damn you!" Ogilvy shouted. "Falkenberg's showing off," Dean said. "About time, too," Louise told him. "The ford is just ahead." "Sound off," Ogilvy ordered. "We've left blood in the dirt of 25 worlds. We've built roads on a dozen more. And all that we have at the end of our hitch buys a night with a second-class whore. The Senate decrees, the Grand Admiral calls. The orders come down from on high. It's on full kits and soundboard ships. We're sending you where you can die." Another Legion tradition, I thought. Over every orderly room door in line regiments is a brass plaque. It says, "You are line marines in order to die, and the fleet will send you where you can die. An inheritance from la Légion étrangère." The first time I saw it, I thought it was dashing and romantic, but now I wondered if they meant it. The troops marched in the slow cadence of the line marines. It wasn't a fast pace, but we could keep it up long after quick marching troops keeled over from exhaustion. The lands that we take, the Senate gives back. Rather, more often than not. But the more that are killed, the less share the loot. And we won't be back to this spot. We'll break the hearts of your women and girls. We may break your arse as well. Then the line marines with their banners unfurled. We'll follow those banners to hell. We know the devil, his pomps, and his works. Ah, yes. We know them well. When you've served out your hitch in the line marines, you can bugger the Senate of hell. An opportunity we may all have, Dean said. Rather sooner than I'd like. What do they want with us here? I expect we'll find out soon enough, I said. Then we'll drink with our comrades and throw down our packs. We'll rest 10 years on the flat of our backs. Then it's on full kits and out of your racks. You must build a new road through hell. The fleet is our country. We sleep with a rifle. No man ever begot a son on his rifle. They pay us in gin and curse when we sin. There's not one that can stand us unless we're downwind. We're shot when we lose and turned out when we win. But we bury our comrades wherever they fall. And there's none that can face us, though we've nothing at all. Now, this SIGs. Officers' row stretched along the east side of the parade ground. The fort was nothing special. It hadn't been built to withstand modern weapons, and it looked a bit like something out of Budapest, which was reasonable, since it was built of local materials by officers with no better engineering education than mine. It's simple enough to lay out a rectangular walled fort, and if that's enough for the job, why make it more complicated? The officers' quarters seemed empty. The fort had been built to house a regimental combat team with plenty of support groups, and now there were fewer than a dozen Marine officers on the planet. Most of them lived in family quarters, and the militia officers generally lived in homes in the city. It left the rest of us with lots of room to rattle around in. Falkenberg drew a suite meant for the regimental adjutant, and I got a major's rooms myself. After a work party brought our personal gear up from the landing boat, I got busy and unpacked. But when I finished, the place still looked empty. A lieutenant's travel allowance isn't very large, and the rooms were too big. I stowed my gear and wondered what to do next. It seemed a depressing way to spend my first night on an alien world. Of course, I'd been to the moon and Mars, but those are different. They aren't worlds. You can't go outside, and you might as well be in a ship. I wondered if we'd be permitted off post. I was still thinking like a cadet, not an officer on field duty, and what I could do if we were. We'd had no instructions, and I decided I'd better wait for a briefing. There was a quick knock on my door, and then it opened. An old line private came in. He might have been my father. His uniform was tailored perfectly, but worn in places. There were hash marks from wrist to elbow. Private Hartz reporting, Zur, Gia. He had a thick accent, but it wasn't pure anything. A lot of different accents blended together. Sergeant Major sent me to be the lieutenant's dog robber. And what the hell do I do with him? I wondered. It wouldn't do to be indecisive. I couldn't remember if he'd been part of the detachment in the ship, or if he was one of the garrison. Falkenberg would never be in that situation. He'd know. The trooper was standing at attention in the doorway. At ease, Hartz, I said. What ought I to know about this place? I don't know, Zur. Which meant he was a newcomer, or he wasn't spilling anything to officers, and I wasn't about to guess which. Do you want a drink? Thank you, yes, Zur. I found a bottle and put it out on the dressing stand. Always leave 2 for me. Otherwise help yourself, I told. He went to the latrine for glasses. I hadn't known there were any there, but then I wasn't all that familiar with senior officers' quarters. Maybe Hartz was, so I'd gain no information about him. He poured a shot for himself. Is the lieutenant drinking? Sure, I'll have one. I took the glass from him. Cheers. Prosit. He poured the whiskey down in one gulp. I see the lieutenant has unpacked. I will straighten up now. By your leave, Sir Pournelle. He wandered around the room, moving my spare boots 2 inches to the left, switching my combat armor from one side of the closet to the other, taking out my dress uniform, and staring at it inch by inch. I didn't need an orderly, but I couldn't just turn him out. I was supposed to get to know him, since he'd be with me on field duty. If any, I thought. To hell with it. I'm going down to the officer's mess, I told him. Help yourself to the bottle, but leave me 2 shots for tonight. I felt like an idiot, chased out of my own quarters by my own Batman, but I couldn't see what else to do. He was clearly not going to be satisfied until he'd gone over every piece of gear I had, probably trying to impress me with how thorough he was. They pay dog robbers extra, and it's always good duty for a drinking man. I was pretty sure I could trust him. I'd never crossed Ogilvy that I knew of. It takes a particularly stupid officer to get on the wrong side of the sergeant major. It wasn't hard to find the officers' club. Like everything else, it had been built for a regiment, and it was a big building. I got a surprise inside. I was met by a Marine corporal I recognized as one of the detachment we'd brought with us. I started to go into the bar, where I saw a number of militia officers, and the corporal stopped me. Excuse me, sir. Marine Club is that way. He pointed down the hall. I think I'd rather drink with the militiamen, Corporal. Yes, sir. Sergeant Major told me to be sure to tell all officers, sir. I see. I didn't see, but I wasn't going to get into an argument with a corporal, and there wasn't any point in being bullheaded. I went down the hall to the Marine Club. Dean Knowles was already there. He was alone except for a waiter, another trooper from our detachment. In the militia bar, the waiters were civilians. Welcome to the gay and merry life, Dean said. Will you have whiskey? Or there's a peach brandy that's endurable. For God's sake, sit down and talk to me. I take it you were intercepted by Corporal Hansner, I said. Quite efficiently. Now I know it is fleet practice to carry the military caste system to extremes, but this seems a bit much, even so. There are, what, a dozen Marine officers here, even including our august selves. So we immediately form our own club. No. I shrugged. Maybe it's the militiamen who don't care for us. Nonsense. Even if they hated our guts, they'd want news from Earth. Meanwhile, we find out nothing about the situation here. What's yours? I'll try your brandy, I told the waiter. And who's the bartender when you're not on duty? Don't know, sir. Sergeant Major sent me over. Yes, of course. I waited for the trooper to leave. And Sergeant Major takes care of us. He does, indeed. I have a truly formidable orderly. Dean was laughing. One of the ancients? Yes, I thought so. As is mine. Monitor Armand Kubiak at my service, sir. I only drew a private, I said. Well, East Ogilvy has some sense of propriety, Dean said. Cheers. Cheers. That's quite good, actually. I put the glass down and started to say something else, but Dean wasn't listening to me. He was staring at the door, and after a moment, I turned to follow his gaze. You know, I think that's the prettiest girl I ever saw. Certainly a contender, Dean said. She's coming to our table. Obviously. We got to our feet. She was definitely worth looking at. She wasn't very tall. Her head came about to my chin, so that with the slight heels on her sandals, she was just taller than Dean. She wore a linen dress, blue to match her eyes, and it looked as if she'd never been out in the sun at all. The dress was crisp and looked cool. Few of the women we'd seen on the march-in had worn skirts, and those had been long, drab cotton things. Her hair was curled into wisps around her shoulders. She had a big golden seal ring on her right hand. She walked in as if she owned the place. She was obviously used to getting her own way. I hope you're looking for us, Dean said. As a matter of fact, I am. She had a very nice smile. An expensive smile, I decided. Well, you've excellent taste anyway, Dean said. I don't know how he gets away with it. I think it's telepathy. There's no particular cleverness to what he says to girls. I know because I made a study of his technique when we were in the academy. I thought I could learn it the way I was learning tactics. But it didn't work. What Dean says doesn't matter, and how he says it doesn't seem important. He'll chatter along, saying nothing, even being offensive, and the next thing you know, the girl's leaving with him. If she has to ditch a date, that can happen too. I was damned if it was going to happen this time, but I had a sinking feeling, because I'd been determined before, and it hadn't done me any good. I couldn't think of one thing to say to her. I'm Dean Knowles, and this is Lieutenant Slater, Dean said. You rotten swine, I thought. I tried to smile as she offered her hand. And I'm Irina Swale? Surely you're the governor's daughter then, Dean said. That's right. May I sit down? Please do. Dean held her chair before I could get to it. It made me feel awkward. We managed to get seated, and Private Donnelly came over. Jericho, please, Irina said. Donnelly looked blankly at her. He came in with us, I said. He doesn't know what you've ordered. It's a wine, she said. I'm sure there will be several bottles. It isn't usually chilled. Yes, ma'am, Donnelly said. He went over to the bar and began looking at bottles. We were just wondering what to do, Dean said. You've rescued us from terminal ennui. She smiled at that, but there was a shadow behind the smile. She didn't seem offended by us, but she wasn't really very amused. I wondered what she wanted. Donnelly brought over a bottle and a wine glass. Is this it, ma'am? Yes, thank you. He put the glass on the table and poured. Excuse me a moment, Lieutenant Knowles. Sure, Donnelly. Don't leave us alone too long or we'll raid your bar. Yes, sir. Donnelly went out into the hall. Cheers, Dean said. Tell us about the nightlife on Ararat. It's not very pleasant, Irina said. Rather dull. Well, I guess we expected that. It's not so much dull as horrible, Irina said. I'm sorry, it's just that. I feel guilty when I think about my own problems. They're so petty. Tell me, when are the others coming? Dean and I exchanged glances. I started to say something, but Dean spoke first. They don't tell us very much, you know. Then it's true. You are the only ones coming, she said. Now, I didn't say that, Dean protested. I said I didn't know? You needn't lie, she said. I'm hardly a spy. You're all they sent, aren't you? No warship and no regiment. Just a few hundred men and some junior officers. I'd have thought you'd know more than we do, I said. I just don't give up hope quite as quickly as my father does. I don't understand any of this, I said. The governor sent for a regiment, but nobody's told us what that regiment was supposed to do. Clean up the mess we've made of this planet, Irina said. And I really thought they'd do something. The CoDominium has turned Ararat into sheer hell, and I thought they'd have enough. What? Pride? Shame. Enough elementary decency to put things right before we pull out entirely. I see I was wrong. I take it things are pretty bad outside the walls, Dean said. Bad? They're horrible, Irina said. You can't even imagine what's happening out there. Criminal gangs setting themselves up as governments. And my father recognizes them as governments. We make treaties with them. And the colonists are ground to pieces. Murder's the least of it. A whole planet going to barbarism, and we don't even try to help them. But surely your militia can do something, Dean said. Not really. She shook her head, slowly, and stared into the empty wine glass. In the first place, the militia won't go outside the walls. I don't suppose I blame them. They aren't soldiers. Shopkeepers, mostly. Once in a while, they'll go as far as the big river bend, or down to the nearest farmlands, but that doesn't do any good. We tried doing something more permanent, but it didn't work. We couldn't protect the colonists from the convict gangs. And now we recognize convict gangsters as legal governments. Donnelly came back in and went to the bar. Dean signaled for refills. I noticed people came out to cheer us as we marched through the city, I said. Irina's smile was bitter. Yes. They think you're going to open up trade with the interior, rescue their relatives out there. I wish you could. Before we could say anything else, Captain Falkenberg came in. Good afternoon, he said. May I join you? Certainly, sir, Dean said. This is Captain Falkenberg, Irina Swale, Captain, the governor's daughter. I see. Good afternoon. Brandy, please, Donnelly. And will the rest of you join me? Excellent. Another round, please. Incidentally, my name is John. First name's in the mess, Dean, except for the colonel. Yes, sir. Excuse me, John. Miss Swale has been telling us about conditions outside the walls. They're pretty bad. I gather. I've just spent the afternoon with the colonel. Perhaps we can do something, Miss Swale. Irina, first name's in the mess. She laughed. It was a very nice laugh. I wish you could do something for those people, but, well, you only have 1,000 men. 1,000 line Marines, Falkenberg said. That's not quite the same thing. And we don't even have 1,000 Marines, I told myself. Lot of recruits with us. I wondered what Falkenberg had in mind. Was he just trying to impress the governor's daughter? I hope not, because the way he'd said it made me feel proud. I gather you sympathize with the farmers out there, Falkenberg said. I'd have to, wouldn't I? Irina said. Even if they didn't come to me after Hugo, my father says he can't help them, and I've tried to do something for the children. Do you really think? She let her voice trail off. Falkenberg shrugged. Doubtless we'll try. We can put detachments out in some of the critical areas. As you said, there's only so much 1,000 men can do, even 1,000 Marines. And after you leave? Irina said. Her voice was bitter. They are pulling out, aren't they? You've come to evacuate us. The Grand Senate doesn't generally discuss high policy with junior captains, Falkenberg said. No, I suppose not. But I do know you brought orders from the Colonial Office, and Hugo took them into his office to read them, and he hasn't spoken to anyone since. All day he's been in there. It isn't hard to guess what they say. Irina sipped at the wine and stared moodily at the oak table. Of course it's necessary to understand the big picture. What's one little planet with fewer than 1 million people? Ararat is no threat to the peace, is it? But they are people, and they deserve something better than sorry. I'm not always like this. We'll have to think of something to cheer you up, Dean said. Tell me about the gay social life of Ararat. She gave a half smile. Wild. One continuous whirl of grand balls and lewd parties. Just what you'd expect on a church-settled planet. Dullsville, Dean said. But now that we're here, I expect we can manage something, Irina said. I tend to be Dad's social secretary. John, isn't it customary to welcome new troops with a formal party? We'll have to have one in the governor's palace. It's customary, Falkenberg said. But that's generally to welcome a regiment, not a random collection of replacements. On the other hand, since the replacements are the only military unit here. Well, we do have our militia, Irina said. Sorry, I meant the only line unit. I'm certain everyone would be pleased if you'd invite us to a formal ball. Can you arrange it for, say, 5 days from now? Of course, she said. She looked at him curiously. So did the rest of us. It hadn't occurred to me that Falkenberg would be interested in something like that. I'll have to get started right away, though. If that's cutting it too close, Falkenberg said. No, that will be all right. Falkenberg glanced at his watch, then drained his glass. One more round, gentlemen, and I fear I have to take you away. Staff briefing. Irina, will you need an escort? No, of course not. We chatted for a few minutes more. Then Falkenberg stood. "Sorry to leave you alone, Irina, but we do have work to do." "Yes, I quite understand. And I'll appreciate it if you can get that invitation made official as soon as possible," Falkenberg said. "Otherwise, we're likely to have conflicting duties, but, of course, we could hardly refuse the governor's invitation." "Yes, I'll get started right now," she said. "Good. Gentlemen, we've a bit of work. Administration of the new troops and such. Dull, but necessary." Well. The conference room had a long table large enough for 12 officers, with chairs at the end for twice that many more. There were briefing screens on 2 walls. The others were paneled in some kind of rich wood native to Ararat. There were scars on the paneling where pictures and banners had hung. Now the panels were bare, and the room looked empty and cold. The only decoration was the CoDominium flag, American eagle and Soviet hammer and sickle. It stood between an empty trophy case and a bare corner. Louis Bonnyman was already there. He got up as we came in. "There won't be many here," Falkenberg said. "You may as well take places near the head of the table. Will you be regimental adjutant or a battalion commander?" Dean asked me. He pointed to senior officers' places. "Battalion commander, by all means," I said. "Line overstaff any day. Louis, you can be intelligence officer." "That may not seem quite so amusing in a few minutes," Falkenberg said. "Take your places, gentlemen." He punched a button on the table's console. "And give some thought to what you say." I wondered what the hell he meant by that. It hadn't escaped me that he'd known where to find us. Donnelly must have called him. The question was, why? 10 Hut? We got up as Colonel Harrington came in. Dean had told me Harrington was over 70, but I hadn't really believed it. There wasn't any doubt about it now. Harrington was short, and his face had a pinched look. The little hair he had left was white. Sergeant Major Ogilvy came in with him. He looked enormous when he stood next to the colonel. He was almost as tall as Falkenberg anyway, and a lot more massive, a big man to begin with. Standing next to Harrington, he looked like a giant. The third man was a major, who couldn't have been much younger than the colonel. "Be seated, gentlemen," Harrington said. "Welcome to Ararat. I'm Harrington, of course. This is Major Lorca, my chief of staff. We already know who you are." We muttered some kind of response while Harrington took his seat. He sat carefully, the way you might in high gravity. Only, of course, Ararat isn't a high-gravity planet. Old, I thought. Old and past retirement, even with regeneration therapy and geriatric drugs. "You're quite a problem for me," the colonel said. "We asked for a regiment of military police, garrison Marines. I didn't think we'd get a full regiment, but I certainly didn't ask for line troops. Now, what am I to do with you?" Nobody said anything. "I cannot integrate line Marines into the militia," the colonel said. "It would be a disaster for both units. I don't even want your troops in this city. That's all I need, to have line troopers practicing System D in harmony." Dean looked blankly at me and I grinned. It was nice to know something he didn't. System D is a line troop tradition. The men organize themselves into small units and go into a section of town where they all drink until they can't hold any more. Then they tell the saloon owners they can't pay. If any of them causes trouble, they wreck his place, with the others converging onto the troublesome bar while more units delay the guard. "I'm sorry, but I want your line troopers out of this city as soon as possible," Harrington said. "And I can't give you any officers. There's no way I can put Marines under militia officers, and I can't spare any of the few fleet people I have. That's a break for you, gentlemen, because the 4 of you will be the only officers in the 501st Provisional Battalion. Captain Falkenberg will command, of course. Mr. Rayard Slater, Senior Lieutenant, you will be his second, and I expect you'll have to take a company as well. You others will also be company commanders. Major Lorca will be able to assist with logistics and maintenance services, but for the rest of it, you'll be on your own." Wow. Harrington paused to let that sink in. Dean was grinning at me, and I answered it with one of my own. With any luck, we'd do pretty well out of this miserable place. Experience as company commanders could cut years off our time as lieutenants. The next problem is, what the hell can I do with you after you're organized? Harrington demanded. Major Lorca, if you'll give them the background? Lorca got up and went to the briefing stand. Wait. He used the console to project a city map on the briefing screen. As you can see, the city is strongly defended, he said. We have no difficulty in holding it with our militia. However, it is the only part of Ararat that we have ever been required to hold, and as a result, there are a number of competing gangs operating pretty well as they please in the interior. Lately, a group calling itself the River Pack has taken a long stretch along the riverbanks and is levying such high passage fees that they have effectively cut this city off from supply. River traffic is the only feasible way to move agricultural goods from the farmlands to the city. Do you what? Lorca projected another map showing the river stretching northwestward from Harmony Garrison. It ran through a line of hills. Then upriver of that were more farmlands. Beyond them was another mountain chain. In addition, Lorca said, the raw materials for whatever industries we have on this planet come from these mines. A light pointer indicated the distant mountains. It leaves us with a delicate political situation. The colonel growled like a dog. Delicate? Hell, it's impossible, he said. Tell him the rest of it, Lorca. Yes, Colonel. The political responsibilities on this planet have never been carefully defined. Few jurisdictions are clear-cut. For example, the city of Garrison is under direct military authority, and Colonel Harrington is both civil and military commander within its walls. The city of Harmony is under direct CoDominium rule, with Governor Swale as its head. That is clear, but Governor Swale also holds a commission as planetary executive, which in theory subordinates Colonel Harrington to him. In practice, they work together well enough, with the governor taking civil authority and Colonel Harrington exercising military authority. In effect, we have integrated Garrison and Harmony. Wow. And that's about all we've agreed on, Harrington said. There's one other thing that's bloody clear. Our orders say we're to hold Garrison at all costs. That, in practice, means we have to defend Harmony as well. So we've an integrated militia force. There's plenty enough strength to defend both cities against direct attack. Supply's another matter. As I said, a delicate situation, Major Lorca said. We cannot hold the city without supply, and we cannot supply the city without keeping the river transport lines open. In the past, Governor Swale and Colonel Harrington were agreed that the only way to do that was to extend CoDominium rule to these areas along the river. The light pointer moved again, indicating the area marked as held by the River Pack. They resisted us, Lorca said. Not only the convicts, but the original colonists as well. Our convoys were attacked. Our militiamen were shot down by snipers. Bombs were thrown into the homes of militia officers. The hostiles don't have many sympathizers inside the city, but it doesn't take many to employ terror tech. The governor would not submit to military rule in the city of Harmony, and the militia could not sustain the effort needed to hold the riverbanks. On orders from the governor, all CoDominium-controlled forces were withdrawn to within the walls of Harmony Garrison. Meow. We abandoned those people, Harrington said. Well, they got what they deserved. As you'd expect, there was a minor civil war out there. When it was over, the River Pack was in control. Swale recognized them as a legal government. Thought he could negotiate with them. Horsepucky. Go on, Lorca. Give 'em the bottom line. Yes, sir. As the colonel said, the River Pack was recognized as a legal government, and negotiations were started. They have not been successful. The River Pack has made unacceptable demands as a condition of opening the river supply lines. Since it is obvious to the governor that we cannot hold these cities without secure supplies, the governor directed Colonel Harrington to reopen the supply lines by military force. The attempt was not successful. Young. They beat our arses, Harrington said. His lips were tightly drawn. I've got plenty of explanations for it. Militia are just the wrong kind of troops for the job. That's all burned hydrogen anyway. The fact is they beat us, and we had to send back to headquarters for Marine reinforcements. I asked for a destroyer and a regiment of military police. The warship and the Marines would have taken the goddamn riverbanks, and the MPs could hold it for us. Instead, I got you people. No. Which seems to have turned the trick, Major Lorca said. At 16:30 hours this afternoon, Governor Swale received word that the River Pack wishes to reopen negotiations. Apparently, they have information sources within the city. In the city, hell, Harrington said. Ah, in the governor's palace, if you ask me. Some of his clerks have sold out. Yes, sir, Lorca said. In any event, they have heard that reinforcements have come, and they wish to negotiate a settlement. Bastards, Colonel Harrington said. Bloody criminal butchers. You can't imagine what those swine have done out there. And His Excellency will certainly negotiate a settlement that leaves them in control. I guess he has to. There's not much doubt that with the 501st as a spearhead, we could retake that area, but we can't hold it with line Marines. Hell, line troops aren't any use as military government. They aren't trained for it and they won't do it. Ah. Falkenberg cleared his throat. Harrington glared at him for a moment. Yes? Question, sir. Ask it. What would happen if the negotiations failed so that the 501st was required to clear the area by force? Would that produce a more desirable result? Harrington nodded, and the glare faded. I like the way you think. Actually, Captain, it wouldn't, not really. The gangs would try to fight, but when they saw it was hopeless, they'd take their weapons and run. Melt into the bush and wait. Then we'd be back where we were a couple of years ago, fighting a long guerrilla war with no prospect for ending it. I had something like that in mind, Captain. But that was when I was expecting MPs. I think we could govern with a regiment of MPs. Yee. Yes, sir, Falkenberg said. But even if we must negotiate a settlement with the River Pack, surely we would like to be in as strong a bargaining position as possible. What do you have in mind, Falkenberg? Harrington asked. He sounded puzzled, but there was genuine interest in his voice. If I may, sir. Falkenberg got up and went to the briefing screen. At the moment, I take it, we are technically in a state of war with the River Pack. It's not that formal, Major Lorca said. But, yes, that's about the situation. I noticed that there was an abandoned CD fort about 240 kilometers upriver, Falkenberg said. He used the screen controls to show that section of the river. You've said that you don't want line Marines in the city. It seemed to me that the old fort would make a good base for the 501st, and our presence there would certainly help keep river traffic open. All right, go on, Harrington said. Now we have not yet organized the 501st Battalion, but no one here knows that. I have carefully isolated my officers and troops from the militia. Sergeant Major, have any of the enlisted men talked with anyone on this post? No, sir. Your orders were pretty clear, sir. And I know the officers have not, Falkenberg said. He glanced at us and we nodded. Therefore, I think it highly unlikely that we will run into any serious opposition if we march immediately to our new base, Falkenberg said. We may be able to do some good on the way. If we move fast, we may catch some River Pack gangsters. Whatever happens, we'll disrupt them and make it simpler to negotiate favorable terms. See. Immediately, Harrington said. What do you mean by immediately? Tonight, sir. Why not? The troops haven't got settled in. They're prepared to march. Our gear is all packed for travel. If Major Lorca can supply us with a few trucks for heavy equipment, we'll have no other difficulties. By God, Harrington said. He looked thoughtful. It's taking a hell of a risk. He looked thoughtful again. But not so big a risk as we'd have if you stayed around here. As you say. Right now, nobody knows what we've got. Let the troops get to talking, and it'll get all over this planet that you've brought a random collection of recruits, guardhouse soldiers and newlies, that wouldn't be so obvious if you hit the road. Oh, nay. You'd be pretty much on your own until we get the river traffic established again, Major Lorca said. Yes, sir, Falkenberg answered. But we'd be closer to food supply than you are. I've got 3 helicopters and a couple of skyhooks. We can bring in military stores with those. By God, I like it, Harrington said. Right now those bastards have beaten us. I wouldn't mind paying them out. He looked at us, then shook his head. What do you chaps think? I can spare only the 4 of you. That stands. Can you do it? We all nodded. I had my doubts, but I was cocky enough to think I could do anything. It will be a cakewalk, sir, I said. I can't think a gang of criminals wants to face a battalion of line Marines. Honor of the corps and all that, Harrington said. I was never with line troops. You haven't been with them long enough to know anything about them. And here you're talking like one of them already. All right, well, Captain Falkenberg, you are authorized to take your battalion to Fort Beersheba at your earliest convenience. Tell 'em what you can give 'em, Lorca. The colonel sounded 10 years younger. That defeat had hurt him, and he was looking forward to showing the river pack what regular troops could do. Major Lorca told us about logistics and transport. There weren't enough trucks to carry more than a bare minimum of supplies. We could tow the artillery, and there were 2 tanks we could have. For most of us, it would be march or die. But it didn't look to me as if there'd be very much dying. Finally, Lorca finished. Questions, he said. He looked at Falkenberg. I'll reserve mine for the moment, sir. Falkenberg was already talking like a battalion commander. Sir, why is there so little motor transport? Louis Bonnyman asked. No fuel facilities, Lorca told him. No petroleum refineries. We have a small supply of crude oil and a couple of very primitive distillation plants, but nowhere near enough to support any large number of motor vehicles. The original colonists were quite happy about that. They didn't want them. Lorca reminded me of one of the instructor officers at the academy. What weapons are we facing? Dean Knowles asked. Lorca shrugged. They're better armed than you think. Good rifles. Some rocket launchers. A few mortars. Nothing heavy, and they tend to be deficient in communications, in electronics in general, but there are exceptions to that. They've captured gear from our militia. Colonel Harrington winced at that. And of course, anything we sell to the farmers eventually ends up in the hands of the gang. If we refuse to let the farmers buy weapons, we condemn them. If we do sell weapons, we are more convicts. A vicious circle. Oh, I studied the map problem. It didn't look difficult. 1,000 men need just over a metric ton of dried food every day. There was plenty of water along the route, though, and we could probably get local forage as well. We could do it, even with the inadequate transport Lorca could give us. It did look like a cakewalk. I worried with the figures until I was satisfied, then suddenly realized it wasn't an exercise for a class. This was real. In a few hours, we'd be marching into hostile territory. I looked over at my classmates. Dean was punching numbers into his pocket computer and frowning at the result. Louis Bonnyman was grinning like a thief. He caught my eye and winked. I grinned back at him, and it made me feel better. Whatever happened, I could count on them. Lorca went through a few more details on stores and equipment available from the garrison, plus other logistic support available from the fort. We all took notes, and of course the briefing was recorded. That about sums it up, he said. Harrington stood, and we got up. I expect you'll want to organize the 501st before you'll have any meaningful questions, Harrington said. I'll leave you to that. You may consider this meeting your formal call on the commanding officer, although I'll be glad to see any of you in my office if you've anything to say to me. That's all. Ten Hut, Ogilvy said. He stayed in the briefing room as Colonel Harrington and Major Lorca left. Well, we've work to do, Falkenberg said. Sergeant Major. Sir, please run through the organization we worked out. Sir, need Darrell. Ogilvy used the screen controls to flash charts onto the screens. As the colonel had said, I was second in command of the battalion and also a company commander. My company was a rifle outfit. I noticed it was heavy, with experienced line troopers, and I had less than my share of recruits. Dean had drawn the weapons company, which figured. Dean had taken top marks in weapons technology at the academy, and he was always reading up on artillery tactics. Louis Bonnyman had another rifle company with a heavy proportion of recruits to worry about. Falkenberg had kept a large headquarters platoon under his personal command. There are reasons for this structure, Falkenberg said. I'll explain them later. For the moment, have any of you objections? Don't know enough to object, sir, I said. I was studying the organization chart. All of you will have to rely heavily on your NCOs, Falkenberg said. Fortunately, there are some good ones. I've given the best, Centurion Lieberman, to accompany. Bonnyman gets Sergeant Cernan. If he works out, we can get him a Centurion's badges. Knowles has already worked with Gunner Centurion Pournelle. Sergeant Major Ogilvy stays with Headquarters Platoon, of course. In addition to your command duties, each of you will have to fill some staff slots. Bonnyman will be intelligence. Falkenberg grinned slightly. I told you it might not seem such a joke. Lewis answered his grin. He was already sitting in the regimental intelligence officer's chair at the table. I wondered why Falkenberg had given that job to Lewis. Of the four of us, Louis had paid the least attention to his briefing packet, and he didn't seem cut out for the job. Supply and logistics stay with Knowles, of course, Falkenberg said. I'll keep training myself. Now, I have a proposition for you. The colonel has ordered us to occupy Fort Beersheba at the earliest feasible moment. If we simply march there with no fighting, and without accomplishing much beyond getting there, the governor will negotiate a peace. We will be stationed out in the middle of nowhere, with few duties beyond patrols. Does anyone see any problems with that? Damn dull, Louis Bonnyman said. And not just for us. What have you to say, Sergeant Major? Ogilvy shook his head. Don't like it, sir. Might be all right for the recruits, but wouldn't recommend it for the old hands, especially the ones you took out of the brig. Be a lot of the bugs, sir. The bug. The Foreign Legion called it Le Cafard, which means the same thing. It had been the biggest single cause of death in the Legion, and it was still that among line Marines, men with nothing to do. Armed men, warriors, bold stiff. They get obsessed with the bug until they commit suicide, or murder, or desert, or plot mutiny. The textbook remedy for Le Cafard is a rifle, and plenty of chances to use it. Combat. Line troops on garrison duty lose more men to Cafard than active outfits lose in combat. So, my instructors had told us anyway. It will be doubly bad in this case, Falkenberg said. No regimental pride, no accomplishments to brag about, no battles. I'd like to avoid that. How, sir? Bonnyman asked. Falkenberg seemed to ignore him. He adjusted the map until the section between the city and Fort Beersheba filled the screen. We march up the Jordan, he said. I suppose it was inevitable that the Federation of Churches would call the planet's most important river Jordan, wasn't it? We march northwest, and what happens, Mr. Slater? I thought about it. They run, I suppose. I can't think they'll want to fight. We've much better equipment than they have. Equipment and men, Falkenberg said, and a damned frightening reputation. They already know we've landed, and they've asked for negotiations. They've got sources inside the palace. You heard me arrange for a social invitation for 5 days from now. Well, we all laughed. Falkenberg nodded. Which means that if we march tonight, we'll achieve real surprise. We can catch a number of them unaware and disarm them. What I'd like to do, though, is disarm the lot of them. Not I. I was studying the map, and I thought I saw what he meant. They'll just about have to retreat right past Fort Beersheba, I said. Everything narrows down there. Precisely, Falkenberg said. If we held the fort, we could disarm everyone coming through. Furthermore, it is our fort, and we've orders to occupy it quickly. I remind you also that we're technically at war with the river pack. Yes, but how do we get there? I asked. Also, Captain, if we're holding the bottleneck, the rest of them will fight. They can't retreat. Not without losing their weapons, Falkenberg said. I don't think the Colonel would be unhappy if we really pacified that area. Nor do I think the militia would have all that much trouble holding it if we defeated the river pack and disarmed their survivors. Nay. But as Hal asked, how do we get there? Louis demanded. Falkenberg said, I mentioned helicopters. Sergeant Major has found enough fuel to keep them flying for a while. Sir, I believe there was something in the briefing kit about losses from the militia arsenal, Dean said. Specifically including Skyhawk missiles. Choppers wouldn't stand a chance against those. Not if anyone with a Skyhawk knew they were coming, Falkenberg agreed. But why should they expect us? The gear's at the landing dock. Nothing suspicious about a work party going down there tonight. Nothing suspicious about getting the choppers set up and working. I can't believe they expect us to take Beersheba tonight, not when they've every reason to believe we'll be attending a grand ball in 5 days. Well. Yes, sir, Dean agreed. But we can't put enough equipment into 3 choppers. The men who take Beersheba will be doomed. Nobody can march up that road fast enough to relieve them. Falkenberg's voice was conversational. He looked up at the ceiling. I did mention skyhooks, didn't I? 2 of them. Lifting capacity in this gravity and atmosphere, 6 metric tons each. That's 45 men with full rations and ammunition. Gentlemen, by dawn we could have 90 combat marines in position at Fort Beersheba, with the rest of the 501st marching to their relief. Are you game? 8. It was cold down by the docks. A chill wind had blown in just after sundown, and despite the previous heat of the day, I was shivering. Maybe, I thought, it isn't the cold. The night sky was clear with what seemed like millions of stars. I could recognize most of the constellations, and that seemed strange. It reminded me that although we were so far from Earth, that a man who began walking in the time of the dinosaurs wouldn't have gotten here yet, it was still an insignificant distance to the universe. That made me feel small, and I didn't like it. The troops were turned out in work fatigues. Our combat clothing and armor were still tucked away in the packs we were loading onto the skyhook platforms. We worked under bright lights, and anyone watching would never have known we were anything but a work part. Falkenberg was sure that at least 1 pair of night glasses was trained on us from the bluff above. The skyhook platforms were light aluminum affairs, just a flat plate 8 meters on a side with a meter-high railing around the perimeter. We stowed packs onto them. We also piled on other objects, light machine guns, recoilless cannon, mortars, and boxes of shells and grenades. Some of the boxes had false labels on them, stenciled on by troops working inside the warehouse, so that watchers would see what looked like office supplies and spare clothing going aboard. A truck came down from the fort and went into the warehouse. It seemed to be empty, but it carried rifles for 90 men. The rifles went into bags and were stowed on the skyhook. Ararat has only 1 moon, smaller than Earth's and closer. It was a bloody crescent sinking into the highlands to the west, and it didn't give much light. It would be gone in an hour. I wandered over to where Dean was supervising the work on the helicopters. Sure you have those things put together, right? I asked him. Nothing to it. Yeah, I hope not. It's going to be hard to find those landing areas. You'll be all right. He wasn't really listening to me. He had 2 communications specialists working on the navigation computers, and he kept glaring at the squiggles on their scopes. That's good, he said. Now feed in the test problem. When I left to go find Falkenberg, Dean didn't notice I'd gone. Captain Falkenberg was inside the warehouse. We've about got the gear loaded, sir, I told him. Good. Wine. Come have some coffee. One of the mess sergeants had set up the makings for coffee in one corner of the big high bay building. There was also a map table, and Sergeant Major Ogilvy had a communications center set up there. Falkenberg poured 2 cups of coffee and handed one to me. Nervous? He asked me. Some, but you can still call it off. No discredit. I'll tell the others there were technical problems. We'll still march in the morning. It'll be all right, sir. He looked at me over the lip of his coffee cup. I expect you will be. I don't like sending you into this, but there's no other way we can do it. Yes, sir, I said. You'll be all right. You've got steady troopers. Yes, sir. I didn't know any of the men, of course. They were only names in service records, not even that. Just a statistical summary of service records, a tape spewed out by the personal computer. 30 had been let out of the brig for voluntary service in Ararat. Another 20 were recruits. The rest were line Marines, long service volunteers. Falkenberg used the controls to project a map of the area around Beersheba onto the map table. Expect you've got this memorized, he said. Pretty well, sir. He leaned over the table and looked at the fort, then at the line of hills north of it. You've some margin for error, I think. I'll have to leave to you the final decision on using the chopper in the actual assault. You can risk 1 helicopter. Not both. I must have 1 helicopter back, even if that costs you the mission. Is that understood? Yes, sir. I could feel a sharp ball in my guts, and I didn't like it. I hoped it wouldn't show. Getting on for time, Falkenberg said. You'll need all the time you can get. We could wait a day to get better prepared, but I think surprise is your best edge. I nodded. We've been through all this before. Was he talking because he was nervous too? Or to keep me talking so I wouldn't brood? You may get a commendation out of this. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather have a guarantee that you'll show up on time. I grinned when I said it, to show I didn't mean it, but I did. Why the hell wasn't he leading this assault? The whole damned idea was his, and so was the battle plan. It was his show, and he wasn't going. I didn't want to think about the reasons. I had to depend on him to bail me out, and I couldn't even let myself think the word coward. Time to load up, Falkenberg said. I nodded and drained the coffee cup. It tasted good. I wondered if that would be the last coffee I'd ever drink. It was certain that some of us wouldn't be coming back. Falkenberg clapped his hand on my shoulder. You'll give them a hell of a shock, Hal. Let's get on with it. But I sure wish you were coming with me. I found Centurion Lieberman. We'd spent several hours together since Falkenberg's briefing, and I was sure I could trust him. Lieberman was about Falkenberg's height, built somewhere between wiry and skinny. He was about 45, and there were scars on his neck. The scars ran down under his tunic. He'd had a lot of regeneration therapy in his time. His campaign ribbons made 2 neat rows on his undress blues. From his folder, I knew he was entitled to another row. He didn't bother to wear. Load him up, I told him. Sir. He spoke in a quiet voice, but it carried through the warehouse. 1st and 2nd platoons of company, take positions on the skyhook platforms. The men piled in on top of the gear. It was crowded on the platforms. I got in with one group, and Lieberman boarded the other platform. I'd rather have been up in the helicopter, flying it or sitting next to the pilot, but I thought I was needed down here. Louis Bonnyman was flying my chopper. Sergeant Doty of Headquarters Platoon had the other. Bags in position. Gunner Centurion P. Neff said. Stand ready to inflate number 1. He walked around the platform looking critically at the lines that led from it to the amorphous shape that lay next to it. Looks good. Inflate number 1. There was a loud hiss, and a great ghostly bag formed. It began to rise, until it was above my platform. The plastic gleamed in the artificial light streaming from inside the warehouse. The bag billowed up until it was huge above us, and still it grew as the compressed helium poured out of the inflating cylinders. It looked bigger than the warehouse before P. Niff was satisfied. Good, he said. Belay. Stand by to inflate number 2. We. Geez, one of the recruits said. We going up in this balloon? Christ, we don't have parachutes. We can't go up in a balloon. Some of the others began to chatter. Sergeant Ardwain, I said. Sir. I didn't say anything else. Ardwain cursed and crawled over to the recruits. No jutes means we don't have to jump, he said. Now shut up. Number 2 skyhook was growing huge. It looked even larger than our own because I could see all of it, and all I could see of the bag above us was this bloated thing filling the sky above me. The choppers started up, and after a moment, they lifted. One rose directly above us. The other went to hover above the other skyhook. The chopper looked dwarfed next to that huge bag. The choppers settled onto the bags. Up on top, the helicopter crews were floundering around on the billowing stuff to make certain the fastenings were set right. I could hear their reports in my helmet phones. Finally, they had it all right. Everything ready aboard. Falkenberg asked me. His voice was unemotional in the phones. I could see him standing by the warehouse doors and I waved. All correct, sir, I said. Good. Send number 1 along, gunner. Sir. D. Pinniff said. Ground crews stand by. Let go number 1. The troops outside were grinning at us as they cut loose the tethers holding the balloons. Nothing happened, of course. The idea of skyhook is to have almost neutral buoyancy, so that the lift from the gas bags just balances the weight of the load. The helicopters provide all the motive power. The chopper engines rose in pitch, and we lifted off. A gust of wind caught us and we swayed badly as we lifted. Some of the troops cursed, and their non-coms glared at them. Then we were above the harbor, rising to the level of the city bluff, then higher than that. We moved northward toward the fort, staying high above the city until we got to Garrison's north edge, then dipping low at the fortress wall. Anyone watching from the harbor area would think we'd just ferried a lot of supplies up onto the bluff. They might wonder about carrying men as well, but we could be pretty sure they wouldn't suspect we were doing anything but ferrying them. We dropped low over the fields north of the city and continued moving. Then we rose again, getting higher and higher, until we were at 3,300 meters. The men looked at me nervously. They watched the city lights dwindle behind us. All right, I said. It was strange how quiet it was. The choppers were ultra-quiet, and what little noise they made was shielded by the gas bag above us. The railings cut off most of the wind. I want every man to get his combat helmet on. There was some confused rooting around as the men found their own packs and got their helmets swapped around. We'd been cautioned not to shift weight on the platforms, and nobody wanted to make any sudden moves. I switched my command set to lowest power so it couldn't be intercepted more than a kilometer away. We were over 3 clicks high, so I wasn't much worried that anyone was listening. By now you've figured that we aren't going straight back to the fort, I said. There were laughs from the recruits. The older hands looked bored. We've got a combat mission, I said. We're going 250 clicks west of the city. When we get there, we take a former CD fort, dig in, and wait for the rest of the battalion to march out and bring us home. A couple of troopers perked up at that. I heard one tell his buddy, sure beats hell out of marching 250 clicks. You'll get to march, though, I said. The plan is to land about 8 clicks from the fort and march overland to take it by surprise. I doubt anyone is expecting us. Christ, Johnny strikes again, someone muttered. I couldn't see who had said that. Sir? A corporal asked. I recognized him. Rolf, the man who'd been riding the seasick recruit in the landing boat. Yes, Corporal Rolf? Question, sir. Ask it. How long will we be there, Lieutenant? Until Captain Falkenberg comes for us, I said. Aye, aye, sir. There weren't any other questions. I thought that was strange. They must want to know more. Some of you will get killed tonight, I thought. Why don't you want to know more about it? They were more interested in the balloon. Now that it didn't look as if it would fall, they wanted to look out over the edge. I had the non-coms rotate the men so everyone got a chance. I'd had my look over the edge, and I didn't like it. Below the level of the railing it wasn't so bad, but looking down was horrible. Besides, there wasn't really anything to see, except a few lights, way down below, and far behind us a dark shape that sometimes blotted out stars. Number 2, about a click away. "Would the lieutenant care for coffee?" a voice asked me. "I have brought the flask." I looked up to see Hartz with my thermos and a mess hall cup. I'd seen him get aboard with his communications gear, but I'd forgotten him after that. "Thanks, I'll have some," I said. It was about half brandy. I nearly choked. Hartz didn't even crack a smile. We took a roundabout way so that we wouldn't pass over any of the river encampments. The way led far north of the river, then angled southwest to our landing zone. I turned to look over the edge again, and I hoped that Dean had gotten the navigation computers tuned up properly, because there wasn't anything to navigate by down there. Once in a while, there was an orange-yellow light, probably a farmhouse, possibly an outlaw encampment, but otherwise, all the hills looked the same. This has got to be the dumbest stunt in military history, I told myself, but I didn't really believe it. The Line Marines had a long reputation for going into battle in newly formed outfits with strange officers. Even so, I doubted if any expedition had ever had so little going for it. A newly commander, men who'd never served together, and a captain who'd planned the mission, but wouldn't go on it. I told myself the time to object had been back in the briefing. It was a bit late now. I looked at my watch. Another hour of flying time. Sergeant Ardwain. "Sir? Get them out of those work clothes and into combat leathers and armor. Weapons check after everyone's dressed." Dressed to kill, I thought, but I didn't say it. It was an old joke, never funny to begin with. I wondered who thought of it first. Possibly some trooper outside the walls of Troy. Hartz already had my leathers out of my pack. He helped me squirm out of my undress blues and into the synthy leather tunic and trousers. The platform rocked as men tried to pull on their pants without standing up. It was hard to dress because we were sprawled out on our packs and other equipment. There was a lot of cursing as troopers moved around to find their own packs and rifles. "Get your goddamn foot out of my eye." "Shut up, Traeger." Finally, everyone had his armor on and his fatigues packed away. The troopers sat quietly now. Even the old hands weren't joking. There's something about combat armor that makes everything seem real. They looked dangerous in their bulky leathers and armor, and they were. The armor alone gave us a big edge on anything we'd meet here. It also gives a feeling of safety, and that can be dangerous. Nemerlon will stop most fragments and even pistol bullets, but it won't stop a high-velocity rifle slug. "How you doing down there?" Louise's voice in my phone startled me for a moment. "We're all armored up," I told him. "You still think you know where you're going?" "Nope, but the computer does. Got a radar check 5 minutes ago, forking stream that shows on the map. We're right on the button." "What's our ETA?" I asked. "About 20 minutes. Wind's nice and steady, not too strong, piece of cake." "Fuel supply?" I asked. "We're hip-deep in spare cans. Not exactly a surplus, but there's enough. Quit worrying." "Yeah." "You know," Lewis said, "I never flew a chopper with one of those things hanging off it. Now you tell me." "Nothing to it," Louis said. "Handle's a bit funny, but I got used to it." "You'd better have. Just leave the driving to us. Out." The next 20 minutes seemed like a week. I guarantee one way to stretch time is to sit on an open platform at 3,300 meters and watch the night sky while you wait to command your first combat mission. I tried to think of something cheerful to say, but I couldn't, and I thought it was better just to be quiet. The more I talked, the more chance I'd show some kind of strain in my voice. "Your job is to look confident," Falkenberg had told me. I hoped I was doing that. "Okay, you can get your first look now," Louis said. "Roger. I got my night glasses from Hartz. They were better than issue equipment, A pair of 10 cm Leica light amplifying glasses I bought myself when I left the academy. A lot of officers do, because Leica makes a special offer for graduating cadets. I clipped them onto my helmet and scanned the hillside. The landing zone was the top of a peak, which was the highest point on a ridge leading from the river. I turned the glasses to full power and examined the area carefully. It looked deserted. There was some kind of scrubby chaparral growing all over it, and it didn't look as if anybody had ever been to the peak. "Looks good to me," I told Lewis. "What do you have?" "Nothing on ear, nothing on low-light TV," he said. "Nothing barring a few small animals and some birds roosting in the trees. I like that. If there are animals and birds, there's probably no people." "Yeah, okay, that's passive sensors. Should I take a sweep with K-band?" I thought about it. If there were anyone down there, and that theoretical someone had a radar receiver, the chopper would give itself away with the first pulse. Maybe that would be better. "Yes." Raj, Louis said. He was silent a moment. "Hal, I get nothing. If there's anybody down there, he's dug in good and expecting us." "Let's go in," I said. And now, I thought, I'm committed. No one bay. What's trying to raise? Over the side, Ardwain shouted. "Get those tethers planted! First squad, take perimeter guard! Move, damn you!" The men scrambled off the platform. Some of them had tether stakes, big aluminum corkscrews, which they planted in the ground. Others lashed the platform to the stakes. The first squad, 2 maniples, fanned out around the area with their rifles ready. There wasn't much wind, but that big gas bag had a lot of surface area, and I was worried about it. I got off and moved away to look at it. It didn't seem to be too much strain on the tether stakes. The hillside was quiet and dark. We sat down on top of some low bushes with stiff branches. The leaves felt greasy when they were crushed. I listened, then turned my surveillance amplifier to high gain. Still nothing, not even a bird. Nothing but my own troops moving about. I switched to general command frequency. "Freeze," I said. The noise stopped. There was silence except for the low whump of the chopper blades and a fainter sound from number 2 out there somewhere. "Carry on," I said. Ardwain came up to me. "Nobody here, sir. Area secure." "Thank you." I thumbed my command set onto the chopper's frequency. "You can cut yourself loose and bring in number 2. Aye, sir," Lewis said. We began pulling gear off the platform. After a few moments, number 2 chopper came in. We couldn't see the helicopter at all, only the huge gas bag with its platform dangling below it. The skyhook settled onto the chaparral and men bailed out with tether stakes. Centurion Lieberman watched until he was sure the platform was secure, then ran over to me. "All's well?" I asked him. "Yes, sir." His tone made it obvious he'd wanted to say, of course. "Get 'em saddled up," I said. "We're moving out." Aye, sir." "I still think Ardwain would be all right here, sir." "No. I'll want an experienced man in case something happens. If we don't send for the heavy equipment, or if something happens to me, call Falkenberg for instruction." Aye, sir." He still didn't like it. He wanted to come with us. For that matter, I wanted him along, but I had to leave a crew with the skyhooks and choppers. If the wind came up, so tethers wouldn't hold, those things had to get airborne fast, and the rest of us would be without packs and supplies. There were all kinds of contingencies, and I wanted a reliable man I could trust to deal with them. "We're ready, sir," Ardwain said. "Right, let's move out." I switched channels. "Here we go, Louis." "I'll be ready," Bonnyman said. "Thanks. Out." I moved up toward the head of the column. Ardwain had already gone up. "Let's get rolling," I said. "Sir? Question, sir?" "Yeah?" "Men would rather take their packs, sir. Don't like to leave their gear behind." "Sergeant, we've got 8 kilometers to cover in less than 3 hours. No way." "No way." "Yes, sir. Could we take our cloaks? Gets cold without 'em?" Sergeant Ardwain, we're leaving Centurion, Lieberman, and 4 maniples of troops here. Just what's going to happen to your gear? Get them marching. Sir, all right, you bastards, move out. I could hear grumbling as they started along the ridge. Crazy, I thought. They want to carry packs in this. The brush was thick, and we weren't making any progress at all. Then the scouts found a dry stream bed, and we moved into that. It was filled with boulders the size of a desk, and we hopped from one to another, moving slightly downhill. It was pitch black, the boulders no more than shapes I could barely see. This wasn't going to work. I was already terrified. But thank God for all that exercise in high gravity, I thought. We'll make it, but we've got to have light. I turned my set to low power command frequency. NCOs turn on lowest power infrared illumination, I said. No visible light. I pulled the IR screen down in front of my eyes and snapped on my own IR helmet light. The boulders became pale green shapes in front of me, and I could just see them well enough to hop from one to another. Ahead of me, the screen showed bright green moving splotches, my scouts and NCOs with their illuminators. I didn't think anybody would be watching this hill with IR equipment. It didn't seem likely, and we were far from the fort where the only equipment would be. If the river pack had any to begin with, I told myself it would take extremely good gear to spot us from farther than a click. 8 clicks to go, and 3 hours to do it. Shouldn't be hard. Men are in good condition. No packs. Damned fools wanted to carry them. Only rifles and ammunition. And the weapons troops, of course. They'd be slowest. Mortarmen with 22 kilos each to carry, and the recoilless riflemen with 24. We were sweating in no time. I opened all the vents in my armor and leathers, and wondered if I ought to tell the troops to do the same. Don't be stupid, I told myself. Most of them have done this a dozen times. I can't tell them anything they don't know. But it's my command, I kept thinking. Anything goes wrong, it's your responsibility, Hal Slater. You asked for it too when you took the commission. I kept thinking of the millions of things that could go wrong. The plan didn't look nearly so good from here as it had when we were studying maps. Here we are, 76 men, about to try to take a fort that probably has us outnumbered. Falkenberg estimated 125 men in there. I'd asked him how he got the number. Privies, Mr. Slater, privies. Count the number of outhouses, guess the number of bottoms per hole, and you've got a good estimate of the number of men. He hadn't even cracked a grin. One hell of a way to guess, and Falkenberg wasn't coming along. We'd find out the hard way how accurate his estimate was. Yow. I kept telling myself what we had going for us. The satellite photos showed nobody lived on this ridge. No privies, I thought, and grinned in the dark. But I'd gone over the pics, and I hadn't seen any signs that people were ever here. Why should they be? There was no water except for the spring inside the fort itself. There was nothing up here, not even proper firewood, only these pesky shrubs that stab at your ankles. I came around a bend in the stream bed and found a monitor waiting. His maniple stood behind him. He had 3 recruits in it, 1 NCO, 1 long-term private, and 3 recruits. The usual organization is only 1 or 2 recruits to a maniple, and I wondered why Lieberman had set this one up this way. The monitor motioned uphill. We had to leave the stream bed here. Far ahead of me, I could see the dull green glow of my lead men's lanterns. They were pulling ahead of me, and I strained to keep up with them. I left the stream, and after a few meters, the only man near me was Hartz. He struggled along with 20 kilos of communications, gear on his back and a rifle in his right hand, but if he had any trouble keeping up with me, he didn't say anything. I was glad I didn't have to carry all that load. The ridge flattened out after 100 meters. The cover was only about waist high. The green lights went out on my IR screen as up ahead the scouts cut their illuminators. I ordered the others turned off as well. Then I crouched under a bush and used the map projector to show me where we were. The helmet projected the map onto the ground, a dim patch of light that couldn't have been seen except from close up and directly above. I was surprised to see we'd come better than halfway. Fort Beersheba hadn't been much to start with. It had a rectangle of low walls with guard towers in the corners, a miniature of the larger fort at Garrison. Then somebody had improved it, with a ditch and parapet out in front of the walls, and a concertina of rusting barbed wire outside of that. I couldn't see inside the walls, but I knew there were 4 above-ground buildings and 3 large bunkers. The buildings were adobe. The bunkers were logs and earth. They wouldn't burn. The logs were a local wood with a high metallic content. The bunkers were going to be a problem, but they'd have to wait. Right now we had to get inside the walls of the fort. There was a gate in a wall in front of me. It was made of the same wood as the bunkers. It had a ramp across the ditch, and it looked like our best bet, except that inside the fort one of the bunkers faced the gate, and it would be able to fire through the opening once the gate was gone. I had 75 men lying flat in the scrub brush 300 meters from the fort. The place looked deserted. My IR pickups didn't show anyone in the guard towers or on the walls. Nothing. I glanced at my watch. Less than an hour before dawn. I hadn't the faintest idea of what to do, but it was time to make up my mind. Don't get fancy, Falkenberg had told me. Get the men to the fort and turn them loose. They'll take it for you. Sure, I thought. Sure. You're not here, you bloody coward, and I am, and it's my problem, and I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I didn't like the looks of that ditch and barbed wire concertina. It would take a while getting through it. If we crawled up to the ditch, we'd be spotted. They couldn't be that sloppy. If there weren't any guards, there had to be a surveillance system. Body capacitance, maybe. Or radar. Something. They'd have guards posted, unless they had reason to believe nobody could sneak up on them. To hell with it. We've got to do something, I thought. I nodded to Hartz and he handed me a mic. His radio was set to a narrow-beam directional antenna, and we'd left relays along the line of sight back to the landing area. I could talk to the choppers without alerting the fort's electronic watchdogs. Nighthawk, this is Black Eagle, I said. Black Eagle, go. We can see the place, Lewis. Nothing moving at all. I'd say it was deserted if I didn't know better. Want me to come take a look? It was a thought. The chopper could circle high above the fort and scan with ER and low-light TV. We'd know who was in the open, but there was a good chance it would be spotted, and we'd throw away our best shot. Don't get fancy, Falkenberg had said. Surprise! That's your big advantage. Don't blow it. But he wasn't here. There didn't seem to be any right decision. No, I told Lewis. That's a negative. Load up with troops and get airborne, but stay out of line of sight. Be ready to dash. When I want you, I'll want you bad. Aye, aye, sir. Black Eagle out. I gave Hartz the mic. Okay, I told myself, this is it. I waved forward to Sergeant Ardwain. He half rose from the ground and waved. The line moved ahead, slowly. Behind us, the mortar and recoil-less rifle teams had set up their weapons and lay next to them waiting for orders. Corporal Roth was just to my left. He was directly in front of the gate. He waved his troops on and we crawled toward the gate. We'd gotten to within 100 meters when there appeared a light at the top of the wall by the gate. Someone up there was shining a spot out onto the field. There was another light, and then another, all handheld spotlights, powerful but not very wide beams. Corporal Roth stood up and waved at them. Hello. There, he shouted. What you doing? He sounded drunk. I wanted to tell him to get down, but it was too late. You guys okay in there? Roth shouted. Got anything to drink? The others were crouched now up from a crawl and running forward. Who the hell are you? Someone on the wall demanded. Who the flippin' hell are you? Roth answered. Give me a drink. The lights converged toward him. I thumbed on my command set. Nighthawk, this is Black Eagle. Come or run it. Roger Dodger. ... I switched to the general channel. Roth, hit the dirt. Fire at will! Charge! I was shouting into the helmet radio loud enough to deafen half the command. Roth dove sideways into the dirt. There were orange spurts from all over the field as the troopers opened fire. The lights tumbled off the walls. 2 went out. 1 stayed on. It lay in the dirt just outside the gate. Troopers rose from the field and ran screaming toward the fort. They sounded like madmen. Then a light machine gun opened from behind me, then another. Trumpet notes sounded. I hadn't ordered it. I didn't even know we had a trumpet with us. The sound seemed to spur the men on. They ran toward the wire as the mortars fired their first rounds. Seconds later, I saw spurts of fire from inside the walls as the shells hit. Just as they did, the recoilless opened behind me and I heard the shell pass not more than a couple of meters to my left. It hit the gates and there was a flash, then another hit the gates and another. The trumpeter was sounding the charge over and over again, while mortars dropped more VT. Fused to go off a meter above ground into the fort itself. The recoilless fired again. The gates couldn't take that punishment and fell open. There was smoke inside. One of the mortarmen must have dropped smoke rounds between the gates and the bunker. Streams of tracers came out of the gates, but the men avoided them easily. They ran up on either side of the gates. Others charged directly at the wire. The first troopers threw themselves onto the concertina. The next wave stepped on their backs and dived into the ditch. More waves followed, and men in the ditches heaved their comrades up onto the narrow strip between the ditch and the walls. They stopped just long enough to throw grenades over the wall. Then 2 men grabbed a third and flung him up to where he could catch the top of the wall. They stood and boosted him on until he pulled himself up and could stand on top of it. More men followed, then leaned down to pull up their mates from below. I couldn't believe it was happening so quickly. The men on the wire were struggling to get loose before there was no one below to boost them over. Those were recruits, I thought. Of course. The monitors had sent the recruits first, with a simple job. Lie down and get walked on. The helicopter came roaring in, pouring streams of 20 Meber cannon fire into the fort. The tracers were bright against the night sky, and I was still standing there watching, amazed at how fast it was all happening. I shook myself and turned on my command set. IFE. Beacons on! General order, turn on IFF. Beacons. I changed channels. Nighthawk, this is Black Eagle. For God's sake, Lois, be careful. Some of ours are already inside. I see the beacons, Louis said. Relax, Hal. We watched them going in. The chopper looped around the fort in a tight orbit, still firing into the fort. Then, it plunged downward. Mortarman, hold up on that stuff, Sergeant Ardwain's voice said. We're inside the fort now and the chopper's going in. Christ, I thought, something else I forgot. One hell of a commander I've made. I can't even remember the most elementary things. The chopper dropped low, and even before it vanished behind the walls, it was spewing men. I ran up to the gate, staying to one side to avoid the tracers that were still coming out. Corporal Roth was there ahead of me. Careful here, sir. He ducked around the gate post and vanished. I followed him into the smoke, running around to my right, where other troopers had gone over the wall. The scene inside was chaotic. There were unarmored bodies everywhere, probably cut down by the mortars. Men were running and firing in all directions. I didn't think any of the defenders had helmets. Anybody without a helmet is a hostile, I said into the command set. Stupid. They know that. Give 'em hell, lads. That was another silly thing to say, but at least it was a better reason for shouting in their ears than telling them something they already knew. A satchel charge went off at one of the bunkers. A squad rushed the entrance and threw grenades into it. That was all I could see from where I stood, but there was firing all over the enclosure. Now what? I wondered. Even as I did, the firing died out until there were only a few rifle shots now and then, and the futile fire of the machine gun in the bunker covering the gate. Lieutenant? It was Ardwain's voice. Yes, Sergeant. There's some people in that main bunker, sir. You can hear 'em talking in there. Sound like women. We didn't want to blow it in, not just yet, anyway. What about the rest of the fort? Cleared out, sir. Bunkers and barracks, too. We got about 20 prisoners. That quick! Like automatic magic. Sergeant, make sure there's nothing that can fire onto the area northwest of the fort. I want to bring the skyhook in there. Aye, aye, sir. I thumbed my command set to the chopper frequency. We've got the place all except one bunker, and it'll be no problem. Bring number 2 in to land in the area northwest of the fort, about 300 meters out from the wall. I want you to stay up there and cover number 2. Anything that might hit it, you take care of. Keep scanning. I can't believe somebody won't come up here to see what's happening. Unsin. Wow. X.T. That was my first firefight. I wasn't too proud of my part in it. I hadn't given a single order once the rush started, and I was very nearly the last man into the fort. Some leader. But there was no time to brood. Dawn was a bright smear off in the east. The first thing was to check on the butcher's bill. 4 men killed, 2 of them recruits. 11 wounded. After a quick conference with our paramedic, I sent 3 to the helicopters. The others could fight, or said they could. Then I sent the 2 choppers east toward Harmony, while we ferried the rest of our gear into the fort. We were on our own. Sergeant Doc Crisp had another dozen patients, defenders who'd been wounded in the assault. We had 30 prisoners, 37 wounded, and over 50 dead. One of the wounded was the former commander of the fort. Got bashed with a rifle butt outside his quarters, Ardwain told me. He's able to talk now. I'll see him. Sir, Toon. Ardwain went into the hospital bunker and brought out a man about 50, dark hair and a ring around a bald head. He had thin, watery eyes. He didn't look like a soldier or an outlaw. He says his name's Flawn, sir, Ardwain told me. Marines, Flawn said. CoDominium Marines. Didn't know there were any on the planet. Just why the hell is this place worth the Grand Senate's attention again? Shut up, Ardwain said. I've got a problem, Flawn, I said. We were standing in the open area in the center of the fort. That bunker over there's still got some of your people in it. It'd be no problem to blast it open, but the troopers think they heard women talking in there. No, they did, Flawn said. Our wives. Can you talk them into coming out, or do we set fire to it? Christ, he said. What happens to us now? To me, I told him. My orders are to disarm you people. You're free to go anywhere you want to without weapons. Northwest, if you like. Without weapons. You know what'll happen to us out there without weapons? No, and I don't really care. I know, Flawn said. You bastards never have cared. Mind how you talk to the lieutenant, Ardwain said. He ground his rifle on the man's instep. Flawn gasped in pain. Enough of that, Sergeant, I said. Flawn, you outlaws. Outlaws. Crap. Flawn said. Excuse me. Sir, you are mistaken. He eyed Ardwain warily, his lip curled in contempt. You brought me here as a convict for no reason other than my opposition to the CoDominium. You turned me loose with nothing. Nothing at all, Lieutenant. So we try to build something. Politics here aren't like at home. Or maybe they are. Same thing, really. But here it's all out in the open. I manage something, and now you've come to take it away and send me off unarmed, with no more than the clothes on my back, and you expect me to be respectful. He glanced up at the CoDominium banner that flew high above the fort. You'll excuse me if I don't show more enthusiasm. My orders are to disarm you, I said. Now, will you talk your friends out of that bunker, or do we blow it in? You'll let us go? Yes. Your word of honor, Lieutenant? I nodded. Certainly. I guess I can't ask for any other guarantees. Flawn looked at Sergeant Ardwain and grimaced. I wish I dared. All right, let me talk to them. By noon, we had Fort Beersheba to ourselves. Flawn and the others had left. They insisted on carrying their wounded with them, even when Doc Crisp told them most would probably die on the road. The women had been a varied assortment, from teenagers to older women. All had gone with Flawn, to my relief and the troopers' disappointment. Centurion Lieberman organized the defenses. He put men into the bunkers, set up revetments for the mortars, found material to repair the destroyed gates, stationed more men on the walls, got the mess tents put up, put the liquor we'd found into a strong room, and posted guards over. I was feeling useless again. In another hour, there were parties coming up the road. I sent Sergeant Ardwain and a squad down there to set up a roadblock. We could cover them from the fort, and the mortars were set up to spray the road. The river was about 300 meters away and 100 meters below us, and the fort had a good field of fire all along the road, for a click in either direction. It was easy to see why this bluff had been chosen for a strong point. As parties of refugees came through, Ardwain disarmed them. At first they went through anyway, but after a while they began to turn back, rather than surrender their weapons. None of them caused any problems, and I wouldn't let Ardwain pursue any that turned away. We had far too few men to risk any in something senseless like that. Good work, Falkenberg told me when I made the afternoon report. We've made 40 kilometers so far, and we've got a couple of hours of daylight left. It's a bit hard to estimate how fast we'll be able to march. Yes, sir. The first party we disarmed had 3 Skyhawk missiles. There were 5 here at the fort, but nobody got them out in time to use them. A couple of guys who tried were killed by the mortars. It doesn't look good for helicopters in this area, though. Not now that they're worn. I whine. Yes, Falkenberg said. I suspected as much. We'll retire the choppers for a while. You've done well, Slater. I caution you not to relax, though. At the moment, we've had no opposition worth mentioning, but that will change soon enough. And after that, there may be an effort to break past your position. They don't seem to want to give up their weapons. None? No, sir. And who can blame them? I thought. Eric Flawn had worried me. He hadn't seemed like an outlaw. I don't know what I'd expected here at Beersheba. Kidnapped girls. Scenes of rape and debauchery, I suppose. I'd never seen a thieves' government in operation. Certainly I hadn't expected what I'd found, a group of middle-aged men in control of troops who looked a lot like ours, only theirs weren't very well equipped. I understand you liberated some wine, Falkenberg said. Yes, sir. That'll help. Daily ration of no more than half a liter per man, though. Sir, I wasn't planning on giving them any of it until you got here. It's there, Slater, Falkenberg said. You could get away with holding on to it, but it wouldn't be best. It's your command. Do as you think you should, but if you want advice, give the troops half a liter each. Yes, sir. There's no regulation against drinking in the line Marines, not even on duty. There are severe penalties for rendering yourself unfit for duty. Men have even been shot for it. Half a liter with supper, then. I think it's wise, Falkenberg said. Well, sounds as if you're doing well. We'll be along in a few days. Out. There were a million other details. At noon, I'd been startled to hear a trumpet sound mess call, and I went out to see who was doing it. A corporal I didn't recognize had a polished brass trumpet. Take me a few days to get everyone's name straight, Corporal, I said. Yours? Corporal Brady, sir. You play that well. Thank you, sir. I looked at him again. I was sure his face was familiar. I thought I remembered that he'd been on Tri-V, had his own band and singing group, nightclub performances, at least one Tri-V special day. I wondered what he was doing as an enlisted man in the Line Marines, but I couldn't ask. I tried to remember his real name, but that escaped me too. It hadn't been Brady, I was sure of that. You'll be sounding all calls here? Yes, sir. Centurion says I'm to do it. Right. Carry on, Brady. All through the afternoon the trumpet calls sent men to other duties. An hour before the evening meal, there was a formal retreat. The CoDominium banner was hauled down by a color guard while all the men not on sentry watch stood in formation, and Brady played colors. As they folded the banner, I remembered a lecture in leadership class back at the academy. The instructor had been a dried-up Marine major with one real and one artificial arm. We were supposed to guess which was which, but we never did. The lecture I remembered had been on ceremonials. Always remember, he'd said, the difference between an army and a mob is tradition and discipline. You cannot enforce discipline on troops who do not feel that they are being justly treated. Even the man who is wrongly punished must feel that what he is accused of deserves punishment. You cannot enforce discipline on a mob, and so your men must be reminded that they are soldiers. Ceremonial is one of your most powerful tools for doing that. It is true that we are perpetually accused of wasting money. The Grand Senate annually wishes to take away our dress uniforms, our badges and colors, and all the so-called non-functional items we employ. They are fortunate because they have never been able to do that. The day that they do, they will find themselves with an army that cannot defend them. Soldiers will complain about ceremonials and spit and polish, and such like, but they cannot live as an army without them. Men fight for pride, not for money, and no service that does not give them pride will last very long. Maybe, I thought, but with 1,000 things to do, I could have passed up a formal retreat on our first day at Fort Beersheba. I hadn't been asked about it. By the time I knew it was to happen, Lieberman had made all the arrangements and given the orders. By supper time, we were organized for the night. Ardwain had collected about 100 weapons, mostly obsolete rifles. There were even muzzle loaders, handmade here on Ararat, and passed nearly 300 people through the roadblock. We closed the road at dusk. Searchlights played along it, and we had a series of roadblocks made of log stacks. Ardwain and his troops were dug in where they could cover the whole road area, and we could cover them from the fort. It looked pretty good. Tattoo sounded, and Fort Beersheba began to settle in for the night. I made my rounds, looking into everything. The body capacitance system the previous occupants had relied on was smashed when we blew open their bunker, but we brought our own surveillance gear. I didn't really trust passive systems, but I needn't have worried. Lieberman had guards in each of the towers. They were equipped with light-amplifying binoculars. There were more men to watch the IR screens. "We're safe enough," Lieberman said. "If the lieutenant would care to turn in, I'll see the guards changed properly." He followed me back to my quarters. Hartz had already fixed the place up. There were fresh adobe patches over the bullet holes in the walls. My gear was laid out where I could get it quickly. Hartz had his cloak and pack spread out in the anteroom. There was even coffee. A pot was kept warm over an alcohol lamp. "You can leave it to us," Lieberman said. Hartz grinned. "Sure, lieutenants come out of the academy without any calluses, and we make generals out of them." "That may take some doing," I said. I invited Lieberman into my sitting room. There was a table there with a scale model of the fort on it. Flawn had made it, but it hadn't done him much good. "Have a seat, Centurion. Coffee?" "Just a little, sir. I'd best get back to my duties." "Call me for the next watch, Centurion." "If the lieutenant orders it." What the hell, Lieberman? Why don't you want me to take my turn on guard?" "No need, sir. May I make a suggestion?" "Sure." "Well, leave it to us, sir. We know what we're doing." I nodded and stared into my coffee cup. I didn't feel I was really in command here. They tell you everything in the academy. Leadership. Communications. The precise form of a regimental parade. Laser range. Finding systems. Placement of patches on uniforms. How to compute firing patterns for mortars. Wine rations for the troops. How to polish a pair of boots. Servicing recoilless rifles. Delivery of calling cards to all senior officers within 4 hours of reporting to a new post. Assembly and maintenance of helicopters. Survival on rocks, with poisonous atmosphere, or no atmosphere at all. shipboard routines, and a million other details. You have to learn them all, and they get mixed up until you don't know what's trivial and what's important. They're just things you have to know to pass examinations. You know what you're doing, Centurion, but I'm not sure I do. Sir, I've noticed something about young officers, Lieberman said. They all take things too serious. Command's a serious business. Damn, I thought. That's pompous. Especially from a young kid to an older soldier. He didn't take it that way. Yes, sir. Too damn serious to let details get in the way. Lieutenant, if it was just things like posting the guard and organizing the defense of this place, the service wouldn't need officers. We can take care of that. What we need is somebody to tell us what the hell to do. Once that's done, we know how. No morale. I didn't say anything. He looked at me closely, probably trying to figure out if I was angry. He didn't seem very worried. Take me, for instance, he said. I don't know why the hell we came to this place, and I don't care. Everybody's got his reasons for joining up. Me, I don't know what else to do. I've found something I'm good at, and I can do it. Officers tell me where to fight, and that's one less damn thing to worry about. Jane, is you. The trumpet sounded outside. Last post. It was the second time we'd heard it today. The first was when we'd buried our dead. Got my rounds to make, Lieberman said. By your leave, sir. Carry on, Centurion Dahl. A few minutes later, Hartz came in to help me get my boots off. He wouldn't hear of letting me turn in wearing them. We'll hold him off long enough to get your boots on, sir. Nobody's going to catch a Marine officer in the sack. He'd sleep with his boots on so that I could take mine off. It didn't make a lot of sense, but I wasn't going to win any arguments with him about it. I rolled into the sack and stared at the ceiling. My first day of command. I was still thinking about that when I went to sleep. The attacks started the next day. At first it was just small parties trying to force the roadblock, and they never came close to doing that. We could put too much fire onto them from the fort. That night, they tried the fort itself. There were a dozen mortars out there. They weren't very accurate, and our radar system worked fine. They would get off a couple of rounds, and then we'd have them backtrack to the origin point, and our whole battery would drop in on them. We couldn't silence them completely, but we could make it unhealthy for the crews servicing their mortars, and after a while, the fire slackened. There were rifle attacks all through the night, but nothing in strength. Just testing you, Falkenberg said in the morning when I reported to him. We're pressing hard from this end. They'll make a serious try before long. Yes, sir. How are things at your end? We're moving, Falkenberg said. There's more resistance than the colonel expected, of course. With you stopping up their bolt hole, they've got no route to retreat through. Fight or give up, that's all the choice we left them. You can look for their real effort to break past you in a couple of days. By then we'll be close enough to really worry them. No. He was right. By the fourth day, we were under continuous attack from more than 1,000 hostiles. It was a strange situation. No one was really worried. We were holding them off. Our ammunition stocks were running low, but Lieberman's answer to that was to order the recruits to stop using their weapons. They were put to serving mortars and recoilless rifles with an experienced NCO in charge to make sure there was a target worth the effort before they fired. The riflemen waited for good shots and made each one count. As long as the ammunition held out, we were in no serious danger. The fort had a clear field of fire, and we weren't faced by heavy artillery. The best the enemy had was mortars, and our counter-battery radar and computer system was more than a match for that. No discipline, Lieberman said. They got no discipline. Come in waves, run in waves, but they never press the attack. Damn glad there's no Marine deserters in that outfit. They'd have broke through if they'd had good leadership. I'm worried about our ammunition supplies, I said. Hell, Lieutenant, Captain Falkenberg will get here. He's never let anybody down yet. You've served with him before? Yes, sir, in that affair on Domingo. Christian Johnny, we called him. He'll be here. He'll be here. Everyone acted that way. It made the situation unreal. We were under fire. You couldn't put your head above the wall or outside the gate. Mortars dropped in at random intervals, sometimes catching men in the open and wounding them, despite their body armor. We had 4 dead and 9 more in the hospital bunker. We were running low on ammunition, and we faced better than 10-to-1 odds, and nobody was worried. Your job is to look confident, Falkenberg had told me. Sure. On the 5th day, things were getting serious for Sergeant Ardwain and his men at the roadblock. They were running out of ammunition and water. Abandon it, Ardwain, I told him. Bring your troops up here. We can keep the road closed with fire from the fort. Sir, I have 6 casualties that can't walk, sir. How many total? 9, sir. 2 walking and 1 dead. 9 out of a total of 12 men. Hold fast, Sergeant. We'll come get you. Aye, aye, sir. I wondered who I could spare. There wasn't much doubt as to who was the most useless man on the post. I sent for Lieberman. Centurion, I want a dozen volunteers to go with me to relieve Ardwain's group. We'll take full packs and extra ammunition and supplies. Lieutenant? Damn it, don't tell me you don't want me to go. You're capable enough. You told me that you need officers to tell you what to do, not how to do it. Fine, Dine. Your orders are to hold this post until Falkenberg comes. One last thing, you will not send or take any relief forces down the hill. I won't have this command further weakened. Is that understood? Sir? Fine. Now get me a dozen volunteers. I decided to go down the hill just after moonset. We got the packs loaded and waited at the gate. One of my volunteers was Corporal Brady. He stood at the gate, chatting with the sentry there. Quiet tonight, Brady said. They're still there, though, the sentry said. You'll know soon enough. Bet you tomorrow's wine ration you don't make it down the hill. Done. Remember, you said down the hill. I expect you to save that wine for me. Yeah. Hey, this is a funny place, Brady. How's that? A Holy Joe planet and no Marine chaplain. You want a chaplain? The sentry shrugged. He had a huge black beard that he fingered, as if feeling for lice. Good idea, isn't it? They're all right, but we don't need a chaplain. What we need is a good Satanist. No Satanist in this battalion. What do you need one of them for? Brady laughed. Stands to reason, don't it? God's good, right? He'll treat you okay. It's the other guy you have to watch out for. He laughed again. Got 3 days on bread and no wine for saying that once. Told it to Chaplain Major McCrory, back at Sector HQ. He didn't appreciate it. Hey, oh, time to move out, I said. I shouldered my heavy pack. Do we run or walk, sir? Hartz asked. Walk until they know we're there, and be quiet about it. Zurtran, Tarun, Chidye, Kondikel, Jower. Move out, Brady, quietly. Sir, duh. The sentry opened the gate just a crack. Brady went through, then another trooper, and another. Nothing happened, and finally it was my turn. Hartz was last in the line. The trail led steeply down the side of the cliff. It was about 2 meters wide, just a slanting ledge, really. We were halfway down when there was a burst of machine gun fire. One of the troopers went down. Move like hell, I said. 2 men grabbed the fallen trooper and hauled him along. We ran down the cliff face, jumping across shortcuts at the switchbacks. There was nothing we could see to shoot at, but more bullets sent chips flying from the granite cliff. The walls above us spurted flame. It looked like the whole company was up there covering us. I hope not. One of our recoilless men found a target, and for a few moments we weren't under fire. Then the rifles opened up. Something zinged past my ear. Then I felt a hard punch in the gut and went down. I lay there sucking air. Hartz grabbed one arm and shouted to another private. Jersey, lieutenant's down. Give me a hand. I'm all right, I said. I felt my stomach area. There wasn't any blood. Armor stopped it, just knocked the wind out of me. I was still gasping, and I couldn't get my breath. They dragged me along to Ardwain's command post. How would we explain to the Centurion if we didn't get you down? Hartz asked. The CP was a trench roofed over with ironwood logs. There were 3 wounded men at one end. Brady took our wounded trooper there. He'd been hit in both legs. Brady put tourniquets on them. Hartz had his own ideas about first aid. He had a brandy flask. It was supposed to be a universal cure. After he poured 2 shots down me, he went over to the other end of the bunker to pass the bottle among the other wounded. Only 3 of them, Ardwain? I said. I was still gasping for air. I thought you had 6. 6 who cannot walk, sir, but 3 of them can still fight. Well, we're not going to get up that bluff not carrying wounded, I said. No, sir. Ardwain had runners carrying ammunition to his troopers. We're dug in good, sir. With the reinforcements you brought, we'll hold out. We damned well have to, I said. Not so bad, sir. Most of our casualties came from recoilless and mortars. They've stopped using them. Probably low on ammunition. Let's hope they stay that way. I had another problem. The main defense for the roadblock was mortar fire from the fort. Up above, they were running low on mortar shells. In another day, we'd be on our own. No point in worrying about it, I decided. We'll just have to do the best we can. The next day was the 6th we'd been in the fort. We were low on rations. Down at the roadblock, we had nothing to eat but a dried meat that the men called monkey. It didn't taste bad, but it had the peculiar property of expanding when you chewed it, so that after a while, it seemed as if you had a mouthful of rubber bands. It was said that line Marines could march 1,000 kilometers if they had coffee, wine, and monkey. We reached Falkenberg by radio at noon. He was still 40 kilometers away, and facing the hardest fighting yet. They had to go through villages practically house by house. Can you hold, he asked me, the rest of today and tonight easily? By noon tomorrow we'll be out of mortar shells. Sooner, maybe. When that happens, our outpost down at the roadblock will be without support. I hadn't told him where I was. Can you hold until 1500 hours tomorrow? He asked. The fort will hold. Don't know about the roadblock. We'll see what we can do, Falkenberg said. Good luck. Christian Johnny'll get us out, Brady said. You know him? Yes, sir. He'll get us out. I wished I were as sure as he was. They tried infiltrating during the night. I don't know how many crept up along the riverbank, but there were a lot of them. Some went on past us. The others moved in on our bunkers. The fighting was hand-to-hand, with knives and bayonets, and grenades doing most of the work, until we got our foxholes clear, and I was able to order the men down into them. Then I had Lieberman drop mortar fire in on our own positions for 10 minutes. When it lifted, we went out to clear the area. When morning came, we had 3 more dead, and every man in the section was wounded. I got a grenade fragment in my left upper arm just below where the armor left off. It was painful, but nothing to worry about. There were 20 dead in our area, and bloody trails were leading off where more enemies had crawled away. An hour after dawn, they rushed us again. The fort had few mortar shells left. We called each one in carefully. They couldn't spare us too much attention, though, because there was a general attack on the fort as well. When there were moments of quiet in the firing around Fort Beersheba, we could hear more distant sounds to the east. Falkenberg's column was blasting its way through another village. Ardwain got it just at noon. A rifle bullet in the neck. It looked bad. Brady dragged him into the main bunker and put a compress on. Ardwain's breath rattled in his throat, and his mouth oozed blood. That left Roth and Brady as NCOs, and Roth was immobile, with fragments through his left leg. At 12:30 hours, we had 4 effectives and no fire support from the fort. We'd lost the troops down by the riverbank, and we could hear movement there. They're getting past us, damn it! I shouted. All this for nothing. Hartz, get me Lieberman. Zuradore d'Isia. Hartz was working one-handed. His right arm was in shreds. He insisted on staying with me, but I didn't count him as one of my effectives. Sergeant Rozak, the radio said. Where's Lieberman? Dead, sir. I'm senior NCO. What mortar ammunition have you? 14 rounds, sir. Drop 3 onto the riverbank just beyond us, and stand by to use more. Aye, aye, sir. One moment. There was silence. Then he said, on the way. How is it up there? We're fighting at the walls, sir. We've lost the north section, but the bunkers are covering that area. Christ, you'll need the mortars to hold the fort. But there's no point in holding that fort if the roadblock goes. Stand by to use the last mortar rounds at my command. Aye, aye, sir. We can hold. Sure you can. Sure. I looked out through the bunker's firing slit. There were men coming up the road. Dozens of them. I had 1 clip left in my rifle, and I began trying to pick them off with slow fire. Hartz used his rifle with his left hand, firing 1 shot every 2 seconds, slow, aimed fire. There were more shots from off to my left. Corporal Brady was in a bunker over there, but his radio wasn't working. Attackers moved toward his position. I couldn't hear any others of my command. Suddenly Brady's trumpet sounded. The brassy notes cut through the battle noises. He played to arms, then settled into the line Marine March. We've left blood in the dirt of 25 worlds. There was a movement in the bunker. Recruit Dietz, hit twice in the stomach, had dragged himself over to Sergeant Ardwain and found Ardwain's pistol. He crawled up to the firing slit and began shooting. He coughed blood with each round. Another trooper staggered out of the bush. He reeled like a drunk as he lurched toward the road. He carried a rack of grenades strung around his neck and threw them mechanically, staggering forward and throwing grenades. He had only 1 arm. He was hit a dozen times and fell, but his arm moved to throw the last grenade before he died. More attackers moved toward Brady's bunker. The trumpet call wavered for a moment as Brady fired, and then the notes came as clear as ever. Rozak, I've got a fire mission, I said. Sir, let me describe the situation down here. I gave him the positions of my CP, Brady's bunker, and the only other one I thought might have any of our troops in it. Every place else is full of hostiles, and they're getting past us along the riverbank. I want you to drop a couple of mortar rounds 40 meters down the road from the CP, just north of the road, but not too far north. Corporal Brady's in there, and it would be a shame to spoil his concert. We hear him up here, sir. Wait, 1. There was silence. On the way. The mortar shells came in seconds later. Brady was still playing. I remembered his name now. It was 10 years ago on Earth. He'd been a famous man until he dropped out of sight. Rozak had left his mic open, and in the background I could hear the men in the fort cheering wildly. Rozak's voice came in my ears. General order from battalion headquarters, sir. You're to stay in your bunkers. No one to expose himself. Urgent general order, sir. I wondered what the hell Falkenberg was doing giving me general orders, but I used my command set to pass them along. I doubted if anyone heard, but it didn't matter. No one was going anywhere. Suddenly, the road exploded. The whole distance from 50 meters away down as far as I could see vanished in a line of explosions. They kept coming, pounding the road. Then the riverbank was lifted in great clods of mud. The road ahead was torn to bits. Then the pieces were lifted by another salvo, and another. I drove into the bottom of the bunker and held my ears while shells dropped all around me. Finally it lifted. I could hear noises in my phones, but my ears were ringing, and I couldn't understand. It wasn't Rozak's voice. Finally it came through. Do you need more fire support, Mr. Slater? No. Lord, what's shooting? I'll tell the gunners that, Falkenberg said. Hang on, Hal. We'll be another hour, but you'll have fire support from now on. Outside, Brady's trumpet sang out another march. Well, they sent me back to Garrison to get my arm fixed. There's a fungus infection on Ararat that makes even minor wounds dangerous. I spent a week in surgery getting chunks cut out of my arm, then another week in regeneration stimulation. I wanted to get back to my outfit, but the surgeon wouldn't hear of it. He wanted me around to check up on the regrowth. Sergeant Ardwain was in the next bay. It was going to take a while to get him back together, but he'd be all right. With Lieberman dead, Ardwain would be up for a centurion's badges. It drove me crazy to be in garrison while my company, minus its only officer and both its senior NCOs, was out at Fort Beersheba. The day they let me out of sick bay, I was ready to mutiny, but there wasn't any transportation, and Major Lorca made it clear that I was to stay in garrison until the surgeon released me. I went to my quarters in a blue funk. The place was all fixed up. Private Hartz was there grinning at me. His right arm was in an enormous cast, bound to his chest with what seemed like a mile of gauze. "How did you get out before I did?" I asked him. "No infection, sir." I poured brandy on the wounds. He winced. It was a waste, but there was more than enough for the few of us left. There was another surprise. Irina Swale came out of my bedroom. "Miss Swale has been kind enough to help with the work here, sir," Hart said. He seemed embarrassed. "She insisted, sir. If the lieutenant will excuse me, I've laundry to pick up, sir." I grinned at him, and he left. Now what? I wondered. "Thanks. It's the least I could do for Ararat's biggest hero," Irina said. "Hero? Nonsense. I suppose it's nonsense that my father is giving you the military medal, and that Colonel Harrington has put in for something else. I forget what, but it can't be approved here. It has to come from sector headquarters." "News to me," I said. "And I still don't think—" "You don't have to. Aren't you going to ask me to sit down? Would you like something to drink? We have everything here. Private Hartz is terribly efficient." "So are you. I'm not doing well, am I? Please have a seat. I'd get you a drink, but I don't know where anything is." "And you couldn't handle the bottles anyway. I'll get it." She went into the other room and came out with 2 glasses. Brandy for me and that Jericho wine she liked. Hart's at work, I thought. I'll be drinking that damn brandy the rest of my life. "It was pretty bad, wasn't it?" she said. She sat on the couch that had appeared while I was gone. "Bad enough. Out of my original 90, there were only 12 who hadn't been wounded, 28 dead, and another dozen who wouldn't be back on duty for a long time. But we held." I shook my head. "Not bragging, Irina?" "Amazed, mostly. We held." "Yeah, nay. I've been wondering about something," she said. "I asked Louis Bonnyman and he wouldn't answer me. Why did you have to hold the fort? It was much the hardest part of the campaign, wasn't it? Why didn't Captain Falkenberg do it?" "Had other things to do, I suppose. They haven't let me off drugs long enough to learn anything over in sick bay. What's happening out there?" "It went splendidly," she said. "The Harmony militia are in control of the whole river. The boats are running again. Grain prices have fallen here in the city." "You don't sound too happy. Is it that obvious?" She sat quietly for a moment. She seemed to be trying to control her face. Her lips were trembling. "My father says you've accomplished your mission. He won't let Colonel Harrington send you out to help the other farmers. And then the River Pack weren't the worst of the convict governments. In a lot of ways, they weren't even so bad. I thought. I'd hoped you could go south, to the farmlands where things are really bad, but Hugo has negotiated a steady supply of grain, and he says it's none of our business. Nadia, you're certainly anxious to get us killed." She looked at me furiously. Then she saw my grin. "By the way," she said, "you're expected at the palace for dinner tonight. I've already cleared it with the surgeon. And this time I expect you to come. All those plans for my big party, and it was nothing but a trick your Captain Falkenberg had planned. You will come, won't you? Please." We ate alone. Governor Swale was out in the newly taken territory trying to set up a government that would last. Irina's mother had left him years before, and her only brother was a Navy officer somewhere in Pleiades sector. After dinner, I did what she probably expected me to. I kissed her, then held her close to me and hoped to go to something a bit more intimate. She pushed me away. Hal, please. Sorry. Don't be. I like you, Hal. It's just that. Dean Knowles, I said. She gave me a puzzled look. No, of course not. But I do like your friend, Louis. Can't we be friends, Hal? Do we have to? Of course we can be friends. I saw a lot of her in the next 3 weeks. Friends. I found myself thinking about her when I wasn't with her, and I didn't like that. The whole thing's silly, I told myself. Junior officers have no business getting involved with governors' daughters. Nothing can come of it, and you don't want anything to come of it to begin with. Your life's complicated enough as it is. I kept telling myself that right up to the day the surgeon told me I could rejoin my outfit. I was glad to go. It was still my company. I hadn't been with most of them at all, and I'd been with the team at the fort only a few days, but a company was mine. Every man in the outfit thought so. I wondered what I'd done right. It didn't seem to me that I'd made any good decisions, or really any at all. Luck, Dean told me. They think you're lucky. That explained it. Line Marines are probably the most superstitious soldiers in history. And we'd certainly had plenty of luck. I spent the next 6 weeks honing the troops into shape. By that time Ardwain was back, with Centurion's badges. He was posted for light duty only, but that didn't stop him from working the troops until they were ready to drop. We had more recruits, recently arrived convicts, probably men who'd been part of the river pack at one time. It didn't matter. The Marine machine takes over, and if it doesn't break you, you come out a Marine. Falkenberg had a simple solution to the problem of deserters. He offered a reward, no questions asked, to anyone who brought in a deserter, and a larger reward for anyone bringing in the deserter's head. It wasn't an original idea, but it was effective, or had been effective. As more weeks went by with nothing to do but make patrols along the river, drill and train, stand formal retreat and parades and inspections, men began to think of running. They also went berserk. They get drunk and shoot a comrade. Steal. We couldn't drill them forever, and when we gave them any time off, they'd get the bug. The day the main body had reached Fort Beersheba, the 501st had been combat-weary, with a quarter of its men on the casualty list. It was an exhausted battalion, but it had high spirits. Now, a few months later, it was up to strength, trained to perfection, well-organized and well-fed, and unhappy. I found a trooper painting, IHTFP, on the orderly room wall. He dropped the paint bucket and stood to attention as I came up. And what does that mean, Hora? He stood straight as a ramrod. Sir, it means I have truly found paradise. And what's going to happen to you if Sergeant Major truly finds Private Hora painting on the orderly room wall? Cells, Lieutenant. If you're lucky, more likely you'll get to dig a hole and live in it a week. Hora, I'm going to the club for a drink. I don't expect to see any paint on that wall when I come back. Dean laughed when I told him about it. So doing that already? I hate this fucking place. He means it too. Give us another 6 weeks and I'll be painting walls, I said. Only I'll put mine on the governor's palace. You'll have to wait your turn, Dean said. God damn it, Dean. What can we do? The NCOs have gotten so rough I think I'll have to start noticing it. But if we relax discipline at all, things will really come apart. Yeah. Have you spoken to Falkenberg about it? Sure I have, I told him. But what can he do? What we need is some combat, Dean. I never thought I'd say that. I thought that was all garbage that they gave us at the academy. That business about Le Cafard and losing more men to it than to an enemy. But I believe it now. Now, cheer up, Dean said. Louis, officer of the day, and I just heard the word from him. We've got to break in the routine. Tomorrow, Governor Hugo Swale, himself, is coming to pay a visit to the gallant troops of the 501st. He's bringing your medal, I make no doubt. How truly good, I said. I'd rather he brought us a good war. Give him time, Dean said. The way those damn merchants from Harmony are squeezing the farmers, they're all ready to revolt. Just what we need. A campaign to put down the farmers, I said. Poor bastards. They get it from everybody, don't they? Convicts that call themselves tax collectors. Now you say the Harmony merchants. Yeah, Dean said. Welcome to the glory of CoDominium service. Sergeant Major Ogilvy's baritone rang out across the Fort Beersheba parade ground. Battalion, Ottenhut, a company color guard, front and center, march! That was a surprise. Governor Swale had just presented me with the military medal, which isn't the earth, but I was a bit proud of it. Now our color guard marched across the hard adobe field to the reviewing stand. Attention to orders, Ogilvy said. For conspicuous gallantry in the face of the enemy, a company, 501st Provisional Battalion, is awarded the Unit Citation of Merit. By order of Rear Admiral Sergei Lermontov, Captain of the Fleet, Cruces Sector Headquarters. A company, pass in review. Bits of cloth and metal, and men will die for them, I thought. The old military game. It's all silly. And we held our heads high as we marched past the reviewing stand. Falkenberg had found 5 men who could play bagpipes, or claimed they could. How can you tell if they're doing it right? And they had made their own pipes. Now they marched around the table in the officers' mess at Fort Beersheba. Stewards brought whiskey and brandy. Governor Hugo Swale sat politely, trying not to show any distress as the pipers thundered past him. Eventually they stopped. I think we should join the ladies, Swale said. He looked relieved when Falkenberg stood. We went into the lounge. Irina had brought another girl, a visitor from one of the farm areas. She was about 19, I thought, with red-brown hair and blue eyes. She would have been beautiful if she didn't have a perpetual haunted look. Irina had introduced her as Catherine Malcolm. Governor Swale was obviously embarrassed to have her around. He was a strange little man. There was no resemblance between him and Irina, nothing that would make you think he was her father. He was short and dumpy, almost completely bald, with wrinkles on his high forehead. He had a quick, nervous manner of speaking and gesturing. He so obviously disliked Catherine that I think only the bagpipes could have driven him to want to get back to her company. I wondered why. There'd been no chance to talk to any of them at dinner. We sat around the fireplace. Falkenberg gave a curt nod, and all the stewards left except Monitor Lazar, Falkenberg's own orderly. Lazar brought a round of drinks and went off into the pantry. Well, here's to a company and its commander, Falkenberg said. I sat embarrassed as the others stood and lifted their glasses. Good work indeed, Hugo Swale said. Thanks to this young man, the Jordan Valley is completely pacified. It will take a long time before there's any buildup of arms here again. I want to thank you gentlemen for doing such a thorough job. I had a bit too much to drink with dinner, and there'd been brandy afterward, and the pipers with their wild war sound. My head was buzzing. Perhaps too thorough, I muttered as the others sat down. I honestly don't know whether I wanted the others to hear me or not. Dean and Louis threw me sharp looks. What do you mean, Hal? Irina asked. Nothing. Spit it out, Falkenberg said. The tone made it an order. I've a dozen good men in cells and 3 more in a worse kind of punishment. Half my company is on extra duty, and the rest of them are going slowly mad, I said. If we'd left a bit of the fighting to do, we'd at least have employment. I tried to make it a joke. Governor Swale took it seriously. It's as much a soldier's job to prevent trouble as to fight, he said. You pompous ass, I thought. But of course he was right. There's plenty that needs doing, Catherine Malcolm said. If your men are spoiling to fight somebody, loan them to us for a while. She wasn't joking at all. Governor Swale wasn't pleased at all. That will do, Catherine. You know we can't do that. And why not? She demanded. You're supposed to be governor of this whole planet, but the only people you care about are the merchants in Harmony. Those sanctimonious hymn singers. You know the grain they're buying is stolen. Stolen from us by gangsters who claim to be our government, and if we don't give them what they want, they take it anyway and kill everyone who tries to stop them. And then you buy it from them. There's nothing I can do, Swale protested. I don't have enough troops to govern the whole planet. The Grand Senate explicitly instructed me to deal with local governments. The way you did with the river pack, Catherine said. Her voice was bitter. All they did was try to make some money by charging tolls for river traffic. They wouldn't deal with your damned merchants, so you sent the Marines to bargain with them. Just how many people in the Jordan Valley thanked you for that, Governor? Do they think you're their liberator? Catherine, that's not fair, Irina protested. There are plenty of people glad to be free of the river pack. You shouldn't say things like that. All I meant was that the river pack wasn't so bad. Not compared to what we have to live with. But His Excellency isn't concerned about us, because his merchants can buy their grain at low prices. He doesn't care that we've become slaves. No one but you and... Swale's lips tightened, but he didn't say anything. Local governments, Catherine said. What you've done, Governor, is recognize one gang. There's another gang too, and both of them collect taxes from us. It's bad enough with just one, but it can't even protect us from the other. If you won't give us our land back, can't you at least put down the rival gangsters so we only have one set of crooks stealing from us? Swale kept his voice under control. He was elaborately polite as he said, There is nothing we can do, Miss Malcolm. I wish there were. I suggest you people help yourselves. That isn't fair either, Irina said. You know it isn't. They didn't ask for all those convicts to be sent here. I think Catherine has a very good idea. Loan her the 501st. Once those hills are cleaned out and the gangsters are disarmed, the farmers can protect themselves. Can't they, Catherine? I think so. We'd be ready this time. See? And Hal says his men are spoiling for a good fight. Why not let them do it? Irina, I have to put up with that from Miss Malcolm, because she is a guest, but I do not have to take it from you, and I will not. Captain, I thought I was an invited guest on this post. Falkenberg nodded. I think we'd best change the subject, he said. There was an embarrassed silence. Then Catherine got up and went angrily to the door. You needn't bother to see me to my room, she said. I can take care of myself. I've had to do it often enough. I'm not surprised that Captain Falkenberg isn't eager to lead his troops into the hills. I noticed that he sent a newly commissioned lieutenant to do the tough part of Governor Swale's dirty work. I'm not surprised at all that he doesn't want any more fighting. She left, slamming the door behind her. Falkenberg acted as if he hadn't heard her. I don't suppose there was anything else he could do. The party didn't last much longer. I went to my rooms alone. Dean and Louis offered to stay with me, but I didn't want them. I told them I'd had enough celebrating. Hartz had left the brandy bottle on the table, and I poured myself another drink, although I didn't want it. The table was Ararat ironwood, and God knows how the troops had managed to cut planks out of it. My company had built it, and a desk, and some other furniture, and put them in my rooms while I was in hospital. I ran my hand along the polished tabletop pot. She should never have said that, I thought. And I expect it's my fault. I remembered Irina saying much the same thing back in garrison, and I hadn't protested. My damned fault. Falkenberg never explained anything about himself, and I'd never learned why he hadn't come with us the night we attacked the fort. But I was damned sure it wasn't cowardice. Louis and Dean had straightened me out about that. No one who'd been with him on the march up the river could even suspect. And why the hell didn't I tell Irina that? I wondered. Cocky kid, trying to impress the girl. Too busy being proud of himself to... There was a knock on the door. Come in, I said. It was Sergeant Major Ogilvy. There were some others in the hall. Yes, Sergeant Major? If we could have a word with the lieutenant. We have a problem, sir. Come in. Ogilvy came inside. When his huge shoulders were out of the doorway, I saw Monitor Lazar and Catherine Malcolm behind him. They all came in, and Catherine stood nervously, her hands twisted together. "It's all my fault," she said. Ogilvy ignored her. "Sir, I have to report that Monitor Lazar has removed certain orders from the battalion files without authorization." "Why tell me?" I asked. "He's Captain Falkenberg's orderly." "Sir, if you'll look at the papers," he showed them to this civilian. "If you say we should report it to the captain, we'll have to." Ogilvy's voice was carefully controlled. He handed me a bound stack of papers. They were orders from Colonel Harrington to Falkenberg as commander of the 501st, and they were dated the first day we'd arrived on Ararat. I'd never seen them myself. No reason I should, unless Falkenberg were killed and I had to take over as his deputy. Lazar stood at rigid attention. He wasn't looking at me, but seemed fascinated with a spot on the wall above me. "You say Miss Malcolm has read these, Sergeant Major?" "Yes, sir." "Then it will do no harm if I read them, I suppose." I opened the order book. The first pages were general orders commanding Falkenberg to organize the 501st. There was more, about procedures for liaison with Major Lorca and the garrison supply depot. I had seen copies of all those. "Why the devil did you think Miss Malcolm would be interested in this stuff, Lazar?" I asked. "Not that, sir," Ogilvy said. "Next page." I thumbed through the book again. There it was. Captain John Christian Falkenberg, Commanding Officer, 501st Provisional Battalion of Line Marines. 1. These orders are written confirmation of verbal orders issued in conference with above-named officer. 2. The 501st BN Raid is ordered to occupy Fort Beersheba at earliest possible moment consistent with safety of the command, and at the discretion of B.E. and all. Company. 3. Immediate airborne assault on Fort Beersheba is authorized, provided that assault risks no more than 10% of effective strength of 501st BN. 4. Any assault on Fort Beersheba in advance of main body of 501st BN.G shall be commanded by officer other than TO 501st BN. And request of Captain Falkenberg to accompany assault and return to be in it after Fort Beersheba is taken is expressly denied. Note, it is the considered judgment of undersigned that officers assigned to 501st would not be competent to organize BN and accomplish main objective of pacification of Jordan Valley without supervision of experienced officer. It is further considered judgment of undersigned that secondary objective of early capture of Fort Beersheba does not justify endangering main mission of occupation of Jordan Valley. Captain Falkenberg is therefore ordered to refrain from exposing himself to combat risks until such time as primary mission is assured. By order of Planetary Military Commander Nicholas Harrington, Colonel, CoDominium Marines. Lazar, I take it you were listening to our conversation earlier, I said. No way to avoid it, sir, the lady was shouting. Lazar's expression didn't change. I turned the book over and over in my hands. Sergeant Major. Sir, Talwa, I'm finished with this order book. Would you please see that it's returned to the battalion safe? Also, I think I forgot to log it out. You may do as you see fit about that. Sir, Thank you. You and Lazar may go now. I see no reason why the captain should be disturbed, because I wanted to look at the order book. Yes, sir. Let's go, Monitor. Ogilvy started to say something else, but he stopped himself. They left, closing the door behind them. That was nice of you, Catherine said. About all I could do, I said. Would you like a drink? No, thank you. I feel like a fool. You're not the only one. I was just thinking the same thing, and for about the same reasons when Ogilvy knocked. Won't you sit down? I suppose we should open the door. Don't be silly. She pulled a chair up to the big table. She was wearing a long plaid skirt like a very long kilt with a shiny blouse of some local fabric and a wool jacket that didn't close at the front. Her hair was long, brown with red in it, but I thought it might be a wig. A damned pretty girl, I thought. But there was that haunted look in her eyes, and her hands were scarred, tiny scars that showed regeneration therapy by unskilled surgeons. I think Irina said you're a farmer. You don't look like a farmer. She didn't smile. I own a farm. Or did. It's been confiscated by the government. One of our governments. Her voice was bitter. The Mission Hills Protective Association. A gang of convicts. We used to fight them. My grandfather and my mother and my brother and my fiancé were all killed fighting them. Now we don't do anything at all. How many of these gangsters are there? She shrugged. I guess the protectionists have about 4,000. Something like that anyway. Then there is the True Brotherhood. They have only a few hundred, maybe 1,000. No one really knows. They aren't really very well organized. Seems like they'd be no problem. They wouldn't be, if we could deal with them. But the Protective Association keeps our farmers disarmed and won't let us go on commando against the Brotherhood. They're afraid we'll throw the association out as well. The Brotherhood isn't anything real. They're closer to savages than human beings. But we can't do anything about them because the association won't let us. You, Mercenary? And how many of you are there? There are 20,000 farmers in the valley, she said. And don't tell me we ought to be able to run both gangs off. I know we should be able to. But we tried it, and it didn't work. Whenever they raided one of our places, we'd turn out to chase them down. But they'd run into the hills, where it would take weeks to find them. Then they'd wait until we came down to grow crops again. Then come down and kill everyone who resisted them, families and all. Ow! Is that what happened to your grandfather? Yes. He'd been one of the valley leaders. They weren't really trying to loot his place. They just wanted to kill him. I tried to organize resistance after that, and then, she looked at her hands. They caught me. I guess I will have that drink after all. Yeah. There's only brandy, I'm afraid. Or coffee. Brandy is all right. I got another glass and poured. Her hands didn't shake as she lifted it. Aren't you going to ask? She said. Everyone wants to know, but they're afraid to ask. She shuddered. They don't want to embarrass me. Embarrass! Look, you don't want to talk about. I don't want to, but I have to. Can you understand that? Yes. How? There's very little you can imagine that they didn't do to me. The only reason I lived through it was that they wanted me to live. Afterward, they put me in a cage in the village square. As an example, a warning. I'd have thought that would have the opposite effect. I was trying to speak calmly, but inside, I was boiling with hatred. No. I wish it had. It would have been worth it. Maybe. I don't know. The second night I was there, 2 men who'd been neighbors killed one of their guards and got me out. The protectionist shot 30 people the next day in reprisal. She looked down at her hands. My friends got me to a safe place. The doctor wasn't very well trained, they tell me. He left scars. If they could see what I was like when I got to him, they wouldn't say that. I didn't know what to say. I didn't trust myself to say anything. I wanted to take her in my arms and hold her, not anything else, just hold her and protect her. And I wanted to get my hands on the people who'd done this, and on anyone who could have stopped it and didn't. My God, what are soldiers for, if not to put a stop to things like that? But all I could do was pour her another drink. I tried to keep my voice calm. What will you do now? I don't know. When Father Reedy finally let me leave his place, I went to Harmony. I guess I hoped I could get help. But how? Why won't Governor Swale do something? Anything. More a matter of why should he? I said. God, Catherine, how can I say it? From his view, things are quiet. He can report that all's well here. They don't promote troublemakers in Bucolonial, and Hugo Swale doesn't strike me as the kind of man who wants to retire on Ararat. I drained my brandy glass. Maybe I'm not being fair to him. Somehow I don't even want to be. Aye. But you'd help us if you could, wouldn't you? My God, yes. At least you're safe now. She had a sad little smile. Yes, nothing but a few scars. Come here, please. She stood. I went to her. Put your hands on my shoulders, she said. I reached out to her. She stood rigidly. I could feel her trembling as I touched her. It happens every time, she said. Even now. And I like you. Hell, I'd give anything if I could just relax and let you hold me. But I can't. It's all I can do to sit here and talk to you. Wait. Then I'd better let you go. No. Please. Please understand. I like you. I want to talk with you. I want to show myself there are men I can trust. Just don't expect too much. Not for a while. I keep telling myself I'm going to get over it. I don't want to be alone, but I'm afraid to be with anyone, and I'm going to get over that. Oh, 13. We had more weeks of parades and training. Falkenberg had a new scheme. He bought 200 mules and assigned my company the job of learning to live with them. The idea was to increase our marching capability by using pack mules and to teach the men to hang on to the pack saddles so they could cover more kilometers each day. It worked fine, but it only increased the frustration because there was nothing to march toward. Governor Swale had gone back to garrison, but Irina and Catherine stayed as guests of the battalion. The men were pleased to have them on the post, and there was much less of a problem with discipline. They particularly adopted Catherine. She was interested in everything they did, and the troops thought of her as a mascot. She was young and vulnerable, and she didn't talk down to them, and they were half in love with her. I was more than that. I saw so much of her that Falkenberg thought it worthwhile to remind me that the service does not permit lieutenants to marry. That isn't strictly true, of course, but it might as well be. There's no travel allowance, and it takes an appeal to St. Peter, or perhaps an even higher level, to get married quarters. The rule is, captains may marry, majors should marry, colonels must marry, and there aren't many exceptions to it. Not much danger of that, I told him. Yes? He raised an eyebrow. It was an infuriating gesture. I blurted out her story. He only nodded. I was aware of most of it, Mr. Slater. How in God's name can you be so cool about it? I demanded. I know you don't like her after that outburst. Miss Malcolm has been very careful to apologize and to credit you with the explanation, Falkenberg said. And the next time you take the order book out of the safe, I'll expect you to log it properly. Now tell me why we have 3 men of your company sleeping under their bunks without blankets. Don't sing. Well, he didn't really want an explanation, of course, and for that matter, he probably already knew. There wasn't much about the battalion that he didn't know. It made a smooth change of subject, but I wasn't having any. I told him, off the record, what the charges would have been if I'd officially heard what the men had done. Centurion and Ardwain preferred not to report it, I said. Captain, I still cannot understand how you can be so calm when you know that not 200 kilometers from here. Mr. Why? Slater, I remain calm, because at the moment there is very little I can do. What do you want? That we lead the 501st in a mutiny? If it is any comfort to you, I do not think the situation will last. It is my belief that Governor Swale is living in a fool's paradise. You cannot deal with criminal gangs on any permanent basis, and I believe the situation will explode. Until it does, there is not one damn thing we can do, and I prefer not to be reminded of my helplessness. But, sir... But nothing, Mr. Slater. Shut up and soldier. Falkenberg had guessed right. Although we didn't know it, about the time we had that conversation, the Protective Association had decided to raise the price of grain. 2 weeks later, they hiked the price again and held up the shipments to show the governor they meant it. It wasn't long after that The governor paid another visit to Fort Beersheba. Dean Knowles found me in the club. His Excellency has arrived, he said. He's really come with full kit this time. He's brought Colonel Harrington and a whole company of militia. What the devil are they for? I asked. Search me. I thought you knew everything. Well, I suppose we will know soon enough. There's officers' call. The governor, Colonel Harrington, and Falkenberg were all in the staff conference room. There was also a colonel of militia. He didn't look very soldierly. His uniform was baggy, and he had a bulge around his middle. The governor introduced him as Colonel Trevor. I'll come right to the point, gentlemen, Swale said. Due to certain developments in the southern areas, I am no longer confident that food supply for the cities of Harmony and Garrison is assured. The local government down there has not negotiated in good faith. It's time to put some pressure on them. Yow! In other words, Colonel Harrington said, he wants to send the Marines down to bash heads so the Harmony merchants won't have to pay so much. Colonel, that remark was not called for, Governor Swale said. Certainly it was. There was no humor in Harrington's voice. If we can send my lads down to get themselves killed, we can tell them why they're going. It's hardly a new mission for the Line Marines. Your orders are to hold the cities, Swale said. That cannot be done without adequate food supplies. I think that justifies using your troops for this campaign. Sure it does, Harrington said. And after the CD pulls both of us out of here, what happens? Doesn't that worry you a bit, Colonel Trevor? The CoDominium won't abandon Ararat. Trevor sounded very positive. You're betting a lot on that, Colonel Harrington told him. If you two are quite through, Swale said. Captain, how soon can your battalion be ready to march? Falkenberg looked to Colonel Harrington. Are we to hold the Jordan area as well, sir? You won't need much here, Harrington said. The militia can take over now. And what precisely are we to accomplish in the southern farm area? Falkenberg asked. I just told you, Swale said. Go down and put some pressure on the Protective Association so they'll see reason. And how am I to do that? For heaven's sake, Falkenberg, it's a punitive expedition. Go hurt them until they're ready to give in. Burn farms and towns, shoot livestock, destroy transport systems, that sort of thing? Well, shoo. I'd rather you didn't do it that way. Then, Governor, exactly what am I to do? Falkenberg demanded. I remind you that the Protective Association is itself an occupying power. They don't really care what we do to the farmers. They don't work that land. They merely expropriate from those who do. Yes. Then confine your punitive actions to the Protective Association. Swale's voice trailed off. I do not even know how to identify them, sir. I presume that anyone I find actually working the land is probably not one of the criminal element, but I can hardly shoot everyone who happens to be idle at the moment I pass through. You needn't be sarcastic with me, Captain. Sir, I am trying to point out the difficulties inherent in the orders you gave me. If I have been impertinent, you have my apology. Sure you do, I thought. Dean and Lewis grinned at each other and at me. Then we managed to get our faces straight. I wondered what Falkenberg was trying to do. I found out soon enough. Then what the devil do you suggest? Swale demanded. Governor, there's a way I can assure you a reasonable and adequate grain supply. It requires your cooperation. Specifically, you must withdraw recognition from the Protective Association. And recognize whom? An unorganized bunch of farmers who couldn't hold on to the territory in the first place. Captain, I have sympathy for those people, even if all of you here do suspect me of being a monster with no feelings. My sympathy is of no matter. I must feed the people of Harmony, and to do that I'll deal with the devil himself if that's what it takes. And you very nearly have, I muttered. What's that, Lieutenant Slater? Nothing, Governor. Excuse me. I expect I know what you said. Captain, let's suppose I do what you ask and withdraw recognition from the Protective Association. Now what do I do? We are not in the democracy-building business. My personal sympathies may well lie with what we are pleased to call free and democratic institutions, but I happen to be an official of the CoDominium, not of the United States. So, by the way, if this planet had been settled by Soviets, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. There would be an assured grain supply, and no nonsense about it. I hardly think the situations are comparable, Colonel Harrington said. Nor I, Trevor added. That surprised me. I ask again, what do we do? The governor said. Extend CoDominium protection to the area, Harrington said. It needn't be permanent. I make no doubt that Colonel Trevor's people have friends among the farmers. We may not be in the democracy-building business, but there are plenty who'd like to try. You are asking for all-out war on the Protective Association, Swale said. Colonel Harrington, have you any idea of what that will cost? The Senate is very reluctantly paying the basic costs of keeping these Marines on Ararat. They have not sent one deci credit to pay for combat action. How am I supposed to pay for this war? You'll just have to tax the grain transactions. That's all, Harrington said. I can't do that. You're going to have to do it. Captain Falkenberg is right. We can drive out the Protective Association with enough local cooperation, but we sure as hell can't grow wheat for you. I suppose we could exterminate everyone in the whole damned valley and repopulate it. Now you're being impertinent. My apologies, Harrington said. Governor, just what do you want? Those farmers aren't going to grow crops just to have a bunch of gangsters take the profits. They'll move out first, or take the land out of cultivation. Then what happens to your grain supply? The situation is more complex than you think, Colonel. Believe me, it is. Your business is war and violence. Mine is politics, and I tell you that things aren't always what they seem. The Protective Association can keep Harmony supplied with grain at a reasonable price. That's what we must have, and it's what you were going to get for me. Now you tell me that my only alternatives are a war I can't pay for or starvation in the city. Neither is acceptable. I order you to send an expeditionary force to Allensport. It will have the limited objective of demonstrating our intent and putting sufficient pressure on the Protective Association to make them reasonable, and that is the whole objective. Harrington studied his fingernails for a moment. Sir, I cannot accept the responsibility. Damn you, Captain Falkenberg, you will I can't accept the responsibility either, Governor. Then, by God, I'll have Colonel Trevor lead it. Trevor, if you say you can't accept responsibility, I damn well know a dozen militia officers who can. Yes, sir. Who'll command the Marines, sir? They won't take orders from me. Not directly. The lieutenants will. He stopped, because one by one, Dean, Lewis, and I all shook our heads. This is blackmail. I'll have every one of you cashiered. Colonel Harrington laughed. Now, you know, I really doubt that. Me you might manage to get at. But junior officers for refusing an assignment their colonel turned down. Try peddling that to Admiral Lermontov, and he'll laugh like hell. Swale sat down. He struggled for a moment until he was in control of his voice. Why are you doing this? Colonel Harrington shook his head slowly. Governor, everything you said about the service is true. We're used. They use us to bash heads so that some senator's nephew can make a mega credit. They hand people a raw deal and then call on us to make the victims stay in the game. Most of the time we have to take. It doesn't mean we like it much. Once in a while, just every now and then, the fleet gets a chance to put something right after you civilians mess it up. We don't pass up such chances. Harrington's voice had been quiet, but now he let it rise slightly. Governor, just what the hell do you think men become soldiers for? So that you can get promoted to a cushy job. I have told you I would like to help those farmers. I can't do it. Cannot you understand? We can't pay for a long campaign. Can't. Not won't. Can't. Yes, sir, Colonel Harrington said. I expect I'd better get back to garrison. The staff's going to have to work out a pretty strict rationing plan. You think you have won, the governor said. Not yet, Colonel. Not yet. Colonel Trevor, I asked you to put a battalion of militia on riverboats. How long will it take for them to get here? Be here tomorrow, sir. When they arrive, I want you to have made arrangements for more fuel and supplies. We are taking that battalion to Allensport, where I will personally direct operations. I've no doubt we can make the Protective Association see reason. As to the rest of you, you will sit in this fort and rot for all I care. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I told Catherine about the conference when I met her for supper that night. She listened with bewilderment. I don't understand how, she finally blurted. All that fuss about costs. We'd pay for the campaign and be happy to do it. Do you think the governor knows that? I asked. Of course he knows it. I've told him, and I've brought him offers from some of the other farmers. Don't you remember I asked him to loan us the 501st? Sure, but you weren't serious. I wasn't then, but it sounded like such a good idea that later on, we really tried to hire you. He wasn't interested. Wasn't interested in what? Louis Bonnyman asked. Is this an intimate conversation, or may I join you? Please do, Catherine said. We're just finishing. I've had my dinner also, Louis said. But I'll buy you a drink. Hal, did you ever think old Harrington had that land of guts? No, surprised me. So what happens next? Beats me, Louis said. But I'll give you a hint. I just finished helping Sergeant Major cut orders putting this whole outfit on full field alert as of reveille tomorrow. Figures. I wonder just how much trouble His Excellency will get himself into. Louis grinned. With any luck, he'll get himself killed and Colonel Harrington becomes acting governor. Then we can really clean house. You can't wish that on Irina's father, Catherine protested. I thought you liked her, Louis. Her, yes. Her old man I can live without. I'd have thought you'd share the sentiment. He was kind enough to let me live in his home, Catherine said. I don't understand him at all. He seems like a good man. It's only when he puts on his governor's hat, I said. I keep wondering if we blew it, Catherine. If we'd taken the governor up on his offer, we could at least have gotten down there to do something. I might even have caught the bastard that you know who I mean. You're dry. I'm glad you didn't, Hal. It would have been horrible. Anything you did to those gangsters, they'd take out on my friends as soon as you'd left. I wouldn't have helped you, and I don't think anyone else would, because anybody that did would be signing death warrants for his whole family, and all his friends, too. Sounds like a rough gang, Louis said. Thorough. If you're going to use terror, go all the way. Unfortunately, it works. Catherine nodded. Yes. I've tried to explain it to Governor Swale. If he sends an expedition there, a lot of my friends will try to help. They'll be killed if he leaves those hoodlums in control when it's over. It would be better if none of you ever went there. But the Harmony merchants don't like the prices, Louis said. They want their grain cheaper, and Swale's got to worry about them too. A complaint from the Harmony City Council wouldn't look too good on his record. Somebody at Colonial might take it seriously. Ahoy! Politics, Catherine said. Why can't? Be your age, Louis said. There's politics in the CoDominium, sure, but we still keep the peace, and it's not all that bad anyway. Swale was appointed by Grand Senator Bronson's people. An unsavory lot, I said. Maybe, Louis admitted. Anyway, of course that means that Bronson's enemies will be looking for reasons to discredit Swale. He's got to be careful. The Harmony merchants still have friends at American Express, and Amex hates Bronson with a passion. Not writing? I'd say our governor has problems then, I said. From the looks of the troops he took with him, he won't scare the association much. The militia have pretty uniforms, but they're all city kids. All right for holding walls and cruising along the Jordan now that we've disarmed everybody here, but they're unlikely to scare anybody with real combat experience. Yay. 14. We put the entire battalion on ready alert, but nothing happened for a week. Colonel Harrington stayed at Fort Beersheba and joined us in the officers' mess in the evenings. Like Falkenberg, he liked bagpipes. To my horror, so did Catherine. I suppose every woman has some major failing. What the hell is he doing? Colonel Harrington demanded. I'd have sworn he'd have gotten himself into trouble by now. Maybe we've overestimated the Mission Hills Protective Association. Why the hell did they come up with that name? There aren't any Mission Hills on this planet, to the best of my knowledge. No. Oddly. They brought the name with them, Colonel, Louis told him. There's a Southern California gang with that name. Been around for 2 or 3 generations. A number of them happened to be on the same prison ship, and they stuck together when they got there. Nay. How the hell did you find that out? Harrington demanded. Captain Falkenberg insists that his people be thorough, Louis said. It was a matter of sifting through enough convicts until I found one who knew, and then finding some corroboration. Well, congratulations, Louis, Harrington said. John, you've done well with your collection of newlies. Thank you, Colonel. Real tests coming up now, though. What the hell is happening down there? Stewart and other whiskey, all around. If we can't fight, we can still drink. Maybe Governor Swale will come to terms with them, I said. The Colonel gave me a sour look. Doubt it, Hal. He's between a rock and a hard place. The merchants won't stand for the prices those goons want, and they think they've got him by the balls. They're not afraid of us, you know. They've got a good idea of what's going on in Harmony. They know damned well that Fleet isn't sending any more support to Ararat. And what the hell can 1,000 men do? Even 1,000 line Marines? I hope they think that way, Dean said. If they'll stand and fight, they're finished. But they won't, John Falkenberg said. They're no fools. They won't stand and fight. They'll run like hell as soon as we get close to them. They've only to sit up in the hills and avoid us. Eventually we'll have to leave, but they won't. Harrington nodded. Yeah. In the long run, those poor damned farmers will have to cut it for themselves. Maybe they'll make it. At least we can try to set things right for them. John, do you think the pipers have had their drink by now? I'm certain of it, Colonel. Lazar, have Pipe Major bring us a tune. 8 days after the governor left Fort Beersheba, we still had no word. That night, there was the usual drinking with the pipers in the mess. I excused myself early and went up to my rooms with Catherine. I still couldn't touch her without setting her to trembling, but we were working on it. I'd decided I was in love with her, and I could wait for the physical aspects to develop. I didn't dare think very far ahead. We had no real future that I could see, but for the moment just being together was enough. It wasn't a situation either of us enjoyed, but we hated to be separated. The phone buzzed. Slater, I told it. Sergeant Major Ogilvy, sir. You're wanted in the staff room immediately. Hallelujah. Be right there, Sergeant Major. As I hung up, Brady's trumpet sounded on full kits. I turned to Catherine. We were both grinning like idiots. This is it, sweetheart. Yes. Now that it's happened, I'm scared. So am I. As Falkenberg says, we're all scared, but it's an officer's job not to show it. Be back when I can. Just a second. She came to me and put her hands on my shoulders. Her arms went around me, and she pulled me against herself. See? I'm hardly shaking at all. She kissed me, quickly, then a long, lingering kiss. This is one hell of a time for a miraculous psychiatric cure, I said. Shut up and get out of here. Aye, aye, ma'am. I went out quickly. Hartz was in the hallway. I will have our gear ready, sir, he said. And now we fight, I hope so. As I walked across the parade ground, I wondered why I felt so good. We were about to go kill and maim a lot of people, and give them the chance to do it to us. For a million reasons we ought to have been afraid, and we ought to dread what was coming, but we didn't. Is it that what we think we ought to do It is so thoroughly alien to what we really feel. I couldn't kid myself that this time was different because our cause was just. We say we love peace, but it doesn't excite us. Even pacifists talk more about the horrors of war than about the glories of peace. And you're not supposed to solve the problems of the universe, I told myself. But you do get to kill the man that raped your girl. The others were already in the conference room, with Colonel Harrington at the head of the table. The expected has happened, Harrington said. I knew for a fact that he'd drunk 4 double whiskeys since supper, but there wasn't a trace of it in his speech. I'd swallowed 2 quick sober pills on the way over. I really hadn't needed them. I was sure they hadn't had time to dissolve, but I felt fine. Our governor has managed to get himself besieged in Allensport, Harrington said, with half of his force outside the town. He wants us to bail him out. I have told him we will march immediately for a price. Then he's agreed to withdraw recognition of the association? Dean asked. Agreed to, yes. He hasn't done it yet. I think he's afraid that the instant he does, they will get really nasty. However, I have his word on it, and I will hold him to it. Captain Falkenberg, the 501st, is hereby ordered to drive the Mission Hills Protective Association out of the Allen River Valley, by whatever means you think best. You may cooperate with local partisan forces in the area and make reasonable agreements with them. The entire valley is to be placed under CoDominium protection. Aye, aye, sir. Falkenberg's detached calm broke for a moment, and he let a note of triumph get into his voice. Now, Captain, if you will be kind enough to review your battle plan, Harrington said. Sir. Falkenberg used the console to project a map onto the briefing screen. I'd already memorized the area, but I examined it again. About 10 kilometers upriver from Beersheba, the Jordan was joined by a tributary known as the Allen River. The Allen runs southwest through forest lands for about 50 kilometers, then turns and widens in a valley that lies almost due north-south. The east side of the Allen Valley is narrow, because no more than 20 clicks from the river, there's a high mountain range, and east of that is high desert. Nobody lives there, and nobody would want to. The west side, though, is some of the most fertile land on Ararat. The valley is irregularly shaped, narrowing to no more than 25 clicks wide in places, but opening out to more than 100 clicks in others. It reminded me of the San Joaquin Valley of California, a big fertile bowl with rugged mountains on both sides of it. Allensport is 125 clicks upriver from where the Allen runs into the Jordan. Falkenberg left the big valley map on one screen and projected a detail onto the other. He fiddled with the console to bring red and green lines representing friendly and hostile forces onto the map. As you can see, Governor Swale and one company of militia have taken a defensive position in Allensport, Falkenberg said. The other 2 militia companies are south of him, actually upriver. How the devil he ever got himself into such a stupid situation, I cannot say. Natural talent, Colonel Harrington muttered. No doubt, Falkenberg said. We have 2 objectives. The minor, but most urgent, is to rescue Governor Swale. The major objective is pacification of the area. It seems very unlikely that we can accomplish that without a general uprising of the locals in our favor. Agreed? We were all silent for a moment. Mr. Bonnyman, I believe you're the junior, Colonel Harrington said. Agreed, sir, Louis said. Dean and I spoke at once. Agreed. Excellent. I remind you that this conference is recorded, Falkenberg said. Of course, I thought. All staff conferences are. It didn't seem like Falkenberg and Harrington to spread responsibility around by getting our opinions on record, but I was sure they had their reason. The best way to stimulate a general uprising would be to inflict an immediate and major defeat on the Protective Association, Falkenberg said. A defeat, not merely driving them away, but bringing them to battle and eliminating a large number of them. It is my view that this is sufficiently important to justify considerable risks. Is that agreed to? Aha! I thought. Starting with Lewis, we all stated our agreements. Then we can proceed to the battle plan, Falkenberg said. It is complex, but I think it is worth a try. You will notice that there is a pass into the hills west of Allensport. Our informants tell us that this is the route the association forces will take if they are forced to retreat. Furthermore, there is a sizable militia force south of Allensport. If the militia were strengthened with local partisans, and if we can take the pass before the besieging hostiles realize their danger, we will have them trapped. The main body of the battalion will march upriver, approach from the north, and engage them. We won't get them all, but we should be able to eliminate quite a lot of them. With that kind of victory behind us, persuading the other ranchers to rise up and join us should not be difficult. Oh! As he talked, he illustrated the battle plan with lights on the map. He was right. It was complex. Questions? Falkenberg asked. Sir, I said, I don't believe those 2 militia companies can take the pass. I certainly wouldn't count on it. They can't, Harrington said. But they're pretty steady on defense. Give 'em a strong position to hold, and those lads will give a good account of themselves. Yes, Falkenberg said. I propose to stiffen the militia outside the city with 2 sections of Marines. We still have our skyhooks, and I see no reason why we can't use them again. Here we go again, I muttered. Even so, sir, it all depends on how strongly that pass is held, and we don't know that. Or do we? Only that it will be defended, Falkenberg said. The attack on the pass will have to be in the nature of a probe, ready to be withdrawn if the opposition is too stiff. I see. I thought about that for a while. I'd never done anything like that, of course. I might have a military medal, but I couldn't kid myself about my combat experience. I think I can manage that, sir, I said. Falkenberg gave me his half-grin, the expression he used when he was springing one of his surprises. I'm afraid you won't have all the fun this time, Mr. Slater. I intend to lead the Skyhook force myself. You'll have command of the main body. There was more to his plan, including a part I didn't like at all. He was taking Catherine with him on the Skyhook. I couldn't really object. She'd already volunteered. Falkenberg had called her in my rooms while I was on the way over to the conference. I really have little choice, Falkenberg said. We must have someone reliable who is known to the locals. The whole plan depends on getting enough local assistance to seal off the valley to the south of Allensport. Otherwise, there's no point to it. Yeah, I had to agree. I didn't have to like it. I could imagine what she'd say if I tried to stop her. Falkenberg finished with the briefing. Any more questions? No? Then once again I'll ask for your opinions. Looks all right to me, Louis said. Of course he would. He was going with Falkenberg and the Skyhooks. No problem with heavy weapons, Dean said. I like it. Mr. Slater. My operation looks straightforward enough. No problems. It's straightforward, Colonel Harrington said, but not trivial. You've got the trickiest part of the job. You have to seal off the northern escape route, engage the enemy, rescue the governor, and then swing around like a hammer to smash the hostiles against the anvil Captain Falkenberg will erect at the passes. The timing is critical. No, Paul. I have confidence in Lieutenant Slater, Falkenberg said. So have I, or I wouldn't approve this plan, Harrington said. But don't ignore what we're doing here. In order to carry out the major objective of clearing the hostiles from the whole valley, we're leaving Governor Swale in a rather delicate situation. If something goes wrong, Sector will have our heads, with justice, I might add. He stood, and we all got to our feet. But I like it. No doubt the association thinks we'll be rushing directly to the governor's aid, and their people are prepared for that. I hate to be obvious. Yet? So do I, Falkenberg said. Harrington nodded curtly. Gentlemen, you have your orders. The riverboats looked like something out of the American Civil War, as they puffed their way down the dark river. We'd had a rainstorm when we left the fort, but now the sky was clear and dark, with bright stars overhead. My rivercraft were really nothing more than barges with steam engines and enough superstructure to get cargo under cover. They were made of wood, of course. There wasn't enough of a metal industry on Ararat to build steel hulls, and not much reason to want to. I had 3 barges, each about 50 meters long and 20 wide, big rectangular floating platforms with cabins whose roofs served as raised decks, and a central bridge to control them. Every centimeter of available space was covered with troops, mules, guns, supply wagons, ammunition, tentage, and rations. The 501st was going to the Allen Valley to stay. The barges burned wood, which we had to stop and cut with chainsaws. In addition, I had one amphibious hovercraft with light armor. It could make 55 kilometers an hour compared to the 11 kilometers an hour the barges got under full steam. Perched on top of the 3rd barge was number 3 helicopter, which could make a couple of 100 kilometers an hour. The discrepancies in speeds would have been amusing if they weren't so frustrating. "One goddamn DC-45, Dean said. "One. That's all, 1 starlifter, and we could be there in an hour." "We make do with what we got," I told him. "Besides, think how romantic it all is. Pity we don't have a leadsman up in the bows singing out the river depth instead of a sonar depth find." The hovercraft ran interference to be sure there weren't any nasty surprises waiting for us. As we got closer to Allensport, I sent up the chopper to make a high-altitude survey of the landing area. We were landing a good 20 clicks downriver from Allensport. Not only were the banks a lot steeper farther upriver, but we didn't want to scare the association off by landing too close. Governor Swale was screaming at me hourly, of course. He wanted us in Allensport right now. When I told him where we were putting ashore, he was almost hysterical. "What the hell are you doing?" he demanded. "All you have to do is show up. They won't stand and fight you. This is all a political maneuver. Put heavy pressure on them, and they'll come to terms." I didn't point out that we didn't intend to come to terms with the association. "Sir, Colonel Harrington approved the battle plan." "I don't care if God the Father approved it," Swale shouted. "What are you doing?" "I know Falkenberg is south of here with troops he brought in by helicopter, but he won't tell me what he's doing. And now he's withdrawn the militia. I'm trapped in here and you're playing some kind of game. I demand to know what you intend." "Governor, I don't know myself," I said. "I just know what my orders are. We'll have you out of there in a few hours. Out." I switched off the set and turned to Dean. "Well," I said, "we know Louis and Falkenberg are doing something down south of us. Wish I knew how they're making out." "If there's something we need to know, they'll tell us," Dean said. "Worried about Catherine?" "Some. You never get so attached to anyone that you worry about her. Saves a lot of skull sweat." "Yeah, sure. Helmsman, that looks like our landing area. Look sharp." "Aye, aye, sir." "Hartz, get me the chopper, pilot." "Zur." Hartz fiddled with the radio for a moment, then handed me the mic. "Sergeant Stragoff, sir." "Stragoff, I want you to make a complete sweep of our landing area. There should be 2 unarmed people there to meet us. They'll show you a blue light. If they show any other color, spray the whole area and get the hell out of there. If they show blue, tell me about it, but I still want a complete survey." "Yeah, aye. Aye, aye, sir." "And just who is meeting us?" Dean asked. "Don't know their names," I said. "Falkenberg said he'd try to set up a welcoming committee of local resistance types. If we're satisfied with them, we help them arm some of their neighbors. That's why we brought those extra rifles." The radio came to life again. "2 people with a blue light, sir. Nothing else on radar or IR." "Good. Okay, now make a wider sweep. I don't want to find out there's an artillery battery registered on our landing area." "Sir, 2. "Sergeant Major," I said. "Sir, Dins. You can take the hovercraft in to occupy the landing area. Treat the welcoming committee politely, but keep an eye on them. When the area's secure, we'll all go ashore." "Sir." I looked up at the stars. There was no moon. About 5 hours to dawn. With any luck, we'd be deployed and ready for combat by first light. Okay, Dean, you're in charge, I said. Hearts, you stay with him. If the lieutenant orders it. Damn it, I did order it. Belay that. All right, come with me. We went to the deck level. The river was less than a meter below us. It wasn't a river to swim in. There are aquatic snakes on Ararat, and their poison will finish off anything that has protein in it. It acts as a catalyst to coagulate cell bodies. I had no real desire to be a hard rubber lump. We had one canoe on board. I'd already found troopers who knew something about handling them. We had a dozen men familiar with the screwy watercraft, which didn't surprise me. The story is that you can find any skill in a line marine regiment, and it seems to be true. In my own company, I had 2 master masons, an artist, a couple of electronic techs, possibly engineers, but they weren't saying, at least one disbarred lawyer, a drunken psychiatrist, and a chap the men claimed was a defrocked preacher. Corporal Anuraro showed me how to get into the canoe without swamping it. We don't have those things in Arizona. As they paddled me ashore, I thought about how silly the situation was. I was being paddled in a canoe, a device invented at least 10,000 years ago. I was carrying a pair of light-amplifying field glasses based on a principle not discovered until after I was born. Behind me was a steamboat that might have been moving up the Missouri River at the time of Custer's last stand, and I got to this planet in a starship. The current was swift, and I was glad to have experienced men at the paddles. The water flowed smoothly alongside. Sometimes an unseen creature made riffles in it. Over on the shore, the hovercraft had already landed, and someone was signaling us with a light. When we got to the bank, I was glad to be on dry land. Where are our visitors, Rozak? I asked. Over here, sir. 2 men, both ranchers or farmers. One was Oriental. They looked to be about 50 years old. As agreed, they weren't armed. I'm Lieutenant Slater, I said. The Oriental answered. I am Juan Lu. This is Harry Seaton. I've heard of you. Catherine says you helped her once. Yes, to escape from a cage, Juan Lu said. You're supposed to prove something, I said. Juan Lu smiled softly. You have a scar on your left arm. It is shaped like a scimitar. When you were a boy, you had a favorite horse named Candy Bar. You've seen Catherine, I said. Where is she? South of Allensport. She is trying to raise a force of ranchers to reinforce Captain Falkenberg. We were sent here to assist you. We've done pretty well, Harry Seaton added. A lot of ranchers will fight if you can furnish weapons. But there's something else. Yes? Please do not think we are not grateful, Juan Lu said. But you must understand. We have fought for years and we cannot fight any longer. We have an uneasy peace in this valley. It is the peace of submission, and we do not care for it, but we will not throw it away simply to help you. If you have not come to stay, please take your soldiers, rescue your governor, and go away without involving us. You know. That's blunt enough, I said. We have to be blunt, Harry Seaton said. Juan Lu isn't talking for us. We're outlaws anyway. We're with you no matter what happens. But we can't go ask our friends to join if you people don't mean it when you say you'll stay and protect. It is an old story, Juan Lu said. You cannot blame the farmers. They would rather have you than the association. But if you are here only for a little while, and the association is here forever, what can they do? My ancestors were faced with the same problem on Earth. They chose to support the West. And when the Americans, who had little stake in the war, withdrew their forces, my great-grandfather gave up land his family had held for 1,000 years to go with. He had no choice. Do you think he would have chosen the American side if he had known that would happen? The CoDominium has extended protection to this valley, I said. Governments have no honor, Juan Lu said. Many people have none either, but at least it is possible for a man to have honor. It is not possible for a government. Do you pledge that you will not abandon our friends if we arouse them for you? Yes. Then we have your word. Catherine says you are an honorable man. If you will help us with transportation and radio, by noon tomorrow, I believe we will have 500 people to assist you. And God help 'em if we lose, Seaton said. God help 'em. We won't lose, I said. A battle is not a war, Wanlu said. And wars are not won by weapons but by the will to win them. We will go now. Merzi. It is a basic military maxim that no battle plan ever survives contact with the enemy, but by noon, it looked as if this operation would be an exception. Falkenberg's combat team, 2 platoons of B Company, brought down by Skyhook after we were aboard our barges, struck at the passes just before dawn, and in 3 hours of sharp fighting had taken them over. He brought up 2 companies of militia to dig in and hold them. Meanwhile, the ranchers in the south were armed and turned out on command to block any southward retreat. I had only scattered reports from that sector, but all seemed under control. Catherine had raised a force of nearly 500, which ought to be enough to hold the southern defensive line. Then it was my turn. 2 hours after dawn, I had a skirmish line stretching 8 kilometers into the valley. My left flank was anchored on the river. There'd be no problem there. The right flank was a different story. It bothers me, I told Falkenberg when I reported by radio. My right flank is hanging in thin air. The only thing protecting us is Wanlu's ranchers, and there's no more than 300 of them, if that meant. Wanlu hadn't been as successful as Catherine had been. Of course, he'd had a lot less time. And just what do you expect to hit you in the flank? Falkenberg asked. I don't know. I just don't like it when we have to depend on other people, and on the enemy doing what we want them to do. Neither do I. But do you have an alternative to suggest? No, sir. Then carry out your orders, Mr. Slater. Advance on Allensport. Aye, aye, sir. It wasn't an easy battle line to control. I had units strung all across the valley, with the major strength on the left wing that advanced along the river. The terrain was open, gently rolling hills with lines of hedges and eucalyptus trees planted as windbreaks. The fields were recently harvested, and swine had been turned loose in the wheat stubble. The fields were muddy, but spread as we were, we didn't churn them up much. The farmhouses were scattered at wide intervals. These had been huge farm holdings. The smallest were over a kilometer square, and some were much larger. A lot of the land was unworked. The houses were stone and earth, partly underground, built like miniature fortresses. Some had sections of wall blown out by explosives. Harry Seaton was with me in my ground effects caravan. When we came to a farmhouse, he'd try to persuade the owner and his children and relatives to join us. If they agreed, he'd send them off to join the growing number on our right wing. Something bothers me, I told Seaton. Sure, you have big families and everybody works, but how did you cultivate all this land? That last place was at least 500 hectares. Rainfall here's tricky, Seaton said. Half the time we've got swamp, and the other half we have drought. The only fertilizer is manure. We've got to leave a lot of the land fallow or plant it in legumes to be plowed under. It still seems like a lot of work for just one family. Well, we had hired help, convicts mostly. Ungrateful bastards joined the association gang's first chance they got. Tell me something, Lieutenant. Yes. Are your men afraid they'll starve to death? I never saw anything like it, the way they pick up anything they can find. He pointed to one B Company trooper who was just ahead of us. He wasn't a large man to begin with, and he had his pockets stuffed with at least 3 chickens, several ears of corn, and a bottle he'd liberated somewhere. There were bulges in his pack that couldn't have come from regulation equipment, and he'd even strapped firewood on top of it so that we couldn't see his helmet from behind him. They're like a plague of locusts, Seaton said. Not much I can do about it, I said. I can't be everywhere, and the line Marines figure anything that's not actually penned up and watched is fair game. They'll eat well for a few days. It beats monkey and greasy rice. I didn't add that if he thought things were bad now, with the troops on the way to a battle, He'd really be horrified after the troops had been in the field a few weeks. There were shots from ahead. It started, I said. How many of these farm areas are still inhabited by your people? Not many, this close to Allensport. The town itself is almost all association people, or goddamn collaborators, which is the same thing. I expect that's why they haven't blasted it down. They outnumber your governor's escort by quite a lot. Yeah, that bothered me. Why hadn't the association forces simply walked in and taken Governor Swale? As Seaton said, Swale had only a couple of companies of militia with him, yet the siege had been a stalemate. As if they hadn't really wanted to capture him. Of course, they had problems no matter what they did. If they killed the governor, Colonel Harrington would be in control. I had to assume the Protective Association had friends in Harmony, possibly even inside the palace. Certainly there were plenty of leaks. They'd know that Harrington was a tougher nut than Swale. The resistance was stronger as we approached Allensport. The association forces were far better armed than we'd expected them to be. They had mortars and light artillery, and plenty of ammunition for both. We had 2 close calls with the helicopters. I'd sent them forward as gunships to support the advancing infantry. We found out the association had target-seeking missiles, and the only reason they didn't get the choppers was that their gunners were too eager. They fired while the helicopters still had time to maneuver. I pulled the choppers back to headquarters. I could use them for reconnaissance, but I wasn't going to risk them in combat. We silenced their artillery batteries one by one. They had plenty of guns, but their electronics were ineffective. Their counter-battery fire was pathetic. We'd have a couple of exchanges, our radars would backtrack their guns, and that would be the end of it. Where the hell did they get all that stuff? I asked Seaton. They've always had a lot of equipment. Since the first time they came out of the hills, they've been pretty well armed. Lately, it's gotten a lot worse. One reason we gave up. It had to come from off-planet, I said. How? I don't know. Ask your governor. I intend to. That stuff had to come through the spaceport. Somebody's getting rich selling guns to the Protective Association. We moved up to the outer fringes of Allensport. The town was spread across low hills next to the river. It had a protective wall made of brick and adobe, like the houses. Dean's artillery tore huge gaps in the wall, and the troops moved into the streets beyond. The fighting was fierce. Seaton was right about the sentiments of the townspeople. They fought from house to house, and the Marines had to move cautiously, with plenty of artillery support. We were flattening the town as we moved into it. Governor Swale and 2 companies of Harmony militia were dug in on the bluffs overlooking the river, very nearly in the center of the semicircular town. They held the riverfront almost to the steel bridge that crossed the Allen. I'd hoped to reach the governor by dark, but the fighting in the town was too severe. At dusk I called to report that I wouldn't reach him for another day. However, we're within artillery range of your position, I told him. We can give you fire support if there's any serious attempt to take your position by storm. Yes, you've done well, he told me. That was a surprise. I'd expected him to read me off for not getting there sooner. Live and learn, I told myself. I'm bringing the right flank around in an envelopment, I told Swale. By morning we'll have every one of them penned in Allensport, and we can deal with them at our leisure. Excellent, Swale said. My militia officers tell me the association forces have very little strength in the southern part of the town. You may be able to take many of the streets during the night. We halted at dark. I sent Ardwain forward with orders to take a company around the edges of the town and occupy sections at the southern end. Then I had supper with the troops. As Seaton had noticed, they'd provisioned themselves pretty well. No monkey and rice tonight. We had roast chicken and fresh corn. After dark, I went back to my map table. I'd parked the caravan next to a stone farmhouse 2 clicks from the outskirts of Allensport. Headquarters platoon set up the CP, and there were a million details to attend to. Supply, field hospitals, plans to evacuate wounded by helicopter, shuffling ammunition around to make sure each unit had enough of the right kind. The computers could handle a lot of it, But there were decisions to be made and no one to make them but me. Finally, I had time to set up our positions into the map table computer and make new plans. By feeding the computer the proper inputs, it would show the units on the map, fight battles, and display the probable outcomes, move units around under fire, and subtract our casualties. It reminded me of the afternoon's battles. There had been fighting going on, but I'd seen almost none of it. Just more lines on the map table, and later the bloody survivors brought back to the field hospital. Tri-Vive War, none of it real. The observation satellite had made a pass over the Allen Valley just before dark, and the new pictures were relayed from Garrison. They weren't very clear. There had been low clouds, enough to cut down the resolution and leave big gaps in my data about the Association forces. "Number 1 chopper's coming in, sir," Sergeant Jasky reported. He was a headquarters platoon communications expert, an elderly wizened chap who ran the electronics section with smiles and affection until something went wrong. Then he could be as rough as any NCO in the fleet. Number 1 was Falkenberg's. I wasn't surprised when the captain came in a few minutes later. He'd said he might join the main body if things were quiet up at the pass. I got up from the map table to give him the command seat. It hadn't fit me too well anyway. I was glad to have someone else take charge. "Just going over the satellite pics," I told him. "One reason I came by. Things are going well. When that happens, I wonder what I've overlooked." He keyed the map table to give him the current positions of our troops. "Ardwain having any problem with the envelopment?" he asked. "No, sir." He grunted and played with the console keys. Then he stared at the satellite pictures. "Mr. Slater, why haven't the Association troops taken the riverbank areas behind the governor?" "I don't know, sir." "And why didn't His Excellency withdraw by water? He could certainly have gotten out, himself and a few men." "Didn't want to abandon the militia, sir?" "Possibly." I looked at the time. 2 hours after dark. The troops were well dug in along the perimeter, except for Ardwain's mobile force moving toward the southern edge of the town. Falkenberg went through the day's reports and looked up, frowning. "Mr. Slater, why do I have the impression that there's something phony about this whole situation?" "In what way, sir?" "It's been too easy. We've been told the Association is a tough outfit, but so far, the only opposition has been some infantry screens that withdrew before you made real contact, and the first actual hard fighting was when you reached the town. There were the artillery duels, sir." "Yes, all won by a few exchanges of fire. Doesn't that seem strange?" "No, sir. I had good reason to know that Dean's lads could do some great shooting. After the support they gave me at the roadblock below Beersheba, I was ready to believe they could do anything. I hadn't thought about it, sir, but now that you ask, well, it was easy. A couple of exchanges and their guns are quiet." "Nay. Ah." Falkenberg was nodding. "Knocked out or merely taken out of action. Looking at this map, I'd say you aren't ready for the second alternative." "You've done well, Lieutenant. It's my nasty, suspicious mind. I don't like surprises. Furthermore, why hasn't the governor asked to be evacuated by water? Why is he sitting there in Allensport?" "Sir, I don't know." He wouldn't let me finish. "I presume you've reported your positions and plans to the governor?" "Certainly, sir. And we took the pass with very little effort. Next to no casualties. Yet the Association is certainly aware that we hold it. Why haven't their town forces done something? Run, storm the bluffs, and take the governor for a hostage. Something." He straightened in decision. "Sergeant Major!" "Sir, I want a message taken to Centurion Ardwain. I don't want any possibility of it being intercepted." "Sir, he's to hold up on the envelopment. Send a couple of patrols forward to dig in where they can observe, but keep our forces out of Allensport. He can move around out there and make a lot of noise. I want them to think we've continued the envelopment, but, in fact, Ardwain is to take his troops northwest and dig in no closer than 2 clicks to the town. They're to do that as quietly and invisibly as possible. Nina. Yes, sir? Ogilvy went out. Insurance, Mr. Slater, Falkenberg said. Insurance. We didn't need your envelope. Yes, sir. Confused, mister? Yes, sir. Just preserving options, Lieutenant. I don't like to commit my forces until I'm certain of my objectives. But the objective is to trap the Association forces and neutralize them, I said. The envelopment would have done that. We wouldn't have to trust to the ranchers to keep them from escaping to the south. I understood that, Lieutenant. Now, if you'll excuse me, we've both got work to do. Yes, sir. I left the caravan to find another place to work. There was plenty to do. I set up shop in one of the farmhouse rooms and went back to shuffling papers. About an hour later, Dean Knowles came in. I got the change of orders, he said. What's up? Damfino, have a seat. Coffee's over there. I'll have some, thanks. He poured himself a cup and sat across from me. The room had a big wooden table, rough-hewn from a single tree. That table would have been worth a fortune on Earth. Except for a few protected redwoods, I doubted there was a tree that size in the United States. Don't you think I ought to know what's going on? Dean asked. His voice was friendly, but there was a touch of sarcasm in it. Bug Falkenberg if you really want answers, I said. He doesn't tell me anything either. All I know is he sent a company out into the boonies, and when I asked him to let me join my company, he said I was needed here. Tell me about it, Dean said. I described what had happened. Dean blew on the hot coffee, then took a sip. You're telling me that Falkenberg thinks we've put our heads in a trap? Yes, what do you think? Good point about the artillery. I thought things were going too well myself. Let's adopt his theory and see where it leads. You do understand there's only one person who could have set this theoretical trap, I said. Yes. What possible motive could he have? I demanded. Dean shrugged. Even so, let's see where it leads. We assume for the purposes of discussion that Governor Hugo Swale has entered into a conspiracy with a criminal gang to inflict anything from a defeat to a disaster on the 501st. And you see how silly it sounds, I said. Too silly to discuss. Assume it, Dean insisted. That means that the Protective Association is fully aware of our positions and our plans. What could they do with that information? That's why it's so stupid, I said. So what if they know where we are? If they come out and fight, they'll still get a licking. They can't possibly expect to grind up professional troops. They may be great against ranchers and women and children, but this is a battalion of line marines. Provisional battalion. Same thing. Is it? Be realistic, Hal. We've had one campaign, a short one. Otherwise, we're still what came here. A random assortment of troops, half of them recruits, another quarter scraped out of guardhouses, commanded by 3 newly lieutenants and the youngest captain in the fleet. Our colonel's a superannuated military policeman, and we've not a quarter of the equipment a regular line battalion carries. Navisei. We're matched for anything a criminal gang can put in the field. A well-armed criminal gang, Dean said. Hold on to your regimental pride, Hal. I'm not downgrading the 501st. The point is that we may know we're a damn good outfit, but there's not much reason for anyone else to believe. They'll soon have reason to think differently. Maybe. Dean continued to study the maps. Maybe. Sixtons. The night was quiet. I went on patrol about midnight, not to inspect the guard. We could depend on the NCOs for all that, but mostly to see what it was like out there. The troops were cheerful, looking forward to the next day's battles. Even the recruits grinned wolfishly. They were facing a disorganized mob, and we had artillery superiority. They'd pitched tents by maniples, and inside each tent they'd set up their tiny field stoves so there was hot coffee and chicken stew, and they'd found wine in some of the farmhouses. Our bivouac had more the atmosphere of a campout than an army just before a battle. Underneath it all was the edge that men have when they're going to fight, but it was well hidden. You're sure it's the other guy who'll buy the farm? Never you. Deep down you know better, but you never talk about that. An hour before dawn, every house along the southern edge of Allensport exploded in red fire. In almost the next instant, a time-on-target salvo fell just outside the walls. The bombardment continued, sharp thunder in the night, with red flashes barely visible through the thick mist rising up off the river. I ran to the command caravan. Falkenberg was already there, of course. I doubt if he'd ever gone to bed. Sergeant Jasky had gotten communications with one of the forward patrols. "Corporal Levine, sir. I'm dug in about 500 meters outside the walls. Looks like it was mines in the houses, Captain. Then they dropped a hell of a load onto where we'd have been if we'd moved up last night." "What's your situation, Levine?" Falkenberg demanded. "Dug in deep, sir. They killed a couple of my squad, even so. It's thick out here, sir. Big stuff, not just mortars." That was obvious from the sound, even as far away as we were. No light artillery makes that kind of booming sound. "A moment, Captain," Levine said. There was a long silence. "Can't keep my head up long, Captain. They're still pounding the area. I see movement in the town. Looks like assault troops coming out the gate. The fire's lifting now." "Yeah, those are assault troops. A lot of them." "No." "Sergeant Major, put the battalion on alert for immediate advance," Falkenberg said. "Jasky, when's the next daylight pass of the spy satellite over this area?" 70 minutes after daylight, sir." "Thank you. Levine, you still there?" "Yes, Captain. There's more troops moving out of Allensport. Goddamn, there's a couple of tanks. Medium jobs. Suslov class, I'd say. I didn't know them bastards had tanks. Where'd they get them?" "Good question. Levine, keep your head down and stay out of sight. I want you to stay alive." "Won't fight over those orders, Captain." "They're breaking out toward the south," Falkenberg said. "Jasky, get me Lieutenant Bonnyman." "Sir." "While you're at it, see if you can raise Centurion Cernan at the pass." "Aye, aye, sir." Jasky worked at the radio for a moment. "No answer from Mr. Bonnyman, sir. Here's Cernan." "Thank you." Falkenberg paused. "Mr. Slater, stay here for a moment. You'll need instructions. Centurion Cernan, report." "Not much to report, Captain. Some movement up above us." "Above you. Hostiles coming down the pass." "Could be, Captain, but I don't know. I have patrols up that way, but they haven't reported yet." "Dig in, Cernan," Falkenberg said. "Why, oh, I'll try to send you some reinforcements. You've got to hold that pass no matter which direction it's attacked from." "Aye, aye, sir." Falkenberg nodded. The map board was crawling with symbols and lights as reports came in to Jasky's people, and they were programmed onto the display. "Wish I had some satellite pics," Falkenberg said. "There's only one logical move the association can be making at this point." He was talking to himself. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he thought I understood him, but I didn't. "In any event, we have the only sizable military force on the entire planet," Falkenberg said. "We can't risk its destruction." "But we've got to relieve Bonnyman and the ranchers," I protested. "I didn't mention Catherine. Falkenberg might think it was just a personal problem. Maybe it was. Those tanks are headed south, right for their lines." "I know. Jasky, keep trying to get Bonnyman." "Sir." Outside the trumpets were sounding. On full kits. Brady's sang louder than the rest. "And we must rescue the governor," Falkenberg said. "Indeed, we must." He came to a decision. "Jasky, get me Mr. Wanlu." While Jasky used the radio, Falkenberg said, "I want you to talk to him, Mr. Slater. Dar you. He has met you, and he has never met me. His first impulse will be to rush to the aid of his friends in the south. He must not do that. His forces, what there are of them, will be far more useful as reinforcements for Centurion Cernan at the pass." "Shine. Mr. Wanlu, sir," Jasky said. Falkenberg handed me the mic. "I don't have time to explain," I said. You're to take everything you've got and move up to the pass. There are mixed marine and militia units holding it, and there's a chance association forces are moving down the pass toward them. Centurion Surnan is in command up there and he'll need help. Not I. But what is happening? Wan Lu asked. The association forces in Allensport have broken loose and are heading south, I said. But our friends to the south. Falkenberg took the mic. This is Captain John Christian Falkenberg. We'll assist your friends, but we can do nothing if the forces coming down the pass are not contained. The best way you can help your friends is to see that no fresh association troops get into this valley. There was a long pause. You would not abandon us, Captain? No, we won't abandon you, Falkenberg said. Then I have assurances from 2 honorable men. We will help your friends, Captain, and go with God. Thank you. Out. He gave the mic back to Jasky. Me, I'd rather have a couple of anti-tank guns, or, better still, tanks of our own. How's Old Beastly? Still running, sir. Old Beastly was the 501st's only tank, a relic of the days when CD regulars had come to Ararat. It was kept going by constant maintenance. Where the devil are the Protective Association people getting fuel for tanks? Falkenberg said. To hell with it. Sergeant Major, I want Centurion Ardwain to take 2 platoons of a company and Old Beastly. Their mission is to link up with Governor Swale. They're to attack through the north end of the town along the riverbank, and they're to move cautiously. I'm sorry. Captain, that's my company, I said. Shouldn't I go with them? No, I have a number of operations to perform and I'll need help. Don't you trust Ardwain? Of course I trust him, sir. Then let him do his job. Sergeant Major, Ardwain's mission is to simulate at least a company. He's to keep the men spread out and moving around. The longer it takes for the enemy to tumble to how small his force is, the better. And he's not to take chances. If they gang up on him, he can run like hell. Neither right. Sir, Ogilvy said. He turned to a waiting runner. Ardwain's got a radio, sir, I said. Sure he has? Falkenberg's voice was conversational. Know much about the theory of the scrambler codes we use, Mr. Slater? Well, no, sir. You know this much. In theory, any message can be recorded off the air and unscrambled with a good enough computer. Yes, sir. But the only computer on Ararat that could do that is ours, in garrison. And the governor's in the palace at Harmony, Falkenberg said. And those 2 are the ones we know about. Sir, you're saying that governor. No, he interrupted. I have said nothing at all. I merely choose to be certain that my orders are not intercepted. Jasky, where the hell is Bonnyman? Still trying to raise him, sir? Any word from Miss Malcolm or the other ranchers in the southern area? No, sir. More information appeared on the map board. Levine was still reporting. There were only the 2 tanks, but a sizable infantry force had come out of Allensport and was headed south along the riverbank. If Levine was right, there'd been more troops in Allensport than we'd ever suspected. I have Lieutenant Bonnyman, sir. Thank God. Falkenberg grabbed the mic. Mr. Bonnyman, nearly 1,000 hostiles have broken free from Allensport and are moving south. They have with them at least 2 medium tanks and an appreciable artillery train. Are you well dug in? Yes, sir. We'll hold them. The devil you will. Not with riflemen against that. We have to hold, sir, Lewis said. Miss Malcolm and an escort moved about 20 kilometers south during the night in the hopes of raising more reinforcements. She was not successful, but she has reports of hostile activities south of us. At least 2, possibly more, groups of association forces are moving north. We must hold them, or they'll break through and link up with the Allensport groups. One moment, Falkenberg said. Sergeant Major, I want helicopter observation of the area to the south of Lieutenant Bonnyman and his ranchers. Send Stragoff. He's to stay at high altitude, but it's vital that I find out what's coming north at us out of Dennisburg. All right, Mr. Bonnyman. At the moment you don't know what you're facing. Gee. No, sir, but I'm in a pretty good position. Rifle pits, and we're strengthening the southern perimeter. All right. You're probably safer there than anywhere else. If you get into trouble, your escape route is east, toward the river. I'm bringing the 501st around the town. We'll skirt it wide to stay away from their artillery. Then we'll cut in toward the river and stay right along the bank until we reach your position. If necessary, our engineers can throw up a pontoon bridge, and we'll go out across the river to escape. Do we need to run, Captain? Lewis sounded dismayed. As I have explained to Mr. Slater, our prime objective is to retain the 501st as a fighting unit. Be prepared to withdraw eastward on command, Mr. Bonnyman. Until then, you're to hold that position no matter what happens, and it's likely to be rough. Oh. Can do, Captain. Excellent. Now, what about Miss Malcolm? I don't know where she is, sir. I can send a patrol. No, you have no forces to spare. If you can get a message to her, have her rejoin you if that's possible. Otherwise, she's on her own. You understand your orders, mister? Yes, sir. Excellent. Out. So Catherine's expendable, I said. Anyone is expendable, mister. Sergeant Major have Stragoff listen on Miss Malcolm's frequency. If he can locate her, he can try to evacuate her from the southern area, but he is not to compromise the reconnaissance mission in doing. Sir, you are one hard-nosed son of a bitch, I said. His voice was calm as he said, Mister, I get paid to take responsibilities, and at the moment I'm earning my keep. I'll overlook that remark. Once. And if I say anything else, I'll be in arrest while my troops are fighting. Guide you. What are my orders, sir? For the moment you're to lead the forward elements of the 501st. I want the battalion to move in column around the town, staying outside artillery range. When you've reached a point directly southwest of Allen Sport, halt the lead elements and gather up the battalion as I send it to you. I'll stay here until this has been accomplished. I still must report to the governor, and I want the daylight satellite pictures. I looked at my watch. Incredibly, it was still a quarter-hour before dawn. A lot had happened in the last 45 minutes. When I left the caravan, Falkenberg was playing games on the map board. More bloodless battles, with glowing lights and wriggling lines crawling across the map at lightning speed, simulations of hours of bloody combat and death and agony. And what the hell are you accomplishing? I thought. The computer can't give better results than the input data, and your intelligence about the hostiles is plain lousy. How many association troops are coming down the pass toward Centurion Cernan? No data. How many more are in those converging columns moving toward Louis and Catherine and their ranchers? Make a guess. What are their objectives? Another guess. Guess and guess again, and Catherine's out there, and instead of rescuing her, we're keeping the battalion intact. I wanted to mutiny, to go to Catherine with all the men I could get to follow me, but I wasn't going to do that. I blinked back tears. We had a mission, and Falkenberg was probably right. He was going to the aid of the ranchers, and that's what Catherine would want. She'd pledged her honor to those people, and it was up to us to make that good. Maybe Stragoff will find her, I thought. Maybe. I went to my room and let Hartz hang equipment onto my uniform. It was time to move out, and I was glad of something, anything to do. 17. The valley was filled with a thick white mist. The fog boiled out of the river and flowed across the valley floor. In the 2 hours since dawn, the 501st had covered 9 kilometers. The battalion was strung out in a long column of men and mules and wagons on muddy tracks that had once been roads and now had turned into sloppy gunk. The men strained at ropes to pull the guns and ammunition wagons along, and when we found oxen or mules in the fields, we hitched them up as well. The rainstorm that had soaked us 2 days before at Beersheba had passed across the Allen Valley, and the fields were squishy marshland. Out in the distance, we could hear the sound of guns. Ardwain's column, the Allensport garrison trying to get through Louis's position, or someone else a world away. In the fog, we couldn't know. The sound had no direction, and out here there was no battle, only mud. There were no enemies here in the valley. There weren't any friends either. There were only refugees, pathetic families with possessions piled on their mules and oxen, or carried in their arms. They didn't know where they were going, and I had no place to send them. Sometimes we passed farms, and we could see women and children staring at us from the partly open doors or from behind shuttered windows. Their eyes had no expression in them. The sound of the guns over the horizon, and the curses of the men as they fought to move our equipment through the mud. More curses as men whipped oxen we'd found and hitched to the wagons. Shrill cries from farmers protesting the loss of their stock. Everything dripping wet in white swirling fog, all blended together into a long nightmare of outraged feelings and senselessness. I felt completely alone, alien to all this. Where were the people we'd come to set free? We reached the map point Falkenberg had designated, and the troops rested in place while the rest of the column caught up with us. The guns were just moving in when Falkenberg's command caravan roared up. The ground effects machine could move across the muddy fields with no problems, while we had to sweat through them. He sent for Dean Knowles and had us both come into the caravan. Then he sent out all the NCOs and enlisted men. The three of us were alone with the map table. "I've held off explaining what I've been doing until the last minute," he said. "As it is, this is for your ears only. If something happens, I want someone to know I haven't lost my mind." "Yes, sir," I said. Dean and I looked at each other. "Some background," Falkenberg said. "There's been something peculiar about the Allen Valley situation for years. The convict groups have been too well armed for a beginning. Governor Swale was too eager to recognize them as a legitimate local government. I think both of you have remarked on that before." "Now it's a go." Dean and I looked at each other again. "This morning's satellite pictures," Falkenberg said. "There's too much mist to show any great details, but there are some clear patches. This strip was taken in the area south of Mr. Bonnyman. I invite your comment." He handed us the photos. Most were of patches of mist, with the ground below completely invisible. Others showed patches where the mist was thin, or there wasn't any. "Nothing at all," Dean said. "Precisely," Falkenberg said. "Yet we have reports of troop movements in that area. It is as if the hostiles knew when the satellite would be overhead and avoided clear patches." "As well they might," Dean said. "It shouldn't be hard to work out the ephemeris of the spy eye." "Correct. Now look at the high-resolution enlargements of those clear areas." We looked again. "The roads are chewed up," I said. "Mud and ruts. A lot of people and wagons have passed over them. And recently, I'd say." Falkenberg nodded in satisfaction. "If this had been a test, we'd passed. Now another datum. I have had Sergeant Jaski's people monitoring all transmissions from Allensport. It may or may not be significant that shortly after every communication between 500 and 1st Headquarters and outlying commands, there has been a transmission from the governor to the palace at Harmony, and, within half an hour, a reply. Not an immediate reply, gentlemen, but a reply within half an hour. And shortly after that, there is traffic on the frequencies the association forces use." There wasn't anything to say to that. The only explanation made no sense. "Now, let's see what the hostiles have in mind," Falkenberg said. "They besieged the governor in Allensport. Our initial orders are to send a force to relieve him. We don't know what they would have done, but instead, we devised a complex plan to trap them. We take the initial steps, and what happens? The hostiles invite us to continue. They do nothing. Later, we learn that a considerable force, possibly the major part of their strength, is marching northward. Their evident objective is Mr. Bonnyman's mixed group of Marines and ranchers. I point out that the elimination of those ranchers would be significant to the association. They would not only be rid of potential opposition to their rule, but I think it would in future be impossible to persuade any significant group of ranchers to rise against them. The association would be the only possible government in the Allen Valley. Style. Yes, sir, but why? Dean said. What could be? Why would Governor Swale cooperate with? We'll leave that for the moment, Mr. Knowles. One thing at a time. Now, for the present situation. Centurion Ardwain has done an excellent job of simulating a large force cautiously advancing into Allensport from the north. Governor Swale seems convinced that we've committed at least half our strength there. I have further informed him that we will now bring the balance of the 501st from its present position directly east to the riverbank, where we will once again divide out troops, half going south to aid Mr. Bonnyman, the other half moving into the town. The governor thought that a splendid plan. Have you an opinion, Mr. Slater? It's the dumbest thing I ever heard of, I said. Especially if he thinks you've already divided the force. If you do that, you'll be inviting defeat in detail. Precisely, Falkenberg said. Of course, Governor Swale has no military background. He doesn't need one to know that plan's a bust, I said. Lousy traitor. No accusations, Falkenberg said. We've no proof of anything. In event, I am making the assumption that the association is getting decoded copies of all my transmissions. I don't need to know how they get them. You'll remember that whenever you use radio signals that might be overheard. Yes, sir. Dean looked thoughtful. That limits our communications somewhat. Yes. I hope that won't matter. Next problem. Under my assumption, the hostiles expect me to send a force eastward toward the river. That expectation must be met. I need Mr. Knowles to handle the artillery. It leaves you, Mr. Slater. I want you to take a platoon and simulate 2 companies with it. You'll send back a stream of reports as if you're the main body of the battalion reporting to me at a headquarters left safely out of the combat zone. Falkenberg grinned slightly. To the best of my knowledge, Irina's opinion of me is shared by her father. He won't find it at all hard to believe that I'm avoiding a combat area. But what if I really have a message? I asked. You're familiar with O'Grady drill? Falkenberg asked. Yes, sir. Shoo. O'Grady drill is a form of torture devised by drill sergeants. You're supposed to obey only the commands that begin with O'Grady says. Then the sergeant snaps out a string of orders. We'll play that little game, Falkenberg said. Now your mission is to get to the river, make a short demonstration, as if you're about to attack the southern edge of Allensport, and then move directly south, away from the town, until you link up with Mr. Bonnyman. You will then aid in his defense until you are relieved. But, Captain, you're assuming they know your orders. He nodded. Of course they'll put out an ambush. In this fog, it will be a natural thing for them to do. Since they'll assume you have a much larger force with you, they'll probably use all the force that left Allensport this morning. I can't think they're stupid enough to try it with less. No. And we're to walk into it, I said. Yes, with your eyes open, but walk into it. You're bait, Mr. Slater. Get out there and wiggle. I remembered an old comic strip. I quoted a line from it. Don't much matter whether you catch a fish or not. Once you've been used for bait, you ain't much good for nothing else nohow. Maybe, Falkenberg said. Maybe. But I remind you that you'll be keeping a major column of association forces off Mr. Bonnyman's back. We will so long as we survive. Yes. So I'll expect you to survive as long as possible. Can't quarrel with those orders, Captain. The fog was thicker when we reached the river. The troops were strung out along almost a full kilometer route, each maniple isolated from the others in the dripping white blanket that lay across the valley. The troops were enjoying themselves, with monitors reporting as if they were platoon sergeants, and corporals playing centurion. They kept up a steady stream of chatter on the radio, while two men back at Falkenberg's headquarters sent orders that we paid no attention to. So far it was easy enough, because we hadn't run into anything at all. There's the city wall. Rozak pointed leftward. I could barely see a darker shape in the fog. We'll take a quick look over. All right, Lieutenant. Yes, be careful. Always am, sir. Brady, bring your squad. Let's see what's over there. They vanished into the fog. It seemed like hours, but it was only a few minutes before Brady returned. Nothing, sir. Nothing and nobody, at least not close to the walls. Maybe a lot of them farther in, I got a feeling. Rozak's voice came into my command set. Moved 50 meters in. No change from what Brady reported. Did he have your feeling, Brady? I asked. Yes, sir. I switched the set back on. Thank you, Rozak. Rejoin your company. Aye, aye, sir. There were distant sounds of firing from the north. Ardwain's group was doing a good job of simulating a company. They were still moving into the town house by house. I wondered if he was running into opposition, or if that was all his own doing. He was supposed to go cautiously, and his men might be shooting up everything in sight. They were making a lot of noise. Get me Falkenberg, I told Hartz. Yes, Mr. Slater. Captain, Monitor O'Grady reports the south end of the town has been abandoned. I can hear the A Company combat team up at the north end, but I don't know what opposition they've encountered. Very light, mister. You leave a company to assist a company just in case, and continue south. Exactly as planned, Mr. Slater. No change. Got that? Yes, sir. Having any trouble with the guns? A little, sir. Roads are muddy. It's tough going, but we're moving. Excellent. Carry on then. Out. And that, I told myself, is that. I told off a monitor to dig in just outside the town and continue making reports. You've just become B Company Centurion, I said. He grinned. Yes, sir. Save a few of them for me. I'll do that, Yakura. Good luck. I waved the rest of my command down the road. We were strung out in a long column. The fog was a little thinner. Now I could see over 20 meters before the world was blotted out in swirling white mist. What's the safest way to walk into an ambush? I asked myself. The safest way is not to do it. Bar that solution and you don't have a lot of choices. I used the helmet projector to show me a map of the route. The first test was a hill just outside of town, Hill 5 and 9, called the Rock Pile, a warren of jumbled boulders and flinty ledges. It dominated the road into the southern gate of Allensport Die. Whoever owned it controlled traffic into and out of the town. If the association only wanted to block us from moving south, that's where they'd have their strong point. If they were out to ambush the whole battalion, they'd leave it bare and set the trap farther on. Either way, they'd never expected me to go past it without having a look. 4 kilometers past the rock pile, there was a string of low hills. The road ran through a valley below them. It was an ideal place for an ambush. That's where they'll be, I decided. Only they must know we'll expect them to be along there somewhere. Bait should wiggle, but it shouldn't too obviously be bait. How would I act if I really had most of a battalion with me? Send a strong advance guard, of course. An advance guard about as strong as the whole force I've got. Anything less won't make any sense. Rozak, start closing them up. Leave the wagons and half a dozen men with radios strung out along the line of march, and get everyone else up here. We'll form up as an advance guard and move south. Aye, aye, sir. When I had the troops assembled, I led them up on the rock pile. Nothing there, of course. I'd gauged it right. They were waiting for us up ahead. Rozak nudged me and turned his head slightly to the right. I nodded, carefully. Don't point, Sergeant. I saw something move up there myself. We had reached the hills. Christ, what are they waiting for? Rozak muttered. For the rest of the battalion. They don't want us. They want the whole 501st. Yes, sir. We moved on ahead. The fog was lifting. Visibility was over 50 meters already. It wouldn't be long before it would be obvious there weren't any troops following me, despite the loud curses and the squeals of wagon wheels back there. It's amazing how much noise a couple of wagons can make if the troops work at it. To hell with it, I thought. We've got to find a good position and try to hold it. It'll do no good to keep walking farther into their trap. There was a rocky area ahead. It wasn't perfect, but it was the best spot I'd seen in half an hour. I nudged Rozak. When we get up to there, start waving the men off into the rocks. The fog's thicker there. What if there's hostiles there already? Rozak demanded. Then we'll fight for the ground, but I doubt they'll be there. I expect they've been moving out of our way as we advance. They still think there's a column a whole click long behind us. Sound confident, I told myself. We'll take up a defensive perimeter in there and wait the war out. Sure. Rozak moved to his right and spoke to the next man. The orders were passed along the line. 3 more minutes, I told myself. 3 minutes and we'll at least have some cover. The area I'd chosen was a saddle, a low pass between the hills to either side of us. Not good, but better than the road. I could feel rifles aimed at me from the rocks above, but I saw nothing but grotesque shapes, boulders dripping in the fog. We climbed higher, moving steadily toward the place I'd chosen. Maybe there's nobody up there watching at all. They may be on the other side of the valley. You only saw one man. Maybe not even a man. Just something moving. A wild animal. A dog. A blowing patch of fog. Whatever it was, I can't take this much longer. You don't have to. Another minute. That boulder up there, the big one, when you reach it, you've finished. Don't run. Keep it slow. All right, you can fall out and take a break. I shouted. Hearts, tell the column to rest in place. We'll take 10. Companies should close up and gather in the stragglers. They'll assemble here after the break. Zordaya. Jimne. Dildardini. And Dagon. Shissida Timbatiga. Better get a perimeter guard out, Sergeant. Sir, Rozak called. Corporal Brady, how about a little coffee? You can set up the stove in the lee of that rock. Right, Lieutenant. The men vanished into the fog. There were scrambling noises as they found hiding places. I moved out of the open and hunkered down in the rocks with Corporal Brady. You didn't really have to make coffee, I said. Why not, Lieutenant? We have a while to wait, don't we? I hope so, Corporal. I hope so. But that fog's lifting fast. 10 minutes later, we heard the guns. It was difficult to tell the direction of the sound in the thick fog, but I thought they were ahead of us, far to the south. There was no way to estimate the range. O'Grady, message from Captain Falkenberg, Hart said. Lieutenant Bonnyman's group is under heavy attack from the south. Acknowledge. From the south. That meant the columns coming north out of Dennisburg had made contact with Lewis ranchers. Falkenberg had guessed that much right. Maybe this whole screwy plan would work after all. Anything new on Ardwain's situation? No messages, Zur. I thumbed my command set to the general frequency. All units of the 501st, there is heavy fighting to the south. Assemble immediately. We'll be moving south to provide fire support. Get those guns rolling right now. There was a chorus of radio answers. Only a dozen men, but they sounded like hundreds. I'd have been convinced it was a battalion combat team. I was congratulating myself when a shaft of sunlight broke through the mist and fell on the ground at my feet. 18. Once the sun had broken through, the fog lifted fast. In seconds, visibility went from 50 meters to 100, then 200. In minutes, the road for a kilometer north of us was visible and empty. One wagon struggled along it, and far back in the distance, a single man carried a radio. O'Grady says, hit the dirt. I yelled. Hearts, tell Falkenberg the deception's over. And still, there was nothing. I took out my glasses and examined the rocks above and behind us. They were boiling with activity. Christ, I said. Rozak, we've run into the whole Allensport out. Damn near 1,000 men. Dig in and get your heads down. A mortar shell exploded on the road below. Then another, and then a salvo. Not bad shooting, I said to myself. Of course it didn't hit anything, because there was nothing to hit, except the one wagon, but they had it registered properly. If we'd been down there, we'd have had it. Rifle bullets singed overhead. The association troops were firing at last. I tried to imagine the feelings of the enemy commander, and I found myself laughing. He'd waited patiently all this time for us to walk into his trap, and all he'd caught was something less than a platoon. He was going to be mad. He was also going to chew up my 60 men, 2 mortars, and 4 light machine guns. It would take him a little time, though. I'd picked a good spot to wait for him. Now that the fog had cleared, I saw it was a better place than I'd guessed from the map. We had reasonably clear fields of fire, and the rocks were large and sturdy. They'd have to come in and get us. All we had to do was keep our heads down. No point in deception anymore. O'Grady says stay loose and let him come to us. There was a chorus of shouted responses. Then Brady's trumpet sounded, beginning with on full kits and running through half the calls in the book before he settled onto the line Marines March. A favorite, I thought. Damned right. Then I heard the whistle of incoming artillery, and I dove for the tiny shelter between my rocks as barrage after barrage of heavy artillery dropped onto our position. Riflemen swarmed down onto the road behind me. My radiomen and the 2 wagoneers were cut down in seconds. At least a company of association troops started up the gentle slope toward us. The association commander made his first mistake then. His artillery had been effective enough for making us keep our heads down, but the rocks gave us good cover, and we weren't taking many casualties. When the association charged us, their troops held back until the artillery fire lifted. It takes experienced non-coms and a lot of discipline to get troops to take casualties from their own artillery. It pays off, but our attackers didn't know or believe it. They were too far away when the artillery fire lifted. My lads were out of their hiding places in an instant. They poured fire on the advancing troops, rifles and the light machine guns, then both mortars. Few of the enemy had combat armor, and our fire was devastating. Good men, Hartz grunted. They keep coming. They were, but not for long. Too many of them were cut down. They swept to within 50 meters, wavered, and dropped back, some dragging their wounded with them, others running for it. When the attack was broken, we dropped back into the rocks to wait for the next barrage. Score 1 for the line Marines, I called. Brady answered with the final fanfare from the march. And there's none that can face us. They won't try that again, Rozak said. He grinned with satisfaction. Lads are doing right well, Mr. Slater. Well, indeed. Our area was quiet, but there were sounds of heavy fighting in the south. Artillery, rifle, and machine gun fire, mortars, and grenades. It sounded louder, as if it were coming closer to us. Lewis and his commando of ranchers were facing big odds. I wondered if Catherine were with him. They'll try infiltration next, Rozak predicted. What makes you think so? Hartz asked. No discipline. After what happened last time, they'll never get a full attack going. No. They will have one more try and force, perhaps 2, Hartz argued. Never. Bet on it. Tomorrow's wine ration. Done, Hartz said. He was quiet for a moment, then handed me the handset. Captain Falkenberg. Thank you. Yes, Captain? O'Grady says the O'Grady drill is over. Understood? Yes, sir. What's your, situation? We're in the saddle notch of Hill 239, 7 clicks south of Allensport, I said. Holding all right for now, but we're surrounded. Most of the hostiles are between us and Allensport. They let us right through for the ambush. They've tried one all-out attack and that didn't work. Rozak and Hartz are arguing over what they'll try next. How long can you hold? Depends on what losses they're willing to take to get us out of here. You don't have to hold long, Falkenberg said. A lot has happened. Ardwain broke through to the governor and brought him out, but he ran into a strong force in Allensport. There's more coming over the bridge from the east side of the river. Sounds like they're bringing up everything they have. They are, and we're beating all of it. The column that moved north from Dennisburg ran into Bonnyman's group. They had deployed to break through that, and we circled around to their west and hit them in the flank. They didn't expect us. Your maneuver fooled them completely. They thought the 501st was with you, until it was too late. They know better now, but we've broken them. Of course, there's a lot more of them than of us, and we couldn't hold them. They've broken through between Bonnyman and the river, and you're right in their path. How truly good. I think you'd do well to get out of their way, Falkenberg said. I doubt you can stop them. If they link up with the Allensport force, they'll get away across the bridge. I can't hold them, but if you can get some artillery support here, I can spot for the guns. We might delay them. I was going to suggest that, Falkenberg said. I've sent Ardwain and the governor's escort toward that hill outside Allensport, the rock pile. It looks like a dominant position. It is, sir. I've seen it. If we held that, we could keep this lot from getting into Allensport. We might bag the whole lot. Worth a try, anyway, Falkenberg said. Provided you can hold on. It will be nearly an hour before I can get artillery support to you. We'll hold, sir. Good luck. Rossack lost his wine ration. They tried one more assault. 2 squads of association troops got within 20 meters of our position before we threw them back. Of my 60 men, I had fewer than 30 effectives when it was over. That was their last try, though. Shortly after, they regrouped. The elements which had been south of us had already skirted around the hills to join the main body, and now the whole group was moving north. They were headed for Allensport. The sounds of fighting to the south were coming closer all the time. Falkenberg had Dean moving parallel to the association troops, racing to get close enough to give us support, but it wouldn't arrive in time. I sent our wounded up the hill away from the road, with orders to dig in and lie low. The rest of us followed the retreating force. We were now sandwiched between the group ahead of us and the Dennisburg column behind. The first elements of association forces were headed up the rock pile when Dean came in range. He was still 6 kilometers southeast of us, long range and long time of flight, but we were in a good position to spot for him. I called in the first salvo on the advancing association troops. The shells went beyond their target, and before I could walk them back down the hill, the association forces retreated. They'll send another group around behind the hill, Rozak said. We'll never stop them. No. So damned near. A few minutes difference and we'd have bagged them all. The column Falkenberg was chasing was now no more than 2 kilometers south of us and moving fast. Hold one, Dean said. I've got a Corporal Dangier calling in. Claims to be in position to spot targets for me. He's one of the wounded we left behind, I said. He can see the road from his position all right, but he won't last long once they know we've got a spotter in position to observe them. Do I fire the mission? Dean demanded. Yes. Scratch Corporal Dangier, who had a girl in Harmony and a wife on Earth. I'll leave 1 gun at your disposal, Dean said. I'm putting the rest on Dangier's mission. A few minutes later we heard the artillery falling on the road behind us. That would play hell with the association retreat. It kept up for 10 minutes, then Dean called in again. Can't raise Dangier any longer. No, there's nothing we can do here. They're staying out of sight. I'll call in some fire in places that might do some good, but it's shooting blind. I amused myself with that for a while. It was frustrating. Once that force got to the top of the rock pile, the route into Allensport would be secure. I was still cursing when Hart shouted urgently, Centurion Ardwain on the line, sir. Ardwain, where are you? Less than a click west of you, Lieutenant. We moved around the edge of the town. Can't get inside without support. Militia won't try it anyway. How many Marines do you have? I demanded. About 80 effective. And old beastly. My God, Ardwain, move in fast. We'll join you as you come by. We're going right up to the top of the rock pile and sit there until Falkenberg gets here. With Dean's artillery support, we can hold that hill. Aye, aye, sir. We're coming. Let's go. I shouted. Who's been hit and can't run? No one answered. Sergeant Rozak took one in the leg an hour ago, Lieutenant, Hart said. I can still travel, Rozak said. Bullshit. You'll stay here and spot artillery for us. All the walking wounded stay with him. The rest of you get moving. We want to be in position when Centurion Ardwain comes. But... Shut up and soldier, Rozak. I waved and we moved down from our low hilltop. We were panting when we got to the base of the rock pile. There were already association forces up there. I didn't know how many. We had to get up there before more joined them. The way up just ahead of me was clear, because it was in direct view of Rozak and his artillery spotters. We could use it and they couldn't. I waved the men forward. Even a dozen of us on top of the rock pile might be enough if Ardwain came up fast. We started up. 2 men went down, then another, and my troops began to look around for shelter. I couldn't blame them, but I couldn't let them do it. Getting up that hill had become the only thing in my life. I had to get them moving again. Brady! I shouted. Corporal, sound the charge! The trumpet notes sang out. A monitor whipped out a banner and waved it above his head. I shouted, follow me, and ran up the hill. Then a mortar shell exploded 2 meters away. I had time to see bright red blotches spurt across my trousers' legs and to wonder if that was my own blood. Then I fell. The battle noises dimmed out. Lieutenant, Mr. Slater! I was in the bottom of a well. It was dark down there, and it hurt to look up at the light. I wanted to sink back into the well, but someone at the top was shouting at me. Mr. Slater, he's coming around, Centurion. He's got to, Chris. Mr. Slater. There were people all around me. I couldn't see them very clearly, but I could recognize the voice. Yes, Centurion. Mr. Slater, Ardwain said. The governor says we shouldn't take the hill. What do we do, sir? It didn't make sense. Where am I? I wondered. I had just sense enough not to ask. Everybody asks that, I thought. Why does everybody ask that? But I don't know. I was pulled to a sitting position. My eyes managed to focus again, just for a moment. I was surrounded by people and rocks. Big rocks. Then I knew where I was. I'd passed these rocks before. They were at the base of the hill. Rocks below the rock pile. What's that? Don't take the hill, I said. Yes, sir. Lieutenant, I have ordered your men to pull back. There are not enough to take this hill, and there's no point in wasting them. That wasn't the governor, but I'd heard the voice before. Trevor died too. Colonel Trevor of the militia. He'd been with Swale at the staff meeting back at Beersheba. Bits of the staff meeting came back to me, and I tried to remember more of them. Then I realized that was silly. The staff meeting wasn't important, but I couldn't think. What was important? There was something I had to do. Get up the hill. I had to get up the hill. Get me on my feet, Centurion. Sir, do it. I was screaming. I'm going up there. We have to take the rock pile. You heard the company commander, Ardwain shouted. Move out. Slater, you don't know what you're saying, Trevor shouted. I ignored him. I've got to see, I said. I tried to get up, but my legs weren't working. Nothing happened when I tried to move them. Lift me where I can see, I said. Sir. Crisp, don't argue with me. Do it. You're crazy, Slater, Trevor shouted. Delirious. Sergeant Crisp, put him down. You'll kill him. The medics hauled me to the edge of the boulder patch. Ardwain was leading men up the hill. Not just Marines, I saw. The militia had followed as well. Insane. Something whispered in the back of my mind. All insane. It's a disease, and they've caught it too. I pushed the thought away. They were falling, but they were still moving forward as they fell. I didn't know if they'd get to the top. You wanted to see, Trevor shouted. Now you've seen it. You can't send them up there. It's suicide, and they won't even listen to me. You've got to call them back, Slater. Make them retreat. I looked at the fallen men. Some were just ahead of me. They hadn't even gotten 20 meters. There was one body blown in half. Something bright lay near it. I saw what it was and turned to Trevor. Retreat, Colonel? See that? Our trumpeter was killed sounding the charge. I don't know how to order a retreat. 19. I was deep in the well again, and it was dark, and I was afraid. They reached down into it after me, trying to pull me up, and I wanted to come. I knew I'd been in there a long time, and I wanted out because I could hear Catherine calling for me. I reached for her hand, but I couldn't find it. I remember shouting, but I don't know what I said. The nightmare went on for a long time. Then it was daytime. The light was orange-red, very bright, and the walls were splashed with the orange light. I tried to move my head. "Doc," someone shouted. His voice was very loud. "Hal." "I can't see you," I said. "Where are you, Catherine? Where are you?" "I'm here, Hal. I'll always be here." And then it was dark again, but it wasn't so lonely in there. I woke up several times after that. I couldn't talk much, and when I did, I don't suppose I made much sense, but finally, things were clear. I was in the hospital in Garrison, and I'd been there for weeks. I wasn't sure just how long. Nobody would tell me anything, and they talked in hushed tones so that I was sure I was dying, but I didn't. "What the hell's wrong with me?" I demanded. "Just take it easy, young fellow." He had a white coat, thick glasses, and a brown beard with white hairs in it. "Who the hell are you?" "That's Dr. Seachy," Catherine told me. "Well, why won't he tell me what's wrong with me?" "He doesn't want to worry you." "Worry me? Do you think not knowing gives peace of mind? Tell me." "All right," Seachy said. "Nothing permanent. Understand that first. Nothing permanent, although it's going to take a while to fix you up. We almost lost you a couple of times, you know. Multiple perforations of the gut, 2 broken vertebrae, compound fracture of the left femur, and assorted scrapes, punctures, bruises, abrasions, and contusion. Not to mention almost complete exsanguination when they brought you in. It's nothing we can't fix, but you're going to be here a while, Captain." He was holding my arm, and I felt pressure there, a hypo spray. "You just go to sleep, and we'll tell you the rest tomorrow." But whatever I was going to say never got out. I sank back, but it wasn't into the well. It was just sleep, and I could tell the difference. The next time I awoke, Falkenberg was there. He grinned at me. I grinned back. "Hi, Captain." "Major, you're the captain." Run that past. Just brevet promotions, but Harrington thinks they'll stick. We must have won." "Oh, yeah." He sat where I could see him. His eyes looked pale blue in that light. "Lieutenant Ardwain took the rock pile, but he said it was all you're doing." "Lieutenant Ardwain? Lot of promotions out of this," I said. "Some. The association no longer exists as an organized military force. Your girl's friends are in control. One Lou is the acting president or supervisor, or whatever they call him. Governor Swale's not too happy about it, but officially, he has to be. He didn't like endorsing Harrington's report either, but he had no choice. Why? But he's a lousy traitor. Why's he still governor? Act your age, Captain." There wasn't any humor in Falkenberg's voice now. "We have no proof. I know the story, if you'd like to hear it. In fact, you'd better. You're popular enough with the fleet, but there'll be elements of the Grand Senate that'll hate your guts." "Oh, tell me." "Swale has always been part of the Bronson faction," Falkenberg said. "The Bronson family is big in Dover mineral development in Guyawire. Seems there's more to this place than either American Express or Kennecott ever knew. Dover found out and tried to buy mineral rights. The Holy Joes wouldn't sell, especially the farmers like Juan Lou and Seaton. They don't want industrial development here, and it was obvious to Swale that they wouldn't sell any mining rights to Dover. Swale's policy has been to help groups like the association in return for their signatures on mining rights contracts. If enough of those outfits are recognized as legitimate local governments, there won't be any trouble over the contracts. You can probably figure out the rest. And, well, wait. Maybe it's my head, I told him, but I can't. What the devil did he let us into the valley for then? Why did he go down there at all? Just because they signed over some mining rights didn't make them his slaves. They were trying to jack up the grain prices. If the Harmony merchants complained loud enough, Swale wouldn't be governor here, and what use would he be to Dover then? He had to put some pressure on them, enough to make them sell, not so much that they'd be thrown out. I know. Only we threw them out, I said. Only we threw them out, this time. Don't imagine that it's over. It has to be over, I said. He couldn't pull that again. Probably he won't. Bronson hasn't much use for failures. I expect Governor Swale will shortly be on his way to a post as first secretary on a mining asteroid. There'll be another governor, and if he's not a Bronson client, he'll be someone else's. I'm not supposed to depress you. You've got a decision to make. I've been assigned to a regular line regiment as adjutant. The 42nd. It's on Kennicott. Tough duty. Probably a lot of fighting. Good opportunities. Regular troops. I've got room on the staff. Want to come along? They tell me you'll be fit to move by the time the next ship gets here. I'll think about it. Do that. You've got a good career ahead of you. Now you're the youngest captain in the fleet. Couldn't swing the military star, but you'll get another medal. I'll think about it. I have to talk with Catherine. He shrugged. Certainly, Captain. He grinned and went out. Captain. Captains may marry. Majors should marry. Colonels must marry. But that was soldier talk, and I wasn't sure I was a soldier. Strange, I thought. Everyone says I am. I've done well, and I have a great career, and it all seems like a fit of madness. Corporal Brady won't be playing his trumpet any longer because of me. Dangier, wounded but alive, until he volunteered to be an artillery spotter. And all the others, Levine and Lieberman and Recruit, no, Private Dietz, and the rest, dead and blended together in my memory until I can't remember where they died or what for, only that I killed them. But we won. It was a glorious victory. That was enough for Falkenberg. He had done his job and done it well. Was it enough for me? Would it be in the future? When I was up and around, I couldn't avoid meeting Governor Swale. Irina was nursing Louis Bonnyman. Louis was worse off than I was. Sometimes they can grow you a new leg, but it takes time, and it's painful. Irina saw him every day, and when I could leave the hospital, she insisted that I come to the palace. It was inevitable that I would meet the governor. I hope you're proud of yourself, Swale said. Everyone else is. Hugo, that's not fair, Irina protested. Not fair, Swale said. How isn't it fair? I did the job I was paid to do, sir, I said. Yes, you did indeed, and thereby made it impossible for me to do mine. Sit down, Captain Slater. Your Major Falkenberg has told you plenty of stories about me. Now, let me tell you my side of it. There's no need, Governor, I said. No, there isn't. Are you afraid to find out just what you've done? No. I've helped throw out a gang of convicts who pretended to be a government. And I'm proud enough of that. Are you? Have you been to the Allen Valley lately, Captain? Of course you haven't. And I doubt Catherine Malcolm has told you what's happening there. How Juan Liu and Harry Seaton and a religious fanatic named Brother Dornan have established commissions of deacons to inquire into the morals and loyalties of everyone in the valley. How anyone they find deficient is turned off the land to make room for their own people. No, I don't suppose she told you any of that. I don't believe you. Don't you? Ask Miss Malcolm, or would you believe Irina? She knows it's true. I looked to Irina. The pain in her eyes was enough. She didn't have to speak. I was governor of the whole planet, Slater. Not just Harmony, not just the Jordan and Allen valleys, but all of the planet. Only they gave me responsibilities and no authority, and no means to govern. What am I supposed to do with the convicts, Slater? They ship them here by the thousands, but they give me nothing to feed them with. You've seen them. How are they supposed to live? They can work. At what? As farmhands on ranches of 500 hectares? The best land on the planet doled out as huge ranches with half the land not worked because there's no fertilizer, no irrigation, not even decent drainage systems. They sure as hell can't work in our non-existent industries. Don't you see that Ararat must industrialize? It doesn't matter what Allen Valley farmers want or what the other Holy Joes want. It's industrialize or face famine, and by God, there'll be no famines while I can do something about them. No desire. So you were willing to sell out the 501st, help the association to feed us, an honorable way to achieve an honorable end. As honorable as yours is to kill and destroy. War is honorable, but deceit isn't. I prefer my way, Captain. I expect you do. Swale nodded vigorously to himself, not to me. Smug. Proud and smug. Tell me, Captain, just how are you better than the Protective Association? They fought. Not for the honor of the Corps, but for their land, their families, for friends. They lost. You had better men, better officers, better training. A lot better equipment. If you'd lost, you'd have been returned to garrison under terms. The association troops were shot out of hand. All of them. Be proud, Slater. But you make me sick. I'll leave you now. I don't care to argue with my daughter's guests. Ian, I may. That's true also, isn't it? I asked Irina. They shot all the association troops? Not all, Irina said. The ones that surrendered to Captain Falkenberg are still alive. He even recruited some of them. He would. The battalion would need men after those battles. What's happened to the rest? They're under guard at Beersheba. It was after your Marines left the valley that the real slaughter began. Sure, people who wouldn't turn out to fight for their homes when we needed their help got real patriotic after it was over, I said. I'm going back to my quarters, Irina. Thank you for having me over. But Catherine is coming. She'll be here. I don't want to see anyone just now. Excuse me. I left quickly and wandered through the streets of Harmony. People nodded and smiled as I passed. The Marines were still popular. Of course. We'd opened the trade route up the Jordan, and we'd cleared out the Allen Valley. Grain was cheap, and we'd held the convicts at bay. Why shouldn't the people love us? Tattoo sounded as I entered the fort. The trumpets and drums sounded through the night, martial and complex, and the notes were sweet. Sentries saluted as I passed. Life here was orderly, and there was no need to think. Hartz had left a full bottle of brandy where I could find it. It was his theory that the reason I wasn't healing fast was that I didn't drink enough. The surgeons didn't share his opinion. They were chopping away at me, then using the regeneration stimulators to make me grow better parts. It was a painful process, and they didn't think liquor helped it much. To hell with them, I thought, and poured a double. I hadn't finished it when Catherine came in. Irina said, "Hal, you shouldn't be drinking." I doubt that Irina said that. You know, what's the matter with you, Hal? Why didn't you tell me? I asked. I was going to, later, but there never was a right time. And it's all true. Your friends are driving the families of everyone who cooperated with the association out into the hills. And they've shot all the prisoners? Yes, it's true. Why didn't you stop them? Should I have wanted to? She looked at the scars on her hands. Should I? There was a knock at the door. Come in, I said. It was Falkenberg. Thought you were alone, he said. Come in. I'm confused. I expect you are. Got any more of that brandy? Sure. What did you mean by that? I understand you've just learned what's happening out in the Allen Valley. Crap doodle. Has Irina been talking to everyone in garrison? I don't need a convention of people to cheer me up. You don't, eh? He made no move to leave. "Spit it out, mister. You don't call captains mister." He grinned. "No, sorry. What's the problem, Hal? Finding out that things aren't as simple as you'd like them to be. John, what the hell were we fighting for out there? What good do we do?" He stretched a long arm toward the brandy bottle and poured for both of us. "We threw a gang of criminals out. Do you doubt that's what they were? Do you insist that the people we helped be saints? But the women and children, what will happen to them? And the governor's right. Something's got to be done for the convicts. Poor bastards are sent here, and we can't just drown them." "There's land to the west," Catherine said. "They can have that. My grandfather had to start from the beginning. Why can't the new arrivals?" "The governor's right about a lot of things," Falkenberg said. "Industry's got to come to Ararat someday. Should it come just to make the Bronson family rich? At the expense of a bunch of farmers who bought their land with one hell of a lot of hard work and blood. Hal, if you're having second thoughts about the action here on Ararat, what'll you do when the fleet's ordered to do something completely raw?" "I don't know. That's what bothers me." "You asked what good we do," Falkenberg said. "We buy time. Back on Earth, they're ready to start a war that won't end until billions are dead. The fleet's the only thing preventing that. The only thing, Hal. Be as cynical about the CoDominium as you like. Be contemptuous of Grand Senator Bronson and his friends. Yes, and most of his enemies too, damn it. But remember that the fleet keeps the peace, and as long as we do, Earth still lives. If the price of that is getting our hands dirty out here on the frontiers, then it's a price we have to pay. And while we're paying it, just once in a while we do something right. I think we did that here. For all that they've been vicious enough now that the battle's over, Wan Lu and his people aren't evil. I'd rather trust the future to them than to people who do that." He took Catherine's hand and turned it over in his. "We can't make things perfect, Hal, but we can damn sure end some of the worst things people do to each other. If that's not enough, we have our own honor, even if our masters have none. The fleet is our country, Hal, and it's an honorable fatherland." Then he laughed and drained his glass. "Talking's dry work. Pipe Major's learned 3 new tunes. Come and hear them. You deserve a night in the club, and the drinks are on the battalion. You've friends here, and you've not seen much of them." Duh. He stood, the half-smile still on his lips. "Good evening, Hal. Catherine. You're going with him, aren't you?" Catherine said when he'd closed the door. "You know I don't care all that much for bagpipes. Don't be flippant with me. He's offered you a place with his new regiment, and you're going to take it." "I don't know. I've been thinking about it. I know. I didn't before, but I do now. I watched you while he was talking. You're going." "I guess I am. Will you come with me?" "If you'll have me, yes. I can't go back to the ranch. I'll have to sell it. I couldn't ever live there now. I'm not the same girl I was when this started." "I'll always have doubts," I said. "I'll need." I couldn't finish the thought, but I didn't have to. She came to me, and she wasn't trembling at all, not the way she'd been before anyway. I held her for a long time. "We should go now," she said finally. "They'll be expecting you." "But we've plenty of time, Hal. A long time." As we left the room, last post sounded across the fort. Part 2. Mercenary. Prologue. From the last West Point lecture by Professor John Christian Falkenberg II, delivered at the United States Military Academy immediately prior to the reorganization of the Academy. After the Academy was restructured to reflect rising nationalism in the United States, Falkenberg, as a CoDominium professor, was unwelcome in any event, but the content of this lecture would have assured that anyway. Crofton's Essays and Lectures in Military History, 2nd edition. All large and important institutions change slowly. It is probably as well that this is true for the military. But well or not, it is inevitable. It takes time to build history and traditions, and military organizations with no history and traditions are generally ineffective. There are, of course, notable exceptions to this rule, although some of the more popular cases do not bear examination. For example, Colonel Michael Hoare's 5th Commando in Katanga in the 1960s, while rightly studied as a harbinger of the growth of mercenary organizations in this century, owed much of its justly celebrated success to the incompetence, including frequent drunkenness, of its opposition. Moreover, Hoare, by recruiting most of his officers and non-coms, and many of his troopers, from British veterans, was able to draw on the long history and tradition of the British Army. I dare say something of this sort will happen in the future, as many CoDominium military units are disbanded. It is conceivable that entire units will be hired on by one or another patron. Certainly a small cohesive unit, accustomed to working together, would be preferable to a larger group of mercenaries. The building of the CoDominium military forces is itself an illustrative case. Once again, by incorporating disbanded units such as the French Légion étrangère, Denotes accent marque, the Cameroon Highlanders, and the Cossack adventurers, was able to appropriate to itself considerable history and tradition. Even so, it has taken decades to build the CoDominium Line Marines into the formidable force they have become. However, I bring up the subject of changing institutions for another reason. We are seeing, I believe, the completion of yet another full cycle in the history of violence and civilization. As late as the turn of the millennium, most military organizations were motivated by national patriotism, and the laws of war were treated either as a joke, as unwanted restrictions on military action, or, as in the case of the infamous war crimes trials following World War II, as a means of retaliation against a defeated enemy. Then, during the course of this century, the laws of war have become quite important, and have often been observed, and where they are not observed, there is a good chance that the CoDominium fleet will punish those who violate them, particularly if the violation involves CoDominium citizens, and inevitably if it involves a member of the fleet. Now I believe we are entering a new period, one in which the nationalist forces will pursue a new policy of expediency, while the CoDominium and mercenary units continue to observe and insist on the laws of war. Now it would appear that the outcome of such a conflict is predictable, that the organizations which recognize no limitations, save expediency, will always triumph over those which restrict their uses of military power. This is impossible. I do not believe it will be inevitable. However, many do believe that the laws of war will go the way of the rights of neutrals in the last century. After all, the United States, having entered World War I ostensibly to protect the rights of neutral vessels on the high seas, within days of entering World War II, declared unrestricted submarine warfare against Germany and Japan, while the Allied powers, having denounced Japanese actions against Nanking in the 1930s, had no scruples about bombing civilians and open cities as the war progressed, culminating in Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and the fire raids against Tokyo. By the end of World War II, few observed any limits on the use of military power. Allied units regularly took civilian hostages and exposed civilian officials to danger as a means of discouraging partisan activity. Most of these actions had been taken by the German army and of course had been denounced at the time. That expedient view became so widespread that for decades no one could conceive of another. However, it has not always been thus. Prior to the present era, there were at least 3 periods in which war became stylized and subject to rules. These eras have been described well enough by Martin van Creveld in his Definitive Technology and War Door. The first such era was the Hellenistic period from about 300 to 200 BC. During that time there were essentially no differences among the successor states. Each was ruled by despotism built around a dynasty, and generally ruled by a single man. The ordinary citizen had no stake in this government, and cared not a whit whether this man or that held the throne. The military units were composed of professionals who had no personal stake in the outcome of a campaign. As Krievold says, accordingly, there applied among those states a fairly strict code which dictated what was and was not permissible in regard to the treatment of prisoners, the enslavement of captured cities, the robbery for military purposes of temples dedicated to the gods. This was legitimate provided that restitution was subsequently made, or at any rate promised, and so on. The application of rules to warfare was, however, extended further than this. While it would be imprecise to say that there existed an explicit international agreement concerning the types of military technology that might or might not be used, the various contestants shared a common material civilization and knew what to expect of each other. Since they fielded much the same weapons and equipment, but also because commanders and technical experts frequently transferred from one army to another, they found themselves operating on broadly similar tactical and strategic code. The second period of warfare treated as a game with rules was, of course, the period of feudal chivalry, and probably quite enough has been said about it in previous lectures. For the third, I quote again from Krievold, the play element often present in armed conflict was, however, probably never as pronounced as in the 18th century, when war became popularly known as the Game of Kings. It was an age in which, according to Voltaire, all Europeans lived under the same kind of institutions, believed in the same kind of ideas, and fornicated with the same kind of women. Most states were ruled by absolute monarchs. Even those who were not so ruled neither expected nor demanded the lump in the throat type of allegiance later to be associated with the nationalist states. Armies were commanded by members of an international nobility who spoke French as their lingua franca and switched sides as they saw fit. They were manned by personnel who, often enlisted by trickery and kept in the ranks by main force, cared nothing for honor, duty, or country. In each of the three above periods, as well as in many others which witnessed the same phenomenon, the transformation of war into something akin to a game did not pass without comment. What some people took as a sign of piety or reason or progress, others saw as proof of stupidity, effeminacy, and degeneration. During the last years before the French Revolution, Gibbons praised war for its moderation and expressed the hope that it would soon disappear altogether. Simultaneously, a French nobleman, the Comte de Guibert, was cutting a figure among the ladies of the salons by denouncing the prevailing military practices as degenerate and calling for a commander and a people who, to use his own words, would tear apart the feeble constitution of Europe like the north wind bending the reeds. Gentlemen and ladies, I invite you to reflect on this. We live in a time when the major powers of the earth are governed by what can only be called self-perpetuating oligarchies. While there is more ostensible turnover in the compositions of the Congress of the United States and the Supreme Soviet than there was in the last decade of the 20th century, there is not a lot more. And what turnover there is happens to be meaningless. The new master is indistinguishable from the old. Nor is it important that these oligarchs think themselves important doing important work. Indeed, that they are important and do important work. The effect has been to alienate the citizen entirely, while the taxpayer supports the present system only because he fears the loss of his privileges, because he fears he will be cast into the lot of the citizen. The same is true in the Soviet system, where party members have long ago lost confidence in the possibility of reform, and now do no more than jealously hold onto their privileges. Yet, while it is easy to denounce the CoDominium and its endless cynicism, it is not so certain that whatever replaces it will be better. Indeed, we must wonder just what would survive the collapse of the CoDominium. 20 years later, Earth floated eternally lovely above bleak lunar mountains. Daylight lay across California and most of the Pacific, and the glowing ocean made an impossibly blue background for a vortex of bright clouds, swirling in a massive tropical storm. Beyond the lunar crags, man's home was a fragile ball, amidst the black star-studded velvet of space, a ball that a man might reach out to grasp and crush in his bare hands. Grand Admiral Sergei Lermontov looked at the bright view-screen image and thought how easy it would be for Earth to die. He kept her image on the view screen to remind himself of that every time he looked up. "That's all we can get you, Sergei." His visitor sat with hands carefully folded in his lap. A photograph would have shown him in a relaxed position, seated comfortably in the big visitor's chair covered with leathers from animals that grew on planets 100 light-years from Earth. Seen closer, the real man was not relaxed at all. He looked that way from his long experience as a politician. "I wish it could be more." Grand Senator Martin Grant shook his head slowly from side to side. "At least it's something. We will lose ships and disband regiments. I cannot operate the fleet on that budget." Lermontov's voice was flat and precise. He adjusted his rimless spectacles to a comfortable position on his thin nose. His gestures, like his voice, were precise and correct, and it was said in Navy wardrooms that the Grand Admiral practiced in front of a mirror. "You'll have to do the best you can. It's not even certain the United Party can survive the next election. God knows we won't be able to if we give any more to the fleet. There is enough money for national armies." Lermontov looked significantly at Earth's image on the view screen. "Armies that can destroy Earth. Martin, how can we keep the peace if you will not let us have ships and men? You can't keep the peace if there's no CoDominium." Lermontov frowned. "Is there a real chance that the United Party will lose then?" Martin Grant's head bobbed in an almost imperceptible movement. "Yes. And the United States will withdraw from the CD shell." CD. Lermontov thought of all that would mean for Earth and for the nearly 100 worlds where men live. "Not many of the colonies will survive without us. It is too soon. If we did not suppress science and research, it might be different, but there are so few independent worlds. Martin, we are spread thin across the colony worlds. The CoDominium must help. We created their problems with our colonial governments. We gave them no chances at all to live without us. We cannot let them go suddenly." Grant sat motionless, saying nothing. "Yes, I am preaching to the converted. But it is the Navy that gave the Grand Senate this power over the colonies. I cannot help feeling responsible." "Yeah." Senator Grant's head moved slightly again, either a nod or a tremor. "I would have thought there was a lot you could do, Sergei. The fleet obeys you, not the Senate. I know my nephew has made that clear enough. The warriors respect another warrior, but they've only contempt for us politicians. You are inviting treason?" "No. Certainly I'm not suggesting that the fleet try running the show. Military rule hasn't worked very well for us, has it?" Senator Grant turned his head slightly to indicate the globe behind him. 20 nations on Earth were governed by armies, none of them very well. On the other hand, the politicians aren't doing a much better job, he thought. "Nobody is. We don't seem to have any goals, Sergei. We just hang on, hoping that things will get better. Why should they?" "I have almost ceased to hope for better conditions," Lermontov replied. "Now, I only pray they do not get worse." His lips twitched slightly in a thin smile. "Those prayers are seldom answered." "I spoke with my brother yesterday," Grant said. "He's threatening to retire again. I think he means it this time." "But he cannot do that." Lermontov shuddered. "Your brother is one of the few men in the U.S. government who understands how desperate is our need for time. I told him that." "And?" Grant shook his head. "It's the rat race, Sergei. John doesn't see any end to it. It's all very well to play rear guard, but for what? Isn't the survival of civilization a worthwhile goal? If that's where we're headed, yes, but what assurance do we have that we'll achieve even that?" The Grand Admiral's smile was wintry. "None, of course, but we may be sure that nothing will survive if we do not have more time. A few years of peace, Martin. Much can happen in a few years, and if nothing does, why, we will have had a few years. The wall behind Lermontov was covered with banners and plaques. Centered among them was the CoDominium seal, American eagle, Soviet sickle and hammer, red stars and white stars. Beneath it was the Navy's official motto, "Peace is our profession." We chose that motto for them, Grant thought. The Senate made the Navy adopt it. Except for Lermontov, I wonder how many fleet officers believe it. What would they have chosen if left to themselves? There are always the warriors, and if you don't give them something worthwhile to fight for. But we can't live without them, because there comes a time when you have to have warriors, like Sergei Lermontov. But do we have to have politicians like me? I'll talk to John again. I've never been sure how serious he is about retiring anyway. You get used to power, and it's hard to lay it down. It only takes a little persuasion, some argument to let you justify keeping it. Power's more addicting than opiates. Yeah, I know I'm law. But you can do nothing about our budget. No. Fact is, there's more problems. We need Bronson's votes and he's got demands. Lermontov's eyes narrowed, and his voice was thick with distaste. At least we know how to deal with men like Bronson. And it was strange, Lermontov thought, that despicable creatures like Bronson should be so small as problems. They could be bribed. They expected to be bought. It was the men of honor who created the real problems. Men like Harman in the United States and Kozlov in the Soviet Union. Men with causes they would die for. They had brought mankind to this. But I would rather know Kozlov and Harman and their friends than Bronson's people who support us. You won't like some of what he's asked for, Grant said. Isn't Colonel Falkenberg a special favorite of yours? He's one of our best men. I use him when the situation seems desperate. His men will follow him anywhere, and he does not waste lives in achieving our objectives. He's apparently stepped on Bronson's toes once too often. They want him cashiered. No. Lermontov's voice was firm. Martin Grant shook his head. Suddenly he felt very tired despite the low gravity of the moon. There's no choice, Sergei. It's not just personal dislike, although there's a lot of that too. Bronson's making up to Harman, and Harman thinks Falkenberg's dangerous. I don't doubt. Of course he is dangerous. He is a warrior. But he is a danger only to enemies of the CoDominium. Precisely. Grant sighed again. Sergei, I know. We're robbing you of your best tools and then expecting you to do the work without them. It is more than that, Martin. How do you control warriors? I beg your pardon. I asked, how do you control warriors? Lermontov adjusted his spectacles with the tips of the fingers of both hands. By earning their respect, of course. But what happens if that respect is forfeit? There will be no controlling him. And you are speaking of one of the best military minds alive. You may live to regret this decision, Martin. No. Can't be helped. Sergei, do you think I like telling you to dump a good man for a snake like Bronson? But it doesn't matter. The Patriot Party's ready to make a big thing out of this. And Falkenberg couldn't survive that kind of political pressure anyway, you know that. No officer can. His career's finished no matter what. Go on. You have always supported him in the past. God damn it, Sergei. I appointed him to the academy in the first place. I cannot support him, and you can't either. He goes, or we lose Bronson's vote on the budget. But why? Lermontov demanded. The real reason. Grant shrugged. Bronson's or Harman's? Bronson has hated Colonel Falkenberg ever since that business on Kennicott. The Bronson family lost a lot of money there, and it didn't help that Bronson had to vote in favor of giving Falkenberg his medals either. I doubt there's any more to it than that. Harman's a different matter. He really believes that Falkenberg might lead his troops against Earth. And once he asks for Falkenberg's scalp as a favor from Bronson. I see, but Harman's reasons are ludicrous. At least at the moment they are ludicrous. If he's that damn dangerous, kill him, Grant said. He saw the look on Lermontov's face. I don't really mean that, Sergei, but you'll have to do something. I will. Harman thinks you might order Falkenberg to march on Earth. Lermontov looked up in surprise. Yes, it's come to that. Not even Bronson's ready to ask for your scalp, yet. But it's another reason why your special favorites have to take a low profile right now. You speak of our best men. Grant's look was full of pain and sadness. Sure. What is Sherry, sir? Anyone who's effective scares hell out of the Patriots. They want the CD eliminated entirely, and if they can't get that, they'll weaken it. They'll keep chewing away too, getting rid of our most competent officers, and there's not a lot we can do. Maybe in a few years things will be better. Andrew. And perhaps they will be worse, Lermontov said. Yeah, there's always that too. Sergei Lermontov stared at the view screen long after Senator Grant had left the office. Darkness crept slowly across the Pacific, leaving Hawaii in shadow, and still Lermontov sat without moving, his fingers drumming restlessly on the polished wood desktop. I knew it would come to this, he thought. Not so soon, though. Not so soon. There is still so much to do before we can let go. And yet it will not be long before we have no choice. Perhaps we should act now. Lermontov recalled his youth in Moscow, when the generals controlled the Presidium, and shuddered. No, he thought. The military virtues are useless for governing civilians. But the politicians are doing no better. If we had not suppressed scientific research. But that was done in the name of the peace. Prevent development of new weapons. Keep control of technology in the hands of the government. Prevent technology from dictating policy to all of us. It had seemed so reasonable, and besides, the policy was very old now. There were few trained scientists, because no one wanted to live under the restrictions of the Bureau of Technology. What is done, he thought, and looked around the office. Open cabinets held shelves covered with the mementos of a dozen worlds. Exotic shells lay next to reptilian stuffed figures, and were framed by gleaming rocks that could bring fabulous prices if he cared to sell. Impulsively, he reached toward the desk console and turned the selector switch. Images flashed across the view screen until he saw a column of men marching through a great open bubble of rock. They seemed dwarfed by the enormous cave. A detachment of CoDominium Marines marching through the central area of Luna Base. Senate chamber and government offices were far below the cavern, buried so deeply into rock that no weapon could destroy the CoDominium's leaders by surprise. Above them were the warriors who guarded, and this group was marching to relieve the guard. Lermontov turned the sound pickup, but heard no more than the precise measured tramp of marching boots. They walked carefully in low gravity, their pace modified to accommodate their low weight, and they would, he knew, be just as precise on a high-gravity world. They wore uniforms of blue and scarlet, with gleaming buttons of gold, badges of the dark, rich bronze alloys found on Kennicott, berets made from some reptile that swam in Tanith seas. Like the Grand Admiral's office, the CoDominium Marines showed the influence of worlds light years away. Sound off! The order came through the pickup so loud that it startled the Admiral, and he turned down the volume as the men began to sing. Lermontov smiled to himself. That song was officially forbidden, and it was certainly not an appropriate choice for the guard mount about to take posts outside the Grand Senate chambers. It was also very nearly the official marching song of the Marines. And that, Admiral Lermontov thought, ought to tell something to any senator listening. If senators ever listened to anything from the military people. The measured verses came through slowly, in time with the sinister gliding step of the troops. We've left blood in the dirt of 25 worlds. We've built roads on a dozen more, and all that we have at the end, our hitch, buys a night with a second-class whore. The Senate decrees, the Grand Admiral calls, the orders come down from on high. It's on full kits and soundboard ships. We're sending you where you can die. The lands that we take, the Senate gives back, rather more often than not. So the more that are killed, the less share the loot, and we won't be back to this spot. We'll break the hearts of your women and girls. We may break your arse as well. Then the line marines with their banners unfurled will follow those banners to hell. We know the devil, his pomps, and his works. Ah, yes, we know them well. When we've served out our hitch as line marines, we can bugger the Senate of hell. Then we'll drink with our comrades and lay down our packs. We'll rest 10 years on the flat of our backs. Then it's on full kits and out of your racks. You must build a new road through hell. The fleet is our country. We sleep with a rifle. No one ever begot a son on his rifle. They pay us in gin and curse when we sin. There's not one that can stand us unless we're downwind. We're shot when we lose and turned out when we win. But we bury our comrades wherever they fall. And there's none that can face us, though we've nothing at all. Ah, you and... The verse ended with a flurry of drums, and Lermontov gently changed the selector back to the turning earth. Perhaps, he thought, perhaps there's hope, but only if we have time. Can the politicians buy enough time? The Honorable John Rogers Grant laid a palm across a winking light on his desk console, and it went out, shutting off the security phone to Luna Base. His face held an expression of pleasure and distaste, as it always did when he was through talking with his brother. I don't think I've ever won an argument with Martin, he thought. Maybe it's because he knows me better than I know myself. Grant turned toward the Tri-V, where the speaker was in full form. The speech had begun quietly as Harmon's speeches always did, full of resonant tones and appeals to reason. The quiet voice had asked for attention, but now it had grown louder and demanded it. The background behind him changed as well, so that Harmon stood before the stars and stripes covering the hemisphere, with an American eagle splendid over the Capitol. Harmon was working himself into one of his famous frenzies, and his face was contorted with emotion. Honor? It is a word that Lipscomb no longer understands. Whatever he might have been, and my friends, we all know how great he once was, he is no longer one of us. His cronies, the dark little men who whisper to him, have corrupted even as great a man as President Lipscomb. And our nation bleeds. She bleeds from 1,000 wounds. People of America, hear me. She bleeds from the running sores of these men and their CoDominium. They say that if we leave the CoDominium, it will mean war. I pray God it will not. But if it does, why, these are hard times. Many of us will be killed, but we would die as men. Today our friends and allies, the people of Hungary, the people of Romania, the Czechs, the Slovaks, the Poles, all of them groan under the oppression of their communist master. Who keeps them there? We do. Our CoDominium. We have become no more than slave masters. Better to die as men. But it will not come to that. The Russians will never fight. They are soft as we. Their government is riddled with the same corruptions as ours. People of America, hear me. People of America, listen. Grant spoke softly, and the Tri-V turned itself off. A walnut panel slid over the darkened screen, and Grant spoke again. The desk opened to offer a small bottle of milk. There was nothing he could do for his ulcer, despite the advances in medical science. Money was no problem, but there was never time for surgery in weeks with the regeneration stimulators. He leafed through papers on his desk. Most were reports with bright red security covers, and Grant closed his eyes for a moment. Harmon's speech was important and would probably affect the upcoming elections. The man is getting to be a nuisance, Grant thought. I should do something about him. He put the thought aside with a shudder. Harmon had been a friend once. Lord, what have we come to? He opened the first report. There had been a riot at the International Federation of Labor Convention. 3 killed and the smooth plans for the re-election of Matt Brady thrown into confusion. Grant grimaced again and drank more milk. The intelligence people had assured him this one would be easy. He dug through the reports and found that 3 of Harvey Bertram's child crusaders were responsible. They'd bugged Brady's suite. The idiot hadn't known better than to make deals in his room. Now Bertram's people had enough evidence of sellouts to inflame floor sentiment in a dozen conventions. The report ended with a recommendation that the government drop Brady and concentrate support on McKnight, who had a good reputation and whose file in the CIA building bulged with information. McKnight would be easy to control. Grant nodded to himself and scrawled his signature on the action form. He threw it into the top secret out tray and watched it vanish. There was no point in wasting time. Then he wondered idly what would happen to Brady. Matt Brady had been a good United Party man. Blast Bertram's people anyway. He took up the next file, but before he could open it, his secretary came in. Grant looked up and smiled, glad of his decision to ignore the electronics. Some executives never saw their secretaries for weeks at a time. "Your appointment, sir," she said. "And it's time for your nerve tonic." He grunted. "I'd rather die." But he let her pour a shot glass of evil-tasting stuff, and he tossed it off and chased it with milk. Then he glanced at his watch, but that wasn't necessary. Miss Ackridge knew the travel time to every Washington office. There'd be no time to start another report, which suited Grant fine. He let her help him into his black coat and brush off a few silver hairs. He didn't feel 65, but he looked it now. It happened all at once. 5 years ago, he could pass for 40. John saw the girl in the mirror behind him and knew that she loved him, but it wouldn't work. And why the hell not? He wondered. It isn't as if you're pining away for Priscilla. By the time she died, you were praying it would happen, and we married late to begin with. So why the hell do you act as if the great love of your life has gone out forever? All you'd have to do is turn around, say 5 words, and what? She wouldn't be the perfect secretary any longer, and secretaries are harder to find than mistresses. Let it alone. She stood there a moment longer, then moved away. "Your daughter wants to see you this evening," she told him. "She's driving down this afternoon and says it's important." "Know why?" Grant asked. Ackridge knew more about Sharon than Grant did. Possibly a lot more. "I can guess. I think her young man has asked her." John nodded. It wasn't unexpected, but still it hurt. So soon, so soon. They grow so fast when you're an old man. John Jr. was a commander in the CoDominium Navy, soon to be a captain with a ship of his own. Frederick was dead in the same accident as his mother. And now Sharon, the baby, had found another life. Not that they'd been close since he'd taken this job. Run his name through CIA, Flora. I meant to do that months ago. They won't find anything, but we'll need it for the records. Yes, sir. You'd better be on your way now. Your drivers are outside. He scooped up his briefcase. I won't be back tonight. Have my car sent around to the White House, will you? I'll drive myself home tonight. He acknowledged the salutes of the driver, an armed mechanic, with a cheery wave, and followed them to the elevator at the end of the long corridor. Paintings and photographs of ancient battles hung along both sides of the hall, and there was carpet on the floor. But otherwise, it was like a cave. Blasted Pentagon, he thought for the 100th time. Silliest building ever constructed. Nobody can find anything, and it can't be guarded at any price. Why couldn't someone have bombed it? They took a surface car to the White House. A flight would have been another detail to worry about, and besides, this way he got to see the cherry trees and flower beds around the Jefferson. The Potomac was a sludgy brown mess. You could swim in it if you had a strong stomach, but the Army engineers had improved it a few administrations back. They'd given it concrete banks. Now they were ripping them out, and it brought down mudslides. They drove through rows of government buildings, some abandoned. Urban renewal had given Washington all the office space the government would ever need, and more, so that there were these empty buildings as relics of the time when D.C. was the most crime-ridden city in the world. Sometime in Grant's youth, though, they'd hustled everyone out of Washington who didn't work there, with bulldozers quickly following to demolish the tenements. For political reasons, the offices had gone in as quickly as the other buildings were torn down. They passed the Population Control Bureau and drove around the ellipse and past Old State to the gate. The guard carefully checked his identity and made him put his palm on the little scanning plate. Then they entered the tunnel to the White House basement. The president stood when Grant entered the Oval Office, and the others shot to their feet as if they had ejection charges under them. Grant shook hands around but looked closely at Lipscomb. The president was feeling the strain, no question about it. Well, they all were. The Secretary of Defense wasn't there, but then he never was. The secretary was a political hack who controlled a block of aerospace guild votes and an even larger block of aerospace industry stocks. As long as government contracts kept his companies busy employing his men, he didn't give a damn about policy. He could sit in on formal cabinet sessions where nothing was ever said, and no one would know the difference. John Grant was defense as much as he was CIA. Few of the men in the Oval Office were well known to the public. Except for the president, any one of them could have walked the streets of any city, except Washington, without fear of recognition. But the power they controlled, as assistants and deputies, was immense, and they all knew it. There was no need to pretend here. The servitor brought drinks, and Grant accepted scotch. Some of the others didn't trust a man who wouldn't drink with them. His ulcer would give him hell, and his Dr. Moore. But doctors and ulcers didn't understand the realities of power. Neither, thought Grant, do I or any of us, but we've got it. Mr. Ray. Karens, would you begin? The president asked. Head swiveled to the west wall, where Karine stood at the briefing screen. To his right, a polar projection of Earth glowed with lights showing the status of the forces that the president ordered, but Grant controlled. Karen stood confidently, his paunch spilling out over his belt. The fat was an obscenity in so young a man. Herman Karens was the second youngest man in the room, assistant director of the Office of Management and Budget, and said to be one of the most brilliant economists Yale had ever produced. He was also the best political technician in the country, but he hadn't learned that at Yale. He activated the screen to show a set of figures. I have the latest poll results, Karen said too loudly. This is the real stuff, not the slop we give the press. It stinks. Grant nodded. It certainly did. The Unity Party was hovering around 38%, just about evenly divided between the Republican and Democratic wing. Harman's Patriot Party had just over 25. Millington's violently left-wing Liberation Party had its usual 10. But the real shocker was Bertram's Freedom Party. Bertram's popularity stood at an unbelievable 20% of the population. These are figures for those who have an opinion and might vote, Karen said. Of course, there's the usual gang that doesn't give a damn, but we know how they split off. They go to whomever got to 'em last anyway. You see the bad news. You're sure of this? The assistant postmaster general asked. He was the leader of the Republican wing of Unity, and it hadn't been 6 months since he had told them they could forget Bertram. Yes, sir, Karen said. And it's growing. Those riots at the labor convention probably gave him another 5 points we don't show. Give Bertram 6 months and he'll be ahead of us. How you like them apples, boys and girls? There is no need to be flippant, Mr. Karens, the president said. Sorry, Mr. President. Karens wasn't sorry at all, and he grinned at the assistant postmaster general with triumph. Then he flipped the switches to show new charts. Soft and hard, Karens said. You'll notice Bertram's vote is pretty soft, but solidifying. Harman's is so hard you couldn't get him away from him without you use nukes. And ours is a little like butter. Mr. Raoul, President, I can't even guarantee we'll be the largest party after the election, much less that we can hold a majority. Incredible, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs muttered. Worse than incredible. The Commerce rep shook her head in disbelief. A disaster. Who will win? Karen shrugged. Toss-up, but if I had to say, I'd pick Bertram. He's getting more of our vote than Harman. You've been quiet, John, the president said. What are your thoughts here? Well, sir, it's fairly obvious what the result will be, no matter who wins, as long as it isn't us. Grant lifted his scotch and sipped with relish. He decided to have another, and to hell with the ulcer. If Harmon wins, he pulls out of the CoDominium, and we have war. If Bertram takes over, he relaxes security, Harmon drives him out with his stormtroopers, and we have war anyway. Nay. Karens nodded. I don't figure Bertram could hold power more than a year. Probably not that long. Man's too honest. The president sighed loudly. I can recall a time when men said that about me, Mr. Karens. It's still true, Mr. President. Karens spoke hurriedly. But you're realistic enough to let us do what we have to do. Bertram wouldn't. So, what do we do about it? The president asked gently. Rig the election, Karens answered quickly. I give out the popularity figures here. He produced a chart indicating a majority popularity for unity. Then we keep pumping out more fake stuff while Mr. Grant's people work on the vote counting computers. Hell, it's been done before. Won't work this time. They turned to look at the youngest man in the room. Larry Moriarty, assistant to the president, and sometimes called the resident heretic, blushed at the attention. The people know better. Bertram's people are already taking jobs in the computer centers, aren't they, Mr. Grant? They'll see it in a minute. Oh, when you're all done, Grant nodded. He'd sent the report over the day before. Interesting that Moriarty had already digested it. You make this a straight-rigged election, and you'll have to use CoDominium Marines to keep order, Moriarty continued. The day I need CoDominium Marines to put down riots in the United States is the day I resign, the president said coldly. I may be a realist, but there are limits to what I will do. You'll need a new chief, gentlemen. That's easy to say, Mr. President, Grant said. He wanted his pipe, but the doctors had forbidden it. To hell with them, he thought, and took a cigarette from a pack on the table. It's easy to say, but you can't do it. The president frowned. Why not? Grant shook his head. The Unity Party supports the CoDominium, and the CoDominium keeps the peace. An ugly peace, but by God, peace. I wish we hadn't got support for the CoDominium treaties tied so thoroughly to the Unity Party, but it is, and that's that. And you know damn well that even in the party it's only a thin majority that supports the CoDominium. Right, Harry? The assistant postmaster general nodded. But don't forget, there's support for the CD in Bertram's group. Sure, but they hate our guts, Moriarty said. They say we're corrupt, and they're right. So flipping, what if they're right? Karens snapped. We're in, they're out. Anybody who's in for long is corrupt. If he isn't, he's not in. I fail to see the point of this discussion, the president interrupted. I, for one, do not enjoy being reminded of all the things I have done to keep this office. The question is, what are we going to do? I feel it only fair to warn you that nothing could make me happier than to have Mr. Bertram sit in this chair. I've been president for a long time, and I'm tired. I don't want the job anymore. 3. Everyone spoke at once, shouting to the president, murmuring to their neighbors, until Grant cleared his throat loudly. Mr. Zuel, President, he said, using the tone of command he'd been taught during his brief tour in the Army Reserve. Mr. President, if you will pardon me, that is a ludicrous suggestion. There is no one else in the Unity Party who has even a ghost of a chance of winning. You alone remain popular. Even Mr. Harmon speaks as well of you as he does of anyone not in his group. You cannot resign without dragging the Unity Party with you, and you cannot give that chair to Mr. Bertram because he couldn't hold it 6 months. Would that be so bad? President Lipscomb leaned toward Grant with the confidential manner he used in his fireside chats to the people. Are we really so sure that only we can save the human race, John? Or do we only wish to keep power? Both, I suppose, Grant said. Not that I'd mind retiring myself. Retire! Karens snorted. You let Bertram's clean babies in the files for 2 hours, and none of us will retire to anything better'n a seedy prison planet. You got to be kidding. Retire. That may be true, the president said. There's other ways, Corinne suggested. General, what happens if Harmon takes power and starts his war? Mr. Real. Grant knows better than I do, General Carpenter said. When the others stared at him, Carpenter continued. No one has ever fought a nuclear war. Why should the uniform make me more of an expert than you? Maybe we could win. Gee. Heavy casualties, very heavy, but our defenses are good. No, news so. Carpenter gestured at the moving lights on the wall projection. We have better technology than the Russians. Our laser guns ought to get most of their missiles. CD Fleet won't let either of us use space weapons. We might win. We might. Lipscomb was grim. John, we might not win. We might kill more than half the human race. We might get more. How in God's name do I know what happens when we throw nuclear weapons around? But the Russians aren't prepared, Commerce said. If we hit them without warning, people never change governments in the middle of a war. President Lipscomb sighed. I am not going to start a nuclear war to retain power. Whatever I have done to keep peace. That is my last excuse. I could not live with myself if I sacrificed peace to keep power. Grant cleared his throat gently. We couldn't do it anyway. If we start converting defensive missiles to offensive, CoDominium intelligence would hear about it in 10 days. The treaty prevents that, you know. He lit another cigarette. We aren't the only threat to the CD anyway. There's always Kozlov. Kozlov was a pure Stalinist who wanted to liberate Earth for communism. Some called him the last communist, but of course he wasn't the last. He had plenty of followers. Grant could remember a secret conference with Ambassador Chernikov only weeks ago. The Soviet was a polished diplomat, but it was obvious that he wanted something desperately. He wanted the United States to keep the pressure on, not relax her defenses at the borders of the U.S. sphere of influence, because if the communist probes ever took anything from the U.S., without a hard fight, Kozlov would gain more influence at home. He might even win control of the Presidium. Nationalism everywhere, the president sighed. Why? No one had an answer to that. Harmon gained power in the U.S. and Kozlov in the Soviet Union, while a dozen petty nationalist leaders gained power in a dozen other countries. Some thought it started with Japan's nationalistic revival. This is all nonsense, said the assistant postmaster general. We aren't going to quit, and we aren't starting any wars. Now, what does it take to get the support away from Mr. Xiao, clean Bertram and funnel it back to us where it belongs? A good scandal, right? Find Bertram's dirtier than we are, right? Worked plenty of times before. You can steal people blind if you scream loud enough about how the other guy's a crook. Ariel. Such as? Karen's prompted. Working with the Japs. Giving the Japs nukes, maybe. Supporting Meiji's independence movement. I'm sure Mr. Grant can arrange some. Karen's nodded vigorously. That might do it. Disillusion his organizers. The pro-CoDominium people in his outfit would come to us like a shot. Karen's paused and chuckled. Of course, some of them will head for Millington's bunch too. They all laughed. No one worried about Millington's Liberation Party. His madmen caused riots and kept the taxpayers afraid, and made a number of security arrangements highly popular. The Liberation Party gave the police some heads to crack. Nice riots for Tri-V to keep the citizens amused and the taxpayers happy. I think we can safely leave the details to Mr. Grant. Karen's grinned broadly. What will you do, John? The president asked. Do you really want to know, Mr. President? Moriarty interrupted. I don't. Nor do I, but if I can condone it, I can at least find out what it is. What will you do, John? Frame up, I suppose. Get a plot going, then uncover it. That? Moriarty shook his head. It's got to be good. The people are beginning to wonder about all these plots. Grant nodded. There will be evidence. Hardcore evidence. A secret arsenal of nuclear weapons. There was a gasp. Then Karen's grinned widely again. Oh man, that's torrid. Hidden nukes. Real ones, I suppose? Of course. Grant looked with distaste at the fat youth. What would be the point of fake nuclear weapons? But Karen's lived in a world of deception, so much so that fake weapons might be appropriate in it. Better have lots of cops when you break that story, Karen said. People hear that, they'll tear Bertram apart. True enough, Grant thought. It was a point he'd have to remember. Protection of those kids wouldn't be easy. Not since one militant group atom-bombed Bakersfield, California, and a criminal syndicate tried to hold Seattle for $100 million ransom. People no longer thought of private stocks of atomic weapons as something to laugh at. We won't involve Mr. Bertram personally, the president said grimly. Not under any circumstances. Is that understood? Yes, sir, John answered quickly. He hadn't liked the idea either. Just some of his top aides. Grant stubbed out the cigarette. It, or something, had left a foul taste in his mouth. I'll have them end up with a CD for final custody. Sentenced to transportation. My brother can arrange it so they don't have hard sentences. Sure, they can be independent planters on Tanith if they'll cooperate, Karen said. You can see they don't suffer. Like hell, Grant thought. Life on Tanith was no joy under the best conditions. There's one more thing, the president said. I understand Grand Senator Bronson wants something from the CD. Some officer was a little too efficient at uncovering the Bronson family deals, and they want him removed. The president looked as if he'd tasted sour milk. I hate this, John. I hate it, but we need Bronson's support. Can you speak to your brother? I already have, Grant said. It will be arranged. Grant left the meeting a few minutes later. The others could continue an endless discussion, but Grant saw no point to it. The action needed was clear, and the longer they waited, the more time Bertram would have to assemble his supporters and harden his support. If something were to be done, it should be now. Grant had found all his life that the wrong action taken decisively and in time was better than the right action taken later. After he reached the Pentagon, he summoned his deputies and issued orders. It took no more than an hour to set the machinery in motion. Grant's colleagues always said he was rash, too quick to take action without examining the consequences. They also conceded that he was lucky. To Grant it wasn't luck, and he did consider the consequences, but he anticipated events rather than reacted to crisis. He had known that Bertram's support was growing alarmingly for weeks, and had made contingency plans long before going to the conference with the president. Now it was clear that action must be taken immediately. Within days there would be leaks from the conference. Nothing about the actions to be taken, but there would be rumors about the alarm and concern. A secretary would notice that Grant had come back to the Pentagon after dismissing his driver. Another would see that Carnes chuckled more than usual when he left the Oval Office, or that two political enemies came out together and went off to have a drink. Another would hear talk about Bertram, and soon it would be all over Washington. The president was worried about Bertram's popularity. Since the leaks were inevitable, he should act while this might work. Grant dismissed his aides with a sense of satisfaction. He had been ready, and the crisis would be over before it began. It was only after he was alone that he crossed the paneled room to the teak cabinet and poured a double scotch. The Maryland countryside slipped past far below as the Cadillac cruised on autopilot. A ribbon antenna ran almost to Grant's house, and he watched the twilight scene with as much relaxation as he ever achieved lately. House lights blinked below, and a few surface cars ran along the roads. Behind him was the sprawling mass of Columbia Welfare Island, where most of those displaced from Washington had gone. Now the inhabitants were third generation and had never known any other life. He grimaced. Welfare Islands were lumps of concrete buildings and roof parks, containers for the seething resentment of useless lives kept placid by government-furnished supplies of Tanith hashpot and Borloy and American cheap booze. A man born in one of those complexes could stay there all his life, and many did. Grant tried to imagine what it would be like there, but he couldn't. Reports from his agents gave an intellectual picture, but there was no way to identify with those people. He could not feel the hopelessness and dulled senses, burning hatreds, terrors, bitter pride of street gangs. Karens knew, though. Karens had begun his life in a welfare island somewhere in the Midwest. Karens clawed his way through the schools to a scholarship and a ticket out forever. He'd resisted stimulants and dope and Tri-V. Was it worth it? Grant wondered. And of course there was another way out of welfare as a voluntary colonist, but so few took that route now. Once, there had been a lot of them. The speaker on the dash suddenly came to life, cutting off Beethoven in mid-bar air. Warning. Wow. You are approaching a guarded area. Unauthorized craft will be destroyed without further warning. If you have legitimate errands in this restricted area, follow the guide beam to the police check station. This is a final warning. Well. The Cadillac automatically turned off course to ride the beam down to State Police Headquarters, and Grant cursed. He activated the mic and spoke softly. This is John Grant of Peacham's Bay. Something seems to be wrong with my transponder. There was a short pause, then a soft feminine voice came from the dash speaker. We are very sorry, Mr. Grant. Your signal is correct. Our identification unit is out of order. Please proceed to your home. Get that damn thing fixed before it shoots down a taxpayer, Grant said. Anne Arundel County was a unity stronghold. How long would that last after an accident like that? He took the manual controls and cut across country, ignoring regulations. They could only give him a ticket now that they knew who he was, and his banking computer would pay it without bothering to tell him of it. It brought a grim smile to his face. Traffic regulations were broken. Computers noted it and levied fines. Other computers paid them, and no human ever became aware of it. It was only if there were enough tickets accumulated to bring a warning of license suspension that a taxpayer learned of the things, unless he liked checking his bank statements himself. His home lay ahead, a big rambling early 20th century place on the cove. His yacht was anchored offshore, and it gave him a guilty twinge. She wasn't neglected, but she was too much in the hands of paid crew, too long without attention from her owner. Carver, the chauffeur, rushed out to help Grant down from the Cadillac. Hapwood was waiting in the big library with a glass of sherry. Prince Bismarck, shivering in the presence of his god, put his Doberman head on Grant's lap, ready to leap into the fire at command. There was irony in the situation, Grant thought. At home he enjoyed the power of a feudal lord, but it was limited by how strongly the staff wanted to stay out of welfare. But he only had to lift the security phone in the corner, and his real power, completely invisible and limited only by what the president wanted to find out, would operate. Money gave him the visible power. Heredity gave him the power over the dog. What gave him the real power of the security phone? What time would you like dinner, sir? Hapwood asked. And Miss Sharon is here, the guest. A guest? Yes, sir. A young man, Mr. Alan Torrey, sir. Have they eaten? Yes, sir. Miss Ackridge called to say that you would be late for dinner. All right, Hapwood. I'll eat now and see Miss Grant and her guest afterwards. Very good, sir. I will inform the cook. Hapwood left the room invisibly. Grant smiled again. Hapwood was another figure from welfare and had grown up speaking a dialect Grant would never recognize. For some reason, he had been impressed by English butlers he'd seen on Tri-V and cultivated their manner. And now he was known all over the county as the perfect household manager. Hapwood didn't know it, but Grant had a record of every cent his butler took in, kickbacks from grocers and caterers, contributions from the gardeners, and the surprisingly well-managed investment portfolio. Hapwood could easily retire to his own house and live the life of a taxpayer investor. Why? Why? Grant wondered idly. Why does he stay on? It makes life easier for me, but why? It had intrigued Grant enough to have his agents look into Hapwood, but the man had no politics other than staunch support for unity. The only suspicious thing about his contacts was the refinement with which he extracted money from every transaction involving Grant's house. Hapwood had no children, and his sexual needs were satisfied by infrequent visits to the fringe areas around welfare. Grant ate mechanically, hurrying to be through and see his daughter, yet he was afraid to meet the boy she had brought home. For a moment he thought of using the security phone to find out more about him, but he shook his head angrily. Too much security thinking wasn't good. For once he was going to be a parent, meeting his daughter's intended and nothing more. He left his dinner unfinished without thinking how much the remnants of steak would have cost, or that Hapwood would probably sell them somewhere, and went to the library. He sat behind the massive oriental fruitwood desk and had a brandy. Behind him and to both sides the walls were lined with bookshelves, immaculate dust-free accounts of the people of dead empires. It had been years since he had read one. Now all his reading was confined to reports with bright red covers. The reports told live stories about living people, but sometimes late at night, Grant wondered if his country was not as dead as the empires in his books. Grant loved his country but hated her people, all of them. Karens and the new breed, the tranquilized citizens in their welfare islands, the smug taxpayers grimly holding on to their privileges. What, then, do I love? He wondered. Only our history, and the greatness that once was the United States, and that's found only in those books, and in old buildings, never in the security reports. Where are the patriots? All of them have become patriots, stupid men and women following a leader toward nothing. Not even glory. Then Sharon came in. She was a lovely girl, far prettier than her mother had ever been, but she lacked her mother's poise. She ushered in a tall boy in his early 20s. Grant studied the newcomer as they came toward him. Nice-looking boy. Long hair, neatly trimmed, conservative mustache for these times. Blue and violet tunic, red scarf. A little flashy, but even John Jr. went in for flashy clothes when he got out of CD uniform. The boy walked hesitantly, almost timidly, and Grant wondered if it were fear of him and his position in the government, or only the natural nervousness of a young man about to meet his fiancée's wealthy father. The tiny diamond on Sharon's hand sparkled in the yellow light from the fireplace, and she held the hand in an unnatural position. Daddy, I've talked so much about him. This is Alan. He's just asked me to marry him. She sparkled, Grant saw, and she spoke trustingly, sure of his approval, never thinking he might object. Grant wondered if Sharon weren't the only person in the country who didn't fear him. Except for John Jr., who didn't have to be afraid. John was out of the reach of Grant's security phone. The CD fleet takes care of its own. At least he's asked her to marry him. He might have simply moved in with her. Or has he already? Grant stood and extended his hand. Hello, Alan. Tori's grip was firm, but his eyes avoided Grant's. So you want to marry my daughter? Grant glanced pointedly at her left hand. It appears that she approves the idea. Yes, sir? Sir, she wanted to wait and ask you, but I insisted. It's my fault, sir. Tori looked up at him this time, almost in defiance. Yes. Grant sat again. Well, Sharon, as long as you're home for the evening, I wish you'd speak to Hapwood about Prince Bismarck. I do not think the animal is properly fed. You mean right now? She asked. She tightened her small mouth into a pout. Really, Daddy, this is Victorian, sending me out of the room while you talk to my fiancé. Yes, it is, isn't it? Grant said nothing else, and finally, she turned away. Then, don't let him frighten you, Alan. He's about as dangerous as that moosehead in the trophy room. She fled before there could be any reply. Why? They sat awkwardly. Grant left his desk to sit near the fire with Tori. Drinks, offer of a smoke, all the usual amenities, he did them all, but finally Hapwood had brought their refreshments, and the door was closed. All right, Alan, John Grant began. Let us be trite and get it over with. How do you intend to support her? Tori looked straight at him this time. His eyes danced with what Grant was certain was concealed amusement. I expect to be appointed to a good post in the Department of the Interior. I'm a trained engineer. Interior? Grant thought for a second. The answer surprised him. He hadn't thought the boy was another office seeker. I suppose it can be arranged. Tori grinned. It was an infectious grin, and Grant liked it. Well, sir, it's already arranged. I wasn't asking for a job. Oh, tiara. Grant shrugged. I hadn't heard. Deputy Assistant Secretary for Natural Resources. I took a master's in ecology. That's interesting, but I would have thought I'd have heard of your coming appointment. It won't be official yet, sir. Not until Mr. Bertram is elected president. For the moment, I'm on his staff. The grin was still there, and it was friendly, not hostile. The boy thought politics was a game. He wanted to win, but it was only a game. And he's seen real polls, Grant thought. Just what do you do for Mr. Bertram, then? Alan shrugged. Write speeches, carry the mail, run the Xerox. You've been in campaign headquarters. I'm the guy who gets the jobs no one else wants. Grant laughed. I did start as a gopher, but I soon hired my own out of what I once contributed to the party. They did not try that trick again with me. I don't suppose that course is open to you. No, sir. My father's a taxpayer, but paying taxes is pretty tough just now. Yes. Well, at least he wasn't from a citizen family. Grant would learn the details from Ackridge tomorrow. For now, the important thing was to get to know the boy. It was difficult. Alan was frank and relaxed, and Grant was pleased to see that he refused a third drink. But there was little to talk about. Tori had no conception of the realities of politics. He was one of Bertram's child crusaders, and he was out to save the United States from people like John Grant, although he was too polite to say so. And I was once that young, Grant thought. I wanted to save the world, but it was so different then. No one wanted to end the CoDominium when I was young. We were too happy to have the Second Cold War over with. What happened to the great sense of relief when we could stop worrying about atomic wars? When I was young, that was all we thought of, that we would be the last generation. Now they take it for granted that we'll have peace forever. Is peace such a little thing? There's so much to do, Tori was saying. The Baja Project, thermal pollution of the Sea of Cortez. They're killing off a whole ecology just to create estates for the taxpayers. I know it isn't your department, sir. You probably don't even know what they're doing. But Lipscomb has been in office too long. Corruption, special interests. It's time we had a genuine two-party system again, instead of things going back and forth between the wings of unity. It's time for a change. And Mr. Bertram's the right man, I know he is. Grant's smile was thin, but he managed it. You'll hardly expect me to agree with you, Grant said. No, sir. Grant sighed. But perhaps you're right at that. I must say I wouldn't mind retiring, so that I could live in this house instead of merely visiting it on weekends. What was the point? Grant wondered. He'd never convinced this boy, and Sharon wanted him. Tori would drop Bertram after the scandals broke. And what explanations were there anyway? The Baja Project was developed to aid a syndicate of taxpayers in the 6 states of the old former Republic of Mexico. The government needed them, and they didn't care about whales and fish. Short-sighted, yes, and Grant had tried to argue them into changing the project, but they wouldn't. And politics is the art of the possible. Finally, painfully, the interview ended. Sharon came in, grinning sheepishly because she was engaged to one of Bertram's people. But she understood that no better than Alan Tori. It was only a game. Bertram would win and Grant would retire, and no one would be hurt. How could he tell them that it didn't work that way any longer? Unity wasn't the cleanest party in the world, but at least it had no fanatics, and all over the world the causes were rising again. The friends of the people were on the move, and it had all happened before. It was all told time and again in those aseptically clean books on the shelves above him. Bertram is arrested by Intercontinental Bureau of Investigation. IB raids, secret weapons, cache in Bertram headquarters. Nuclear weapons hinted. Chicago, May 15th, UPI. IB agents here, have arrested 5 top aides to Senator Harvey Bertram in what government officials call one of the most despicable plots ever discovered. Grant read the transcript on his desk screen without satisfaction. It had all gone according to plan, and there was nothing left to do, but he hated it. At least it was clean. The evidence was there. Bertram's people could have their trial, challenge jurors, challenge judges. The government would waive its rights under the 31st Amendment and let the case be tried under the old adversary rules. It wouldn't matter. Then he read the small type below. Arrested were Gregory Calamintor, 19, press secretary to Bertram, Timothy Giordano, 22, secretary, Alan Torrey, 22, executive assistant. The page blurred, and Grant dropped his face into his hands. My God, what have we done? He hadn't moved when Miss Ackridge buzzed. Your daughter on 4, sir. She seems upset. Miranda. Yes. Grant punched savagely at the button. Sharon's face swam into view. Her makeup was ruined by long streaks of tears. She looked older, much like her mother during one of their... Daddy! They've arrested Alan! And I know it isn't true. He wouldn't have anything to do with nuclear weapons. A lot of Mr. Bertram's people said there would never be an honest election in this country. They said John Grant would see to that. I told him they were wrong, but they weren't, were they? You've done this to stop the election, haven't you? There was nothing to say because she was right. But who might be listening? I don't know what you're talking about. I've only seen the Tri-V casts about Alan's arrest. Nothing more. Come home, kitten, and we'll talk about it. Oh, no. You're not getting me where Dr. Pollard can give me a nice friendly little shot and make me forget about Alan. No. I'm staying with my friends, and I won't be home, Daddy. And when I go to the newspapers, I think they'll listen to me. I don't know what to tell them yet, but I'm sure Mr. Bertram's people will think of something. How do you like that, Mr. God? Anything you tell the press will be lies, Sharon. You know nothing. One of his assistants had come in and now left the office. Lies? Where did I learn to lie? The screen went blank. And is it that thin? He wondered. All the trust and love. Could it vanish that fast? Was it that thin? Sir? It was Hartman, his assistant. Yes? She was calling from Champaign, Illinois. A Bertram headquarters they think we don't know about. The phone had one of those guaranteed no-trace devices. Trusting lot, aren't they? Grant said. Have some good men watch that house, but leave her alone. He stood and felt a wave of nausea so strong that he had to hold the edge of the desk. Make damn sure they leave her alone. Do you understand? He shouted. Hartman went as pale as Grant. The chief hadn't raised his voice to one of his own people in 5 years. Yes, sir, I understand. Then get out of here. Grant spoke carefully in low tones, and the cold mechanical voice was more terrifying than the shout. He sat alone and stared at the telephone. What use was its power now? What can we do? It wasn't generally known that Sharon was engaged to the boy. He'd talked them out of a formal engagement until the banns could be announced in the National Cathedral and they could hold a big social party. It had been something to do for them at the time, but what? He couldn't have the boy released. Not that boy. He wouldn't keep silent as the price of his own freedom. He'd take Sharon to a newspaper within 5 minutes of his release, and the resulting headlines would bring down Lipscomb, Unity, the CoDominium, and the peace. Newsmen would listen to the daughter of the top-secret policeman in the country. Grant punched a code on the communicator, then another. Grand Admiral Lermontov appeared on the screen. Yes, Mr. Grant. Are you alone? Yes. The conversation was painful, and the long delay while the signals reached the moon and returned didn't make it easier. When is the next CD warship going out system? Not a colony ship, and most especially not a prison ship, a warship. Another long pause, longer even than the delay. I suppose anything could be arranged, the Admiral said. "What do you need?" "I want—" Grant hesitated, but there was no time to be lost. No time at all. "Well, I want space for two very important political prisoners. A married couple. The crew is not to know their identity, and anyone who does learn their identity must stay out system for at least 5 years. And I want them set down on a good colony world, a decent place. Sparta, perhaps. No one ever returns from Sparta. Can you arrange that?" Grant could see the changes in Lermontov's face as the words reached him. The Admiral frowned. "It can be done if it is important enough. It will not be easy." "It's important enough. My brother Martin will explain everything you'll need to know later. The prisoners will be delivered tonight, Sergei. Please have the ship ready. And it better not be Saratoga. My son's in that one and he will know one of the prisoners." Grant swallowed hard. "There should be a chaplain aboard. The kids will be getting married." "Neither do I." Lermontov frowned again, as if wondering if John Grant had gone insane. Yet he needed the Grants, both of them, and certainly John Grant would not ask such a favor if it were not vital. "It will be done," Lermontov said. "Thank you. I'll also appreciate it if you will see they have a good estate on Sparta. They are not to know who arranged it. Just have it taken care of and send the bill to me." It was all so very simple. Direct his agents to arrest Sharon and conduct her to CD Intelligence. He wouldn't want to see her first. The Attorney General would send Tori to the same place and announce that he had escaped. It wasn't as neat as having all of them convicted in open court, but it would do, and having one of them a fugitive from justice would even help. It would be an admission of guilt. Something inside him screamed again and again that this was his little girl, the only person in the world who wasn't afraid of him, but Grant refused to listen. He leaned back in the chair and almost calmly dictated his orders. He took the flimsy sheet from the writer, and his hand didn't tremble at all as he signed it. "All right, Martin," he thought. "All right. I've bought the time you asked for, you and Sergei Lermont. Now, can you do something with it?" V. 2787 AD. The landing boat fell away from the orbiting warship. When it had drifted to a safe distance, retros fired, and after it had entered the thin reaches of the planet's upper atmosphere, scoops opened in the bows. The thin air was drawn in and compressed until the stagnation temperature in the ramjet chamber was high enough for ignition. The engines lit with a roar of flame. Wings swung out to provide lift at hypersonic speeds, and the spaceplane turned to streak over empty ocean toward the continental landmass 2,000 kilometers away. The ship circled over craggy mountains 12 kilometers high, then dropped low over thickly forested plains. It slowed until it was no longer a danger to the thin strip of inhabited lands along the ocean shores. The planet's great ocean was joined to a smaller sea by a nearly landlocked channel, no more than 5 kilometers across at its widest point, and nearly all of the colonists lived near the junction of the waters. Hadley's capital city nestled on a long peninsula at the mouth of that channel, and the two natural harbors, one in the sea, the other in the ocean, gave the city the fitting name of refuge. The name suggested a tranquility the city no longer possessed. The ship extended its wings to their fullest reach and floated low over the calm water of the Channel Harbor. It touched and settled in. Tugboats raced across clear blue water. Sweating seamen threw lines and towed the landing craft to the dock, where they secured it. A long line of CoDominium Marines in garrison uniform marched out of the boat. They gathered on the gray concrete piers into neat, brightly colored lines. 2 men in civilian clothing followed the Marines from the flyer. They blinked at the unaccustomed blue-white of Hadley's sun. The sun was so far away that it would have been only a small point if either of them were foolish enough to look directly at it. The apparent small size was only an illusion caused by distance. Hadley received as much illumination from its hotter sun as Earth does from Sol. Both men were tall and stood as straight as the Marines in front of them, so that except for their clothing they might have been mistaken for a part of the disembarking battalion. The shorter of the two carried luggage for both of them and stood respectfully behind. Although older, he was obviously a subordinate. They watched as two younger men came uncertainly along the pier. The newcomers' unadorned blue uniforms contrasted sharply with the bright reds and golds of the CoDominium Marines milling around them. Already the Marines were scurrying back into the flyer to carry out barracks bags, weapons, and all the other personal gear of a light infantry battalion. The taller of the two civilians faced the uniformed newcomers. "I take it you're here to meet us?" he asked pleasantly. His voice rang through the noise on the pier, and it carried easily, although he had not shouted. His accent was neutral, the nearly universal English of non-Russian officers in the CoDominium service, and it marked his profession almost as certainly as did his posture and the tone of command. The newcomers were uncertain even so. There were a lot of ex-officers of the CoDominium Space Navy on the beach lately. CD budgets were lower every year. "I think so," one finally said. "Are you John Christian Falkenberg?" His name was actually John Christian Falkenberg III, and he suspected that his grandfather would have insisted on the distinction. "Right, and Sergeant Major Calvin." "Pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm Lieutenant Banners, and this is Ensign Maurer. We're on President Budrow's staff." Banners looked around as if expecting other men, but there were none except the uniformed Marines. He gave Falkenberg a slightly puzzled look, then added, "We have transportation for you, but I'm afraid your men will have to walk. It's about 11 miles. Miles. Falkenberg smiled to himself. This was out in the boondocks. "I see no reason why 10 healthy mercenaries can't march 18 kilometers, Lieutenant." He turned to face the black shape of the landing boat's entry port and called to someone inside. "Captain, fast. There is no transportation, but someone will show you where to march the men. Have them carry all gear." "No. Sir, that won't be necessary," the lieutenant protested. "We can get, well, we have horse-drawn transport for baggage." He looked at Falkenberg as if he expected him to laugh. "That's hardly unusual on colony worlds," Falkenberg said. "Horses and mules could be carried as frozen embryos, and they didn't require high-technology industries to produce more, nor did they need an industrial base to fuel them." "Ensign Maurer will attend to it," Lieutenant Banners said. He paused again and looked thoughtful, as if uncertain how to tell Falkenberg something. Finally, he shook his head. "I think it would be wise if you issued your men their personal weapons, sir. There shouldn't be any trouble on their way to barracks, but anyway, 10 armed men certainly won't have any problems." "I see. Perhaps I should go with my troops, Lieutenant. I hadn't known things were quite this bad on Hadley." Falkenberg's voice was calm and even, but he watched the junior officers carefully. "No, sir. They aren't, really. But there's no point in taking chances." He waved Ensign Maurer to the landing craft and turned back to Falkenberg. A large black shape rose from the water outboard of the landing craft. It splashed and vanished. Banners seemed not to notice, but the Marines shouted excitedly. "I'm sure the ensign and your officers can handle the disembarkation, and the President would like to see you immediately, sir." "No doubt. All right, Banners, lead on. I'll bring Sergeant Major Calvin with me." He followed Banners down the pier. There's no point to this farce, Falkenberg thought. Anyone seeing 10 armed men conducted by a presidential ensign will know they're mercenary troops, civilian clothes or not. Another case of wrong information. Falkenberg had been told to keep the status of himself and his men a secret, but it wasn't going to work. He wondered if this would make it more difficult to keep his own secrets. Banners ushered them quickly through the bustling CoDominium Marine barracks, past board guards, who half saluted the Presidential Guard uniform. The Marine fortress was a blur of activity, every open space crammed with packs and weapons, the signs of a military force about to move on to another station. As they were leaving the building, Falkenberg saw an elderly naval officer. "Excuse me a moment, Banners." He turned to the CoDominium Navy captain. "They sent someone for me, Thanks, Ed. No problem. I'll report your arrival to the Admiral. He wants to keep track of you. Unofficially, of course. Good luck, John. God knows you need some right now. It was a rotten deal. It's the way it goes. Yeah, but the fleet used to take better care of its own than that. I'm beginning to wonder if anyone is safe. Damn, Senator. Forget it, Falkenberg interrupted. He glanced back to be sure Lieutenant Banners was out of earshot. Pay my respects to the rest of your officers. You run a good ship. The captain smiled thinly. Thanks. From you? That's quite a compliment. He held out his hand and gripped John's firmly. Look, we pull out in a couple of days, no more than that. If you need a ride on somewhere, I can arrange it. The goddamn Senate won't have to know. We can fix you a hitch to anywhere in CD territory. Or, gee, thanks, but I guess I'll stay. Could be rough here, the captain said. And it won't be everywhere else in the CoDominium? Falkenberg asked. Thanks again, Ed. He gave a half salute and checked himself. Banners and Calvin were waiting for him, and Falkenberg turned away. Calvin lifted 3 personal effects bags as if they were empty and pushed the door open in a smooth motion. The CD captain watched until they had left the building, but Falkenberg did not look back. Damn them, the captain muttered. Damn the lot of them. The car's here. Banners opened the rear door of a battered ground effects vehicle of no discoverable make. It had been cannibalized from a dozen other machines, and some parts were obviously cut-and-try jobs done by an uncertain machinist. Banners climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. It coughed twice, then ran smoothly, and they drove away a cloud of black smoke. They drove past another dock, where a landing craft with wings as large as the entire marine landing boat was unloading an endless stream of civilian passengers. Children screamed, and long lines of men and women stared about uncertainly until they were ungently hustled along by guards in uniforms matching banners. The sour smell of unwashed humanity mingled with the crisp, clean salt air from the ocean beyond. Banners rolled up the windows with an expression of distaste. Always like that, Calvin commented to no one in particular. Water discipline in them CoDominium prison ships being what it is. Takes weeks dirt side to get clean again. Have you ever been in one of those ships? Banners asked. No, sir, Calvin replied. Been in marine assault boats just about as bad, I reckon. But I can't say I fancy being stuffed into no cubicle with 15,000 civilians for 6 months. We may all see the inside of one of those, Falkenberg said. And be glad of the chance. Tell me about the situation here, Banners. I don't even know where to start, sir, the lieutenant answered. Do you know about Hadley? Assume I don't, Falkenberg said. May as well see what kind of estimate of the situation the president's officers can make, he thought. He could feel the fleet intelligence report bulging in an inner pocket of his tunic, but those reports always left out important details, and the attitudes of the Presidential Guard could be important to his plans. Yes, sir. Well, to begin with, we're a long way from the nearest shipping lanes, but I guess you knew that. The only real reason we had any merchant trade was the mines. Thorium, richest vines known anywhere for a while, until they started to run out. For the first few years, that's all we had. The mines are up in the hills, about 80 miles over that way. He pointed to a thin blue line just visible at the horizon. Must be pretty high mountains, Falkenberg said. What's the diameter of Hadley? About 80% of Earth? Something like that. The horizon ought to be pretty close. Yes, sir. They are high mountains. Hadley is small, but we've got bigger and better everything here. There was pride in the young officer's voice. Them bags seem pretty heavy for a planet this small, Calvin said. Hadley's very dense, Banners answered. Gravity nearly 90% standard. Anyway, the mines are over there, and they have their own spaceport at a lake nearby. Refuge, that's this city, was founded by the American Express Company. They brought in the first colonists, quite a lot of them. Say, volunteers? Falkenberg asked. Yes, all volunteers. The usual misfits? I suppose my father was typical enough, an engineer who couldn't keep up with the rat race and was tired of Bureau of Technology restrictions on what he could learn. They were the first wave, and they took the best land. They founded the city and got an economy going. American Express was paid back all advances within 20 years. Banner's pride was evident, and Falkenberg knew it had been a difficult job. That was, 50 years ago? Falkenberg asked. Yes. They were driving through crowded streets lined with wooden houses and a few stone buildings. There were rooming houses, bars, sailors' brothels, all the usual establishments of a dock street, but there were no other cars on the road. Instead, the traffic was all horses and oxen pulling carts, bicycles, and pedestrians. The sky above Refuge was clear. There was no trace of smog or industrial wastes. Out in the harbor, tugboats moved with the silent efficiency of electric power, and there were also wind-driven sailing ships, lobster boats powered by oars, even a topsail schooner lovely against clean blue water. She threw up white spume as she raced out to sea. A three-masted, full-rigged ship was drawn up to a wharf where men loaded her by hand with huge bales of what might have been cotton. They passed a wagon-load of melons. A gaily dressed young couple waved cheerfully at them. Then the man snapped a long whip at the team of horses that pulled their wagon. Falkenberg studied the primitive scene and said, "It doesn't look like you've been here 50 years. No, child." Banners gave them a bitter look. Then he swerved to avoid a group of shapeless teenagers lounging in the dockside street. He had to swerve again to avoid the barricade of paving stones that they had masked. The car jounced wildly. Banners gunned it to lift it higher and headed for a low place in the barricade. It scraped as it went over the top. Then he accelerated away. Falkenberg took his hand from inside his shirt jacket. Behind him, Calvin was inspecting a submachine gun that had appeared from the oversized barracks bag he brought into the car with him. When Banners said nothing about the incident, Falkenberg frowned and leaned back in his seat, listening. The intelligence reports mentioned lawlessness, but this was as bad as a welfare island on Earth. "No, we're not much industrialized," Banners continued. "At first there wasn't any need to develop basic industries. The mines made everyone rich, so we imported everything we needed. The farmers sold fresh produce to the miners for enormous prices. Refuge was a service industry town. People who worked here could soon afford farm animals, and they scattered out across the plains and into the forests." "Nandi, I see." Falkenberg nodded. "Many of them wouldn't care for cities." "Precisely. They didn't want industry. They'd come here to escape it." Banners drove in silence for a moment. Then some blasted CoDominium bureaucrat read the ecology reports about Hadley. The Population Control Bureau in Washington decided this was a perfect place for involuntary colonization. The ships were coming here for the thorium anyway, so instead of luxuries and machinery, they were ordered to carry convicts. Hundreds of thousands of them, Colonel Falkenberg Dorr. For the last 10 years, there have been better than 50,000 people a year dumped in on us. "And you couldn't support them all," Falkenberg said gently. "No, sir." Banner's face tightened. He seemed to be fighting tears. "God knows we try. Every urge the fusion generators can make goes into converting petroleum into basic protocarb just to feed them. But they're not like the original colonists. They don't know anything. They won't do anything." "Oh, not really, of course. Some of them work. Some of our best citizens are transportees. But there are so many of the other kind." "Why'd you tell them to work or starve?" Calvin asked bluntly. Falkenberg gave him a cold look, and the sergeant nodded slightly and sank back into his seat. "Because the CD wouldn't let us," Banners shouted. "Damn it, we didn't have self-government. The CD Bureau of Relocation people told us what to do. They ran everything." "We know," Falkenberg said gently. "We've seen the results of Humanity League influence over Bureau. My sergeant major wasn't asking you a question. He was expressing an opinion." "Nevertheless, I am surprised." I would have thought your farms could support the urban population. One on wall. They should be able to, sir. Banners drove in grim silence for a long minute. But there's no transportation. The people are here, and most of the agricultural land is 500 miles inland. There's arable land closer, but it isn't cleared. Our settlers wanted to get away from Refuge and Burlock. We have a railroad, but bandit gangs keep blowing it up. We can't rely on Hadley's produce to keep Refuge alive. There are 1 million people on Hadley, and half of them are crammed into this one ungovernable city. They were approaching an enormous bowl-shaped structure attached to a massive square stone fortress. Falkenberg studied the buildings carefully, then asked what they were. Our stadium, Banners replied. There was no pride in his voice now. The CD built it for us. We'd rather have had a new fusion plant, but we got a stadium that can hold 100,000 people. Built by the GLC Construction and Development Company, I presume, Falkenberg said. Yes, how did you know? I think I saw it somewhere. He hadn't, but it was an easy guess. GLC was owned by a holding company that was in turn owned by the Bronson family. It was easy enough to understand why aid sent by the CD Grand Senate would end up used for something GLC might participate in. We have very fine sports teams and racehorses, Banners said bitterly. The building next to it is the Presidential Palace. Its architecture is quite functional. The palace loomed up before them, squat and massive. It looked more fortress than Capitol building. The city was more thickly populated as they approached the palace. The buildings here were mostly stone and poured concrete instead of wood. Few were more than 3 stories high, so that Refuge sprawled far along the shore. The population density increased rapidly beyond the Stadium Palace complex. Banners was watchful as he drove along the wide streets, but he seemed less nervous than he had been at Dockside. Refuge was a city of contrasts. The streets were straight and wide, and there was evidently a good waste disposal system, but the lower floors of the buildings were open shops, and the sidewalks were clogged with market stalls. Clouds of pedestrians moved through the kiosks and shops. There was still no motor traffic and no moving pedways. Horse troughs and hitching posts had been constructed at frequent intervals, along with starkly functional streetlights and water distribution towers. The few signs of technology contrasted strongly with the general primitive air of the city. A contingent of uniformed men thrust their way through the crowd at a street crossing. Falkenberg looked at them closely, then at Banners. Your troops? No, sir. That's the livery of Glenn Foster's household. Officially, they're unorganized reserves of the President's Guard, but they're household troops all the same. Banners laughed bitterly. Sounds like something out of a history book, doesn't it? We're nearly back to feudalism, Colonel Falkenberg. Anyone rich enough keeps hired bodyguards. They have to. The criminal gangs are so strong the police don't try to catch anyone under organized protection, and the judges wouldn't punish them if they were caught. No, they. And the private bodyguards become gangs in their own right, I suppose. Banners looked at him sharply. Yes, sir. Have you seen it before? Yes, I've seen it before. Banners was unable to make out the expression on Falkenberg's lips. Zixed. They drove into the presidential palace and received the salutes of the blue uniformed troopers. Falkenberg noted the polished weapons and precise drill of the presidential guard. There were well-trained men on duty here, but the unit was small. Falkenberg wondered if they could fight as well as stand guard. They were local citizens, loyal to Hadley, and would be unlike the CoDominium Marines he was accustomed to. He was conducted through a series of rooms in the stone fortress. Each had heavy metal doors, and several were guard rooms. Falkenberg saw no signs of government activity until they had passed through the outer layers of the enormous palace into an open courtyard, and through that to an inner building. Here there was plenty of activity. Clerks bustled through the halls, and girls in the draped-to-gas, fashionable years before on Earth sat at desks in offices. Most seemed to be packing desk contents into boxes, and other people scurried through the corridors. Some offices were empty, their desks covered with fine dust, and there were plastiboard moving boxes stacked outside them. There were 2 anterooms to the president's office. President Boudreau was a tall, thin man with a red pencil mustache and quick gestures. As they were ushered into the overly ornate room, the president looked up from a sheaf of papers, but his eyes did not focus immediately on his visitors. His face was a mask of worry and concentration. "Colonel John Christian Falkenberg, sir," Lieutenant Banners said. "And Sergeant Major Calvin." Boudreau got to his feet. "Pleased to see you, Falkenberg." His expression told them differently. He looked at his visitors with faint distaste and motioned Banners out of the room. When the door closed, he asked, "How many men did you bring with you?" 10, Mr. President. "All we could bring aboard the carrier without arousing suspicion." "We were lucky to get that many." The Grand Senate had an inspector at the loading docks to check for violation of the anti-mercenary codes. If we hadn't bribed a port official to distract him, we wouldn't be here at all. Calvin and I would be on Tanith as involuntary colonists. Why, and I see. From his expression, he wasn't surprised. John thought Boudreau would have been more pleased if the inspector had caught them. The president tapped the desk nervously. "Perhaps that will be enough. I understand the ship you came with also brought the Marines who have volunteered to settle on Hadley. They should provide the nucleus of an excellent constabulary." "Good troops?" "It was a demobilized battalion," Falkenberg replied. "Those are the troops the CD didn't want anymore. Could be the scrapings of every guardhouse on 20 planets. We'll be lucky if there's a real trooper in the lot." Boudreau's face relaxed into its former mask of depression. Hope visibly drained from him. "Surely you have troops of your own," Falkenberg said. Boudreau picked up a sheaf of papers. "It's all here. I was just looking it over when you came in." He handed the report to Falkenberg. "There's little encouragement in it, Colonel. I have never thought there was any military solution to Hadley's problems, and this confirms that fear. If you have only 10 men plus a battalion of forced labor Marines, the military answer isn't even worth considering." "Duel." Boudreau returned to his seat. His hands moved restlessly over the sea of papers on his desk. "If I were you, Falkenberg, I'd get back on that Navy boat and forget Hadley." "Why don't you?" "Because Hadley's my home. No rabble is going to drive me off the plantation my grandfather built with his own hands. They will not make me run out." Boudreau clasped his hands together until the knuckles were white with the strain. But when he spoke again, his voice was calm. "You have no stake here." "I do." "And I." Falkenberg took the report from the desk and leafed through the pages before handing it to Calvin. "We've come a long way, Mr. President. You may as well tell me what the problem is before I leave." Boudreau nodded sourly. The red mustache twitched, and he ran the back of his hand across it. "It's simple enough. The ostensible reason you're here, the reason we gave the Colonial Office for letting us recruit a planetary constabulary, is the bandit gangs out in the hills. No one knows how many of them there are, but they are strong enough to raid farm. They also cut communications between refuge and the countryside whenever they want to." "Yes." Falkenberg stood in front of the desk because he hadn't been invited to sit. If that bothered him, it did not show. Guerrilla gangsters have no real chance if they've no political base. Boudreau nodded. "But why? As I am sure Vice President Bradford told you, they are not the real problem." The president's voice was strong, but there was a querulous note in it, as if he was accustomed to having his conclusions argued against and was waiting for Falkenberg to begin. "Actually, we could live with the bandits, but they get political support from the Freedom Party. My Progressive Party is larger than the Freedom Party, but the progressives are scattered all over the planet. The FP is concentrated right here in Refuge, and they have God knows how many voters and about 40,000 loyalists they can concentrate whenever they want to stage a riot." "Do you have riots very often?" John asked. Too often. There's not much to control them with. I have 300 men in the Presidential Guard, but they're CD recruited and trained like young banners. They're not much use at riot control, and they're loyal to the job, not to me anyway. The FP's got men inside the Guard. No, so we can scratch the President's Guard when it comes to controlling the Freedom Party, John observed. Yes. Boudreaux smiled without amusement. Then there's my police force. My police were all commanded by CD officers who were pulling out. My administrative staff was recruited and trained by Burlock, and all the competent people have been recalled to Earth. A news? Signal. I can see that would create a problem. Problem? It's impossible, Boudreaux said. There's nobody left with skill enough to govern, but I've got the job and everybody else wants it. I might be able to scrape up 1,000 progressive partisans and another 15,000 party workers who would fight for us in a pinch, but they have no training. How can they face the FP's 40,000? You seriously believe the Freedom Party will revolt? As soon as the CD's out, you can count on it. They've demanded a new constitutional convention to assemble just after the CoDominium governor leaves. If we don't give them the convention, they'll rebel and carry a lot of undecided with them. After all, what's unreasonable about a convention when the colonial governor is gone? I see. And if we do give them the convention they want, they'll drag things out until there's nobody left in it but their people. My party is composed of working voters. How can they stay on day after day? The FRA's unemployed will sit it out until they can throw the progressives out of office. Once they get in, they'll ruin the planet. Under the circumstances, I don't see what a military man can do for us, but Vice President Bradford insisted that we hire you. When they? Perhaps we can think of something, Falkenberg said smoothly. I've no experience in administration as such, but Hadley is not unique. I take it the Progressive Party is mostly old settlers? Yes and no. The Progressive Party wants to industrialize Hadley, and some of our farm families oppose that. But we want to do it slowly. We'll close most of the mines and take out only as much thorium as we have to sell to get the basic industrial equipment. I want to keep the rest for our own fusion generators, because we'll need it later. We want to develop agriculture and transport and cut the basic citizen ration so that we'll have the fusion power available for our new industries. I want to close out convenience and consumer manufacturing and keep it closed until we can afford it. Boudreaux's voice rose and his eyes shone. It was easier to see why he had become popular. He believed in his cause. We want to build the tools of a self-sustaining world and get along without the CoDominium until we can rejoin the human race as equals. Boudreaux caught himself and frowned. Sorry, didn't mean to make a speech. Have a seat, won't you? Thank you. Falkenberg sat in a heavy leather chair and looked around the room. The furnishings were ornate, and the office decor had cost a fortune to bring from Earth, but most of it was tasteless, spectacular rather than elegant. The Colonial Office did that sort of thing a lot, and Falkenberg wondered which Grand Senator owned the firm that supplied office furnishings. What does the opposition want? I suppose you really do need to know all this. Boudreaux frowned and his mustache twitched nervously. He made an effort to relax, and John thought the president had probably been an impressive man once. The Freedom Party's slogan is service to the people. Service to them means consumer goods now. They want strip mining. That's got the miners' support you can bet. The FP will rape this planet to buy goods from other systems, and to hell with how they're paid for. Runaway inflation will be only one of the problems they'll create. Oh, they sound ambitious. Yes. They even want to introduce internal combustion engine economy. God knows how. There's no support technology here, but there's oil. We'd have to buy all that from off-planet. There's no heavy industry here to make engines, even if the ecology could absorb them. But that doesn't matter to the FP pipe. They promise cars for everyone. Instant modernization. More food, robotic factories, entertainment. In short, paradise and right now. Do they mean it? Or is that just slogans? I think most of them mean it, Boudreaux answered. It's hard to believe, but I think they do. Where does they say they'll get the money? Soaking the rich, as if there were enough wealthy people here to matter. Total confiscation of everything everyone owns wouldn't pay for all they promise. Those people have no idea of the realities of our situation, and their leaders are ready to blame anything that's wrong on the Progressive Party. CoDominium administrators, anything but admit that what they promise just isn't possible. Some of the party leaders may know better, but they don't admit it if they do. Nay. I take it that program has gathered support. Of course it has, Boudreaux fumed. And every Burlock ship brings thousands more ready to vote the FP line. Boudreaux got up from his desk and went to a cabinet on the opposite wall. He took out a bottle of brandy and 3 glasses and poured, handing them to Calvin and Falkenberg. Then he ignored the sergeant but waited for Falkenberg to lift his glass. Cheers. Boudreaux drained the glass at one gulp. Some of the oldest families on Hadley have joined the damned Freedom Party. They're worried about the taxes I've proposed. The FP won't leave them anything at all, but they still join the opposition in hopes of making deals. You look surprised. No, sir. It's a story as old as history, and a military man reads history. Boudreaux looked up in surprise. Really? A smart soldier wants to know the causes of wars. Also how to end them. After all, war is the normal state of affairs, isn't it? Peace is the name of the ideal we deduce from the fact that there have been interludes between wars. Before Boudreaux could answer, Falkenberg said, No matter. I take it you expect armed resistance immediately after the CD pulls out. I hope to prevent it. Bradford thought you might be able to do something, and I'm gifted at the art of persuasion. The president sighed. But it seems hopeless. They don't want to compromise. They think they can get a total victory. I wouldn't think they'd have much of a record to run on, Falkenberg said. Boudreaux laughed. The FP partisans claim credit for driving the CoDominium out, Colonel. No, Baden. They laughed together. The CoDominium was leaving because the mines were no longer worth enough to make it pay to govern Hadley. If the mines were as productive as they'd been in the past, no partisans would drive the Marines away. Boudreaux nodded as if reading his thoughts. Well, they have people believing it anyway. There was a campaign of terrorism for years, nothing very serious. It didn't threaten the mine shipments, or the Marines would have put a stop to it. But they have demoralized the Capitol Police. Out in the bush, people administer their own justice. But here in refuge, the FP gangs control a lot of the city. No. Boudreaux pointed to a stack of papers on one corner of the desk. Those are resignations from the force. I don't even know how many police I'll have left when the CD pulls out. Boudreaux's fist tightened as if he wanted to pound on the desk, but he sat rigidly still. Pulls out. For years they ran everything, and now they're leaving us to clean up. I'm president by courtesy of the CoDominium. They put me in office, and now they're leaving. No. At least you're in charge, Falkenberg said. The Burlock people wanted someone else. Bradford talked them out of it. Sure, and it cost us a lot of money. For what? Maybe it would have been better the other way. I thought you said their policies would ruin Hadley. I did say that. I believe it. But the policy issues came after the split, I think. Boudreaux was talking to himself as much as to John. Now they hate us so much they oppose anything we want out of pure spite, and we do the same thing. Sounds like CoDominium politics. Ruskies and U.S. in the Grand Senate, just like home. There was no humor in the polite laugh that followed. Boudreaux opened a desk drawer and took out a parchment. I'll keep the agreement, of course. Here's your commission as commander of the constabulary. But I still think you might be better off taking the next ship out. Hadley's problems can't be solved by military consultants. Sergeant Major Calvin snorted. The sound was almost inaudible, but Falkenberg knew what he was thinking. Boudreaux shrank from the bald term mercenary, as if military consultant were easier on his conscience. John finished his drink and stood. "Mr. Bradford wants to see you," Boudreaux said. "Lieutenant Banners will be outside to show you to his office." "Thank you, sir." Falkenberg strode from the big room. As he closed the door, he saw Boudreaux going back to the liquor cabinet. Vice President Ernest Bradford was a small man with a smile that never seemed to fade. He worked at being liked, but it didn't always work. Still, he had gathered a following of dedicated party workers, and he fancied himself an accomplished politician. When Banners showed Falkenberg into the office, Bradford smiled even more broadly, but he suggested that Banners should take Calvin on a tour of the palace guardrooms. Falkenberg nodded and let them go. The vice president's office was starkly functional. The desks and chairs were made of local woods with an indifferent finish, and a solitary rose in a crystal vase provided the only color. Bradford was dressed in the same manner, shapeless clothing bought from a cheap store. "Thank God you're here," Bradford said when the door was closed. "But I'm told you only brought 10 men. We can't do anything with just 10 men. You were supposed to bring over 100 men loyal to us." He bounced up excitedly from his chair, then sat again. "Can you do something?" "There were 10 men in the Navy ship with me," Falkenberg said. "When you show me where I'm to train the regiment, I'll find the rest of the mercenaries." Bradford gave him a broad wink and beamed. "Then you did bring more. We'll show them, all of them. We'll win yet. What did you think of Boudreaux?" "He seemed sincere enough. Worried, of course. I think I would be in his place." Bradford shook his head. "He can't make up his mind." "About anything. He wasn't so bad before, but lately he's had to be forced into making every decision." "Why did the Colonial Office pick him?" "I thought you were going to arrange for me to be president." "We gave you enough money." "No." "One thing at a time," Falkenberg said. "The undersecretary couldn't justify you to the minister. We can't get to everyone, you know. It was hard enough for Professor Whitlock to get them to approve Boudreaux, let alone you. We sweated blood just getting them to let go of having a Freedom Party president." Bradford's head bobbed up and down like a puppet's. "I knew I could trust you," he said. His smile was warm, but despite all his efforts to be sincere, it did not come through. "You have kept your part of the bargain anyway. And once the CD is gone, we'll have a free hand, of course." Bradford smiled again. "You are a very strange man, Colonel Falkenberg. The talk was that you were utterly loyal to the CoDominium. When Dr. Whitlock suggested that you might be available, I was astounded." "I had very little choice," Falkenberg reminded him. "Yes." Bradford didn't say that Falkenberg had little more now, but it was obvious that he thought it. His smile expanded confidentially. "Well, we have to let Mr. Hamner meet you now. He's the second vice president. Then we can go to the Warner estate. I've arranged for your troops to be quartered there. It's what you wanted for a training ground. No one will bother you. You can say your other men are local volunteers." Falkenberg nodded. "I'll manage. I'm getting rather good at cover stories lately." "Sure. Bradford beamed again. "By God, we'll win this yet." He touched a button on his desk. "Ask Mr. Hamner to come in, please." He winked at Falkenberg and said, "Can't spend too long alone. Might give someone the idea that we have a conspiracy." "How does Hamner fit in?" Falkenberg asked. "Wait until you see him. Boudreaux trusts him and he's dangerous. He represents the technology people in the Progressive Party. We can't do without him, but his policies are ridiculous. He wants to turn loose of everything. If he has his way, there won't be any government. And his people take credit for everything, as if technology was all there was to government. He doesn't know the first thing about governing. All the people we have to keep happy, the meetings, he thinks that's all silly, that you can build a party by working like an engineer. In other words, he doesn't understand the political realities," Falkenberg said. "Just so. I suppose he has to go then." Bradford nodded, smiling again. Eventually. But we do need his influence with the technicians at the moment. And of course, he knows nothing about any arrangements you and I have made. Of course. Falkenberg sat easily and studied maps until the intercom announced that Hamner was outside. He wondered idly if the office was safe to talk in. Bradford was the most likely man to plant devices in other people's offices, but he couldn't be the only one who'd benefit from eavesdropping. And no place could be absolutely safe. There isn't much I can do if it is, Falkenberg decided. And it's probably clean. George Hamner was a large man, taller than Falkenberg, and even heavier than Sergeant Major Calvin. He had the relaxed movements of a big man, and much of the easy confidence that massive size usually wins. People didn't pick fights with George Hamner. His grip was gentle when they shook hands, but he closed his fist relentlessly, testing Falkenberg carefully. As he felt answering pressure, he looked surprised, and the two men stood in silence for a long moment before Hamner relaxed and waved to Bradford. "So you're our new Colonel of Constabulary," Hamner said. "Hope you know what you're getting into. I should say I hope you don't know. If you know about our problems and take the job anyway, we'll have to wonder if you're sane." "I keep hearing about how severe Hadley's problems are," Falkenberg said. "If enough of you keep saying it, maybe I'll believe it's hopeless, but right now, I don't see it. So we're outnumbered by the Freedom Party people. What kind of weapons do they have to make trouble with?" Hamner laughed. "Direct sort of guy, aren't you? I like that. There's nothing spectacular about their weapons, just a lot of them. Enough small problems make a big problem, right? But the CD hasn't permitted any big stuff. No tanks or armored cars, hell. There aren't enough cars of any kind to make any difference. No fuel or power distribution net ever built, so no way cars would be useful. We've got a subway, couple of monorails for in-city stuff, and what's left of the railroad. You didn't ask for a lecture on transportation, did you?" "No." Hamner laughed. "It's my pet worry at the moment. We don't have enough. Let's see weapons." The big man sprawled into a chair. He hooked one leg over the arm and ran his fingers through thick hair just receding from his large brows. "No military aircraft, hardly any aircraft at all, except for a few choppers. No artillery, machine guns, heavy weapons in general, mostly light-caliber hunting rifles and shotguns. Some police weapons, military rifles and bayonets a few, and we have almost all of them. Out in the streets you can find anything, Colonel, and I mean literally anything. Bows and arrows, knives, swords, axes, hammers, you name it. He doesn't need to know about obsolete things like that," Bradford said. His voice was heavy with contempt, but he still wore his smile. "No weapon is ever really obsolete," Falkenberg said. "Not in the hands of a man who'll use it. What about body armor? How good a supply of Nemerlon do you have?" Hamner looked thoughtful for a second. "There's some body armor in the streets, and the police have some. The President's Guard doesn't use the stuff. I can supply you with Nemerlon, but you'll have to make your own armor out of it. Can you do that?" Falkenberg nodded. "Yes. I brought an excellent technician and some tools. Gentlemen, the situation's about what I expected. I can't see why everyone is so worried. We have a battalion of CD Marines, not the best Marines perhaps, but they're trained soldiers. With the weapons of a light infantry battalion and the training I can give the recruits we'll add to the battalion, I'll undertake to face your 40,000 Freedom Party people. The guerrilla problem will be somewhat more severe, but we control all the food distribution in the city. With ration cards and identity papers, it should not be difficult to set up controls." "Neil Dow." Hamner laughed. It was a bitter laugh. "You want to tell him, Ernie?" Bradford looked confused. "Tell him what?" Hamner laughed again. "Not doing your homework. It's in the morning report for a couple of days ago. The Colonial Office has decided, on the advice of Bureaulock, that Hadley does not need any military weapons. The CD Marines will be lucky to keep their rifles and bayonets. All rest of their gear goes out with the CD ships. Now arme. But this is insane, Bradford protested. He turned to Falkenberg. Why would they do that? Falkenberg shrugged. Perhaps some Freedom Party manager got to a colonial office official. I assume they are not above bribery? Of course not, Bradford said. We've got to do something. If we can. I suspect it will not be easy. Falkenberg pursed his lips into a tight line. I hadn't counted on this. It means that if we tighten up control through food rationing and identity documents, we face armed rebellion. How well organized are these FP partisans anyway? Well organized and well financed, Hamner said. And I'm not so sure about ration cards being the answer to the guerrilla problem anyway. The CoDominium was able to put up with a lot of sabotage because they weren't interested in anything but the mines, but we can't live with the level of terror we have right now in this city. Some way or other we have to restore order, and justice, for that matter. No, well, you ain't sure. Justice isn't something soldiers ordinarily deal with, Falkenberg said. Order's another matter, that I think we can supply. With a few hundred men? Hamner's voice was incredulous. But I like your attitude. At least you don't sit around and whine for somebody to help you, or sit and think and never make up your mind. We will see what we can do, Falkenberg said. Yeah. Hamner got up and went to the door. Well, I wanted to meet you, Colonel. Now I have. I've got work to do. I'd think Ernie does too, but I don't notice him doing much of it. He didn't look at them again, but went out, leaving the door open. You see, Bradford said. He closed the door gently. His smile was knowing. He is useless. We'll find someone to deal with the technicians as soon as you've got everything else under control. He seemed to be right on some points, Falkenberg said. For example, he knows it won't be easy to get proper police protection established. I saw an example of what goes on in Refuge on the way here, and if it's that bad all over, you'll find a way, Bradford said. He seemed certain. You can recruit quite a large force, you know. And a lot of the lawlessness is nothing more than teenage street gangs. They're not loyal to anything. Freedom Party, us, the CD, or anything else. They merely want to control the block they live on. Yinny. Sure. But they're hardly the whole problem. No. But you'll find a way. And forget Hamner. His whole group is rotten. They're not real progressives, that's all. His voice was emphatic, and his eyes seemed to shine. Bradford lowered his voice and leaned forward. Hamner used to be in the Freedom Party, you know. He claims to have broken with them over technology policies, but you can never trust a man like that. Nothing like this. I see. Fortunately, I don't have to trust him. Bradford beamed. Precisely. Now let's get you started. You have a lot of work, and don't forget now you've already agreed to train some party troops for me. The estate was large, nearly 5 kilometers on a side, located in low hills, a day's march from the city of Refuge. There was a central house and barns, all made of local wood that resembled oak. The buildings nestled in a wooded bowl in the center of the estate. You're sure you won't need anything more? Lieutenant Banners asked. No, thank you, Falkenberg said. The few men we have with us carry their own gear. We'll have to arrange for food and fuel when the others come, but for now we'll make do. All right, sir, Banners said. I'll go back with Mower and leave you the car then. And you've the animals. Yes, thank you, Lieutenant. Banners saluted and got into the car. He started to say something else, but Falkenberg had turned away, and Banners drove off the estate. Calvin watched him leave. That's a curious one, he said. Reckon he'd like to know more about what we're doing. Falkenberg's lips twitched into a thin smile. I expect he would at that. You will see to it that he learns no more than we want him to. Aye, aye, sir. Colonel, what was that Mr. Bradford was saying about party troopers? We going to have many of them? I think so. Falkenberg walked up the wide lawn toward the big ranch house. Captain Fast and several of the others were waiting on the porch, and there was a bottle of whiskey on the table. Falkenberg poured a drink and tossed it off. I think we'll have quite a few Progressive Party loyalists here once we start, Calvin. I'm not looking forward to it, but they were inevitable. Sir? Ooh. Captain Fast had been listening quietly. Falkenberg gave him a half-smile. Do you really think the governing authorities are going to hand over a monopoly of military force to us? You think they don't trust us. Amos, would you trust us? No, sir, Captain Fast said. But we could hope. We will not accomplish our mission on hope, Captain. Sergeant Major. Sir, I have an errand for you later this evening. For the moment, find someone to take me to my quarters and then see about our dinner. Sir. Falkenberg woke to a soft rapping on the door of his room. He opened his eyes and put his hand on the pistol under his pillow, but made no other movement. The rap came again. Yes, Falkenberg called softly. I'm back, Colonel, Calvin answered. Right, come in. Falkenberg swung his feet out of his bunk and pulled on his boots. He was fully dressed otherwise. Sergeant Major Calvin came in. He was dressed in the light synthetic leather, tunic, and trousers of the CD Marine battle dress. The total black of a night combat coverall protruded from the war bag slung over his shoulder. He wore a pistol on his belt, and a heavy trench knife was slung in a holster on his left breast. A short, wiry man with a thin brown mustache came in with Calvin. Glad to see you, Falkenberg said. Have any trouble? Gang of toughs tried to stir up something as we was coming through the city, Colonel, Calvin replied. He grinned wolfishly. Didn't last long enough to set any records. Anyone hurt? None that couldn't walk away. Good. Any problem at the relocation barracks? No, sir, Calvin replied. They don't guard them places. Anybody wants to get away from Burolak's charity, they let 'em go. Without ration cards, of course. This was just involuntary colonists, not convicts. As he took Calvin's report, Falkenberg was inspecting the man who had come in with him. Major Jeremy Savage looked tired and much older than his 45 years. He was thinner than John remembered him. Bad as I've heard? Falkenberg asked him. No picnic, Savage replied in the clipped accents he'd learned when he grew up on Churchill. Didn't expect it to be. We're here, John Christian. Yes, and thank God. Nobody's spotted you. The men behave all right? Yes, sir. We were treated no differently from any other involuntary colonists. The men behaved splendidly, and a week or two of hard exercise should get us all back in shape. Sergeant Major tells me the battalion arrived intact. Yes, they're still at Marine Barracks. That's our weak link, Jeremy. I want them out here where we control who they talk to, and as soon as possible. You've got the best ones. I think they'll be all right. Falkenberg nodded. But keep your eyes open, Jerry, and be careful with the men until the CD pulls out. I've hired Dr. Whitlock to check things for us. He hasn't reported in yet, but I assume he's on Hadley. Savage acknowledged Falkenberg's wave and sat in the room's single chair. He took a glass of whiskey from Calvin with a nod of thanks. Going all out hiring experts, eh? He's said to be the best available. My, that's good. They don't have anything to drink on those Burolak ships. When Whitlock reports in, we'll have a full staff meeting, Falkenberg said. Until then, stay with the plan. Bradford is supposed to send the battalion out tomorrow, and soon after that, he'll begin collecting volunteers from his party. We're supposed to train them. Of course, they'll all be loyal to Bradford. Not to the party, and certainly not to us. Savage nodded and held out the glass to Calvin for a refill. Now tell me a bit about those toughs you fought on the way here, Sergeant Major, Falkenberg said. Street gang, Colonel. Not bad at individual fighting, but no organization. Hardly no match for near 100 of us. Street gang dot. John pulled his lower lip speculatively, then grinned. How many of our battalion used to be punks just like them, Sergeant Major? Half anyway, sir, including me. Falkenberg nodded. I think it might be a good thing if the Marines got to meet some of those kids, Sergeant Major, informally, you know. Sir. Calvin's square face beamed with anticipation. Now, Falkenberg continued. Recruits will be our real problem. You can bet some of them will try to get chummy with the troops. They'll want to pump the men about their backgrounds and outfits. And the men will drink, and when they drink, they talk. How will you handle that, top soldier? Calvin looked thoughtful. Won't be no trick for a while. We'll keep the recruits away from the men except drill instructors, and these don't talk to recruits. Once they've passed basic, it'll get a bit stickier. But hell, Colonel, troops like to lie about their campaigns. We'll just encourage them to fluff it up a bit. The stories will be so tall, nobody'll believe them. Right, I don't have to tell both of you we're skating on pretty thin ice for a while. We'll manage, Colonel. Calvin was positive. He'd been with Falkenberg a long time, and although any man can make mistakes, it was Calvin's experience that Falkenberg would find a way out of any hole they dropped into. And if they didn't, well, over every CD orderly room door was a sign. It said, "You are Marines in order to die, and the fleet will send you where you can die." Calvin had walked under that sign to enlist, and thousands of times since. That's it then, Jeremy, Falkenberg said. Yes, sir, Savage said crisply. He stood and saluted. Damned if it doesn't feel good to be doing this again, sir. Years fell away from his face. Good to have you back aboard, Falkenberg replied. He stood to return the salute. And thanks, Jerry, for everything. The Marine Battalion arrived the next day. They were marched to the camp by regular CD Marine officers, who turned them over to Falkenberg. The captain in charge of the detail wanted to stay around and watch, but Falkenberg found an errand for him and sent Major Savage along to keep him company. An hour later, there was no one in the camp but Falkenberg's people. 2 hours later, the troops were at work constructing their own base camp. Falkenberg watched from the porch of the ranch house. Any problems, Sergeant Major? He asked. Calvin fingered the stubble on his square jaw. He shaved twice a day on garrison duty, and at the moment he was wondering if he needed his second. Nothing a trooper's blast won't cure, Colonel. With your permission, I'll draw a few barrels of whiskey tonight and let 'em tie one on before the recruits come in. Granted. They won't be fit for much before noon tomorrow, but we're on schedule now. The extra work will be good for 'em. How many will run? Calvin shrugged. Maybe none, Colonel. We got enough to keep 'em busy, and they don't know this place very well. Recruits will be a different story, and once they get in we may have a couple take off. Yes. Well, see what you can do. We're going to need every man. You heard President Budrow's assessment of the situation. Yes, sir. That'll make the troops happy. Sounds like a good fight coming up. I think you can safely promise the men some hard fighting, Sergeant Major. They'd also better understand that there's no place to go if we don't win this one. No pickups on this tour. No pickups on half the missions we've been on, Colonel. I better see Captain Fast about the brandy. Join us about midnight, sir. The men would like that. I'll be along, Sergeant Major. Calvin's prediction was wrong. The troops were useless throughout the entire next day. The recruits arrived the day after. The camp was a flurry of activity. The Marines relearned lessons of basic training. Each maniple of 5 men cooked for itself, did its own laundry, made its own shelters from woven synthetics and rope, and contributed men for work on the encampment revetments and palisade. The recruits did the same kind of work under the supervision of Falkenberg's mercenary officers and NCOs. Most of the men who had come with Savage on the Burlock colony transport were officers, centurions, sergeants, and technicians, while there was an unusual number of monitors and corporals within the Marine Battalion. Between the two groups, there were enough leaders for an entire regiment. The recruits learned to sleep in their military greatcloaks and to live under field conditions with no uniform but simply leather battle dress and boots. They cooked their own food and constructed their own quarters and depended on no one outside the regiment. After 2 weeks, they were taught to fashion their own body armor from Nimmerlon. When it was completed, they lived in it, and any man who neglected his duties found his armor weighted with lead. Maniples, squads, and whole sections of recruits and veterans on punishment marches became a common sight after dark. The volunteers had little time to fraternize with the Marine veterans. Savage and Calvin and the other cadres relentlessly drove them through drills, field problems, combat exercises, and maintenance work. The recruit formations were smaller each day, as men were driven to leave the service, but from somewhere there was a steady supply of new troops. These were all younger men who came in small groups directly to the camp. They would appear before the regimental orderly room at Reveille, and often they were accompanied by Marine veterans. There was attrition in their formations as well as among the party volunteers, but far fewer left the service, and they were eager for combat training. After 6 weeks, Vice President Bradford visited the camp. He arrived to find the entire regiment in formation, the recruits on one side of a square, the veterans on the other. Sergeant Major Calvin was reading to the men. "Today is April 30 on Earth." Calvin's voice boomed out. He had no need for a bullhorn. "It is Cameron Day." On April 30th, 1863, Captain Jean d'Anjou of the Foreign Legion, with 2 officers and 62 legionnaires, faced 2,000 Mexicans at the farmhouse of Cameron. The battle lasted all day. The legionnaires had no food or water, and their ammunition was low. Captain d'Anjou was killed. His place was taken by Lieutenant Villain. He also was killed. At 5 in the afternoon, all that remained were Lieutenant Clement Mata and 4 men. They had 1 cartridge each. At the command, each man fired his last round and charged the enemy with the bayonet. There were no survivors. The troops were silent. Calvin looked at the recruits. They stood at rigid attention in the hot sun. Finally, Calvin spoke. "I don't expect none of you to ever get it. Not the likes of you. But maybe one of you'll someday know what Cameron is all about. Every man will draw an extra wine ration tonight. Combat veterans will also get a half-liter of brandy. Now attention to orders." Falkenberg took Bradford inside the ranch house. It was now fitted out as the officers' mess, and they sat in one corner of the lounge. A steward brought drinks. "And what was all that for?" Bradford demanded. "These aren't foreign legionnaires. You're supposed to be training a planetary constabulary." "A constabulary that has one hell of a fight on its hands," Falkenberg reminded him. "True, we don't have any continuity with the Legion in this outfit, but you have to remember that our basic cadre are CD Marines. Or were. If we skipped Cameron Day, we'd have a mutiny. And, I suppose you know what you're doing, what?" Bradford sniffed. His face had almost lost the perpetual half-smile he wore, but there were still traces of it. "Colonel, I have a complaint from the men we've assigned as officers. My Progressive Party people have been totally segregated from the other troops, and they don't like it. I don't like it." Falkenberg shrugged. "You chose to commission them before training, Mr. Bradford. That makes them officers by courtesy, but they don't know anything. They would look ridiculous if I mixed them with the veterans, or even the recruits, until they've learned military basics. No. You've got rid of a lot of them too. Same reason, sir. You have given us a difficult assignment. We're outnumbered, and there's no chance of outside support. In a few weeks, we'll face 40,000 Freedom Party men, and I won't answer for the consequences if we hamper the troops with incompetent officers." What? All right, I expected that, but it isn't just the officers, Colonel. The Progressive volunteers are being driven out as well. Your training is too hard. Those are loyal men, and loyalty is important here. Falkenberg smiled softly. "Agreed. But I'd rather have 1 battalion of good men I can trust than a regiment of troops who might break under fire. After I've a bare minimum of first-class troops, I'll consider taking on others for garrison duty. Right now, the need is for men who can fight. No, and you don't have them yet. Those Marines seem well-disciplined. In ranks, certainly. But do you really think the CD would let go of reliable troops? Maybe not," Bradford conceded. "Okay, you're the expert. But where the hell are you getting the other recruits? Jailbirds, kids with police records. You keep them while you let my progressives run. Yes, sir. Falkenberg signaled for another round of drinks. Mr. Vice President, since when have we become that formal? Bradford asked. His smile was back. Sorry, I thought you were here to read me out. No, of course not. But I've got to answer to President Budrow, you know, and Hammer. I've managed to get your activities assigned to my department, but it doesn't mean I can tell the cabinet to blow it. Right, Falkenberg said. Well, about the recruits, we take what we can get. It takes time to train green men, and if the street warriors stand up better than your party toughs, I can't help it. You can tell the cabinet that when we've a cadre we can trust, we'll be easier on volunteers. We can even form some kind of part-time militia. But right now, the need is for men tough enough to win this fight coming up, and I don't know any better way to do it. After that, Falkenberg found himself summoned to report to the palace every week. Usually, he met only Bradford and Hamner. President Budrow had made it clear that he considered the military force as an evil whose necessity was not established, and only Bradford's insistence kept the regiment supplied. At one conference, Falkenberg met Chief Horgan of the Refuge Police. The chief's got a complaint, Colonel, President Budrow said. Yes, sir, Falkenberg asked. It's those damned Marines, Horgan said. He rubbed the point of his chin. They're raising hell in the city at night. We've never hauled any of them in, because Mr. Bradford wants us to go easy, but it's getting rough. What are they doing? Falkenberg asked. You name it. They've taken over a couple of taverns and won't let anybody in without their permission, for one thing. And they have fights with street gangs every night. We could live with all that, but they go to other parts of town too. Lots of them. They go into taverns and drink all night, then say they can't pay. If the owner gets sticky, they wreck the place. And they're gone before your patrols get there. Falkenberg finished for him. It's an old tradition. They call it System D, and more planning effort goes into that operation than I can ever get them to put out in combat. I'll try to put a stop to System D anyway. No. It would help. Another thing. Your guys go into the roughest parts of town and start fights whenever they can find anyone to mix with. How are they doing? Falkenberg asked interestedly. Horgan grinned, then caught himself after a stern look from Budrow. Pretty well. I understand they've never been beat, but it raises hell with the citizens, Colonel. And another trick of theirs is driving people crazy. They march through the streets, 50 strong at all hours of the night playing bagpipes. Bagpipes in the wee hours, Colonel, can be a frightening thing. No? Falkenberg thought he saw a tiny flutter in Horgan's left eye, and the police chief was holding back a wry smile. I wanted to ask you about that, Colonel, Second Vice President Hammer said. This is hardly a Scots outfit. Why do they have bagpipes anyway? Falkenberg shrugged. Pipes are standard with many Marine regiments. Since the rusty CD outfits started taking up Cossack customs, the Western Bloc regiments adopted their own. After all, the Marines were formed out of a number of old military units. Foreign Legion, Highlanders, a lot of men like the pipes. I'll confess I do myself. Sure, but not in my city in the middle of the night, Horgan said. John grinned openly at the chief of police. I'll try to keep the pipers off the streets at night. I can imagine they're not good for civilian morale. But as to keeping the Marines in camp, how do I do it? We need every one of them, and they're volunteers. They can get on the CD carrier and ship out when the rest go. And there's not one damn thing we can do about it. There's less than a month until they haul down that CoDominium flag, Bradford added with satisfaction. He glanced at the CD banner on its staff outside. Eagle with red shield and black sickle and hammer on its breast, red stars and blue stars around it. Bradford nodded in satisfaction. It wouldn't be long. That flag meant little to the people of Hadley. On Earth, it was enough to cause riots in nationalistic cities in both the U.S. and the Soviet Union, while in other countries it was a symbol of the alliance that kept any other nation from rising above second-class status. To Earth, the CoDominium alliance represented peace at a high price, too high for many. For Falkenberg, it represented nearly 30 years of service, ended by court-martial. 2 weeks to go. Then the CoDominium governor would leave, and Hadley would be officially independent. Vice President Bradley visited the camp to speak to the recruits. He told them of the value of loyalty to the government, and the rewards they would all have as soon as the Progressive Party was officially in power. Better pay, more liberties, and the opportunity for promotion in an expanding army. Bonuses and soft duty. His speech was full of promises, and Bradford was quite proud of it. When he had finished, Falkenberg took the vice president into a private room in the officers' mess and slammed the door. "Damn you, you don't ever make offers to my troops without my permission." John Falkenberg's face was cold with anger. "I'll do as I please with my army, Colonel," Bradford replied smugly. The little smile on his face was completely without warmth. "Don't get snappy with me, Colonel Falkenberg. Without my influence, Budrow would dismiss you in an instant." Then his mood changed, and Bradford took a flask of brandy from his pocket. "Here, Colonel, have a drink." The little smile was replaced with something more genuine. "We have to work together, John. There's too much to do. Even with both of us working, it won't all get done. Sorry, I'll ask your advice in future. But don't you think the troops should get to know me? I'll be president soon." He looked to Falkenberg for confirmation. "Yes, sir." John took the flask and held it up for a toast. "To the new president of Hadley. I shouldn't have snapped at you, but don't make offers to troops who haven't proved themselves. If you give men reason to think they're good when they're not, you'll never have an army worth its pay." "No, but they've done well in training. You said so." "Sure, but you don't tell them that. Work them until they've nothing more to give, and let them know that's just barely satisfactory. Then one day they'll give you more than they knew they had in them. That's the day you can offer rewards. Only by then you won't need to." "You know why?" Bradford nodded, grudging agreement. "If you say so. But I wouldn't have thought." "Listen," Falkenberg said. A party of recruits and their drill masters marched past outside. They were singing, and their words came in the open window. "When you've blued your last tosser on the brothel and the booze, and you're out in the cold on your ear, you hump your bundle on the rough, and tell the sergeant that you're tough, and you'll do him the favor of his life. He will cry, and he will scream, and he'll curse his rotten luck, and he'll ask why he was ever born. If you're lucky, he will take you, and he'll do his best to break you, and they'll feed you rotten monkey on a knife. You double time hell." The song broke off as the men ran across the central parade ground. Bradford turned away from the window. "That sort of thing is all very well for the jailbirds, Colonel. But I insist on keeping my loyalists as well. In future, you will dismiss no progressive without my approval. Is that understood?" Falkenberg nodded. He'd seen this coming for some time. "In that case, sir, it might be better to form a separate battalion. I will transfer all of your people into the 4th Battalion and put them under the officers you've appointed. Will that be satisfactory? If you'll supervise their training, yes." "Certainly," Falkenberg said. "Good. Wah." Bradford's smile broadened, but it wasn't meant for Falkenberg. "I will also expect you to consult me about any promotions in that battalion. You agree to that, of course?" "Yes, sir. There may be some problems about finding locals to fill the senior NCO slots. You've got potential monitors and corporals, but they've not the experience to be sergeants and centurions." "You'll find a way, I'm sure," Bradford said carefully. "I have some rather, special duties for the 4th Battalion, Colonel. I'd prefer it to be entirely staffed by party loyalists of my choosing. Your men should only be there to supervise training, not as their commanders. Is this agreed?" "Yes, sir." Bradford's smile was genuine as he left the camp. Day after day, the troops sweated in the bright blue-tinted sunlight. Riot control, bayonet drill, use of armor in defense and attacks against men with body armor, and more complex exercises as well. There were forced marches under the relentless direction of Major Savage, the harsh shouts of sergeants and centurions, Captain Amos Fast with his tiny swagger stick and biting sarcasm. Yet the number leaving the regiment was smaller now, and there was still a flow of recruits from the Marines' nocturnal expeditions. The recruiting officers could even be selective, although they seldom were. The Marines, like the Legion before it, took anyone willing to fight, and Falkenberg's officers were all Marine trained. Each night groups of Marines sneaked past sentries to drink and carouse with the field hands of nearby ranchers. They gambled and shouted in local taverns, and they paid little attention to their officers. There were many complaints, and Bradford's protests became stronger. Falkenberg always gave the same answer. They always come back, and they don't have to stay here. How do you suggest I control them? Flogging. The constabulary army had a definite split personality, with recruits treated harsher than veterans. Meanwhile, the 4th Battalion grew larger each day. 8A. George Hamner tried to get home for dinner every night, no matter what it might cost him in night work later. He thought he owed at least that to his family. His walled estate was just outside the Palace District. It had been built high his grandfather with money borrowed from American Express. The old man had been proud of paying back every cent before it was due. It was a big, comfortable place which cunningly combined local materials and imported luxuries, and George was always glad to return there. At home he felt he was master of something, that at least one thing was under his control. It was the only place in refuge where he could feel that way. In less than a week, the CoDominium governor would leave. Independence was near, and it should be a time of hope, but George Hamner felt only dread. Problems of public order were not, officially, his problem. He held the Ministry of Technology, but the breakdown in law and order couldn't be ignored. Already half of refuge was untouched by government. There were large areas where the police went only in squads or not at all, and maintenance crews had to be protected or they couldn't enter. For now, the CoDominium Marines escorted George's men. But what would it be like when the Marines were gone? George sat in the paneled study and watched lengthening shadows in the groves outside. They made dancing patterns through the trees and across neatly clipped lawns. The outside wall spoiled the view of Raceway Channel below, and Hamner cursed them. Why must we have walls? Walls and a dozen armed men to patrol them. I can remember when I sat in this room with my father. I was no more than 6, and we could watch boats in the channel. And later we had such big dreams for Hadley. Grandfather telling why he had left Earth, and what we could do here. Freedom and plenty. We had a paradise, and Lord, what have we done with it? He worked for an hour, but accomplished little. There weren't any solutions, only chains of problems that led back into a circle. Solve one and all would fall into place, but none were soluble without the others. And yet, if we had a few years, he thought, a few years, but we aren't going to get them. In a few years, the farms will support the urban population if we can move people out to the agricultural interior and get them working, but they won't leave refuge, and we can't make them do it. If we could, though, if the city's population could be thinned, the power we divert to food manufacture can be used to build a transport net. Then we can get more to live in the interior, and we can get more food into the city. We could make enough things to keep country life pleasant, and people will want to leave refuge. But there's no way to the first step. The people don't want to move, and the Freedom Party promises they won't have to. George shook his head. Can Falkenberg's army make them leave? If he gets enough soldiers he forcibly evacuate part of the city. Hamner shuddered at the thought. There would be resistance, slaughter, civil war. Hadley's independence can't be built on a foundation of blood. No. His other problems were similar. The government was bandaging Hadley's wounds, but no more. Treating symptoms because there was never enough control over events to treat causes. He picked up a report on the fusion generators. They needed spare parts, and he wondered how long even this crazy standoff would last. He couldn't really expect more than a few years even if everything went well. A few years, and then famine, because the transport net couldn't be built fast enough. And when the generators failed, the city's food supplies would be gone, sanitation services crippled. Famine and plague. Were those horsemen better than conquest and war? He thought of his interview with the Freedom Party leaders. They didn't care about the generators because they were sure that Earth wouldn't allow famines on Hadley. They thought Hadley could use her own helplessness as a weapon to extract payments from the CoDominium. George cursed under his breath. They were wrong. Earth didn't care, and Hadley was too far away to interest anyone. But even if they were right, they were selling Hadley's independence. And for what? Didn't real independence mean anything to them? Laura came in with a pack of shouting children. "Already time for bed?" he asked. The 4-year-old picked up his pocket calculator and sat on his lap, punching buttons and watching the numbers and lights flash. George kissed them all and sent them out, wondering as he did what kind of future they had. "I should get out of politics," he told himself. "I'm not doing any good, and I'll get Laura and the kids finished along with me. But what happens if we let go? What future will they have then?" "You look worried." "Why?" Laura was back after putting the children to bed. "It's only a few days." "Yeah. And what really happens then?" she asked. "Not the promises we keep hearing. What really happens when the CD leaves? It's going to be bad, isn't it?" He pulled her to him, feeling her warmth, and tried to draw comfort from her nearness. She huddled against him for a moment, then pulled away. "George, shouldn't we take what we can and go east? We wouldn't have much, but you'd be alive." "It won't be that bad," he told her. He tried to chuckle, as if she'd made a joke, but the sound was hollow. She didn't laugh with him. "There'll be time for that later," he told her. "If things don't work. But it should be all right at first. We've got a planetary constabulary. It should be enough to protect the government, but I'm moving all of you into the palace in a couple of days." "Yeah, Jewel." "The army," she said with plenty of contempt. "Some army, Georgie. Bradford's volunteers who'd kill you, and don't think he wouldn't like to see you dead either. And those Marines, you said yourself they were the scum of space." "I said it. I wonder if I believe it. There's something strange happening here, Laura. Something I don't understand." She sat on the couch near his desk and curled her legs under herself. He'd always liked that pose. She looked up, her eyes wide with interest. She never looked at anyone else that way. "I went to see Major Karantov today," George said. "Thought I'd presume on an old friend to get a little information about this man Falkenberg. Boris wasn't in his office, but one of the junior lieutenants, fellow named Kleist." "I've met him," Laura said. "Nice boy, a little young." "Yes. Anyway, we got into a conversation about what happens after independence. We discussed street fighting and the mob riots, and I said I wish we had some reliable Marines instead of the demobilized outfit they were leaving here. He looked funny and asked just what did I want, the Grand Admiral's guard? That's strange. Yes, and when Boris came in and I asked what Kleist meant, Boris said the kid was new and didn't know what he was talking about. "And you think he did?" Laura asked. "Boris wouldn't lie to you. Stop that," she added hastily. "You have an appointment. It can wait. With only a couple of dozen cars on this whole planet, and one of them coming for you, you will not keep it waiting while you make love to your wife, George Hamner." Her eyes flashed, but not with anger. "Besides, I want to know what Boris told you." She danced away from him, and he went back to the desk. "It's not just that," George said. "I've been thinking about it. Those troops don't look like misfits to me. Off-duty they drink, and they've got the field hands locking their wives and daughters up. But come morning they're out on that drill field. And Falkenberg doesn't strike me as the type who'd put up with undisciplined men." "Yeah, I didn't. But, then what was it, child?" He nodded. But it doesn't make sense. And there's the matter of the officers. He's got too many, and they're not from Hadley. That's why I'm going out there tonight without Bradford. Have you asked Ernie about it? Sure. He says he's got some party loyalists training as officers. I'm a little slow, Laura, but I'm not that stupid. I may not notice everything, but if there were 50 progressives with military experience, I'd know. Bradford is lying. And why? Laura looked thoughtful and pulled her lower lip in a gesture that Hamner hardly noticed now, although he'd kidded her about it before they were married. He lies for practice, she said. But his wife has been talking about independence, and she let something slip about when Ernie would be president she'd make some changes. Well, Ernie expects to succeed Budrow. No, Laura said. She acted like it would be soon. Very soon. George Hamner shook his massive head. He hasn't the guts for a coup, he said firmly. And the technicians would walk out in a second. They can't stand him, and he knows it. Ernest Bradford has never recognized any limitations, Laura said. He really believes he can make anyone like him if he'll just put out the effort. No matter how many times he's kicked a man, he thinks a few smiles and apologies will fix it. But what did Boris tell you about Falkenberg? Said he was as good as we can get. A top Marine commander started as a Navy man and went over to Marines because he couldn't get fast enough promotions in the Navy. An ambitious man. How ambitious? Don't know. Is he married? I gather he once was, but not for a long time. I got the scoop on the court-martial. There weren't any slots open for promotion. But when a review board passed Falkenberg over for a promotion that the admiral couldn't have given him in the first place, Falkenberg made such a fuss about it that he was dismissed for insubordination. Nay, wa fante, it is tall. Can you trust him then? Laura asked. His men may be the only thing keeping you alive. I know. And you, and Jimmy, and Christy, and Peter. I asked Boris that, and he said there's no better man available. You can't hire seedy men from active duty. Boris recommends him highly. Says troops love him. He's a brilliant tactician, has experience in troop command and staff work as well. Sounds like quite a catch. Yes. But Laura, if he's all that valuable, why did they boot him out? My God, it all sounds so trivial. The interphone buzzed, and Hamner answered it absently. It was the butler to announce that his car and driver were waiting. I'll be late, sweetheart. Don't wait up for me. But you might think about it. I swear Falkenberg is the key to something. And I wish I knew what. Nah. Do you like him? Laura asked. He isn't a man who tries to be liked. I asked if you like him. Yes, and there's no reason to. I like him, but can I trust him? As he went out, he thought about that. Could he trust Falkenberg? With Laura's life? And the kids? And for that matter, with a whole planet that seemed headed for hell and no way out. The troops were camped in an orderly square. Earth ramparts had been thrown up around the perimeter, and the tents were pitched in lines that might have been laid with a transit. The equipment was scrubbed and polished. Blanket rolls were tight, each item in the same place inside the two-man tents. But the men were milling about, shouting, gambling openly in front of the campfires. There were plenty of bottles and evidence even from the outer gates. Halt! Who's there? Hamner started. The car had stopped at the barricaded gate, but Hamner hadn't seen the sentry. This was his first visit to the camp at night, and he was edgy. Vice President Hamner, he answered. A strong light played on his face from the opposite side of the car. 2 sentries then, and both invisible until he'd come on them. Good evening, sir, the first sentry said. I'll pass the word you're here. He raised a small communicator to his lips. Corporal of the Guard. Post number 5. Then he shouted the same thing, the call ringing clear in the night. A few heads around campfires turned toward the gate, then went back to their other activities. Hamner was escorted across the camp to Officers' Row. The huts and tent stood across a wide parade ground from the densely packed company streets of the troops and had their own guard. Over in the company area, the men were singing, and Hamner paused to listen. "I've a head like a concertina, and I think I'm ready to die, and I'm hearing the clink for a thunderin' drink and blacking the corporal's eye. With another man's cloak underneath of my head and a beautiful view of the yard, it's the crapod for me, and no more System D. I was drunk and resisting the guard. Mad drunk and resisting the guard. It's the crapod for me, and no more System D. I was drunk and resisting the guard. Now, Dynamite. One's eyes, and it dual dial." Falkenberg came out of his hut. "Good evening, sir. What brings you here?" "I'll just bet you'd like to know," Hamner thought. "I have a few things to discuss with you, Colonel, about the organization of the constabulary." "Certainly." Falkenberg was crisp and seemed slightly nervous. Hamner wondered if he were drunk. "Shall we go to the mess?" Falkenberg asked. "More comfortable there, and I haven't got my quarters made up for visitors." "Or you've got something here I shouldn't see," George thought. Something or someone. Local girl? What difference does it make? God, I wish I could trust this man. Falkenberg led the way to the ranch house in the center of Officers' Rogi. The troops were still shouting and singing, and a group was chasing each other on the parade ground. Most were dressed in the blue and yellow garrison uniforms Falkenberg had designed, but others trotted past in synthy leather battle dress. They carried rifles and heavy packs. Punishment detail, Falkenberg explained. Not as many of those as there used to be. Sound crashed from the officers' mess building, drums and bagpipes. A wild sound of war mingled with shouted laughter. Inside, 24 men sat at a long table as white-coated stewards moved briskly about with whiskey bottles and glasses. Kilted bandsmen marched around the table with pipes. Drummers stood in one corner. The deafening noise stopped as Falkenberg entered, and everyone got to his feet. Some were quite unsteady. "Carry on," Falkenberg said, but no one did. They eyed Hamner nervously, and at a wave from the mess president at the head of the table, the pipers and drummers went outside. Several stewards with bottles followed them. The other officers sat and talked in low tones. After all the noise, the room seemed very quiet. "We'll sit over here, shall we?" the colonel asked. He led Hamner to a small table in one corner. A steward brought 2 glasses of whiskey and set them down. The room seemed curiously bare to Hamner. A few banners, some paintings, very little else. Somehow, he thought, there ought to be more. As if they're waiting. Wow. But that's ridiculous. Most of the officers were strangers, but George recognized half a dozen progressives, the highest rank of first lieutenant. He waved at the ones he knew and received brief smiles that seemed almost guilty before the party volunteers turned back to their companions. "Yes, sir?" Falkenberg prompted. "Just who are these men?" George demanded. "I know they're not native to Hadley. Where'd they come from?" "CoDominium officers on the beach," Falkenberg answered promptly. "Reduction in force, too. Lots of good men got riffed into early retirement. Some of them heard I was coming here and chose to give up their reserve ranks. They came out on the colony ship on the chance I'd hire them. And you did. Naturally, I jumped at the chance to get experienced men at prices we could afford. But why all the secrecy? Why haven't I heard about them before?" Falkenberg shrugged. "We violated several of the Grand Senate's regulations on mercenaries, you know. It's best not to talk about these things until the CD has definitely gone. After that, the men are committed. They'll have to stay loyal to Hadley." Falkenberg lifted his whiskey glass. Vice President Bradford knew all about it. "I'll bet he did." Hamner lifted his own glass. "Cheers." "Cheers." "And I wonder what else that little snake knows about," Hamner wondered. Without his support, Falkenberg would be out of here in a minute. And what then? "Colonel, your organization charts came to my office yesterday. You've kept all the Marines in one battalion with these newly hired officers. Then you've got 3 battalions of locals, but all the party's stalwarts are in the 4th. The 2nd and 3rd are local recruits, but under your own men. Auntie. That's a fair enough description, yes, sir, Falkenberg said. And you know my question, George thought. Why, Colonel, a suspicious man would say that you've got your own little army here, with a structure sets, so that you can take complete control if there's ever a difference of opinion between you and the government. A suspicious man might say that Falkenberg agreed. He drained his glass and waited for George to do the same. A steward came over with freshly filled glasses. But a practical man might say something else, Falkenberg continued. Do you expect me to put green officers in command of those guardhouse troops? Or your good-hearted progressives in command of green recruits? But you've done just that. On Mr. Bradford's orders, I've kept the 4th Battalion as free of my mercenaries as possible. That isn't helping their training either, but Mr. Bradford seems to have the same complaint as you. I haven't complained. I thought you had, Falkenberg said. In any event, you have your party force, if you wish to use it to control me. Actually, you have all the control you need anyway. You hold the purse strings. Without supplies to feed these men and money to pay them, I couldn't hold them an hour. Why? Troops have found it easier to rob the paymaster than fight for him before now, Hamner observed. Cheers! He drained the glass, then suppressed a cough. The stuff was strong and he wasn't used to drinking neat whiskey. He wondered what would happen if he ordered something else, beer, or a mixed drink. Somehow it didn't seem to go with the party. I might have expected that remark from Bradford, Falkenberg said. Hamner nodded. Bradford was always suspicious of something. There were times when George wondered if the first vice president were quite sane, but that was silly. Still, when the pressure was on, Ernie Bradford did manage to get on people's nerves with his suspicions, and he would rather see nothing done than give up control of anything. How am I supposed to organize this coup? Falkenberg demanded. I have a handful of men loyal to me. The rest are mercenaries, or your locals. You've paid a lot to bring me and my staff here. You want us to fight impossible odds with non-existent equipment. If you also insist on your own organization of forces, I cannot accept the responsibility. I didn't say that. Falkenberg shrugged. If President Budrow so orders, and he would on your recommendation, I'll turn command over to anyone he names. And he'd name Bradford, Hamner thought. I'd rather trust Falkenberg. Whatever Falkenberg does will at least be competently done. With Ernie, there was no assurance he wasn't up to something, and none that he'd be able to accomplish anything if he wasn't. But what do you want out of this, Colonel Falkenberg? The question seemed to surprise the colonel. Money, of course, Falkenberg answered. A little glory, perhaps, although that's not a word much used nowadays. A position of responsibility commensurate with my abilities. I've always been a soldier, and I know nothing else. And why didn't you stay with the CD? It is in the record, Falkenberg said coldly. Surely you know. But I don't. Hamner was calm, but the whiskey was enough to make him bolder than he'd intended to be, even in this camp surrounded by Falkenberg's men. I don't know at all. It makes no sense as I've been told it. You had no reason to complain about promotions, and the Admiral had no reason to prefer charges. It looks as if you had yourself cashiered. Falkenberg nodded. You're nearly correct. Astute of you. The soldier's lips were tight, and his gray eyes bored into Hamner. I suppose you are entitled to an answer. Grand Senator Bronson has sworn to ruin me for reasons you needn't know. If I hadn't been dismissed for a trivial charge of technical insubordination, I'd have faced a series of trumped-up charges. At least this way I'm out with a clean record. A clean record and a lot of bitterness. And that's all there is to it? That's all. It was plausible. So was everything else Falkenberg said. Yet Hamner was sure that Falkenberg was lying. Not lying directly, but not telling everything either. Hamner felt that if he knew the right questions, he could get the answers, but there weren't any questions to ask. And, Hamner thought, I must either trust this man or get rid of him, and to irritate him while keeping him is the stupidest policy of all. The pipers came back in, and the mess president looked to Falkenberg. Something more? Falkenberg asked. No. Thank you. The colonel nodded to the junior officer. The mess president waved approval to the pipe major. Pipe major raised his mace, and the drums crashed. The pipers began, standing in place at first, then marching around the table. Officers shouted, and the room was filled with martial cries. The party was on again. George looked for one of his own appointees and discovered that every progressive officer in the room was one of his own. There wasn't a single man from Bradford's wing of the party. Was that significant? He rose and caught the eye of a progressive lieutenant. I'll let Farquhar escort me out, Colonel, Hamner said. As you please. The noise followed them out of the building and along the regimental street. There were more sounds from the parade ground and the camp beyond. Fires burned brightly in the night. All right, Jamie, what's going on here? Hamner demanded. Going on, sir? Nothing that I know of. If you mean the party, we're celebrating the men's graduation from basic training. Tomorrow, they'll start advanced work. Maybe I meant the party, Hamner said. You seem pretty friendly with the other officers. Yes, sir. Hamner noted the enthusiasm in Jamie Farquhar's voice. The boy was young enough to be caught up in the military mystique, and George felt sorry for him. They're good men, Jamie said. Yes, I suppose so. Where are the others? Mr. Bradford's people? They had a field problem that kept them out of camp until late, Farquhar said. Mr. Bradford came around about dinner time and asked that they be sent to a meeting somewhere. He spends a lot of time with them. I expect he does, Hamner said. Look, you've been around the Marines, Jamie. Where are those men from? What seedy outfits? I really don't know, sir. Colonel Falkenberg has forbidden us to ask. He says that the men start with a clean record here. Hamner noted the tone Farquhar used when he mentioned Falkenberg. More than respect. Awe, perhaps? Have any of them served with the colonel before? I think so, yes, sir. They don't like him. Curse the colonel quite openly. But they're afraid of that big sergeant major of his. Calvin has offered to whip any 2 men in the camp, and they can choose the rules. A few of the newcomers tried it, but none of the Marines would. Not one? No. And you say the colonel's not popular with the men? Farquhar was thoughtful for a moment. I wouldn't say he was popular. No, sir. Yet, Hamner thought, Boris had said he was. Whiskey buzzed in George's head. Who is popular? Major Savage, sir. The men like him, and Captain Faust. The Marines particularly respect him. He's the adjutant. All right. Oh. Look, can this outfit fight? Have we got a chance after the CD leaves? They stood and watched the scenes around the campfires. Men were drinking heavily, shouting and singing, and chasing each other through the camp. There was a fist fight in front of one tent, and no officer moved to stop it. Do you allow that? Hamner demanded. We try not to interfere too much. Farquhar said. You want to parade. The colonel says half an officer's training is learning what not to see. Anyway, the sergeants have broken up the fight, see? But you let the men drink. Sir, there's no regulation against drinking, only against being unfit for duty, and these men are tough. They obey orders and they can fight. I think we'll do rather well. Pride. They've put some pride into Jamie Farquhar and maybe into some of those jailbirds out there, too. All right, Jamie, go back to your party. I'll find my driver. As he was driven away, George Hamner felt better about Hadley's future. But he was still convinced something was wrong, and he had no idea what it was. I mean, The stadium had been built to hold 100,000 people. There were at least that many jammed inside it now, and an equal number swarmed about the market squares and streets adjacent to it. The full CoDominium Marine garrison was on duty to keep order, but it wasn't needed. The celebration was boisterous, but there wouldn't be any trouble today. The Freedom Party was as anxious to avoid an incident as the Marines on this, the greatest day for Hadley since discovery. The CoDominium was turning over power to local authority and getting out, and nothing must spoil that. Hamner and Falkenberg watched from the upper tiers of the stadium. Row after row of plastisteel seats cascaded like a giant staircase down from their perch to the central grassy field below. Every seat was filled, so that the stadium was a riot of color. President Budrow and Governor Flaherty stood in the presidential box directly across from Falkenberg and Hamner. The President's Guard, in blue uniforms, and the CoDominium Marines, in their scarlet and gold, stood at rigid attention around the officials. The President's box was shared by Vice President Bradford, the Freedom Party opposition leaders, progressive officials, officers of the retiring CoDominium government, and everyone else who could beg an invitation. George knew that some of them were wondering where he had got off to. Bradford would particularly notice Hamner's absence. He might, George thought, even think the second vice president was out stirring up opposition or rebellion. Ernie Bradford had lately been accusing Hamner of every kind of disloyalty to the Progressive Party, and it wouldn't be long before he demanded that Budrow dismiss him. To the devil with the little man, George thought. He hated crowds, and the thought of standing there and listening to all those speeches, of being polite to party officials whom he detested, was just too much. When he'd suggested watching from another vantage point, Falkenberg had quickly agreed. The soldier didn't seem to care too much for formal ceremonies either. Civilian ceremonies, Hamner corrected himself. Falkenberg seemed to like military parades. The ritual was almost over. The CD Marine bands had marched through the field. The speeches had been made, presents delivered and accepted. 100,000 people had cheered, and it was an awesome sound. The raw power was frightening. Hamner glanced at his watch. As he did, the Marine band broke into a roar of drums. The masked drummers ceased to beat one by one until there was but a single drum roll that went on, until finally it too stopped. The entire stadium waited. One trumpet, no more. A clear call, plaintive but triumphant, the final salute to the CoDominium banner above the palace. The notes hung in Hadley's air like something tangible, and slowly, deliberately, the crimson and blue banner floated down from the flagpole as Hadley's blazing gold and green arose. Across the city, uniformed men saluted these flags, one rising, the other setting. The blue uniforms of Hadley saluted with smiles, the red uniformed Marines with indifference. The CoDominium banner rose and fell across 200 light years and 70 worlds in this year of grace. What difference would one minor planet make? Hamner glanced at John Falkenberg. The colonel had no eyes for the rising banners of Hadley. His rigid salute was given to the CD flag, and as the last note of the final trumpet salute died away, Hamner thought he saw Falkenberg wipe his eyes. The gesture was so startling that George looked again, but there was nothing more to see, and he decided that he had been mistaken. "That's it then," Falkenberg snapped. His voice was strained. "I suppose we ought to join the party. Can't keep his nibs waiting." Hamner nodded. The presidential box connected directly to the palace, and the officials would arrive at the reception quickly, while Falkenberg and Hamner had the entire width of the crowded stadium to traverse. People were already streaming out to join the festive crowds on the grass in the center of the bowl. "Let's go this way," George said. He led Falkenberg to the top of the stadium and into a small alcove where he used a key to open an inconspicuous door. "Tunnel system takes us right into the palace, across and under the stadium," he told Falkenberg. "Not exactly secret, but we don't want the people to know about it because they demand we open it to the public. Built for maintenance crews mostly." He locked the door behind them and waved expressively at the wide interior corridor. Place was pretty well designed, actually. The grudging tone of admiration wasn't natural to him. If a thing was well done, it was well done. But lately he found himself talking that way about CoDominium projects. He resented the whole CD administration and the men who dumped the job of governing after creating problems no one could solve. They wound down stairways and through more passages, then up to another set of locked doors. Through those was the palace courtyard. The celebrations were already underway, and it would be a long night. George wondered what would come now. In the morning, the last seedy boat would rise, and the CoDominium would be gone. Tomorrow, Hadley would be alone with her problems. "Tinge hut!" Sergeant Major Calvin's crisp command cut through the babble. "Please be seated, gentlemen." Falkenberg took his place at the head of the long table in the command room of what had been the central headquarters for the CoDominium Marines. Except for the uniforms and banners, there were few changes from what people already called the old days. The officers were seated in the usual places for a regimental staff meeting. Maps hung along one wall, and a computer output screen dominated another. Stewards in white coats brought coffee and discreetly retired behind the armed sentries outside. Falkenberg looked at the familiar scene and knew the constabulary had occupied the Marine barracks for 2 days. The Marines had been there 20 years. A civilian lounged in the seat reserved for the regimental intelligence officer. His tunic was a riot of colors. He was dressed in current earth fashions, with a brilliant cravat and baggy sleeve. A long sash took the place of a belt and concealed his pocket calculator. Hadley's upper classes were only just beginning to wear such finery. "You all know why we're here," Falkenberg told the assembled officers. "Those of you who've served with me before know I don't hold many staff councils. They are customary among mercenary units, however. Sergeant Major Calvin will represent the enlisted personnel of the regiment." "Millen, There were faint titters. Calvin had been associated with John Falkenberg for 18 standard years. Presumably they had differences of opinion, but no one ever saw them. The idea of the RSM opposing his colonel in the name of the troops was amusing. On the other hand, no colonel could afford to ignore the views of his sergeant's mess. Falkenberg's frozen features relaxed slightly, as if he appreciated his own joke. His eyes went from face to face. Everyone in the room was a former Marine, and all but a very few had served with him before. The progressive officers were on duty elsewhere, and it had taken careful planning by the adjutant to accomplish that without suspicion. Falkenberg turned to the civilian. "Dr. Whitlock, you've been on Hadley for 67 days. That's not very long to make a planetary study, but it's about all the time we have. Have you reached any conclusions?" "Yeah." Whitlock spoke with an exaggerated drawl that most agreed was effective. "Not much different from Fleet's evaluation, Colonel. Can't think why you went to the expense of bringing me out here. Your intelligence people know their jobs about as well as I know mine." "Yeah, sunshine." Whitlock sprawled back in his seat and looked very relaxed and casual in the midst of the other's military formality. There was no contempt in his manner. The military had one set of rules, and he had another, and he worked well with soldiers. "Your conclusions are similar to Fleet's, then," Falkenberg said. "With the limits of analysis, yes, sir. Doubt any competent man could reach a different conclusion. This planet's headed for barbarism within a generation." There was no sound from the other officers, but several were startled. Good training kept them from showing it. Whitlock produced a cigar from a sleeve pocket and inspected it carefully. "You want the analysis?" he asked. "A summary, please." Falkenberg looked at each face again. Major Savage and Captain Fast weren't surprised. They'd known before they came to head. Some of the junior officers and company commanders had obviously guessed. "Simple enough," Whitlock said. "There's no self-sustaining technology for a population half this size. Without imports, the standard of living's bound to fall. Some places they could take that, but not here. Here, when they can't get their pretty gadgets, instead of working the people here in refuge, will demand the government do something about it. Government's in no position to refuse either. Not strong enough. So they'll have to divert investment capital into consumer goods. There'll be a decrease in technological efficiency, and then fewer goods, leading to more demands, and another cycle just like before. Hard to predict just what comes after that, but it can't be good. Afore long, then, they won't have the technological resources to cope, even if they could get better organized. It's not a new pattern, Colonel. Fleet saw it coming a while back. I'm surprised you didn't take their word for it. Falkenberg nodded. I did, but with something this important, I thought I'd better get another opinion. You've met the Freedom Party leaders, Dr. Whitlock. Is there any chance they could keep civilization if they governed? Whitlock laughed. It was a long, drawn-out laugh, relaxed, totally out of place in a military council. About as much chance as for a gator to turn loose of a hog, Colonel? Even assuming they know what to do, how can they do it? Suppose they get a vision and try to change their policies? Somebody'll start a new party along the lines of the Freedom Party's present thinking. Colonel, you will never convince all them people. There's things the government just can't do. They don't want to believe it, and there's always going to be slick talkers willing to say it's all a plot. Now, if the Progressive Party, which has the right ideas already, was to set up to rule strong, they might be able to keep something going a while longer. Do you think they can? Major Savage asked. Nope. They might have fun trying, Whitlock answered. Problem is that independent countryside. There's not enough support for what they'd have to do in city or country. Eventually that's all got to change, but the revolution that gives this country a real powerful government's going to be one